My lord, the wishes and desires of all good men which have attended your lordship from your first appearance in the world are at length accomplished from your obtaining those honours and dignities which you have so long deserved. There are no factions, though irreconcilable to one another, that are not united in their affection to you, and the respect they pay you. They are equally pleased in your prosperity, and would be equally concerned in your afflictions. Titus Vespasian was not more the delight of human kind. The universal empire made him only more known and more powerful, but could not make him more beloved. He had greater ability of doing good, but your inclination to it is not less. And though you could not extend your beneficence to so many persons, yet you have lost as few days as that excellent emperor, and never had his complaint to make when you went to bed that the sun had shone upon you in vain, when you had the opportunity of relieving some unhappy man. This my lord has justly acquired you as many friends as there are persons who have the honour to be known to you. Mere acquaintance you have none. You have drawn them all into a nearer line, and they who have conversed with you are for ever after inviolably yours. This is a truth so generally acknowledged that it needs no proof. It is of the nature of a first principle, which is received as soon as it is proposed, and needs not the reformation which Descartes used to his, for we doubt not, neither can we properly say, we think we admire and love you above all other men. There is a certainty in the proposition, and we know it with the same assurance. I can say you neither have enemies nor can scarce have any, for they who have never heard of you can neither love or hate you, and they who have can have no other notion of you than that which they receive from the public, that you are the best of men. After this my testimony can be of no farther use than to declare it to be daylight at high noon, and all who have the benefit of sight can look up as well and see the sun. It is true I have one privilege which is almost particular to myself, that I saw you in the east at your first arising above the hemisphere. I was as soon sensible as any man of that light, when it was but just shooting out and beginning to travel upwards to the meridian. I made my early addresses to your lordship in my essay of dramatic poetry, and therein bespoke you to the world, wherein I have the right of a first discoverer too, when I was myself in the rudiments of my poetry, without name or reputation in the world, having rather the ambition of a writer than the skill, when I was drawing the outlines of an art, without any living master to instruct me in it, an art which had been better praised than studied here in England, wherein Shakespeare, who created the stage among us, had rather written happily than knowingly and justly, and Johnson, who by studying Horace had been acquainted with the rules, yet seemed to envy to posterity that knowledge, and like an inventor of some useful art, to make a monopoly of his learning, when thus, as I may say, before the use of the lodestone or knowledge of the compass, I was sailing in a vast ocean without other help than the pole star of the ancients, and the rules of the French stage amongst the moderns, which are extremely different from ours by reason of their opposite taste. Yet even then I had the presumption to dedicate to your lordship a very unfinished piece, I must confess, and which only can be excused by the little experience of the author and the modesty of the title and essay. Yet I was stronger in prophecy than I was in criticism. I was inspired to foretell you to mankind as the restorer of poetry, the greatest genius, the truest judge, and the best patron. Good sense and good nature are never separated, though the ignorant world has thought otherwise. Good nature, by which I mean beneficence and candour, is the product of right reason, which of necessity will give allowance to the failings of others, by considering that there is nothing perfect in mankind, and by distinguishing that which comes nearest to excellency, though not absolutely free from faults, will certainly produce a candour in the judge. It is incident to an elevated understanding like your lordship's, to find out the errors of other men, but it is your prerogative to pardon them, to look with pleasure on those things which are somewhat congenial and of a remote kindred to your own conceptions, and to forgive the many failings of those who, with their wretched art, cannot arrive to those heights that you possess from a happy, abundant, and native genius, which are as inborn to you as they were to Shakespeare, and for aught I know to Homer, in either of whom we find all arts and sciences, all moral and natural philosophy, without knowing that they ever studied them. There is not an English writer this day living who is not perfectly convinced that your lordship excels all others in all the several parts of poetry, which you have undertaken to adorn. The most vain and the most ambitious of our age have not dared to assume so much as the competitors of Themistocles. They have yielded the first place without dispute, and have been arrogantly content to be esteemed as second to your lordship, and even that also with a longo sed proximi intervallo. If there have been, or are any who go farther in their self-conceit, they must be very singular in their opinion. They must be like the officer in a play who was called captain, lieutenant, and company. The world will easily conclude whether such unattended generals can ever be capable of making a revolution in Parnassus. I will not attempt in this place to say anything particular of your lyric poems, though they are the delight and wonder of this age, and will be the envy of the next three. The subject of this book confines me to satire, and in that an author of your own quality, whose ashes I will not disturb, has given you all the commendation which his self-sufficiency could afford to any man, the best good man with the worst-natured muse, for in that character methinks I am reading Johnson's verses to the memory of Shakespeare, an insolent sparing and invidious panegyric, where good nature, the most godlike commendation of a man, is only attributed to your person, and denied to your writings, for they are everywhere so full of candour that, like Horace, you only expose the follies of men without arraigning their vices, and in this excel him that you add that pointedness of thought which is visibly wanting in our great Roman. There is more of salt in all your verses than I have seen in any of the moderns, or even of the ancients, but you have been sparing of the gall, by which means you have pleased all readers, and offended none. Don alone of all our countrymen had your talent, but was not happy enough to arrive at your versification, and were he translated into numbers and English, he would yet be wanting in the dignity of expression, that which is the prime virtue and chief ornament of Virgil, which distinguishes him from the rest of writers, is so conspicuous in your verses, that it casts a shadow on all your contemporaries. We cannot be seen, or but obscurely, while you are present. You equal Don in the variety, multiplicity, and choice of thoughts. You excel him in the manner, and the words. I read you both with the same admiration, but not with the same delight. He affects the metaphysics not only in his satires, but in his amorous verses, where nature only should reign, and perplexes the minds of the fair sex with nice speculations of philosophy, when he should engage their hearts and entertain them with the softnesses of love. In this, if I may be pardoned for so bold a truth, Mr. Cowley has copied him to a fault so great a one in my opinion, that it throws his mistress infinitely below his Pindarics, and his latter compositions, which are undoubtedly the best of his poems, and the most correct. For my own part, I must avow it freely to the world that I never attempted anything in satire, wherein I have not studied your writings as the most perfect model. I have continually laid them before me, and the greatest commendation which my own partiality can give to my productions is that they are copies, and no farther to be allowed than as they have something more or less of the original, some few touches of your lordship, some secret graces which I have endeavoured to express after your manner, have made whole poems of mine to pass with approbation. But take your verses altogether, and they are inimitable. If therefore I have not written better, it is because you have not written more. You have not set me sufficient copy to transcribe, and I cannot add one letter of my own invention, of which I have not the example there. It is a general complaint against your lordship, and I must have leave to upbraid you with it, that because you need not write you will not. Mankind, that wishes you so well in all things that relate to your prosperity, have their intervals of wishing for themselves, and are within a little of grudging you the fullness of your fortune. They would be more malicious if you used it not so well, and with so much generosity. Fame is in itself a real good, if we may believe Cicero, who was perhaps too fond of it, but even fame, as Virgil tells us, acquires strength by going forward. Let Epicurus give indolency as an attribute to his gods, and place in it the happiness of the blessed. The divinity which we worship has given us not only a precept against it, but his own example to the contrary. The world, my lord, would be content to allow you a 7th day for rest, or if you thought that hard upon you, we would not refuse you half your time, if you came out like some great monarch to take a town, but once a year as it were for your diversion, though you had no need to extend your territories. In short, if you were a bad, or which is worse, an indifferent poet, we would thank you for our own quiet, and not expose you to the want of yours. But when you are so great and so successful, and when we have that necessity of your writing, that we cannot subsist entirely without it, any more, I may almost say, than the world without the daily course of ordinary providence, methinks this argument might prevail with you, my lord, to forego a little of your repose for the public benefit. It is not that you are under any force of working daily miracles to prove your being, but now and then somewhat of extraordinary, that is, any thing of your production is requisite to refresh your character. This, I think, my lord, is a sufficient reproach to you, and should I carry it as far as mankind would authorize me, would be little less than satire, and indeed a provocation, is almost necessary in behalf of the world, that you might be induced sometimes to write, and in relation to a multitude of scribblers, who daily pester the world with their insufferable stuff, that they might be discouraged from writing any more. I complain not of their lampoons and libels, though I have been the public mark for many years. I am vindictive enough to have repelled force by force if I could imagine that any of them had ever reached me, but they either shot at Rovers 5, and therefore mist or their powder was so weak that I might safely stand them at the nearest distance. I answered not the rehearsal, because I knew the author sat to himself when he drew the picture, and was the very base of his own farce, because also I knew that my betters 6 were more concerned than I was in that satire, and lastly because Mr. Smith and Mr. Johnson, the main pillars of it, were 2 such languishing gentlemen in their conversation that I could liken them to nothing, but to their own relations, those noble characters of men of wit and pleasure about the town. The like considerations have hindered me from dealing with the lamentable companions of their prose. And doggerel, I am so far from defending my poetry against them that I will not so much as expose theirs, and for my morals, if they are not proof against their attacks, let me be thought by posterity what those authors would be thought if any memory of them or of their writings could endure so long as to another age. But these dull makers of lampoons, as harmless as they have been to me, are yet of dangerous example to the public. Some witty men may perhaps succeed to their designs, and mixing sense with malice blast the reputation of the most innocent amongst men, and the most virtuous amongst women. Heaven be praised, our common libellers are as free from the imputation of wit as of morality, and therefore whatever mischief they have designed they have performed, but little of it. Yet these ill writers in all justice ought themselves to be exposed, as Persius has given us a fair example in his first satire, which is levelled particularly at them 7, and none is so fit to correct their faults as he who is not only clear from any in his own writings, but is also so just that he will never defame the good, and is armed with the power of verse to punish and make examples of the bad. But of this I shall have occasion to speak further, when I come to give the definition and character of true satires. In the meantime, as a counsellor bred up in the knowledge of the municipal and statute laws, may honestly inform a just prince how far his prerogative extends, so I may be allowed to tell your lordship, who by an undisputed title are the king of poets, what an extent of power you have, and how lawfully you may exercise it over the petulant scribblers of this age. As Lord Chamberlain, I know you are absolute by your office in all that belongs to the decency and good manners of the stage. You can banish from thence scurrility and profaneness, and restrain the licentious insolence of poets and their actors in all things that shock the public quiet, or the reputation of private persons under the notion of humour. But I mean not the authority which is annexed to your office, I speak of that only which is inborn and inherent to your person, what is produced in you by an excellent wit, a masterly and commanding genius over all writers, whereby you are empowered when you please to give the final decision of wit, to put your stamp on all that ought to pass for current, and set brand of reprobation on clipped poetry, and false coin. A shilling dipped in the bath may go for gold amongst the ignorant, but the sceptres on the guineas show the difference. 8. That your lordship is formed by nature for this supremacy, I could easily prove were it not already granted by the world, from the distinguishing character of your writing, which is so visible to me, that I never could be imposed on to receive for yours what was written by any others, or to mistake your genuine poetry for their spurious productions. I can farther add, with truth, though not without some vanity in saying it, that in the same paper, written by divers hands, whereof your lordship's was only part, I could separate your gold from their copper. And though I could not give back to every author his own brass, for there is not the same rule for distinguishing betwixt bad and bad as betwixt ill and excellently good, yet I never failed of knowing what was yours and what was not, and was absolutely certain that this or the other part was positively yours, and could not possibly be written by any other. True it is that some bad poems, though not all carry their owner's marks about them, there is some peculiar awkwardness, false grammar, imperfect sense, or at the least obscurity, some brand or other on this buttock, or that ear, that it is notorious who are the owners of the cattle, though they should not sign it with their names. But your lordship, on the contrary, is distinguished not only by the excellency of your thoughts, but by your style and manner of expressing them. A painter judging of some admirable piece may affirm with certainty that it was of Holbein or Vandyck, but vulgar designs and common drafts are easily mistaken and misapplied. Thus, by my long study of your lordship, I am arrived at the knowledge of your particular manner in the good poems of other men like those artists. I can only say this is like the draft of such a one, or like the colouring of another. In short, I can only be sure that it is the hand of a good master. But in your performances, it is scarcely possible for me to be deceived. If you write in your strength, you stand revealed at the first view, and should you write under it, you cannot avoid some peculiar graces which only cost me a second consideration to discover you. For I may say it with all the severity of truth, that every line of yours is precious. Your lordship's only fault is that you have not written more, unless I could add another, and that yet greater, but I fear for the public the accusation would not be truth that you have written, and out of a vicious modesty will not publish. Virgil has confined his works within the compass of 18,000 lines, and has not treated many subjects, yet he ever had, and ever will have the reputation of the best poet. Martial says of him, that he could have excelled Varius in tragedy and Horace in lyric poetry, but out of deference to his friends, he attempted neither. The same prevalence of genius is in your lordship, but the world cannot pardon your concealing it on the same consideration, because we have neither a living Varius nor a Horace in whose excellencies both of poems, odes, and satires you had equalled them, if our language had not yielded to the Roman majesty and length of time, had not added a reverence to the works of Horace. For good sense is the same in all or most ages and course of time, rather improves nature than impairs her. What has been may be again another Homer, and another Virgil may possibly arise from those very causes, which produced the first, though it would be impudence to affirm that any such have yet appeared. It is manifest that some particular ages have been more happy than others in the production of great men, in all sorts of arts and sciences, as that of Euripides, Sophocles, Aristophanes, and the rest for stage poetry, amongst the Greeks that of Augustus, for heroic, lyric, dramatic, elegiac, and indeed all sorts of poetry in the persons of Virgil, Horace, Varius, Ovid, and many others, especially if we take into that century the latter end of the Commonwealth, wherein we find Varro, Lucretius, and Catullus, and at the same time lived Cicero and Sallust, and Caesar. A famous age in modern times for learning in every kind was that of Lorenzo de' Medici and his son Leo X, wherein painting was revived, and poetry flourished, and the Greek language was restored. Examples in all these are obvious, but what I would infer is this, that in such an age it is possible some great genius may arise to equal any of the ancients, abating only for the language, for great contemporaries wet, and cultivate each other, and mutual borrowing and commerce makes the common riches of learning, as it does of the civil government. But suppose that Homer and Virgil were the only of their species, and that nature was so much worn out in producing them that she is never able to bear the like again, yet the example only holds in heroic poetry, in tragedy and satire. I offer myself to maintain against some of our modern critics that this age, and the last particularly in England, have excelled the ancients in both those kinds, and I would instance in Shakespeare of the former of your lordship in the latter sort. Thus I might safely confine myself to my native country, but if I would only cross the seas, I might find in France a living Horace, and a Juvenal in the person of the admirable Boileau, whose numbers are excellent, whose expressions are noble, whose thoughts are just, whose language is pure, whose satire is pointed, and whose sense is close. What he borrows from the ancients he repays with usury of his own in coin as good, and almost as universally valuable for setting prejudice and partiality apart. Though he is our enemy, the stamp of a Louis, the patron of all arts, is not much inferior to the medal of an Augustus Caesar. Let this be said, without entering into the interests of factions and parties, and relating only to the bounty of that king to men of learning, and merit a praise so just that even we who are his enemies cannot refuse it to him. Now, if it may be permitted me to go back again to the consideration of epic poetry, I have confessed that no man hitherto has reached, or so much as approached to the excellencies of Homer, or of Virgil. I must farther add that Statius, the best versificator next to Virgil, knew not how to design after him, though he had the model in his eye. That Lucan is wanting both in design and subject, and is besides too full of heat and affectation, that amongst the moderns Ariosto neither designed justly nor observed any unity of action or compass of time or moderation in the vastness of his draught. His style is luxurious without majesty or decency, and his adventures without the compass of nature and possibility. Tasso, whose design was regular, and who observed the rules of unity in time and place more closely than Virgil, yet was not so happy in his action. He confesses himself to have been too lyrical, that is, to have written beneath the dignity of heroic verse, in his episodes of Sophronia, Erminia, and Armida. His story is not so pleasing as Ariosto's. He is too flatulent sometimes, and sometimes too dry, many times unequal, and almost always forced, and besides, is full of conceits, points of epigram, and witticisms, all which are not only below the dignity of heroic verse but contrary to its nature. Virgil and Homer have not one of them, and those who are guilty of so boyish an ambition in so grave a subject are so far from being considered as heroic poets that they ought to be turned down from Homer to the Anthologia, from Virgil to Martial and Owen's epigrams, and from Spenser to Flecknoe, that is, from the top to the bottom of all poetry. But to return to Tasso, he borrows from the invention of Boiardo, and in his alteration of his poem, which is infinitely for the worse, imitates Homer so very servilely that, for example, he gives the king of Jerusalem 50 sons, only because Homer had bestowed the like number on King Priam. He kills the youngest in the same manner, and has provided his hero with a Patroclus under another name only to bring him back to the wars when his friend was killed. The French have performed nothing in this kind, which is not far below those 2 Italians, and subject to 1,000 more reflections, without examining their St. Louis, their Pucelle, or their Alaric. The English have only to boast of Spenser and Milton, who neither of them wanted either genius or learning to have been perfect poets. And yet both of them are liable to many censures, for there is no uniformity in the design of Spenser. He aims at the accomplishment of no one action. He raises up a hero for every one of his adventures, and endows each of them with some particular moral virtue, which renders them all equal without subordination or preference. Every one is most valiant in his own legend only. We must do him that justice to observe that magnanimity, which is the character of Prince Arthur, shines throughout the whole poem, and succours the rest when they are in distress. The original of every knight was then living court of Queen Elizabeth, and he attributed to each of them that virtue which he thought was most conspicuous in them, an ingenious piece of flattery, though it turned not much to his account. Had he lived to finish his poem in the 6 remaining legends, it had certainly been more of a piece, but could not have been perfect, because the model was not true, but Prince Arthur, or his chief patron Sir Philip Sidney, whom he intended to make happy by the marriage of his Gloriana dying before him, deprived the poet both of means and spirit to accomplish his design. For the rest, his obsolete language and the ill choice of his stanza are faults, but of the second magnitude, for notwithstanding the first, he is still intelligible, at least after a little practice, and for the last he is the more to be admired, that labouring under such a difficulty, his verses are so numerous, so various, and so harmonious, that only Virgil, whom he professedly imitated, has surpassed him among the Romans, and only Mr. Waller among the English. As for Mr. Milton, whom we all admire with so much justice, his subject is not that of an heroic poem properly so called. His design is the losing of our happiness. His event is not prosperous like that of all other epic works. His heavenly machines are many and his human persons are but 2, but I will not take Mr. Rymer's work out of his hands. He has promised the world a critique on that author, wherein though he will not allow his poem for heroic, I hope, he will grant us that his thoughts are elevated, his words sounding, and that no man has so happily copied the manner of Homer, or so copiously translated his Grecisms, and the Latin elegancies of Virgil. It is true he runs into a flat of thought, sometimes for 100 lines together, but it is when he has got into a track of scripture. His antiquated words were his choice, not his necessity, for therein he imitated Spenser as Spenser did Chaucer, and though perhaps the love of their masters may have transported both too far in the frequent use of them, yet in my opinion obsolete words may then be laudably revived when either they are more sounding or more significant than those in practice, and when their obscurity is taken away by joining other words to them, which clear the sense according to the rule of Horace for the admission of new words. But in both cases a moderation is to be observed in the use of them, for unnecessary coinage, as well as unnecessary revival, runs into affectation, a fault to be avoided on either hand. Neither will I justify Milton for his blank verse, though I may excuse him by the example of Hannibal Caro and other Italians who have used it for whatever causes. He alleges for the abolishing of rhyme, which I have not now the leisure to examine. His own particular reason is plainly this, that rhyme was not his talent. He had neither the ease of doing it nor the graces of it, which is manifest in his juvenilia, or verses written in his youth, where his rhyme is always constrained and forced, and comes hardly from him at an age when the soul is most pliant, and the passion of love makes almost every man a rhymer though not a poet. By this time, my lord, I doubt not, but that you wonder why I have run off from my bias so long together, and made so tedious a digression from satire to heroic poetry. But if you will not excuse it by the tattling quality of age, which, as Sir William D. Avenant says, is always narrative, yet I hope the usefulness of what I have to say on this subject will qualify the remoteness of it, and this is the last time I will commit the crime of prefaces, or trouble the world with my notions of anything that relates to verse. I have then, as you see, observed the failings of many great wits amongst the moderns who have attempted to write an epic poem besides these, or the like animadversions of them by other men. There is yet a farther reason given why they cannot possibly succeed so well as the ancients, even though we could allow them not to be inferior either in genius or learning, or the tongue in which they write, or all those other wonderful qualifications which are necessary to the forming of a true accomplished heroic poet. The fault is laid on our religion, they say, that Christianity is not capable of those embellishments, which are afforded in the belief of those ancient heathens. And it is true that in the severe notions of our faith the fortitude of a Christian consists in patience and suffering for the love of God, whatever hardships can befall in the world, not in any great attempts, or in performance of those enterprises, which the poets call heroic, and which are commonly the effects of interest, ostentation, pride, and worldly honor, that humility and resignation are our prime virtues, and that these include no action but that of the soul, when, as on the contrary, an heroic poem requires to its necessary design, and as its last perfection, some great action of war, the accomplishment of some extraordinary undertaking which requires the strength and vigor of the body, the duty of a soldier, the capacity and prudence of a general, and in short as much or more of the active virtue than the suffering. But to this the answer is very obvious. God has placed us in our several stations. The virtues of a private Christian are patience, obedience, submission, and the like, but those of a magistrate or general or a king are prudence, counsel, active fortitude, coercive power, awful command, and the exercise of magnanimity as well as justice, so that this objection hinders not, but that an epic poem, or the heroic action of some great commander, enterprised for the common good and honor of the Christian cause and executed happily, may be as well written now as it was of old by the heathens, provided the poet be endued with the same talents, and the language, though not of equal dignity, yet as near approaching to it as our modern barbarism will allow, which is all that can be expected from our own or any other now extant though more refined, and therefore we are to rest contented with that only inferiority which is not possibly to be remedied. I wish I could as easily remove that other difficulty which yet remains. It is objected by a great French critic, as well as an admirable poet yet living, and whom I have mentioned with that honor which his merit exacts from me. I mean Boileau, that the machines of our Christian religion in heroic poetry are much more feeble to support that weight than those of heathenism. Their doctrine, grounded as it was on ridiculous fables, was yet the belief of the two victorious monarchies, the Grecian and Roman. Their gods did not only interest themselves in the event of wars, which is the effect of a superior providence, but also espoused the several parties in a visible corporeal descent, managed their intrigues, and fought their battles sometimes in opposition to each other, though Virgil, more discreet than Homer in that last particular, has contented himself with the partiality of his deities, their favors, their counsels or commands to those whose cause they had espoused, without bringing them to the outrageousness of blows. Now our religion says, he is deprived of the greatest part of those machines, at least the most shining in epic poetry, though St. Michael in Ariosto seeks out discord to send her among the pagans, and finds her in a convent of friars, where peace should reign, which indeed is fine satire, and Satan in Tasso excites Solomon to an attempt by night on the Christian camp, and brings an host of devils to his assistance, yet the archangel in the former example, when discord was restive, and would not be drawn from her beloved monastery, with fair words has the whiffand of her, drags her out with many stripes, sets her on God's name about her business, and makes her know the difference of strength betwixt a nuncio of heaven and a minister of hell, the same angel in the latter instance from Tasso, as if God had never another messenger belonging to the court, but was confined like Jupiter to Mercury and Juno to Iris, when he sees his time, that is when half of the Christians are already killed, and all the rest are in a fair way to be rooted stickles betwixt the remainders of God's host, and the race of fiends pulls the devils backward by the tails, and drives them from their quarry, or otherwise the whole business had miscarried, and Jerusalem remained untaken. This, says Boileau, is a very unequal match for the poor devils who are sure to come by. Worst of it in the combat, for nothing is more easy than for an almighty power to bring his old rebels to reason when he pleases. Consequently, what pleasure, what entertainment can be raised from so pitiful a machine, where we see the success of the battle from the very beginning of it, unless that, as we are Christians, we are glad that we have gotten God on our side, to maul our enemies when we cannot do the work ourselves? For if the poet had given the faithful more courage, which had cost him nothing, or at least have made them exceed the Turks in number, he might have gained the victory for us Christians without interesting heaven in the quarrel, and that with as much ease and as little credit to the conqueror, as when a party of 100 soldiers defeats another, which consists only of 50. This, my lord, I confess, is such an argument against our modern poetry, as cannot be answered by those mediums which have been used. We cannot hitherto boast that our religion has furnished us with any such machines as have made the strength and beauty of the ancient buildings. But what if I venture to advance an invention of my own, to supply the manifest defect of our new writers, I am sufficiently sensible of my weakness, and it is not very probable that I should succeed in such a project, whereof I have not had the least hint from any of my predecessors the poets, or any of their seconds, and coadjutors the critics. Yet we see the art of war is improved in sieges, and new instruments of death are invented daily, something new in philosophy, and the mechanics is discovered almost every year, and the science of former ages is improved by the succeeding. I will not detain you with a long preamble to that, which better judges will perhaps conclude to be little worth. It is this, in short, that Christian poets have not hitherto been acquainted with their own strength. If they had searched the Old Testament, as they ought, they might there have found the machines which are proper for their work, and those more certain in their effect than it may be. The New Testament is in the rules sufficient for salvation, the perusing of one chapter in the prophecy of Daniel and accommodating what there they find with the principles of Platonic philosophy, as it is now Christianized, would have made the ministry of angels as strong an engine for the working up heroic poetry in our religion, as that of the ancients has been to raise theirs, by all the fables of their gods, which were only received for truths by the most ignorant and weakest of the people. It is a doctrine almost universally received by Christians, as well Protestants as Catholics, that there are guardian angels appointed by God Almighty as his vicegerents for the protection and government of cities, provinces, kingdoms, and monarchies, and those as well of heathens as of true believers. All this is so plainly proved from those texts of Daniel, that it admits of no farther controversy. The prince of the Persians, and that other of the Grecians, are granted to be the guardians and protecting ministers of those empires. It cannot be denied that they were opposite and resisted one another. St. Michael is mentioned by his name as the patron of the Jews, and is now taken by the Christians as the protector general of our religion. These tutelor genii, who presided over the several people and regions committed to their charge, were watchful over them for good as far as their commissions could possibly extend. The general purpose and design of all was certainly the service of their great Creator, but it is an undoubted truth that for ends best known to the almighty majesty of heaven, his providential designs, for the benefit of his creatures, for the debasing and punishing of some nations, and the exaltation and temporal reward of others, were not wholly known to these his ministers. Else, why those factious quarrels, controversies, and battles amongst themselves, when they were all united in the same design, the service and honour of their common master, but being instructed only in the general and zealous of the main design, and as finite beings not admitted into the secrets of government, the last resorts of providence, or capable of discovering the final purposes of God, who can work good out of evil, as he pleases, and irresistibly sways all manner of events on earth, directing them finally for the best to his creation in general, and to the ultimate end of his own glory in particular. They must of necessity be sometimes ignorant of the means conducing to those ends, in which alone they can jar and oppose each other. One angel, as we may suppose the Prince of Persia, as he is called, judging that it would be more for God's honour and the benefit of his people, that the Median and Persian monarchy which delivered them from the Babylonish captivity should still be uppermost, and the patron of the Grecians, to whom the will of God might be more particularly revealed, contending on the other side for the rise of Alexander and his successors, who were appointed to punish the backsliding Jews, and thereby to put them in mind of their offences, that they might repent and become more virtuous and more observant of the law revealed. But how far these controversies and appearing enmities of those glorious creatures may be carried, how these oppositions may be best managed, and by what means conducted, is not my business to show or determine. These things must be left to the invention and judgment of the poet. If any of so happy a genius be now living, or any future age, can produce a man who, being conversant in the philosophy of Plato, as it is now accommodated to Christian use, for as Virgil gives us to understand by his example, that is the only proper of all others for an epic poem, who to his natural endowments of a large invention, a ripe judgment, and a strong memory has joined the knowledge of the liberal arts and sciences, and particularly moral philosophy, the mathematics, geography, and history, and with all these qualifications is born a poet, knows, and can practice the variety of numbers, and is master of the language in which he writes. If such a man, I say, be now arisen, or shall arise, I am vain enough to think that I have proposed a model to him, by which he may build a nobler, a more beautiful, and more perfect poem than any yet extant since the ancients. There is another part of these machines yet wanting, but by what I have said it would have been easily supplied by a judicious writer. He could not have failed to add the opposition of ill spirits to the good. They have also their design ever opposite to that of heaven, and this alone has hitherto been the practice of the moderns. But this imperfect system, if I may call it such, which I have given will infinitely advance and carry farther that hypothesis of the evil spirits, contending with the good for being so much weaker since their fall than those blessed beings, they are yet supposed to have a permitted power from God of acting ill as from their own depraved nature, they have always the will of designing it, a great testimony of which we find in Holy Writ, when God Almighty suffered Satan to appear in the holy synod of the angels, a thing not hitherto drawn into example by any of the poets, and also gave him power over all things belonging to his servant Job, excepting only life. Now what these wicked spirits cannot compass by the vast disproportion of their forces to those of the superior beings, they may by their fraud and cunning carry farther in a seeming league confederacy or subserviency to the designs of some good angel, as far as consists with his purity to suffer such an aid, the end of which may possibly be disguised and concealed from his finite knowledge. This is indeed to suppose a great error in such a being, yet, since a devil can appear like an angel of light, since craft and malice may sometimes blind for a while a more perfect understanding, and lastly, since Milton has given us an example of the like nature when Satan, appearing like a cherub to Uriel the intelligence of the sun, circumvented him even in his own province, and passed only for a curious traveller through those new-created regions, that he might observe therein the workmanship of God, and praise him in his works. I know not why upon the same supposition or some other a fiend may not deceive a creature of more excellency than himself, but yet a creature at least by the connivance or tacit permission of the omniscient being. Thus, my lord, I have as briefly as I could given your lordship, and by you the world, a rude draught of what I have been long labouring in my imagination, and what I had intended to have put in practice, though far unable for the attempt of such a poem, and to have left the stage to which my genius never much inclined me for a work which would have taken up my life in the performance of it. This too I had intended chiefly for the honour of my native country, to which a poet is particularly obliged. Of two subjects both relating to it, I was doubtful whether I should choose that of King Arthur conquering the Saxons, which being farther distant in time, gives the greater scope to my invention, or that of Edward the Black Prince in subduing Spain, and restoring it to the lawful prince, though a great tyrant, Don Pedro, the cruel which for the compass of time, including only the expedition of 1 year for the greatness of the action, and its answerable event for the magnanimity of the English hero, opposed to the ingratitude of the person whom he restored, and for the many beautiful episodes which I had interwoven with the principal design, together with the characters of the chiefest English persons, wherein, after Virgil and Spenser, I would have taken occasion to represent my living friends and patrons of the noblest families, and also shadowed the events of future ages in the succession of our imperial line. With these helps and those of the machines which I have mentioned, I might perhaps have done as well as some of my predecessors, or at least chalked out a way for others to amend my errors in a like design. But being encouraged only with fair words by King Charles Roman II, my little salary ill paid, and no prospect of a future subsistence, I was then discouraged in the beginning of my attempt, and now age has overtaken me, and want a more insufferable evil through the change of the times has wholly disenabled me, though I must ever acknowledge to the honour of your lordship, and the eternal memory of your charity, that since this revolution wherein I have patiently suffered the ruin of my small fortune, and the loss of that poor subsistence which I had from 2 kings, whom I had served more faithfully than profitably, to myself than your lordship was pleased out of no other motive, but your own nobleness, without any desert of mine, or the least solicitation from me, to make me a most bountiful present, which at that time, when I was most in want of it, came most seasonably and unexpectedly to my relief, that favour, my lord, is of itself sufficient to bind any grateful man to a perpetual acknowledgment, and to all the future service, which one of my mean condition can ever be able to perform. May the Almighty God return it for me both in blessing you here and rewarding you hereafter. I must not presume to defend the cause for which I now suffer, because your lordship is engaged against it, but the more you are so, the greater is my obligation to you for your laying aside all the considerations of factions and parties, to do an action of pure disinterested charity. This is one amongst many of your shining qualities which distinguish you from others of your rank. But let me add a farther truth, that without these ties of gratitude and abstracting from them all, I have a most particular inclination to honour you, and if it were not too bold an expression to say I love you, it is no shame to be a poet, though it is to be a bad one. Augustus Caesar of old, and Cardinal Richelieu of late, would willingly have been such, and David, and Solomon, were such you who without flattery are the best of the present age in England, and would have been so had you been born in any other country, will receive more honour in future ages by that one excellency than by all those honours to which your birth has entitled you, or your merits have acquired you. Ni forte pudori, sit tibi mucilus solus et cantor apollo. I have formerly said in this epistle that I could distinguish your writings from those of any others. It is now time to clear myself from any imputation of self-conceit. On that subject, I assume not to myself any particular lights in this discovery. They are such only as are obvious to every man of sense and judgment who loves poetry, and understands that your thoughts are always so remote from the common way of thinking, that they are, as I may say, of another species than the conceptions of other poets, yet you go not out of nature, for any of them gold is never bred upon the surface of the ground, but lies so hidden and so deep, that the mines of it are seldom found, but the force of waters casts it out from the bowels of mountains, and exposes it amongst the sands of rivers, giving us of her bounty what we could not hope for by our search. This success attends your lordship's thoughts, which would look like chance if it were not perpetual and always of the same tenor. If I grant that there is care in it, it is such a care as would be ineffectual and fruitless in other men. It is the curiosa felicitas which Petronius ascribes to Horace in his odes. We have not wherewithal to imagine so strongly, so justly, and so pleasantly. In short, if we have the same knowledge, we cannot draw out of it the same quintessence, we cannot give it such a turn, such a propriety, and such a beauty. Something is deficient in the manner or the words, but more in the nobleness of our conception. Yet when you have finished all, and it appears in its full lustre, when the diamond is not only found, but the roughness smoothed when it is cut into a form, and set in gold, then we cannot but acknowledge that it is the perfect work of art and nature, and every one will be so vain to think he himself could have performed the like. Until he attempts it, it is just the description that Horace makes of such a finished piece. It appears so easy. Ut sibi quivis sperit idem sudit multum frustrac laborat, orsus idem. And besides all this, it is your lordship's particular talent to lay your thoughts so close together, that were they closer they would be crowded, and even a due connection would be wanting. We are not kept in expectation of 2 good lines, which are to come after a long parenthesis of 20 bad, which is the April poetry of other writers, a mixture of rain and sunshine by fits. You are always bright, even almost to a fault, by reason of the excess. There is continual abundance, a magazine of thought, and yet a perpetual variety of entertainment, which creates such an appetite in your reader that he is not cloyed with anything, but satisfied with all. It is that which the Romans call cena dubia, where there is such plenty, yet withal so much diversity, and so good order, that the choice is difficult betwixt one excellency and another. And yet the conclusion by a due climax is evermore the best that is, as a conclusion ought to be ever the most proper for its place. See, my lord, whether I have not studied your lordship with some application. And since you are so modest that you will not be judge and party, I appeal to the whole world, if I have not drawn your picture to a great degree of likeness, though it is but in miniature, and that some of the best features are yet wanting, yet what I have done is enough to distinguish you from any other, which is the proposition that I took upon me to demonstrate. And now, my lord, to apply what I have said to my present business, the satires of Juvenal and Persius appearing in this new English dress cannot so properly be inscribed to any man as to your lordship, who are the first of the age in that way of writing. Your lordship, amongst many other favours, has given me your permission for this address, and you have particularly encouraged me by your perusal and approbation of the 6th and 10th satires of Juvenal, as I have translated them. My fellow labourers have likewise commissioned me to perform in their behalf this office of a dedication to you, and will acknowledge with all possible respect and gratitude your acceptance of their work. Some of them have the honour to be known to your lordship already, and they who have not yet that happiness desire it now be pleased to receive our common endeavours with your wonted candour, without entitling you to the protection of our common failings in so difficult an undertaking. And allow me your patience, if it be not already tired with this long epistle, to give you from the best authors the origin, the antiquity, the growth, the change, and the completement of satire among the Romans, to describe, if not define, the nature of that poem with its several qualifications and virtues, together with the several sorts of it, to compare the excellencies of Horace, Persius, and Juvenal, and show the particular manners of their satires, and lastly to give an account of this new way of version which is attempted in our performance, all which, according to the weakness of my ability, and the best lights which I can get from others, shall be the subject of my following discourse. The most perfect work of poetry, says our master Aristotle, is tragedy. His reason is, because it is the most united, being more severely confined within the rules of action time, and place the action is entire of a piece, and one without episodes, the time limited to a natural day, and the place circumscribed at least within the compass of one town or city being exactly proportioned thus and uniform in all its parts, the mind is more capable of comprehending the whole beauty of it without distraction. But after all these advantages, an heroic poem is certainly the greatest work of human nature. The beauties and perfections of the other are but mechanical, those of the epic are more noble, though Homer has limited his place to Troy, and the fields about it his actions to 48 natural days, whereof 12 are holidays or cessation from business during the funeral of Patroclus. Proceed the action of the epic is greater, the extension of time enlarges the pleasure of the reader, and the episodes give it more ornament and more variety. The instruction is equal, but the first is only instructive, the latter forms a hero and a prince. If it signifies anything, which of them is of the more ancient family, the best and most absolute heroic poem was written by Homer long before tragedy was invented. But if we consider the natural endowments and acquired parts which are necessary to make an accomplished writer in either kind, tragedy requires a less and more confined knowledge. Moderate learning and observation of the rules is sufficient if a genius be not wanting, but in an epic poet one who is worthy of that name besides an universal genius is required universal learning together with all those qualities and acquisitions which I have named above, and as many more as I have through haste or negligence omitted. And after all he must have exactly studied Homer and Virgil as his patrons, Aristotle and Horace as his guides, and Vida and Bossu as their commentators, with many others, both Italian and French critics, which I want leisure here to recommend. In a word, what I have to say in relation to this subject, which does not particularly concern satire, is that the greatness of an heroic poem, beyond that of a tragedy, may easily be discovered by observing how few have attempted that work in comparison to those who have written dramas, and of those few how small a number have succeeded. But leaving the critics on either side to contend about the preference due to this or that sort of poetry, I will hasten to my present business, which is the antiquity and origin of satire, according to those informations which I have received from the learned Casaubon Heinsius Regaltius Dacia, and the Dauphin's Juvenal, to which I shall add some observations of my own. There has been a long dispute among the modern critics whether the Romans derived their satire from the Grecians, or first invented it themselves. Julius Scaliger and Heinsius are of the first opinion. Casaubon Regaltius Dacia and the publisher of the Dauphin's Juvenal maintain the latter, if we take satire in the general signification of the word. As it is used in all modern languages for an invective, it is certain that it is almost as old as verse, and though hymns which are praises of God may be allowed to have been before it, yet the defamation of others was not long after it. After God had cursed Adam and Eve in paradise, the husband and wife excused themselves by laying the blame on one another, and gave a beginning to those conjugal dialogues in prose which the poets have perfected in verse. The 3rd chapter of Job is one of the first instances of this poem in Holy Scripture, unless we will take it higher from the latter end of the 2nd, where his wife advises him to curse his Maker. This original, I confess, is not much to the honour of satire, but here it was nature, and that depraved when it became an art it bore better fruit. Only, we have learnt thus much already, that scoffs and revilings are of the growth of all nations, and consequently that neither the Greek poets borrowed from other people their art of railing, neither needed the Romans to take it from them, but considering satire as a species of poetry, here the war begins amongst the critics. Scaliger, the father, will have it descend from Greece to Rome, and derives the word satire from satirus, that mixed kind of animal, or as the ancients thought him, rural god made up betwixt a man and a goat, with a human head, hooked nose, pouting lips, a bunch or strummer under the chin, pricked ears and upright horns, the body shagged with hair especially from the waist, and ending in a goat with the legs and feet of that creature. But Casaubon and his followers with reason condemn this derivation, and prove that from satirus the word satira, as it signifies a poem, cannot possibly descend, for satira is not properly a substantive, but an adjective to which the word lanx in English, a charger or large platter, is understood, so that the Greek poem made according to the manners of a satyr, and expressing his qualities, must properly be called satirical, and not satire. And thus far it is allowed that the Grecians had such poems, but that they were wholly different in species from that to which the Romans gave the name of satire. Aristotle divides all poetry in relation to the progress of it into nature without art. Art begun, and art completed mankind. Even the most barbarous have the seeds of poetry implanted in them. The first specimen of it was certainly shown in the praises of the deity and prayers to him, and as they are of natural obligation, so they are likewise of divine institution, which Milton observing introduces Adam and Eve every morning, adoring God in hymns and prayers. The first poetry was thus begun in the wild notes of natural poetry before the invention of feet and measures. The Grecians and Romans had no other original of their poetry. Festivals and holidays soon succeeded to private worship, and we need not doubt, but they were enjoined by the true God to his own people, as they were afterwards imitated by the heathens, who by the light of reason knew they were to invoke some superior being in their necessities, and to thank him for his benefits. Thus the Grecian holidays were celebrated with offerings to Bacchus and Ceres and other deities, to whose bounty they supposed they were owing for their corn and wine and other helps of life, and the ancient Romans, as Horace tells us, paid their thanks to Mother Earth or Vesta, to Sylvanus and their genius in the same manner. But as all festivals have a double reason of their institution, the first of religion, the other of recreation for the unbending of our minds, so both the Grecians and Romans agreed, after their sacrifices were performed, to spend the remainder of the day in sports and merriments, amongst which songs and dances, and that which they called wit for want of knowing better, were the chiefest entertainments. The Grecians had a notion of satyrs, whom I have already described, and taking them, and the Sileni, that is, the young satyrs, and the old for the tutors, attendants, and humble companions of their Bacchus, habited themselves like those rural deities, and imitated them in their rustic dances, to which they joined songs with some sort of rude harmony, but without certain numbers, and to these they added a kind of chorus. The Romans also, as nature is the same in all places, though they knew nothing of those Grecian demigods nor had any communication with Greece yet, had certain young men who at their festivals danced and sung after their uncouth manner, to a certain kind of verse which they called Saturnian. What it was we have no certain light from antiquity to discover, but we may conclude that like the Grecian it was void of art, or at least with very feeble beginnings of it. Those ancient Romans at these holidays, which were a mixture of devotion and debauchery, had a custom of reproaching each other with their faults in a sort of extempore poetry, or rather of tunable hobbling verse, and they answered in the same kind of gross raillery, their wit and their music being of a piece. The Grecians, says Casaubon, had formerly done the same in the persons of their petulant satyrs, but I am afraid he mistakes the matter, and confounds the singing and dancing of the satyrs with the rustical entertainments of the first Romans. The reason of my opinion is this, that Casaubon, finding little light from antiquity of these beginnings of poetry amongst the Grecians, but only these representations of satyrs, who carried canisters and cornucopias full of several fruits in their hands, and danced with them at their public feasts, and afterwards reading Horace, who makes mention of his homely Romans jesting at one another in the same kind of solemnities, might suppose those wanton satyrs did the same, and especially because Horace possibly might seem to him to have shown the original of all poetry in general, including the Grecians as well as Romans, though it is plainly otherwise, that he only described the beginning and first rudiments of poetry in his own country. The verses are these which he cites from the first epistle of the second book, which was written to Augustus. Agricul priscae fortes parvoque bidi, candida post frementa levants tempor festo, corpus et ipsum animum spi finis dura ferentum, cum sociis operum et puris et conjuge fida, tellurum porco sylvanum lacti piebant, floribus et vino genium memorum brevis Roman 6, fessinina per hunc inventa licentia morm, versibus alternis opprobria rustica feudit, our brawny clowns of old who turned the soil, content with little and inured to toil, at harvest-thome with mirth and country cheer, restored their bodies for another year, refreshed their spirits and renewed their hope of such a future feast and future crop. Then with their fellow joggers of the ploughs, their little children and their faithful spouse, a sow they slew to Vesta's deity, and kindly milk Sylvanus poured to thee. With flowers and wine their genius they adored. A short life and a merry was the word. From flowing cups defaming rhymes ensue, and at each other homely taunts they threw. Yet since it is a hard conjecture that so great a man as Casaubon should misapply what Horace writ concerning ancient Rome to the ceremonies and manners of ancient Greece, I will not insist on this opinion, but rather judge in general that since all poetry had its original from religion, that of the Grecians and Rome had the same beginning. Both were invented at festivals of thanksgiving, and both were prosecuted with mirth and raillery, and rudiments of verses amongst the Greeks by those who represented satyrs, and amongst the Romans by real clowns. For indeed when I am reading Casaubon on these two subjects, methinks, I hear the same story told twice over, with very little alteration, of which Dacier, taking notice in his interpretation of the Latin verses, which I have translated, says plainly, that the beginning of poetry was the same with a small variety in both countries, and that the mother of it in all nations was devotion. But what is yet more wonderful, that most learned critic takes notice also in his illustrations on the first epistle of the second book, that as the poetry of the Romans and that of the Grecians had the same beginning at feasts and thanksgiving, as it has been observed, and the old comedy of the Greeks, which was invective, and the satire of the Romans, which was of the same nature, were begun on the very same occasion, so the fortune of both in process of time was just the same. The old comedy of the Grecians was forbidden for its too much license in exposing of particular persons, and the rude satire of the Romans was also punished by a law of the decemviri, as Horace tells us in these words: Libertasque recurrens excepta per annos, lucit amabiliter donec jam es vos apertam, in rabim verti cipit jocus et per honestas, ire domos impune minax dollara crunta, dent laecicidi fuit intactis quoque cura, conditions super communi quinetium lex, pinac lata malo cnolit carmen quenquem, describi verter madam formidine fustes, ad benedicendum delectandum redacti. The law of the decemviri was this: siquis auxentacit malum carmen, sive candidicit quad infamium faxit flagitium alteri capital, esto a strange likeness, and barely possible. But the critics being all of the same opinion, it becomes me to be silent, and to submit to better judgments than my. But to return to the Grecians, from whose satiric dramas the elder Scaliger and Heinsius will have the Roman satire to proceed. I am to take a view of them first, and see if there be any such descent from them as those authors have pretended. Thespis, or whoever, he with that invented tragedy for authors differ mingled with them, a chorus and dances of satyrs, which had before been used in the celebration of their festivals, and there they were ever afterwards retained the character of them, was also kept, which was mirth and wantonness, and this was given, I suppose, to the folly of the common audience, who soon grow weary of good sense, and as we daily see in our own age and country, are apt to forsake poetry and still ready to return to buffoonery and farce. From hence it came that, in the Olympic games where the poets contended for 4 prizes, the satiric tragedy was the last of them, for in the rest the satyrs were excluded from the chorus. Among the plays of Euripides, which are yet remaining, there is one of these satirics, which is called the Cyclops, in which we may see the nature of those poems, and from thence conclude what likeness they have to the Roman satire. The story of this Cyclops, whose name was Polyphemus, so famous in the Grecian fables, was that Ulysses, who with his company was driven on the coast of Sicily, where those Cyclops inhabited, coming to ask relief from Silenus, and the satyrs, who were herdsmen to that one-eyed giant, was kindly received by them and entertained, till being perceived by Polyphemus, they were made prisoners against the rights of hospitality, for which Ulysses eloquently pleaded, were afterwards put down into the den, and some of them devoured, after which Ulysses, having made him drunk when he was asleep, thrust a great firebrand into his eye, and so revenging his dead followers, escaped with the remaining party of the living and Silenus, and the satyrs were freed from their servitude under Polyphemus, and remitted to their first liberty of attending and accompanying their patron Bacchus. This was the subject of the tragedy, which being one of those that end with a happy event, is therefore by Aristotle judged below the other sort, whose success is unfortunate notwithstanding, which the satyrs, who were part of the dramatis person, as well as the whole chorus, were properly introduced into the nature of the poem, which is mixed of farce and tragedy. The adventure of Ulysses was to entertain the judging part of the audience, and the uncouth persons of Silenus and the satyrs to divert the common people with their gross railleries. Your lordship has perceived by this time that this satiric tragedy and the Roman satire have little resemblance in any of their features. The very kinds are different, for what has a pastoral tragedy to do with a paper of verses, satirically written? The character and raillery of the satyrs is the only thing that could pretend to a likeness, were Scaliger and Heinsius alive to maintain their opinion, and the first farces of the Romans, which were the rudiments of their poetry, were written before they had any communication with the Greeks, or indeed any knowledge of that people. And here it will be proper to give the definition of the Greek satiric poem from Casaubon. Before I leave this subject, the satiric says he is a dramatic poem, annexed to a tragedy, having a chorus, which consists of satyrs. The persons represented in it are illustrious men, The action of it is great, the style is partly serious and partly jocular, and the event of the action most commonly is happy. The Grecians, besides these satiric tragedies, had another kind of poem which they called silly, which were more of kin to the Roman satire. Those silly were indeed invective poems, but of a different species from the Roman poems of Aeneas, Pacuvius, Lucilius, Horace, and the rest of their successors. They were so called, says Casaubon in one place, from Silenus, the foster father of Bacchus, but in another place, bethinking himself better, he derives their name from their scoffing and petulancy. From some fragments of the silly written by Timon we may find that they were satiric poems full of parodies, that is, of verses patched up from great poets, and turned into another sense than their author intended them. Such amongst the Romans is the famous cento of Ausonius, where the words are Virgil's, but by applying them to another sense they are made a relation of a wedding night, and the act of consummation fulsomely described in the very words of the most modest amongst all poets of the same manner, are our songs, which are turned into burlesque, and the serious words of the author perverted into ridiculous meaning. Thus in Timon's silly, the words are generally those of Homer and the tragic poets, but he applies them satirically to some customs and kinds of philosophy, which he arraigns, but the Romans not using any of these parodies in their satire, sometimes, indeed, repeating verses of other men, as Persius cites some of Nero's, but not turning them into another meaning. Silly cannot be supposed to be the original of Roman satire. To these silly, consisting of parodies, we may properly add the satires which were written against particular persons, such as were the iambics of Archilochus against Lycambes, which Horace undoubtedly imitated in some of his odes and epodes, whose titles bear sufficient witness of it. I might also name the invective of Ovid against Ibis, and many others, but these are the underwood of satire. Rather than the timber trees, they are not of general extension, as reaching only to some individual person, and Horace seems to have purged himself from those splenetic reflections in those odes and epodes before he undertook the noble work of satires, which were properly so called. Thus, my lord, I have at length disengaged myself from those antiquities of Greece, and have proved, I hope, from the best critics that the Roman satire was not borrowed from thence, but of their own manufacture. I am now almost gotten into my depth, at least by the help of Dacier I am swimming towards it. Not that I will promise always to follow him any more than he follows Casaubon, but to keep him in my eye as my best and truest guide, and where I think he may possibly mislead me, there to have recourse to my own lights, as I expect that others should do by me. Quintilian says in plain words, satira quaedam tota nostra est, and Horace had said the same thing before him, speaking of his predecessor, in that sort of poetry et giarsis intacti, Carmenes, Octor. Nothing can be clearer than the opinion of the poet and the orator, both the best critics of the two best ages of the Roman Empire, that satire was wholly of Latin growth, and not transplanted to Rome from Athens. Yet, as I have said, Scaliger the father, according to his custom, that is insolently enough, contradicts them both, and gives no better reason than the derivation of Satyrus from Salicitas, and so from the lechery of those fawns, thinks he has sufficiently proved that satire is derived from them, as if wantonness and lubricity were essential to that sort of poem, which ought to be avoided in it. His other allegation, which I have already mentioned, is as pitiful, that the satyrs carried platters and canisters full of fruit in their hands. If they had entered empty-handed, had they been ever the less satyrs? Or were the fruits and flowers which they offered any thing of kin to satire, or any argument that this poem was originally Grecian? Casaubon judged better, and his opinion is grounded on sure authority, that satire was derived from satura, a Roman word which signifies full and abundant, and full also of variety, in which nothing is wanting to its due perfection. It is thus, says Dacier, that we say a full colour when the wool has taken the whole tincture, and drunk in as much of the dye, as it can receive. According to this derivation from satyr comes satura or satira, according to the spelling, as Optimus and Maximus are now spelled Optimus and Maximus. Satura, as I have formerly noted, is an adjective, and relates to the word lanx, which is understood, and this lanx in English, a charger or large platter, was yearly filled with all sorts of fruits, which were offered to the gods at their festivals, as the premises or first gatherings. These offerings of several sorts, thus mingled, it is true, were not unknown to the Grecians, who called them a sacrifice of all sorts of fruits, and when they offered all kinds of grain. Virgil has mentioned these sacrifices in his Georgics, Lancibus et pandis fumuntur redimus exter, and in another place lancesque et liber ferimus, that is, we offer the smoking entrails in great platters, and we will offer the chargers and the cakes. The word satura has been afterwards applied to many other sort of mixtures, as Festus calls it, a kind of ala or hotchpotch made of several sorts of meats laws, were also called legs satyr when they were of several heads and titles like our tacked bills of parliament, and per saturam legem. Fare in the Roman Senate was to carry a law without telling the senators or counting voices when they were in haste. Sallust uses the word per saturam sententias exquira when the majority was visible on one side from hence. It may probably be conjectured that the discourses or satires of Aeneas, Lucilius and Horace, as we now call them, took their name because they are full of various matters, and are also written on various subjects, as Porphyrius says, but Dacier affirms that it is not immediately from thence that these satires are so called, for that name had been used formerly for other things which bore a nearer resemblance to those discourses of Horace, in explaining of which continues Dacier a method is to be pursued of which Casaubon himself has never thought, and which will put all things into so clear a light that no farther room will be left for the least dispute. During the space of almost 400 years, since the building of their city, the Romans had never known any entertainments of the stage. Chance and jollity first found out those verses, which they called Saturnian and Fescennine, or rather human nature, which is inclined to poetry, first produced them rude and barbarous and unpolished, as all other operations of the soul are in their beginnings, before they are cultivated with art and study. However, in occasions of merriment, they were first practised, and this rough-cast unhewn poetry was instead of stage plays. For the space of 120 years together they were made extempore, and were, as the French call them, impromptus, for which the Tarsians of old were much renowned, and we see the daily examples of them in the Italian farces of Harlequin and Scaramuccia. Such was the poetry of that savage people before it was turned into numbers, and the harmony of verse. Little of the Saturnian verses is now remaining. We only know from authors that they were nearer prose than poetry, without feet or measure. They were, but not perhaps they might be used in the solemn part of their ceremonies, and the Fescennine which were invented after them in the afternoon's debauchery, because they were scoffing and obscene. The Fescennine and Saturnian were the same, for as they were called Saturnian from their ancientness, when Saturn reigned in Italy, they were also called Fescennine from Fesenia, a town in the same country, where they were first practised. The actors, with a gross and rustic kind of raillery, reproached each other with their failings, and, at the same time, were nothing sparing of it to their audience. Somewhat of this custom was afterwards retained in the Saturnalia or feasts of Saturn, celebrated in December. At least all kind of freedom in speech was then allowed to slaves, even against their masters, and we are not without some imitation of it in our Christmas gambols. Soldiers also used those Fescennine verses, after measure and numbers had been added to them, at the triumph of their generals, of which we have an example in the triumph of Julius Caesar over Gaul, in these expressions: Caesar Gallias, subigit Nicomedes Caesarem ex Caesar nunc triumphat qui subigit Gallias, Nicomedes non triumphat qui subigit Caesarem. The vapours of wine made those first satirical poets amongst the Romans, which, says Dacier, we cannot better represent than by imagining a company of clowns on a holiday dancing lubberly, and upbraiding one another in extempore doggerel with their defects and vices, and the stories that were told of them in bake-houses and barbers' shops. When they began to be somewhat better bred, and were entering, as I may say, into the first rudiments of civil conversation, they left these headnotes for another sort of poem somewhat polished, which was also full of pleasant raillery, but without any mixture of obscenity. This sort of poetry appeared under the name of satire, because of its variety, and this satire was adorned with compositions of music, and with dances, but lascivious postures were banished from it in the Tuscan language. Says Livy, the word hister signifies a player, and therefore those actors which were first brought from Etruria to Rome, on occasion of a pestilence, when the Romans were admonished to avert the anger of the gods by plays in the year ab urb condita Roman 390. Those actors, I say, were therefore called histrions, and that name has since remained not only to actors Roman-born, but to all others of every nation. They played not the former extempore stuff of Fescennine verses or clownish jests, but what they acted was a kind of civil, cleanly farce, with music and dances and motions that were proper to the subject. In this condition, Livius Andronicus found the stage when he attempted first, instead of farces, to supply it with a nobler entertainment of tragedies and comedies. This man was a Grecian born, and being made a slave by Livius Salinator, and brought to Rome, had the education of his patron's children committed to him, which trust he discharged so much to the satisfaction of his master, that he gave him his liberty. Andronicus, thus become a freeman of Rome, added to his own name that of Livius his master, and, as I observed, was the first author of a regular play, in that commonwealth being already instructed in his native country, in the manners and decencies of the Athenian theatre, and conversant in the arche comdia, or old comedy of Aristophanes, and the rest of the Grecian poets he took from that model his own designing of plays for the Roman stage, the first of which was represented in the year Roman 514, since the building of Rome, as Tully from the commentaries of Atticus has assured us. It was after the end of the First Punic War, the year before Aeneas was born. Dacier has not carried the matter altogether. Thus far he only says that one Livius Andronicus was the first stage poet at Rome, but I will adventure on this hint to advance another proposition, which I hope the learned will approve, and though we have not anything of Andronicus remaining to justify my conjecture, yet it is exceedingly probable that having read the works of those Grecian wits his countrymen he imitated not only the groundwork, but also the manner of their writing, and how grave soever his tragedies might be yet in his comedies, he expressed the way of Aristophanes' Eupolis, and the rest, which was to call some persons by their own names, and to expose their defects to the laughter of the people, the examples of which we have in the forementioned Aristophanes, who turned the wise Socrates into ridicule, and is also very free with the management of Cleon Alcibiades and other ministers of the Athenian government. Now, if this be granted, we may easily suppose that the first hint of satirical plays on the Roman stage was given by the Greeks not from the Satirica, for that has been reasonably exploded in the former part of this discourse, but from their old comedy, which was imitated first by Livius Andronicus, and then Quintilian and Horace must be cautiously interpreted, where they affirm that satire is wholly Roman, and a sort of verse which was not touched on by the Grecians. The reconcilement of my opinion to the standard of their judgment is not, however, very difficult, since they spoke of satire, not as in its first elements, but as it was formed into a separate work begun by Aeneas, pursued by Lucilius, and completed afterwards by Horace. The proof depends only on this postulatum that the comedies of Andronicus, which were imitations of the Greek, were also imitations of their railleries and reflections on particular persons, for if this be granted me, which is a most probable supposition, it is easy to infer that the first light which was given to the Roman theatrical satire was from the plays of Livius Andronicus, which will be more manifestly discovered. When I come to speak of Aeneas in the meantime, I will return to Dacier. The people says he ran in crowds to these new entertainments of Andronicus, as to pieces which were more noble in their kind, and more perfect than their former satires, which for some time they neglected and abandoned, but not long after they took them up again. And then they joined them to their comedies, playing them at the end of every drama, as the French continue at this day to act their farces in the nature of a separate entertainment from their tragedies. But more particularly, they were joined to the Atellane fables, says Casaubon, which were plays invented by the Arcai. Those fables, says Valerius Maximus out of Livy, were tempered with the Italian severity, and free from any note of infamy or obsceneness, and as an old commentator of Juvenal affirms, the exuberance, which were singers and dancers, entered to entertain the people with light songs and mimical gestures, that they might not go away oppressed with melancholy from those serious pieces of the theatre, so that the ancient satire of the Romans was in extempore reproaches. The next was farce, which was brought from Tuscany, to that succeeded the plays of Andronicus from the old comedy of the Grecians, and out of all these sprung two several branches of new Roman satire, like different scions from the same root, which I shall prove with as much brevity as the subject will allow. A year after Andronicus had opened the Roman stage with his new dramas, Aeneas was born, who, when he was grown to man's estate, having seriously considered the genius of the people, and how eagerly they followed the first satires, thought it would be worth his pains to refine upon the project, and to write satires not to be acted on the theatre, but read. He preserved the groundwork of their pleasantry, their venom, and their raillery on particular persons and general vices, and by this means, avoiding the danger of any ill success in a public representation, he hoped to be as well received in the cabinet as Andronicus had been upon the stage. The event was answerable to his expectation. He made discourses in several sorts of verse, varied often in the same paper, retaining still in the title their original name of satire, both in relation to the subjects and the variety of matters contained in them. The satires of Horace are entirely like them, only Aeneas, as I said, confines not himself to one sort of verse as Horace does, but taking example from the Greeks, and even from Homer himself in his Margites, which is a kind of satire, as Scaliger observes, gives himself the license when one sort of numbers comes not easily to run into another, as his fancy dictates, For he makes no difficulty to mingle hexameter with iambic trimeters, or with trochaic tetrameters, as appears by those fragments which are yet remaining of him. Horace has thought him worthy to be copied, inserting many things of his into his own satires, as Virgil has done into his Needs. Here we have Dacier making out that Aeneas was the first satirist in that way of writing, which was of his invention, that is satire abstracted from the stage, and new, modelled into papers of verses on several subjects. But he will have Aeneas take the groundwork of satire from the first farces of the Romans, rather than from the formed plays of Livius and Andronicus, which were copied from the Grecian comedies. It may possibly be so, but Dacier knows no more of it than I do. And it seems to me the more probable opinion that he rather imitated the fine railleries of the Greeks, which he saw in the pieces of Andronicus, than the coarseness of his old countrymen in their clownish extemporary way of jeering. But besides this, it is universally granted that Aeneas, though an Italian, was excellently learned in the Greek language. His verses were stuffed with fragments of it even to a fault, and he himself believed, according to the Pythagorean opinion, that the soul of Homer was transfused into him, which Persius observes in his sixth satire postquam destertuit esse Monides. But this, being only the private opinion of so inconsiderable a man, as I am, I leave it to the farther disquisition of the critics. If they think it worth their notice, most evident it is, that, whether he imitated the Roman farce or the Greek comedies, he is to be acknowledged for the first author of Roman satire, as it is properly so called, and distinguished from any sort of stage play. Of Pacuvius, who succeeded him, there is little to be said, because there is so little remaining of him, only that he is taken to be the nephew of Aeneas, his sister's son, that in probability he was instructed by his uncle in his way of satire, which we are told he has copied, but what advances he made we know not. Lucilius came into the world when Pacuvius flourished most. He also made satires after the manner of Aeneas, but he gave them a more graceful turn, and endeavoured to imitate more closely the vetus cum dire of the Greeks, of the which the old original Roman satire had no idea till the time of Livius and Andronicus. And though Horace seems to have made Lucilius the first author of satire in verse amongst the Romans in these words, quid cum est Lucilius ossus, primus in hunc operis componer carmina morm, he is only thus to be understood that Lucilius had given a more graceful turn to the satire of Aeneas and Pacuvius, not that he invented a new satire of his own, and Quintilian seems to explain this passage of Horace in these words, satira quaedam tota nostra est, in qua primus insignum laudum adeptus est Lucilius. Thus both Horace and Quintilian give a kind of primacy of honour to Lucilius amongst the Latin satirists, for as the Roman language grew more refined, so much more capable it was of receiving the Grecian beauties in his time. Horace and Quintilian could mean no more than that Lucilius writ better than Aeneas and Pacuvius, and on the same account we prefer Horace to Lucilius. Both of them imitated the old Greek comedy, and so did Aeneas and Pacuvius before them. The polishing of the Latin tongue in the succession of times made the only difference, and Horace himself, in two of his satires, written purposely on this subject, thinks the Romans of his age were too partial in their commendations of Lucilius, who writ not only loosely and muddily with little art and less care, but also in a time when the Latin tongue was not yet sufficiently purged from the dregs of barbarism, and many significant and sounding words, which the Romans wanted, were not admitted, even in the times of Lucretius and Cicero, of which both complain. But to proceed, Dacier justly taxes Casaubon, saying that the satires of Lucilius were wholly different in specie from those of Aeneas and Pacuvius. Casaubon was led into that mistake by Diomes the grammarian, who in effect says this satire amongst the Romans, but not amongst the Greeks, was a biting, invective poem made after the model of the ancient comedy for the reprehension of vices, such as were the poems of Lucilius, of Horace, and of Persius. But in former times the name of satire was given to poems which were composed of several sorts of verses, such as were made by Aeneas and Pacuvius, more fully expressing the etymology of the word satire from satura, which we have observed here. It is manifest that Diomes makes a specifical distinction betwixt the satires of Aeneas and those of Lucilius, but this, as we say in English, is only a distinction without a difference, for the reason of it is ridiculous and absolutely false. This was that which cozened honest Casaubon, who, relying on Diomes, had not sufficiently examined the origin and nature of those two satires, which were entirely the same both in the matter and the form, for all that Lucilius performed beyond his predecessors Aeneas and Pacuvius was only the adding of more politeness and more salt without any change in the substance of the poem, And though Lucilius put not together in the same satire several sorts of verses, as Aeneas did, yet he composed several satires of several sorts of verses, and mingled them with Greek verses. One poem consisted only of hexameters, and another was entirely of iambics, a third of trochaics, as is visible by the fragments yet remaining of his works. In short, if the satires of Lucilius are therefore said to be wholly different from those of Aeneas, because he added much more of beauty and polishing to his own poems than are to be found in those before him, it will follow from hence that the satires of Horace are wholly different from those of Lucilius, because Horace has not less surpassed Lucilius in the elegancy of his writing than Lucilius surpassed Aeneas in the turn and ornament of his. This passage of Diomedes has also drawn Dousa the son into the same error of Casaubon, which I say not to expose the little failings of those judicious men, but only to make it appear with how much diffidence and caution we are to read their works when they treat a subject of so much obscurity, and so very ancient as is this of satire. Having thus brought down the history of satire from its original to the times of Horace, and shown the several changes of it, I should here discover some of those graces which Horace added to it, but that I think it will be more proper to defer that undertaking till I make the comparison betwixt him and Juvenal. In the mean, while following the order of time, it be necessary to say somewhat of another kind of satire, which also was descended from the ancients. It is that which we call the Varronian satire, but which Varro himself calls the Menippean, because Varro, the most learned of the Romans, was the first author of it, who imitated in his works the manner of Menippus, the Gadarenian, who professed the philosophy of the Cynics. This sort of satire was not only composed of several sorts of verse like those of Aeneas, but was also mixed with prose, and Greek was sprinkled amongst the Latin quintillion. After he had spoken of the satire of Lucilius, adds, what follows there is another and former kind of satire composed by Terentius Varro, the most learned of the Romans, in which he was not satisfied alone with mingling in it several sorts of verse. The only difficulty of this passage is that Quintilian tells us that this satire of Varro was of a former kind, for how can we possibly imagine this to be, since Varro, who was contemporary to Cicero, must consequently be after Lucilius, but Quintilian meant not that the satire of Varro was in order of time before Lucilius. He would only give us to understand that the Varronian satire, with mixture of several sorts of verses, was more after the manner of Aeneas and Pacuvius than that of Lucilius, who was more severe and more correct, and gave himself less liberty in the mixture of his verses in the same poem. We have nothing remaining of those Varronian satires, excepting some inconsiderable fragments, and those for the most part much corrupted. The titles of many of them are indeed preserved, and they are generally double, from whence at least we may understand how many various subjects were treated by that author. Tully in his Academics introduces Varro himself, giving us some light concerning the scope and design of those works, wherein, after he had shown his reasons why he did not ex professo write of philosophy, he adds what follows: notwithstanding, says he, that those pieces of mine, wherein I have imitated Menippus, though I have not translated him, are sprinkled with a kind of mirth and gaiety, yet many things are there inserted which are drawn from the very entrails of philosophy, and many things severely argued which I have mingled with pleasantries on purpose, that they may more easily go down with the common sort of unlearned readers. The rest of the sentence is so lame that we can only make thus much out of it, that in the composition of his satires, he so tempered philology with philosophy that his work was a mixture of them both, and Tully himself confirms us in this opinion, when a little after he addresses himself to Varro in these words: and yourself have composed a most elegant and complete poem. You have begun philosophy in many places sufficient to incite us, though too little to instruct us. Thus it appears that Varro was one of those writers whom they called studious of laughter, and that, as learned as he was, his business was more to divert his reader than to teach him, and he entitled his own satires Menippean. Not that Menippus had written any satires, for his were either dialogues or epistles, but that Varro imitated his style, his manner, his facetiousness. All that we know farther of Menippus, and his writings, which are wholly lost, is that by some he is esteemed as amongst the rest, by Varro by others he is noted of cynical impudence and obscenity, that he was much given to those parodies which I have already mentioned, that is, he often quoted the verses of Homer and the tragic poets, and turned their serious meaning into something that was ridiculous, whereas Varro's satires are by Tully called absolute and most elegant, and various poems. Lucian, who was emulous of this Menippus, seems to have imitated both his manners and his style in many of his dialogues, where Menippus himself is often introduced as a speaker in them, and as a perpetual buffoon particularly. His character is expressed in the beginning of that dialogue, which is cold, but Varro, in imitating him, avoids his impudence and filthiness, and only expresses his witty pleasantry. This we may believe for certain, that as his subjects were various, so most of them were tales or stories of his own invention, which is also manifest from antiquity by those authors who are acknowledged to have written Varronian satires in imitation of his, of whom the chief is Petronius, arbiter, whose satire, they say, is now printed in Holland, wholly recovered, and made complete. When it is made public, it will easily be seen by any one sentence whether it be supposititious or genuine. Many of Lucian's dialogues may also properly be called Varronian satires, particularly his history, and consequently the Golden Ass of Apuleius, which is taken from him of the same stamp, is the mock deification of Claudius by Seneca, and the Symposium or Caesars of Julian the Emperor. Amongst the moderns, we may reckon the Encomium Mori of Erasmus Barclay's Euphormio, and a volume of German authors which my ingenious friend Mr. Charles Killigrew once lent me in the English. I remember none which are mixed with prose, as Varro's were, but of the same kind is Mother Hubbard's tale in Spenser. And if it be not too vain to mention anything of my own, the poems of Absalom and Mac Flecknoe. This is what I have to say in general of satire, only as Dacier has observed before me, we may take notice that the word satire is of a more general signification in Latin than in French or English, for amongst the Romans it was not only used for those discourses which decried vice or exposed folly, but for others also where virtue was recommended. But in our modern languages we apply it only to invective poems, where the very name of satire is formidable to those persons who would appear to the world what they are not in themselves. For in English to say satire is to mean reflection, as we use that word in the worst sense, or as the French call it more properly medicence. In the criticism of spelling it ought to be with I, and not with Y, to distinguish its true derivation from satura, not from satirus, and if this be so, then it is false spelled throughout this book, for here it is written satyr, which having not considered at the first, I thought it not worth correcting afterwards, but the French are more nice, and never spell it any other way than satire. I am now arrived at the most difficult part of my undertaking, which is to compare Horace with Juvenal and Persius. It is observed by Regaltius in his preface, before Juvenal written to Thuanus, that these three poets have all their particular partisans and favourers. Every commentator, as he has taken pains with any of them, thinks himself obliged to prefer his author to the other two, to find out their failings, and decry them that he may make room for his own darling. Such is the partiality of mankind, to set up that interest which they have once espoused, though it be to the prejudice of truth, morality, and common justice, and especially in the productions of the brain, as authors generally think themselves the best poets, because they cannot go out of themselves to judge sincerely of their betters. So it is with critics who, having first taken a liking to one of these poets, proceed to comment on him, and to illustrate him, after which they fall in love with their own labours to that degree of blind fondness, that at length they defend and exalt their author not so much for his sake, as for their own. It is a folly of the same nature with that of the Romans themselves in the games of the circus. The spectators were divided in their factions betwixt the Veneti and the Prasini. Some were for the charioteer in blue, and some for him in green. The colours themselves were but fancy, but when once a man had taken pains to set out those of his party, and had been at the trouble of procuring voices for them, the case was altered. He was concerned for his own labour, and that so earnestly that disputes and quarrels, animosities, commotions, and bloodshed often happened, and in the declension of the Grecian Empire the very sovereigns themselves engaged in it, even when the barbarians were at their doors, and stickled for the preference of colours, when the safety of their people was in question. I am now myself on the brink of the same precipice. I have spent some time on the translation of Juvenal and Persius, and it behoves me to be wary lest for that reason I should be partial to them, or take a prejudice against Horace. Yet on the other side, I would not be like some of our judges, who would give the cause for a poor man right or wrong, for though that be an error on the better hand, yet it is still a partiality, and a rich man unheard cannot be concluded an oppressor. I remember a saying of King Charles Roman II on Sir Matthew Hale, who was doubtless an uncorrupt and upright man, that his servants were sure to be cast on a trial which was heard before him, not that he thought the judge was possibly to be bribed, but that his integrity might be too scrupulous, and that the causes of the crown were always suspicious when the privileges of subjects were concerned. It had been much fairer if the modern critics who have embarked in the quarrels of their favourite authors had rather given to each his proper due, without taking from another's heap to raise their own. There is praise enough for each of them in particular, without encroaching on his fellows, and detracting from them or enriching themselves with the spoils of others, but to come to particulars. Heinsius and Dacier are the most principal of those who raise Horace above Juvenal and Persius. Scaliger, the father Regaltius, and many others debase Horace that they may set up Juvenal, and Casaubon, who is almost single throws dirt on Juvenal and Horace that he may exalt Persius, whom he understood particularly well and better than any of his former commentators, even Stelludi who succeeded him. I will begin with him, who in my opinion defends the weakest cause, which is that of Persius, and labouring, as Tacitus professes of his own writing, to divest myself of partiality or prejudice, consider Persius, not as a poet whom I have wholly translated, and who has cost me more labour and time than Juvenal, but according to what I judge to be his own merit, which I think not equal in the main to that of Juvenal or Horace, and yet in some things to be preferred to both of them. First then, for the verse, neither Casaubon himself, nor any for him, can defend either his numbers or the purity of his Latin. Casaubon gives this point for lost, and pretends not to justify either the measures or the words of Persius. He is evidently beneath Horace and Juvenal in both. Then, as his verse is scabrous and hobbling, and his words not everywhere well chosen, the purity of Latin being more corrupted than in the time of Juvenal, and consequently of Horace, who writ when the language was in the height of its perfection, so his diction is hard, his figures are generally too bold and daring, and his tropes, particularly his metaphors, insufferably strained. In the third place, notwithstanding all the diligence of Casaubon, Stelludi, and a Scotch gentleman, whom I have heard extremely commended for his illustrations of him, yet he is still obscure whether he affected not to be understood, but with difficulty, or whether the fear of his safety under Nero compelled him to this darkness in some places, or that it was occasioned by his close way of thinking, and the brevity of his style and crowding of his figures, or lastly whether, after so long a time, many of his words have been corrupted, and many customs and stories relating to them lost to us, whether some of these reasons, or all, concurred to render him so cloudy we may be bold to affirm that the best of commentators can but guess at his meaning in many passages, and none can be certain that he has divined rightly. After all, he was a young man like his friend and contemporary Lucan, both of them men of extraordinary parts and great acquired knowledge considering their youth, but neither of them had arrived to that maturity of judgment which is necessary to the accomplishing of a formed poet, and this consideration, as on the one hand it lays some imperfections to their charge, so on the other side it is a candid excuse for those failings which are incident to youth and inexperience, and we have more reason to wonder how they who died before the 30th year of their age could write so well and think so strongly, than to accuse them of those faults from which human nature, and more especially in youth, can never possibly be exempted. To consider Persius yet more closely, he rather insulted over vice and folly than exposed them like Juvenal and Horace, and as chaste and modest as he is esteemed it cannot be denied, but that in some places he is broad and fulsome as the latter verses of the fourth satire, and of the sixth sufficiently witnessed, and it is to be believed that he who commits the same crime often and without necessity cannot but do it with some kind of pleasure. To come to a conclusion, he is manifestly below Horace, because he borrows most of his greatest beauties from him, and Casaubon is so far from denying this that he has written a treatise purposely concerning it, wherein he shows a multitude of his translations from Horace, and his imitations of him for the credit of his author, which he calls Imitatio Horatiana. To these defects, which I casually observed while I was translating this author, Scaliger has added others. He calls him in plain terms a silly writer, and a trifler full of ostentation of his learning, and after all unworthy to come into competition with Juvenal and Horace. After such terrible accusations, it is time to hear what his patron Casaubon can allege in his defence. Instead of answering, he excuses for the most part, and when he cannot accuses others of the same crimes, he deals with Scaliger as a modest scholar with a master. He compliments him with so much reverence that one would swear he feared him as much at least as he respected him. Scaliger will not allow Persius to have any wit. Casaubon interprets this in the mildest sense, and confesses his author was not good at turning things into a pleasant ridicule, or in other words, that he was not laughable writer, that he was ineptus indeed, but that was non aptissimus ad jocandum, but that he was ostentatious of his learning, that by Scaliger's good favour he denies Persius showed his learning, but was no boaster of it. He did ostendere but not ostentare, and so he says did Scaliger, where methinks Casaubon turns it handsomely upon that supercilious critic, and silently insinuates that he himself was sufficiently vainglorious, and a boaster of his own knowledge, all the writings of this venerable censor, continues Casaubon, which are more golden than gold itself, are everywhere smelling of that time, which like a bee he has gathered from ancient authors, but far be ostentation and vainglory, from a gentleman so well born, and so nobly educated as Scaliger. But says Scaliger, he is so obscure that he has got himself the name of Scotinus, a dark writer. Now says Casaubon, it is a wonder to me that anything could be obscure to the divine wit of Scaliger, from which nothing could be hidden. This is indeed a strong compliment, but no defence, and Casaubon, who could not but be sensible of his author's blind side, thinks it time to abandon a post that was untenable. He acknowledges that Persius is obscure in some places, but so is Plato, so is Thucydides, so are Pindar, Theocritus and Aristophanes amongst the Greek poets, and even Horace and Juvenal he might have added amongst the Romans. The truth is Persius is not sometimes, but generally obscure, and therefore Casaubon at last is forced to excuse him by alleging that it was si defendendo for fear of Nero, and that he was commanded to write so cloudily by Cornutus in virtue of holy obedience to his master. I cannot help my own opinion. I think Cornutus needed not to have read many lectures to him on that subject. Persius was an apt scholar, and, when he was bidden to be obscure in some places where his life and safety were in question, took the same counsel for all his books, and never afterwards wrote 10 lines together. Clearly Casaubon, being upon this chapter, has not failed, we may be sure, of making a compliment to his own dear comment. If Persius says he be in himself obscure, yet my interpretation has made him intelligible, there is no question, but he deserves that praise which he has given to himself. But the nature of the thing, as Lucretius says, will not admit of a perfect explanation. Besides many examples which I could urge, the very last verse of his last satire, upon which he particularly values himself in his preface, is not yet sufficiently explicated. It is true Holiday has endeavoured to justify his construction, but Stelludi is against it, and for my part I can have but a very dark notion of it. As for the chastity of his thoughts, Casaubon denies not, but that one particular passage in the 4th satire at C. Unctus Cessis Roman 100 is not only the most obscure, but the most obscene of all his works. I understood it, but for that reason turned it over in defence of his boisterous metaphors. He quotes Longinus, who accounts them as instruments of the sublime, fit to move and stir up the affections, particularly in narration, to which it may be replied, that where the trope is far-fetched and hard it is fit for nothing, but to puzzle the understanding, and may be reckoned amongst those things of Demosthenes which Scynes called not, that is, prodigies, not words. It must be granted to Casaubon that the knowledge of many things is lost in our modern ages, which were of familiar notice to the ancients, and that satire is a poem of a difficult nature in itself, and is not written to vulgar readers, and through the relation which it has to comedy, the frequent change of persons, makes the sense perplexed when we can but divine who it is that speaks, whether Persius himself or his friend and monitor, or in some places a third person. But Casaubon comes back always to himself, and concludes that if Persius had not been obscure there had been no need of him for an interpreter. Yet, when he had once enjoined himself so hard a task, he then considered the Greek proverb that he must either eat the whole snail, or let it quite alone. And so he went through with his laborious task, as I have done with my difficult translation. Thus far, my lord, you see it has gone very hard with Persius. I think he cannot be allowed to stand in competition, either with Juvenal or Horace. Yet for once I will venture to be so vain as to affirm that none of his hard metaphors or forced expressions are in my translation, but more of this in its proper place, where I shall say somewhat in particular of our general performance in making these 2 authors English. In the meantime, I think myself obliged to give Persius his undoubted due, and to acquaint the world with Casaubon in what he has equalled, and in what excelled his 2 competitors. A man who is resolved to praise an author with any appearance of justice must be sure to take him on the strongest side, and where he is least liable to exceptions, he is therefore obliged to choose his mediums accordingly. Casaubon, who saw that Persius could not laugh with a becoming grace, that he was not made for jesting, and that a merry conceit was not his talent, turned his feather like an Indian to another light, that he might give it the better gloss. Moral doctrine, says he, and urbanity or well-mannered wit are the 2 things which constitute the Roman satire, but of the 2 that which is most essential to this poem, and is as it were the very soul which animates it, is the scourging of vice and exhortation to virtue. Thus wit, for a good reason, is already almost out of doors, and allowed only for an instrument, a kind of tool or a weapon as he calls it, of which the satirist makes use in the compassing of his design. The end and aim of our 3 rivals is consequently the same, but by what methods they have prosecuted their intention is farther to be considered. Satire is of the nature of moral philosophy, as being instructive he therefore, who instructs most usefully, will carry the palm from his two antagonists. The philosophy in which Persius was educated, and which he professes through his whole book, is the Stoic, the most noble, most generous, most beneficial to humankind, amongst all the sects who have given us the rules of ethics thereby, to form a severe virtue in the soul, to raise in us an undaunted courage against the assaults of fortune, to esteem as nothing the things that are without us because they are not in our power, not to value riches, beauty, honors, fame, or health, any farther than as conveniencies, and so many helps to living as we ought, and doing good in our generation, in short, to be always happy, while we possess our minds with a good conscience, are free from the slavery of vices, and conform our actions and conversations to the rules of right reason. See here, my lord, an epitome of Epictetus, the doctrine of Zeno, and the education of our Persius, and this he expressed not only in all his satires but in the manner of his life. I will not lessen this commendation of the Stoic philosophy by giving you an account of some absurdities in their doctrine, and some perhaps impieties, if we consider them by the standard of Christian faith. Persius has fallen into none of them, and therefore is free from those imputations. What he teaches might be taught from pulpits with more profit to the audience than all the nice speculations of divinity and controversies concerning faith, which are more for the profit of the shepherd than for the edification of the flock. Passions, interest, ambition, and all their bloody consequences of discord and of war are banished from this doctrine. Here is nothing proposed but the quiet and tranquillity of the mind, virtue lodged at home, and afterwards diffused in her general effects to the improvement and good of humankind, and therefore I wonder not that the present Bishop of Salisbury has recommended this our author, and the 10th satire of Juvenal in his pastoral letter, to the serious perusal and practice of the divines in his diocese, as the best common places for their sermons, as the storehouses and magazines of moral virtues, from whence they may draw out as they have occasion all manner of assistance for the accomplishment of a virtuous life, which the Stoics have assigned for the great end and perfection of mankind. Herein then it is that Persius has excelled both Juvenal and Horace. He sticks to his own philosophy, he shifts not sides like Horace, who is sometimes an Epicurean, sometimes a Stoic, sometimes an eclectic, as his present humour leads him, nor declaims like Juvenal against vices more like an orator than a philosopher. Persius is everywhere the same, true to the dogmas of his master. What he has learnt, he teaches vehemently, and what he teaches that he practices himself. There is a spirit of sincerity in all he says. You may easily discern that he is in earnest, and is persuaded of that truth which he inculcates. In this I am of opinion that he excels Horace, who is commonly in jest and laughs while he instructs, and is equal to Juvenal, who was as honest and serious as Persius, and more he could not be. Hitherto I have followed Casaubon and enlarged upon him, because I am satisfied that he says no more than truth. The rest is almost all frivolous, for he says that Horace, being the son of a tax-gatherer, or a collector, as we call it, smells everywhere of the meanness of his birth and education. His conceits are vulgar like the subjects of his satires, that he does plebeium sapere, and writes not with that elevation which becomes a satirist. That Persius, being nobly born, and of an opulent family, had likewise the advantage of a better master. Cornutus, being the most learned of his time, a man of the most holy life, the chief of the Stoic sect at Rome, and not only a great philosopher but a poet himself, and in probability a coadjutor of Persius, that, as for Juvenal, he was long a declaimer, came late to poetry, and has not been much conversant in philosophy. It is granted that the father of Horace was Libertinus, that is 1 degree removed from his grandfather, who had been once a slave, but Horace, speaking of him, gives him the best character of a father which I ever read in history, and I wish a witty friend of mine now living had such another. He bred him in the best school, and with the best company of young noblemen, and Horace, by his gratitude to his memory, gives a certain testimony that his education was ingenuous. After this, he formed himself abroad by the conversation of great men. Brutus found him at Athens, and was so pleased with him that he took him thence into the army, and made him tribunus militum, a colonel in a legion, which was the preferment of an old soldier. All this was before his acquaintance with Mecnas, and his introduction into the court of Augustus, and the familiarity of that great emperor, which, had he not been well-bred before, had been enough to civilize his conversation and render him accomplished and knowing in all the arts of complacency and good behaviour, and in short an agreeable companion for the retired hours and privacies of a favourite who was first minister, so that upon the whole matter Persius may be acknowledged to be equal with him in those respects, though better born and Juvenal inferior to both, if the advantage be any where it is on the side of Horace as much as the court of Augustus Caesar was superior to that of Nero. As for the subjects which they treated, it will appear hereafter that Horace writ not vulgarly on vulgar subjects, nor always chose them. His style is constantly accommodated to his subject, either high or low. If his fault be too much lowness, that of Persius is the fault of the hardness of his metaphors and obscurity. And so they are equal in the failings of their style, where Juvenal manifestly triumphs over both of them. The comparison betwixt Horace and Juvenal is more difficult, because their forces were more equal. A dispute has always been, and ever will continue, betwixt the favourers of the two poets, non nostrum est tantas componer lights. I shall only venture to give my own opinion, and leave it for better judges to determine, if it be only argued in general which of them was the better poet. The victory is already gained on the side of Horace. Virgil himself must yield to him, in the delicacy of his turns, his choice of words, and perhaps the purity of his Latin. He who says that Pindar is inimitable, is himself inimitable in his odes. But the contention betwixt these two great masters is for the prize of satire, in which controversy all the odes and epodes of Horace are to stand excluded. I say this because Horace has written many of them satirically against his private enemies, yet these, if justly considered, are somewhat of the nature of the Greek silly, which were invectives against particular sects and persons. But Horace has purged himself of this choler before he entered on those discourses, which are more properly called the Roman satire. He has not now to do with Elisa Canidia or Cassius, Severus or Amminas, but is to correct the vices and the follies of his time, and to give the rules of a happy and virtuous life. In a word, that former sort of satire which is known in England by the name of lampoon is a dangerous sort of weapon, and for the most part unlawful. We have no moral right on the reputation of other men. It is taking from them what we cannot restore to them. There are only two reasons for which we may be permitted to write lampoons, and I will not promise that they can always justify us. The first is revenge, when we have been affronted in the same nature, or have been anyways notoriously abused, and can make ourselves no other reparation. And yet we know that in Christian charity all offences are to be forgiven, as we expect the like pardon for those which we daily commit against Almighty God. And this consideration has often made me tremble when I was saying our Saviour's prayer, for the plain condition of the forgiveness which we beg is the pardoning of others the offences which they have done to us, for which reason I have many times avoided the commission of that fault, even when I have been notoriously provoked. Let not this, my Lord, pass for vanity in me, for it is truth. More libels have been written against me than almost any man now living, and I had reason on my side to have defended my own innocence. I speak not of my poetry, which I have wholly given up to the critics. Let them use it as they please. Posterity, perhaps, may be more favourable to me, for interest and passion will lie buried in another age, and partiality and prejudice be forgotten. I speak of my morals, which have been sufficiently aspersed that only sort of reputation ought to be dear to every honest man, and is to me. But let the world witness for me that I have been often wanting to myself in that particular. I have seldom answered any scurrilous lampoon, when it was in my power to have exposed my enemies, and being naturally vindicative have suffered in silence, and possessed my soul in quiet. Anything, though never so little, which a man speaks of himself, in my opinion, is still too much, and therefore I will waive this subject, and proceed to give the second reason which may justify a poet when he writes against a particular person, and that is when he is become a public nuisance. All those whom Horace in his satires, and Persius and Juvenal, have mentioned in theirs with a brand of infamy, are wholly such. It is an action of virtue to make examples of vicious men. They may and ought to be upbraided with their crimes and follies, both for their amendment, if they are not yet incorrigible, and for the terror of others to hinder them from falling into those enormities which they see are so severely punished in the persons of others. The first reason was only an excuse for revenge, but this second is absolutely of a poet's office to perform. But how few lampooners are now living who are capable of this duty! When they come in my way, it is impossible sometimes to avoid reading them, but good God, how remote they are in common justice from the choice of such persons as are the proper subject of satire, and how little wit they bring for the support of their injustice. The weaker sex is their most ordinary theme, and the best and fairest are sure to be the most severely handled amongst men. Those who are prosperously unjust are entitled to panegyric, but afflicted virtue is insolently stabbed with all manner of reproaches. No decency is considered, no fulsomeness omitted, no venom is wanting as far as dullness can supply it, for there is a perpetual dearth of wit, a barrenness of good sense and entertainment. The neglect of the readers will soon put an end to this sort of scribbling. There can be no pleasantry, where there is no wit. No impression can be made, where there is no truth for the foundation to conclude. They are like the fruits of the earth in this unnatural season. The corn which held up its head is spoiled with rankness, but the greater part of the harvest is laid along, and little of good income and wholesome nourishment is received into the barns. This is almost a digression, I confess to your lordship, but a just indignation forced it from me. Now I have removed this rubbish, I will return to the comparison of Juvenal and Horace. I would willingly divide the palm betwixt them upon the two heads of profit and delight, which are the two ends of poetry in general. It must be granted by the favourers of Juvenal that Horace is the more copious and profitable in his instructions of human life, but in my particular opinion, which I set not up for a standard to better judgments, Juvenal is the more delightful author. I am profited by both, I am pleased with both, but I owe more to Horace for my instruction, and more to Juvenal for my pleasure. This, as I said, is my particular taste of these two authors. They who will have either of them to excel the other in both qualities can scarce give better reasons for their opinion than I for mine, but all unbiased readers will conclude that my moderation is not to be condemned to such impartial men. I must appeal, for they who have already formed their judgment may justly stand suspected of prejudice, and though all who are my readers will set up to be my judges, I enter my caveat against them, that they ought not so much as to be of my jury, or if they be admitted, it is but reason that they should first hear what I have to urge in the defence of my opinion. That Horace is somewhat the better instructor of the two is proved from hence that his instructions are more general, Juvenal's more limited, so that granting that the counsels which they give are equally good for moral use, Horace, who gives the most various advice and most applicable to all occasions which can occur to us in the course of our lives, including in his discourses not only all the rules of morality, but also of civil conversation, is undoubtedly to be preferred to him who is more circumscribed in his instructions, makes them to fewer people, and on fewer occasions than the other. I may be pardoned for using an old saying, since it is true, and to the purpose. Barnum quo communis eo melius Juvenal, excepting only his first satire, is in all the rest confined to the exposing of some particular vice that he lashes, and there he sticks. His sentences are truly shining and instructive, but they are sprinkled here, and there Horace is teaching us in every line, and is perpetually moral. He had found out the skill of Virgil to hide his sentences, to give you the virtue of them, without showing them in their full extent, which is the ostentation of a poet, and not his art, and this Petronius charges on the authors of his time, as a vice of writing, which was then growing on the age ni sententi, extra corpus orationis eminent. He would have them weaved into the body of the work, and not appear embossed upon it, and striking directly on the reader's view. Folly was the proper quarry of Horace, and not vice, and as there are but few notoriously wicked men in comparison with a shoal of fools and fops, so it is a harder thing to make a man wise than to make him honest, for the will is only to be reclaimed in the one, but the understanding is to be informed in the other. There are blind sides and follies even in the professors of moral philosophy, and there is not any one sect of them that Horace has not exposed, which, as it was not the design of Juvenal, who was wholly employed in lashing vices, some of them the most enormous that can be imagined, so perhaps it was not so much his talent. Omni vefer vitium ridenti flacus amico, tangit et admissus circum pr cordia ludit. This was the commendation which Persius gave him, where by vitium he means those little vices, which we call follies, the defects of human understanding, or at most the peccadilloes of life, rather than the tragical vices to which men are hurried by their unruly passions and exorbitant desires. But in the word omni, which is universal, he concludes with me that the divine wit of Horace left nothing untouched, that he entered into the inmost recesses of nature, found out the imperfections even of the most wise, and grave as well as of the common people, discovering even in the great Trebatius, to whom he addresses the first satire, his hunting after business, and following the court, as well as in the persecutor Crispinus his impertinence and importunity. It is true, he exposes Crispinus openly as a common nuisance, but he rallies the other as a friend more finely. The exhortations of Persius are confined to noblemen, and the Stoic philosophy is that alone which he recommends to them. Juvenal exhorts to particular virtues, as they are opposed to those vices against which he declaims, but Horace laughs to shame all follies and insinuates virtue rather by familiar examples than by the severity of precepts. This last consideration seems to incline the balance on the side of Horace, and to give him the preference to Juvenal not only in profit, but in pleasure. But after all I must confess that the delight which Horace gives me is but languishing. Be pleased still to understand that I speak of my own taste, only he may ravish other men, but I am too stupid and insensible to be tickled, where he barely grins himself, and as Scaliger says only shows his white teeth, he cannot provoke me to any laughter. His urbanity, that is his good manners, are to be commended, but his wit is faint, and his salt, if I may dare to say so, almost insipid. Juvenal is of a more vigorous and masculine wit. He gives me as much pleasure as I can bear. He fully satisfies my expectation. He treats his subject home, his spleen is raised, and he raises mine. I have the pleasure of concernment in all he says. He drives his reader along with him, and when he is at the end of his way, I willingly stop with him. If he went another stage it would be too far. It would make a journey of a progress and turn delight into fatigue. When he gives over, it is a sign the subject is exhausted, and the wit of man can carry it no farther. If a fault can be justly found in him, it is that he is sometimes too luxuriant, too redundant, says more than he needs, like my friend the plain dealer, but never more than pleases. Add to this that his thoughts are as just as those of Horace, and much more elevated. His expressions are sonorous and more noble, his verse more numerous, and his words are suitable to his thoughts, sublime and lofty. All these contribute to the pleasure of the reader, and the greater the soul of him who reads his transports are the greater. Horace is always on the amble, Juvenal on the gallop, but his way is perpetually on carpet ground. He goes with more impetuosity than Horace, but as securely, and the swiftness adds a more lively agitation to the spirits. The low style of Horace is according to his subject, that is generally grovelling, I question not, but he could have raised it for the first epistle of the second book, which he writes to Augustus. A most instructive satire concerning poetry is of so much dignity in the words, and of so much elegancy in the numbers, that the author plainly shows the sermo pedestris in his other satires was rather his choice than his necessity. He was a rival to Lucilius his predecessor, and was resolved to surpass him in his own manner. Lucilius, as we see by his remaining fragments, minded neither his style, nor his numbers, nor his purity of words, nor his run of verse. Horace therefore copes with him in that humble way of satire, writes under his own force, and carries a dead weight that he may match his competitor in the race. This, I imagine, was the chief reason why he minded only the clearness of his satire, and the cleanness of expression, without ascending to those heights to which his own vigour might have carried him, but limiting his desires only to the conquest of Lucilius. He had his ends of his rival who lived before him, but made way for a new conquest over himself by Juvenal his successor. He could not give an equal pleasure to his reader, because he used not equal instruments. The fault was in the tools, and not in the workman, but versification and numbers are the greatest pleasures of poetry. Virgil knew it, and practised both so happily, that for aught I know his greatest excellency is in his diction. In all other parts of poetry he is faultless, but in this he placed his chief perfection. And give me leave, my lord, since I have here an apt occasion to say that Virgil could have written sharper satires than either Horace or Juvenal, if he would have employed his talent. That way I will produce a verse and half of his, in one of his eclogues, to justify my opinion, and with commas after every word to show that he has given almost as many lashes as he has written syllables. It is against a bad poet, whose ill verses he describes. Non tu in triviis induct solbas, stridenti miserum stipula disperdio carmen. But to return to my purpose, when there is anything deficient in numbers, and sound, the reader is uneasy and unsatisfied. He wants something of his complement, desires somewhat which he finds not, and this being the manifest defect of Horace, it is no wonder that, finding it supplied in Juvenal, we are more delighted with him. And besides this, the sauce of Juvenal is more poignant to create in us an appetite of reading him. The meat of Horace is more nourishing, but the cookery of Juvenal more exquisite, so that, granting Horace to be the more general philosopher, we cannot deny that Juvenal was the greater poet. I mean, in satire his thoughts are sharper, his indignation against vice is more vehement, his spirit has more of the Commonwealth genius. He treats tyranny, and all the vices attending it, as they deserve, with the utmost rigour, and consequently a noble soul is better pleased with a zealous vindicator of Roman liberty than with a temporizing poet, a well-mannered court slave, and a man who is often afraid of laughing in the right place, who is ever decent, because he is naturally servile. After all, Horace had the disadvantage of the times in which he lived. They were better for the man, but worse for the satirist. It is generally said that those enormous vices which were practised under the reign of Domitian were unknown in the time of Augustus Caesar, that therefore Juvenal had a larger field than Horace. Little follies were out of doors, when oppression was to be scourged instead of avarice. It was no longer time to turn into ridicule the false opinions of philosophers, when the Roman liberty was to be asserted there was more need of a Brutus in Domitian's days to redeem or mend than of a Horace, if he had then been living to laugh at a flycatcher. This reflection at the same time excuses Horace, but exalts Juvenal. I have ended before I was aware the comparison of Horace and Juvenal upon the topics of instruction and delight, and, indeed, I may safely here conclude that commonplace, for if we make Horace our minister of state in satire, and Juvenal of our private pleasures, I think the latter has no ill bargain of it. Let profit have the preeminence of honour in the end of poetry pleasure, though but the second in degree is the first in favour, and who would not choose to be loved better rather than to be more esteemed? But I am entered already upon another topic, which concerns the particular merits of these two satirists. However, I will pursue my business where I left it, and carry it farther than that common observation of the several ages in which these authors flourished. When Horace writ his satires, the monarchy of his Caesar was in its newness, and the government, but just made easy to the conquered people. They could not possibly have forgotten the usurpation of that prince upon their freedom, nor the violent methods which he had used in the compassing that vast design. They yet remembered his proscriptions, and the slaughter of so many noble Romans their defenders, amongst the rest that horrible action of his, when he forced Livia from the arms of her husband, who was constrained to see her married, as Dion relates the story, and big with child, as she was conveyed to the bed of his insulting rival. The same Dion Cassius gives us another instance of the crime before mentioned, that Cornelius Caesar, being reproached in full senate with the licentious conduct of his wife, returned this answer, that he had married her by the counsel of Augustus, intimating, says my author, that Augustus had obliged him to that marriage, that he might under that covert have the more free access to her. His adulteries were still before their eyes, but they must be patient where they had not power in other things. That emperor was moderate enough, propriety was generally secured, and the people entertained with public shows and donatives to make them more easily digest their lost liberty. But Augustus, who was conscious to himself of so many crimes, which he had committed, thought in the first place to provide for his own reputation, by making an edict against lampoons and satires, and the authors of those defamatory writings which my author Tacitus from the law term calls famosos libellos. In the first book of his Annals, he gives the following account of it in these words: Primus Augustus cognitionem de famosis libellis specie legis, ejus tractavit comatus Cassii, severi libidine, qua viros f minusc illusters, processibus scriptis diffamaverat. Thus in English Augustus was the first who under the colour of that law took cognizance of lampoons, being provoked to it by the petulancy of Cassius Severus, who had defamed many illustrious persons of both sexes in his writings. The law to which Tacitus refers was lex ls majestatis, commonly called for the sake of brevity majestas, or as we say high treason. He means not that this law had not been enacted formerly, for it had been made by the decemviri, and was inscribed amongst the rest in the 12 tables, to prevent the aspersion of the Roman majesty, either of the people themselves, or their religion, or their magistrates, and the infringement of it was capital, that is, the offender was whipped to death with the fasces which were borne before their chief officers of Rome. But Augustus was the first who restored that intermitted law by the words under colour of that law. He insinuates that Augustus caused it to be executed on pretence of those libels, which were written by Cassius Severus against the nobility. But in truth, to save himself from such defamatory verses, Suetonius likewise makes mention of it thus: sparsos de si in curia famosos libellos nec expavit, et magna cura redarguit ac ni requisitis quaedam octoribus, id modo sensut cognoscendum, post hactor iisque libellos, aut carmina ad infamiam cugispium sub alieno nomen edent. Augustus was not afraid of libels, says that author, yet he took all care imaginable to have them answered, and then decreed that for the time to come the authors of them should be punished. But Aurelius makes it yet more clear, according to my sense, that this emperor for his own sake durst not permit them. Fecit id Augustus in specim et quaes gratificator populo Romano et primoribus urbis, sed revera ut sibi consularit nam habuit in animo comprimir nimium quorundum processidatum in loquendo, aqua nec ips exemptus fuit nam seu namen compassir erat, invidiosum sub alieno facil, et util ergo specie, legis tractavit quasi populi Romani majestas, infameritor. This, I think, is a sufficient comment on that passage of Tacitus. I will add only by the way that the whole family of the Caesars and all their relations were included in the law, because the majesty of the Romans in the time of the empire was wholly in that house. Omnia Caesar erat, they were all accounted sacred, who belonged to him. As for Cassius Severus, He was contemporary with Horace, and was the same poet against whom he writes in his epodes under this title, In Cassium Severum Maledicum, poetam, perhaps intending to kill two crows according to our proverb with one stone, and revenge both himself and his emperor together. From hence I may reasonably conclude that Augustus, who was not altogether so good as he was wise, had some byrespect in the enacting of this law, for to do anything for nothing was not his maxim. Horace, as he was a courtier, complied with the interest of his master, and avoiding the lashing of greater crimes, confined himself to the ridiculing of petty vices and common follies, excepting only some reserved cases in his odes and epodes of his own particular quarrels, which either with permission of the magistrate, or without it every man will revenge, though I say not that he should, for prior else it is a good excuse in the civil law. If Christianity had not taught us to forgive, however, he was not the proper man to arraign great vices, at least if the stories which we hear of him are true, that he practised some which I will not here mention out of honour to him. It was not for a Clodius to accuse adulterers, especially when Augustus was of that number, so that though his age was not exempted from the worst of villainies, there was no freedom left to reprehend them by reason of the edict, and our poet was not fit to represent them in an odious character, because himself was dipped in the same actions upon this account, without farther insisting on the different tempers of Juvenal and Horace. I conclude that the subjects which Horace chose for satire are of a lower nature than those of which Juvenal has writ. Thus I have treated in a new method the comparison betwixt Horace, Juvenal, and Persius. Somewhat of their particular manner belonging to all of them is yet remaining to be considered. Persius was grave, and particularly opposed his gravity to lewdness, which was the predominant vice in Nero's court at the time when he published his satires, which was, before that emperor fell into the excess of cruelty. Horace was a mild admonisher, a court satirist fit for the gentle times of Augustus, and more fit for the reasons which I have already given. Juvenal was as proper for his times as they for theirs. His was an age that deserved a more severe chastisement. Vices were more gross, and open more flagitious, more encouraged by the example of a tyrant, and more protected by his authority. Therefore wheresoever Juvenal mentions Nero, he means Domitian, whom he dares not attack in his own person, but scourges him by proxy. Heinsius urges, in praise of Horace, that according to the ancient art and law of satire, it should be nearer to comedy than tragedy, not declaiming against vice, but only laughing at it. Neither Persius nor Juvenal were ignorant of this, for they had both studied Horace, and the thing itself is plainly true. But as they had read Horace, they had likewise read Lucilius, of whom Persius say situate urbum et genuinum fregit in illis, meaning Mutius and Lupus, and Juvenal also mentions him in these words. En se velut stricto quatis Lucilius ardens, infremuit rubit audita cui frigida mens est, criminibus tacita sudent pr cordia culpa, so that they thought the imitation of Lucilius was more proper to their purpose than that of Horace. They changed satire, says Holiday, but they changed it for the better, for the business being to reform great vices. Chastisement goes farther than admonition, whereas a perpetual grin like that of Horace does rather anger than amend a man. Thus far that learned critic Barton Holiday, whose interpretation and illustrations of Juvenal are as excellent as the verse of his translation, and his English are lame and pitiful, for it is not enough to give us the meaning of a poet, which I acknowledge him to have performed most faithfully, but he must also imitate his genius, and his numbers as far as the English will come up to the elegance of the original. In few words, it is only for a poet to translate a poem. Holiday and Stapleton had not enough considered this when they attempted Juvenal, but I forbear reflections, only I beg leave to take notice of this sentence, where Holiday says a perpetual grin like that of Horace rather angers than amends a man. I cannot give him up the manner of Horace in low satire, so easily let the chastisement of Juvenal be never so necessary for his new kind of satire. Let him declaim as wittily and sharply as he pleases, yet still the nicest and most delicate touches of satire consist in fine raillery. This, my lord, is your particular talent, to which even Juvenal could not arrive. It is not reading, it is not imitation of an author, which can produce this fineness. It must be inborn, it must proceed from a genius and particular way of thinking which is not to be taught, and therefore not to be imitated by him who has it not from nature. How easy is it to call rogue and villain, and that wittily, but how hard to make a man appear a fool, a blockhead, or a knave, without using any of those opprobrious terms to spare the grossness of the names. And to do the thing yet more severely is to draw a full face, and to make the nose and cheeks stand out, and yet not to employ any depth of shadowing. This is the mystery of that noble trade, which yet no master can teach to his apprentice. He may give the rules, but the scholar is never the nearer in his practice. Neither is it true that this fineness of raillery is offensive. A witty man is tickled, while he is hurt in this manner, and a fool feels it not. The occasion of an offence may possibly be given, but he cannot take it if it be granted that in effect this way does more mischief, that a man is secretly wounded, and though he be not sensible himself, yet the malicious world will find it out for him. Yet there is still a vast difference betwixt the slovenly butchering of a man, and the fineness of a stroke that separates the head from the body, and leaves it standing in its place. A man may be capable, as Jack Ketch's wife said of his servant, of a plain piece of work, a bare hanging, but to make a malefactor die sweetly was only belonging to her husband. I wish I could apply it to myself, if the reader would be kind enough to think it belongs to me. The character of Zimri in my Absalom is in my opinion worth the whole poem. It is not bloody, but it is ridiculous enough, and he for whom it was intended was too witty to resent it as an injury. If I had railed, I might have suffered for it justly, but I managed my own work more happily, perhaps more dexterously. I avoided the mention of great crimes, and applied myself to the representing of blindsides and little extravagancies, to which the wittier a man is, he is generally the more obnoxious. It succeeded, as I wished. The jest went round, and he was laughed at in his turn who began the frolic. And thus, my lord, you see I have preferred the manner of Horace, and of your lordship in this kind of satire, to that of Juvenal, and I think reasonably Holiday ought not to have arraigned so great an author for that which was his excellency and his merit, or if he did on such a palpable mistake, he might expect that someone might possibly arise either in his own time or after him to rectify his error and restore to Horace that commendation of which he has so unjustly robbed him. And let the manes of Juvenal forgive me if I say that this way of Horace was the best for amending manners, as it is the most difficult. His was an esse rescindendum, but that of Horace was a pleasant cure, with all the limbs preserved entire, and as our mountebanks tell us in their bills, without keeping the patient within doors for a day, what they promise only Horace has effectually performed. Yet I contradict not the proposition which I formerly advanced. Juvenal's times required a more painful kind of operation, but if he had lived in the age of Horace, I must needs affirm that he had it not about him. He took the method which was prescribed him by his own genius, which was sharp and eager. He could not rally, but he could declaim, and as his provocations were great, he has revenged them tragically. This notwithstanding, I am to say another word which, as true as it is, will yet displease the partial admirers of our Horace. I have hinted it before, but it is time for me now to speak more plainly. This manner of Horace is indeed the best, but Horace has not executed it altogether so happily. At least not often. The manner of Juvenal is confessed to be inferior to the former, but Juvenal has excelled him in his performance. Juvenal has railed more wittily than Horace has rallied. Horace means to make his readers laugh, but he is not sure of his experiment. Juvenal always intends to move your indignation, and he always brings about his purpose. Horace, for aught I know, might have tickled the people of his age, but amongst the moderns he is not so successful. They who say he entertains so pleasantly may perhaps value themselves on the quickness of their own understandings, that they can see a jest farther off than other men. They may find occasion of laughter in the wit battle of the two buffoons Sarmentus and Cicerus, and hold their sides for fear of bursting when Rupilius and Persius are scolding. For my own part, I can only like the characters of all four which are judiciously given, but from my heart I cannot so much as smile at their insipid raillery. I see not why Persius should call upon Brutus to revenge him on his adversary, and that because he had killed Julius Caesar for endeavouring to be a king, therefore he should be desired to murder Rupilius only because his name was Mr. King. A miserable clench, in my opinion, for Horace to record. I have heard honest Mr. Swan make many a better, and yet have had the grace to hold my countenance. But it may be puns were then in fashion, as they were wit in the sermons of the last age, and in the court of King Charles Roman II. I am sorry to say it for the sake of Horace, but certain it is he has no fine palate who can feed so heartily on garbage. But I have already wearied myself, and doubt not, but I have tired your lordship's patience with this long rambling, and I fear trivial discourse upon the one half of the merits that is pleasure. I cannot but conclude that Juvenal was the better satirist. They who will descend into his particular praises may find them at large in the dissertation of the learned Regaltius to Thuanus. As for Persius, I have given the reasons why I think him inferior to both of them, yet I have one thing to add on that subject. Barton Holiday, who translated both Juvenal and Persius, has made this distinction betwixt them, which is no less true than witteth at in Persius. The difficulty is to find a meaning in Juvenal, to choose a meaning, so crabbed is Persius, and so copious is Juvenal, so much the understanding is employed in one, and so much the judgment in the other, so difficult it is to find any sense in the former and the best sense of the latter. If on the other side anyone suppose I have commended Horace below his merit, when I have allowed him, but the second place I desire him to consider, if Juvenal, a man of excellent natural endowments, besides the advantages of diligence and study, and coming after him and building upon his foundations, might not probably with all these helps surpass him, and whether it be any dishonour to Horace to be thus surpassed, since no art or science is at once begun and perfected, but that it must pass first through many hands, and even through several ages. If Lucilius could add to Aeneas and Horace to Lucilius, why without any diminution to the fame of Horace might not Juvenal give the last perfection to that work? Or rather, what disreputation is it to Horace that Juvenal excels in the tragical satire, as Horace does in the comical? I have read over attentively both Heinsius and Dacier in their commendations of Horace, but I can find no more in either of them for the preference of him to Juvenal than the instructive part, the part of wisdom, and not that of pleasure, which therefore is here allowed him, notwithstanding what Scaliger and Regaltius have pleaded to the contrary for Juvenal. And to show that I am impartial, I will here translate what Dacier has said on that subject. I cannot give a more just idea of the two books of satires made by Horace than by comparing them to the statues of the Silene, to which Alcibiades compares Socrates in the Symposium. They were figures which had nothing of agreeable, nothing of beauty on their outside. But when any one took the pains to open them and search into them, he there found the figures of all the deities so in the shape that Horace presents himself to us in his satires. We see nothing at the first view which deserves our attention. It seems that he is rather an amusement for children than for the serious consideration of men. But when we take away his crust, and that which hides him from our sight, when we discover him to the bottom, then we find all the divinities in a full assembly, that is to say, all the virtues which ought to be the continual exercise of those who seriously endeavour to correct their vices. It is easy to observe that Dacier in this noble similitude has confined the praise of his author wholly to the instructive part. The commendation turns on this, and so does that which follows. In these two books of satire, it is the business of Horace to instruct us how to combat our vices, to regulate our passions, to follow nature, to give bounds to our desires, to distinguish betwixt truth and falsehood, and betwixt our conceptions of things and things themselves, to come back from our prejudicate opinions, to understand exactly the principles and motives of all our actions, and to avoid the ridicule into which all men necessarily fall who are intoxicated with those notions which they have received from their masters, and which they obstinately retain without examining whether or no they be founded on right reason. In a word, he labours to render us happy in relation to ourselves, agreeable and faithful to our friends, and discreet, serviceable and well-bred in relation to those with whom we are obliged to live, and to converse, to make his figures intelligible, to conduct his readers through the labyrinth of some perplexed sentence or obscure parenthesis, is no great matter, and as Epictetus says, there is nothing of beauty in all this, or what is worthy of a prudent man. The principal business, and which is of most importance to us, is to show the use, the reason, and the proof of his precepts. They who endeavour not to correct themselves according to so exact a model are just like the patients who have opened before them a book of admirable receipts for their diseases and pleased themselves with reading it, without comprehending the nature of the remedies, or how to apply them to their cure. Let Horace go off with these encomiums, which he has so well deserved. To conclude the contention betwixt our three poets, I will use the words of Virgil in his Fifth Need, where Nies proposes the rewards of the foot race to the three first, who should reach the goal. Tres para mia primi. Accipient flavac caput nectenter oliver. Let these three ancients be preferred to all the moderns as first arriving at the goal. Let them all be crowned as victors with the wreath that properly belongs to satire, but after that with this distinction amongst themselves. Primus equum falloris insignum victor habi. Let Juvenal ride first in triumph. Alter Amazonium faritram plenum sagittis. Thraciis lato quam circumplectiviter oro. Baltius et Tereti subnictit fibula gemma. Let Horace, who is the second, and but just the second, carry off the quivers and the arrows as the badges of his satire, and the golden belt, and the diamond button. Tertius Argallico hoc Clipio contentus abit. And let Persius, the last of the first three worthies, be contented with this Grecian shield, and with victory, not only over all the Grecians who were ignorant of the Roman satire, but over all the moderns in succeeding ages, excepting Boileau and your lordship. And thus I have given the history of satire, and derived it as far as from Aeneas to your lordship, that is from its first rudiments of barbarity to its last polishing and perfection, which is with Virgil in his address to Augustus. Nomen fama tot fair per annos, tithoni prima quata best ab origin Caesar. I said only from Aeneas, but I may safely carry it higher as far as Livius Andronicus, who, as I have said, formerly taught the first play at Rome in the year ab urb condita Roman 514. I have since desired my learned friend Mr. Madewell to compute the difference of times betwixt Aristophanes and Livius Andronicus, and he assures me from the best chronologers that Plutus, the last of Aristophanes' plays, was represented at Athens in the year of the 97th Olympiad, which agrees with the year urbis condit Roman 364, so that the difference of years betwixt Aristophanes and Andronicus is 150, from whence I have probably deduced that Livius Andronicus, who was a Grecian, had read the plays of the Old Comedy, which were satirical, and also of the New, for Menander was 50 years before him, which must needs be a great light to him in his own plays, that were of the satirical nature that the Romans had farces before this, it is true. But then they had no communication with Greece, so that Andronicus was the first who wrote after the manner of the Old Comedy in his plays. He was imitated by Aeneas about 30 years afterwards. Though the former writ fables, the latter, speaking properly, began the Roman satire, according to that description which Juvenal gives of it in his first. Quicquid agunt homines vatum timor era voluptas, gaudia discursus nostri est farrago libelli. This is that in which I have made bold to differ from Casob and Regaltius Dacia, and indeed from all the modern critics, that not Aeneas, but Andronicus was the first who, by the arche comdia of the Greeks, added many beauties to the first rude and barbarous Roman satire, which sort of poem, though we had not derived from Rome, yet nature teaches it mankind in all ages and in every country. It is but necessary that after so much has been said of satire, some definition of it should be given. Heinsius, in his dissertations on Horace, makes it for me in these words: satire is a kind of poetry without a series of action, invented for the purging of our minds, in which human vices, ignorance, and errors, and all things besides which are produced from them in every man, are severely reprehended, partly dramatically, partly simply, and sometimes in both kinds of speaking, but for the most part figuratively, and occultly, consisting in a low familiar way, chiefly in a sharp and pungent manner of speech, but partly also in a facetious and civil way of jesting, by which either hatred or laughter or indignation is moved, where I cannot but observe that this obscure and perplexed definition, or rather description of satire, is wholly accommodated to the Horatian way, and excluding the works of Juvenal and Persius as foreign from that kind of poem, the clause in the beginning of it, without a series of action, distinguishes satire properly from stage plays, which are all of one action, and one continued series of action. The end or scope of satire is to purge the passions. So far it is common to the satires of Juvenal and Persius. The rest, which follows, is also generally belonging to all three, till he comes upon us with the excluding clause, consisting in a low familiar way of speech, which is the proper character of Horace, and from which the other two, for their honour be it spoken, are far distant. But how come lowness of style, and the familiarity of words, to be so much the propriety of satire, that without them a poet can be no more a satirist than without risibility he can be a man? Is the fault of Horace to be made the virtue and standing rule of this poem? Is the grand Sappho's of Persius and the sublimity of Juvenal to be circumscribed with the meanness of words and vulgarity of expression? If Horace refused the pains of numbers and the loftiness of figures, are they bound to follow so ill a precedent? Let him walk afoot with his pad in his hand for his own pleasure, but let not them be accounted no poets who choose to mount and show their horsemanship. Holiday is not afraid to say that there was never such a fall as from his odes to his satires, and that he injuriously to himself untuned his harp. The majestic way of Persius and Juvenal was new when they began it, but it is old to us, and what poems have not with time received an alteration in their fashion, which alteration, says Holiday, is to after times as good a warrant as the first. Has not Virgil changed the manners of Homer's heroes in his need? Certainly he has, and for the better, for Virgil's age was more civilized and better bred, and he writ according to the politeness of Rome under the reign of Augustus Caesar, not to the rudeness of Agamemnon's age or the times of Homer. Why should we offer to confine free spirits to one form when we cannot so much as confine our bodies to one fashion of apparel? Would not Donne's satires which abound with so much wit appear more charming if he had taken care of his words, and of his numbers? But he followed Horace so very close that of necessity he must fall with him, and I may safely say it of this present age, that if we are not so great wits as Donne, yet certainly we are better poets. But I have said enough, and it may be too much on this subject. Will your lordship be pleased to prolong my audience only so far till I tell you my own trivial thoughts, how a modern satire should be made? I will not deviate in the least from the precepts and examples of the ancients, who were always our best masters. I will only illustrate them, and discover some of the hidden beauties in their designs, that we thereby may form our own in imitation of them. Will you please but to observe that Persius, the least in dignity of all the three, has notwithstanding been the first who has discovered to us this important secret in the designing of a perfect satire, that it ought only to treat of one subjecto, be confined to one particular theme, or at least to one principally. If other vices occur in the management of the chief, they should only be transiently lashed, and not be insisted on so as to make the design double, as, in a play of the English fashion, which we call a tragicomedy, there is to be but one main design, and though there be an underplot or second walk of comical characters and adventures, yet they are subservient to the chief fable carried along under it, and helping to it, so that the drama may not seem a monster with two heads. Thus, the Copernican system of the planets makes the moon to be moved by the motion of the earth, and carried about her orb as a dependent of hers. Mascardi, in his discourse of the doppia favola or double tale in plays, gives an instance of it in the famous pastoral of Guarini, called Il Pastor Fido, where Corisca and the satyr are the underparts, yet we may observe that Corisca is brought into the body of the plot, and made subservient to it. It is certain that the divine wit of Horace was not ignorant of this rule, that a play, though it consists of many parts, must yet be one in the action, and must drive on the accomplishment of one design, for he gives this very precept: sit quadvis simplex duntixat, et unum. Yet he seems not much to mind it in his satires, many of them consisting of more arguments than one, and the second without dependence on the first. Casaubon has observed this before me in his preference of Persius to Horace, and will have his own beloved author to be the first who found out and introduced this method of confining himself to one subject. I know it may be urged in defense of Horace that this unity is not necessary, because the very word satura signifies a dish plentifully stored with all variety of fruit and grains. Yet Juvenal, who calls his poems a farrago, which is a word of the same signification with satura, has chosen to follow the same method of Persius, and not of Horace, and Boileau, whose example alone is a sufficient authority, has wholly confined himself in all his satires to this unity of design, that variety which is not to be found in any one satire is at least in many written on several occasions. And if variety be of absolute necessity in every one of them, according to the etymology of the word, yet it may arise naturally from one subject, as it is diversely treated in the several subordinate branches of it, all relating to the chief. It may be illustrated accordingly with variety of examples in the subdivisions of it, and with as many precepts as there are members of it, which altogether may complete that ala or hotchpotch which is properly a satire. Under this unity of theme or subject is comprehended another rule for perfecting the design of true satire: the poet is bound, and that ex officio, to give his reader some one precept of moral virtue, and to caution him against some one particular vice or folly. Other virtues subordinate to the first may be recommended under that chief head, and other vices or follies may be scourged besides that which he principally intends, but he is chiefly to inculcate one virtue, and insist on that. Thus Juvenal in every satire, excepting the first, ties himself to one principal instructive point, or to the shunning of moral evil. Even in the sixth, which seems only an arraignment of the whole sex of womankind, there is a latent admonition to avoid ill women, by showing how very few who are virtuous and good are to be found amongst them. But this, though the wittiest of all his satires, has yet the least of truth or instruction in it. He has run himself into his old declamatory way, and almost forgotten that he was now setting up for a moral poet. Persius is never wanting to us in some profitable doctrine, and in exposing the opposite vices to it. His kind of philosophy is one which is the Stoic, and every satire is a comment on one particular dogma of that sect, unless we will accept the first, which is against bad writers. And yet even there he forgets not the precepts of the Porch. In general, all virtues are everywhere to be praised and recommended to practice, and all vices to be reprehended, and made either odious or ridiculous, or else there is a fundamental error in the whole design. I have already declared who are the only persons that are the adequate object of private satire, and who they are that may properly be exposed by name for public examples of vices and follies, and therefore I will trouble your lordship no farther with them. Of the best and finest manner of satire I have said enough in the comparison betwixt Juvenal and Horace. It is that sharp well-mannered way of laughing a folly out of countenance of which your lordship is the best master in this age. I will proceed to the versification which is most proper for it, and add somewhat to what I have said already on that subject. The sort of verse which is called burlesque, consisting of 8 syllables or 4 feet, is that which our excellent Hudibras has chosen. I ought to have mentioned him before when I spoke of Donne, but by a slip of an old man's memory, he was forgotten. The worth of his poem is too well known to need my commendation, and he is above my censure. His satire is of the Varronian kind, though unmixed with prose. The choice of his numbers is suitable enough to his design, as he has managed it, but in any other hand the shortness of his verse, and the quick returns of rhyme, had debased the dignity of style, and besides the double rhyme, a necessary companion of burlesque writing, is not so proper for manly satire, for it turns earnest too much to jest, and gives us a boyish kind of pleasure. It tickles awkwardly with a kind of pain to the best sort of readers. We are pleased ungratefully, and if I may say so against our liking, we thank him not for giving us that unseasonable delight. When we know he could have given us a better and more solid, he might have left that task to others who, not being able to put in thought, can only make us grin with the excrescence of a word of 2 or 3 syllables in the close. It is indeed below so great a master to make use of such a little instrument, but his good sense is perpetually shining through all he writes. It affords us not the time of finding faults. We pass through the levity of his rhyme, and are immediately carried into some admirable useful thought. After all, he has chosen this kind of verse, and has written the best in it, and had he taken another he would always have excelled. As we say of a court favourite, that whatsoever his office be, he still makes it uppermost, and most beneficial to himself. The quickness of your imagination, my lord, has already prevented me, and you know beforehand that I would prefer the verse of 10 syllables, which we call the English heroic, to that of 8. This is truly my opinion, for this sort of number is more roomy. The thought can turn itself with greater ease in a larger compass. When the rhyme comes too thick upon us, it straightens the expression. We are thinking of the close, when we should be employed in adorning the thought. It makes a poet giddy with turning in a space too narrow for his imagination. He loses many beauties, without gaining one advantage. For a burlesque rhyme I have already concluded to be none, or if it were, it is more easily purchased in 10 syllables than in 8. In both occasions it is as in a tennis court, when the strokes of greater force are given, when we strike out and play at length. Tassoni and Boileau have left us the best examples of this way in the Secchia Rapita, and the Lutrin, and next them Merlin Carcius in his Baldus. I will speak only of the 2 former, because the last is written in Latin verse. The Secchia Rapita is an Italian poem, a satire of the Varronian kind. It is written in the stanza of 8, which is their measure for heroic verse. The words are stately, the numbers smooth, the turn both of thoughts and words is happy. The first 6 lines of the stanza seem majestical and severe, but the 2 last turn them all into a pleasant ridicule. Boileau, if I am not much deceived, has modelled from hence his famous Lutrin. He had read the burlesque poetry of Scarron with some kind of indignation, as witty as it was, and found nothing in France that was worthy of his imitation, but he copied the Italian so well that his own may pass for an original. He writes it in the French heroic verse, and calls it an heroic poem. His subject is trivial, but his verse is noble, I doubt not, but he had Virgil in his eye, for we find many admirable imitations of him and some parodies, as particularly this passage in the 4th of the Needs. Nec tibi diva perens generis nec Dardanus octor, perfide sed duris genuit te cotibus horrens, Caucasus hircanc ad morant ubera to graze, which he thus translates, keeping to the words but altering the sense. Non tunpir aperis ni fut point boulanger, et tu nes point du sang de gervais l'horloger, tamir ni fut point la maîtresse d'un catch, coques dans ses flanks t former d'une rach, une tigresse of frus en quelques anter ecart, t fit avec son late succor sa cruot. And as Virgil in his 4th Georgic of the Bees perpetually raises the lowness of his subject by the loftiness of his words, and ennobles it by comparisons drawn from empires and from monarchs. Admiranda tibi levium spectacula rerum, magnanimasque duces todiusque ordine gentes, mores et studia et populos et pr lia dicum, and again, et genus immortal manit multasque per annos, stat fortuna domus et avi numerenter avorum, We see Boileau pursuing him in the same flights, and scarcely yielding to his master. This, I think, my lord, to be the most beautiful and most noble kind of satire. Here is the majesty of the heroic, finely mixed with the venom of the other, and raising the delight which otherwise would be flat and vulgar, by the sublimity of the expression. I could say somewhat more of the delicacy of this, and some other of his satires, but it might turn to his prejudice, if it were carried back to France. I have given your lordship but this bare hint in what verse, and in what manner this sort of satire may be best managed. Had I time, I could enlarge on the beautiful turns of words and thoughts, which are as requisite in this as in heroic poetry itself, of which the satire is undoubtedly a species. With these beautiful turns I confess myself to have been unacquainted, till about 20 years ago, in a conversation which I had with that noble wit of Scotland, Sir George Mackenzie. He asked me why I did not imitate in my verses the turns of Mr. Waller and Sir John Denham, of which he repeated many to me. I had often read with pleasure, and with some profit, those two fathers of our English poetry, but had not seriously enough considered those beauties, which give the last perfection to their works, some sprinklings of this kind. I had also formerly in my plays, but they were casual and not designed. But this hint, thus seasonably given me, first made me sensible of my own wants, and brought me afterwards to seek for the supply of them in other English authors. I looked over the darling of my youth, the famous Cowley. There I found, instead of them, the points of wit and quirks of epigram, even in the Davidies, an heroic poem which is of an opposite nature to those puerilities, but no elegant turns either on the word or on the thought. Then I consulted a greater genius, without offence to the manes of that noble author, I mean Milton, but as he endeavours everywhere to express Homer, whose age had not arrived to that fineness, I found in him a true sublimity, lofty thoughts which were clothed with admirable Grecisms, and ancient words which he had been digging from the minds of Chaucer and Spenser, and which with all their rusticity had somewhat of venerable in them. But I found not there neither that for which I looked at last. I had recourse to his master Spenser, the author of that immortal poem called the Faerie Queen, and there I met with that which I had been looking for so long in vain. Spenser had studied Virgil to as much advantage as Milton had done Homer, and amongst the rest of his excellencies had copied that. Looking farther into the Italian, I found Tasso had done the same, nay more, that all the sonnets in that language are on the turn of the first thought, which Mr. Walsh in his late ingenious preface to his poems has observed. In short, Virgil and Ovid are the two principal fountains of them in Latin poetry, and the French at this day are so fond of them that they judge them to be the first beauties. Delicate et bien tourne are the highest commendations which they bestow on somewhat which they think a masterpiece. An example of the turn on words amongst 1,000 others is that in the last book of Ovid's Metamorphoses, Heu quantum cellus est in viscera viscera condi, congestoque avidum pinxia corpor corpus, ulteriusque animantum animantes viver lito. An example on the turn both of thoughts and words is to be found in Catullus in the complaint of Ariadne when she was left by Theseus. Tum jam nulla viro durenti effmina credet, nulla viri sperit sermons esse fidels, qui dum aliquid cupiens animus pr gestit apisc, nil metuant jurare nihil prometer parcunt, sed simul ac cupid mentis satiata libido est, dicta nihil medera nihil perjuria current. An extraordinary turn upon the words is that in Ovid's epistle Heroidum of Sappho to Phaon. Si nisiae forma potret te digna vidri, nulla futura tua est, nulla futura tua est. Lastly, a turn which I cannot say is absolutely on words, for the thought turns with them, is in the 4th Georgic of Virgil, where Orpheus is to receive his wife from hell on express condition not to look on her till she was come on earth. Cum subiter in cautum dementia cepit amantum, ignoscenda quidem sirent si ignosir manes. I will not burthen your lordship with more of them, for I write to a master who understands them better than myself, but I may safely conclude them to be great beauties. I might descend also to the mechanic beauties of heroic verse, but we have yet no English prosodia, not so much as a tolerable dictionary, or a grammar, so that our language is in a manner barbarous, and what government will encourage any one or more who are capable of refining it, I know not, but nothing under a public expense can go through with it, and I rather fear a declination of the language than hope an advancement of it in the present age. I am still speaking to you, my lord, though in all probability you are already out of hearing. Nothing which my meanness can produce is worthy of this long attention, but I am come to the last petition of Abraham if there be 10 righteous lines in this vast preface, spare it for their sake, and also spare the next city, because it is but a little one. I would excuse the performance of this translation if it were all my own, but the better though not the greater part being the work of some gentlemen who have succeeded very happily in their undertaking. Let their excellencies atone for my imperfections, and those of my sons. I have perused some of the satires which are done by other hands, and they seem to me as perfect in their kind as anything I have seen in English verse. The common way which we have taken is not literal translation, but a kind of paraphrase or somewhat, which is yet more loose betwixt a paraphrase and imitation. It was not possible for us or any men to have made it pleasant any other way, if rendering the exact sense of those authors, almost line for line, had been our business. Barton Holiday had done it already to our hands, and by the help of his learned notes and illustrations, not only Juvenal and Persius, but what yet is more obscure, his own verses might be understood. But he wrote for fame and wrote to scholars. We write only for the pleasure and entertainment of those gentlemen and ladies, who though they are not scholars are not ignorant persons of understanding and good sense, who not having been conversant in the original, or at least not having made Latin verse so much their business as to be critics in it, would be glad to find, if the wit of our two great authors be answerable to their fame and reputation in the world. We have therefore endeavoured to give the public all the satisfaction we are able in this kind. And if we are not altogether so faithful to our author as our predecessors Holiday and Stapleton, yet we may challenge to ourselves this praise, that we shall be far more pleasing to our readers. We have followed our authors at greater distance, though not step by step, as they have done, for oftentimes they have gone so close that they have trod on the heels of Juvenal and Persius, and hurt them by their too near approach. A noble author would not be pursued too close by a translator. We lose his spirit when we think to take his body. The grosser part remains with us, but the soul is flown away in some noble expression, or some delicate turn of words, or thought. Thus Holiday, who made this way his choice, seized the meaning of Juvenal, but the poetry has always escaped him. They who will not grant me that pleasure is one of the ends of poetry, but that it is only a means of compassing the only end, which is instruction, must yet allow that without the means of pleasure the instruction is but a bare and dry philosophy, a crude preparation of morals which we may have from Aristotle and Epictetus with more profit than from any poet. Neither Holiday nor Stapleton have imitated Juvenal in the poetical part of his diction, and his elocution, nor had they been poets, as neither of them were, yet in the way they took it was impossible for them to have succeeded in the poetic part. The English verse which we call heroic consists of no more than 10 syllables. The Latin hexameter sometimes rises to 17, as for example this verse in Virgil: Pulverulenta putrum sonitu quatit ungula campum. Here is the difference of no less than 7 syllables in a line betwixt the English and the Latin. Now, the medium of these is about 14 syllables, because the dactyl is a more frequent foot in hexameters than the spondy, but Holiday, without considering that he wrote with the disadvantage of 4 syllables less in every verse, endeavours to make one of his lines to comprehend the sense of one of Juvenal's according to the falsity of the proposition. Was the success he was forced to crowd his verse with ill-sounding monosyllables, of which our barbarous language affords him a wild plenty, and by that means he arrived at his pedantic end, which was to make a literal translation. His verses have nothing of verse in them, but only the worst part of it. Rhyme, and that into the bargain is far from good, but which is more intolerable, by cramming his ill-chosen and worse-sounding monosyllables so close together. The very sense which he endeavours to explain is become more obscure than that of his author, so that Holiday himself cannot be understood without as large a commentary as that which he makes on his 2 authors. For my own part, I can make a shift to find the meaning of Juvenal without his notes, but his translation is more difficult than his author, and I find beauties in the Latin to recompense my pains. But in Holiday and Stapleton, my ears in the first place are mortally offended, and then their sense is so perplexed that I return to the original as the more pleasing task as well as the more easy. This must be said for our translation, that if we give not the whole sense of Juvenal, yet we give the most considerable part of it. We give it in general so clearly that few notes are sufficient to make us intelligible. We make our author at least appear in a poetic dress. We have actually made him sounding and more elegant than he was before in English, and have endeavoured to make him speak that kind of English which he would have spoken had he lived in England, and had written to this age. If sometimes any of us, and it is but seldom, make him express the customs and manners of our native country rather than of Rome, it is either when there was some kind of analogy betwixt their customs and ours, or when to make him more easy to vulgar understandings, We give him those manners which are familiar to us, but I defend not this innovation. It is enough if I can excuse it, for to speak sincerely, the manners of nations and ages are not to be confounded. We should either make them English or leave them Roman. If this can neither be defended nor excused, let it be pardoned at least, because it is acknowledged, and so much the more easily as being a fault, which is never committed without some pleasure to the reader. Thus, my lord, having troubled you with a tedious visit, the best manners will be shewn in the least ceremony. I will slip away while your back is turned, and while you are otherwise employed with great confusion, for having entertained you so long with this discourse, and for having no other recompense to make you than the worthy labours of my fellow undertakers in this work, and the thankful acknowledgments, prayers, and perpetual good wishes of my lord, your lordship's most obliged, most humble, and most obedient servant, John Dryden, Aug. 18, 1692. For pointed satire I would Buckhurst choose, the best good man with the worst-natured muse. Allusion to Horace's 10th satire book, Roman 1. The satires of Lord Dorset seem to have consisted in short lampoons, if we may judge of those which have been probably lost from such as are known to us. His mark addressed to Mr. Edward Howard on his incomparable and incomprehensible poem called The British Princes, another to the same on his plays, a lampoon on an Irish lady, and one on Lady Dorchester, the only satires of his lordship's which have been handed down to us. He probably wrote other light occasional pieces of the same nature. Sic maro nec calibri tentavit carmina flaci, Pindaricos passet cum supera modos, et verio cessit Romani laud Cartherni, cum passet tragico fortius or laqui. Mart lib Roman 8 Epig Roman 1810. Would it be imagined, says Dr. Johnson, that of this rival to antiquity, all the satires were little personal invectives, and that his longest composition was a song of 11 stanzas? The blame, however, of this exaggerated praise falls on the encomiast, not upon the author, whose performances are what they pretend to be, the effusions of a man of wit, gay, vigorous, and airy. After so long a race as I have run through fairy land which those 6 books compile, give leave to rest me, being half fordone, and gather to myself new breath a while. Then, as a steed refreshed after toil, out of my prison will I break anew, and stoutly will that second work assoil, with strong endeavour and attention do. It was not therefore the death of Sir Philip Sidney which deprived him of spirit to continue his captivating poem, since the greater part was written after that event, but the poet's domestic misfortunes occasioned by Tyrone's rebellion, which seem at once to have ruined his fortune and broken his heart. See Todd's Life of Spenser and Malone's note on this passage. It seems unlikely that Sidney was Spenser's Prince Arthur. Upton more justly considers Leicester a worthless character, but the favourite of Gloriana Queen Elizabeth, and who aspired to share her bed and throne, as depicted under that character. See Todd's Spenser Vol. Roman 1 Life P. Roman 16,814. This was a charge brought against Spenser so early as the days of Ben Jonson, who says in his Discoveries, Spenser in affecting the ancients writ no language, yet I would have him read for his matter. But as Virgil read Aeneas, this has been generally supposed to apply only to Spenser's pastorals. But as in these he imitates rather a coarse and provincial than an obsolete dialect, the limitation of Jonson's censure is probably imaginary. It is probable that as the style of poetry in the latter part of Queen Elizabeth's reign, and in that of her successor, had become laboured, and ornate, Spenser's imitations of the old metrical romances had to his contemporaries an antique air of rude and naked simplicity, although his Fairy Queen seems more intelligible to us than the compositions of Jonson himself. Dryden, whose charge was afterwards echoed by Pope, probably adopted it without very accurate investigation. Our idea of what is ancient does not necessarily imply obscurity. On the contrary, I am afraid that to modern ears the style of Addison sounds more antiquated than that of Dr. Johnson, so that simplicity may produce the same effect as unintelligibility. Dixeris egregi notum si calida verbum, redidurit junctura navum. This passage, as our author observes, p. 221 Vol. Roman 4, is variously construed by expositors, and the meaning which he there adopts, that of applying received words to a new signification, seems fully as probable as that adopted in the text. Mr. Malone has given the opinions of Hurd Beattie and de Noors upon this disputed passage. Then I lifted up mine eyes, and looked, and behold a certain man clothed in linen, whose loins were girded with fine gold of uphas, his body also was like the beryl, and his face as the appearance of lightning, and his eyes as lamps of fire, and his arms and his feet like in colour to polished brass, and the voice of his words like the voice of a multitude. And I Daniel alone saw the vision, for the men that were with me saw not the vision, but a great quaking fell upon them, so that they fled to hide themselves. Therefore I was left alone, and saw this great vision, and there remained no strength in me, for my comeliness was turned in me into corruption, and I retained no strength, yet heard I the voice of his words. And when I heard the voice of his words, then was I in a deep sleep on my face, and my face towards the ground. And behold, an hand touched me, which set me upon my knees, and upon the palms of my hands, and he said unto me, O Daniel, a man greatly beloved, understand the words that I speak unto thee, and stand upright, for unto thee am I now sent. And when he had spoken this word unto me, I stood trembling. Then said he unto me, Fear not, Daniel, for from the first day that thou didst set thine heart to understand and to chasten thyself before thy God, thy words were heard, and I am come for thy words. But the prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me 21 days. But lo, Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me, and I remained there with the kings of Persia. Now I am come to make thee understand what shall befall thy people in the latter days, for yet the vision is for many days. And when he had spoken such words unto me, I set my face toward the ground, and I became dumb, and behold, one like the similitude of the sons of men touched my lips. Then I opened my mouth and spake, and said unto him that stood before me, O my Lord, by the vision my sorrows are turned upon me, and I have retained no strength, for how can the servant of this my Lord talk with this my Lord? For, as for me, straightway there remained no strength in me, neither is there breath left in me. Then there came again, and touched me one like the appearance of a man, and he strengthened me, and said, O man greatly beloved, fear not, peace be unto thee, be strong, yea, be strong. And when he had spoken unto me, I was strengthened, and said, Let my Lord speak, for thou hast strengthened me. Then said he, Knowest thou wherefore I come unto thee? And now will I return to fight with the prince of Persia. And when I am gone forth, lo, the prince of Grecia shall come, but I will show thee that which is noted in the scripture of truth. And there is none that holdeth with me in these things, but Michael your prince. Dan Roman 10:21. It may however be doubted whether any poetical use could be made of the guardian angels here mentioned, since our ideas of their powers are too obscure and indefinite to afford any scope for description. La première différence qui est ici a remarquer et don't on ni pute disconvenir cest, que les satires aux poèmes satiriques des Grecs, egant des pieces dramatiques, au de theatre si quan ni pute point dire des satires romains prises, dans tous ces trois genres dont je viens de parler, et aux quels on applique si mot il y aurait peut-être plus de sujet, den d'autres à l'égard de ces premières satires, des anciens romains dont il est fait mention, et dont il n'y nous est rien resté si les passages de auteurs, latins et de live entre auteurs, qui en parlant ni marquant en termes exprès quels, avoyant précède parmi eux les pieces dramatiques, et egant en effet d'une autre espèce du vint aussi, que les latins quand ils font mention de la poésie, grec et des lois si contentent de donner aux premières si nom de poème, comme Ciceron le don aux satires de Varron, et d'autres un nom péril à celles de Lucilius ou de Horace. La seconde différence entre les poèmes satiriques des Grecs et les satires des latins vint de si quil, y a même quelque diversité dans le nom laquelle n'y paraît pas autrement, dans les langues vulgaires, c'est qu'en effet les Grecs donnent aux lois le nom de satirus ou satiri de satiriques de pieces satiriques, par rapport s'entend aux satires cs hosts de boys, et cs compagnons de Bacchus, qui y jouent leur rôle, et devint aussi chorus comme nous avons déjà vu les appels agrests, satiros et ceux qui en étient les auteurs du nom de satirorum scripta, au lieu que les romains ont dit satira ou satira de ces poèmes aux quels ils en ont appliqué, et restraint le nom que leurs auteurs, et leurs grammarians donnent une autre origine, et une autre signification de ces mots comme celle d'un mélange de plusieurs fruits de la terre, ou bien de plusieurs mets, dans un plat de la selle, d'un mélange de plusieurs, ou comprises dans une ou enfin la signification, d'un poème mille de plusieurs choses. La troisième différence entre ces mêmes satires, et les pieces satiriques des Grecs, est qu'en effet l'introduction des silines et des satires, qui compassion les choses de ces dernières, et qu'en tellement de leur essence, que sans elles n'y pouvions plus porter le nom de satires tellement, chorus parlant entre autres de la nature de ces satires, aux poèmes satiriques des Grecs, s'arrête à montrer en quelle manière on y doit faire par leur siline, o les satires, si quan lor doit faire eviter o observer si qual norit, per fate avec tant de soin sil avoit cruque la présence des satires, ni fut pas de la nature et de l'essence, comme vins de dire de ces sorties de pieces, qui en portient le nom. C'est quarum put adjuter l'action de ces memes satires, et qui etiant propers aux pieces, qui en portient le nom cest, quen effet les dances, edvient si fort de leur essence, que non seulement Aristote, comme nous avons, déjà vu joint ensemble la poésie satirique et fait pour la danse mais quan auteur grec Lucianus parle nommement, des trois différentes sorties de danses attaches au théâtre la tragique la comique, et la satirique du vint aussi, comme il le remarque et lours, que les satires en priant le nom de Sissinistes, c'est à dire d'une sorte de danse qui leur était particulière comme on peut voir entre autres de si quendit silene, dans le cyclope, à la vue des satires, et ainsi, d'où on peut assis, comprendre la force de l'épithète de soltants satiros, que Virgil leur donne en quelques, endroit Odyssée Horace dans sa première ode parle des danses, des nymphs, et des satires nympharunc leius, cum satiris coritout, cella comme chacun voit ne voit aucun rapport, avec les satires romains, et il n'est pas nécessaire d'en dire davantage, pour le faire entendre. La quatrième différence résulte des sujets assis divers des uns, et des auteurs les satires des grecs comme il a déjà été remarque, et compute juga par les titres qui nous en restent prenoyant d'ordinaire, non seulement des sujets canus mais fabulosi, qui fait dire les deses, a Horace ex nodocarmen fictum sequar des heroes, par exemple au des demedia des siècles, passes a qualamime poet venuit de faire allusion les satires romains, comme leurs auteurs en parlant euxmemes, et quils le pratiquant satichoyant a reprendre les vices, o les erreurs de leur siècle, et de leur patrie, a wijaur des particuliers de Rome un mutius entre autres, et un lupus avec Lucilius un Milonius, et un Nomentanus avec Horace un Crispinus, et un Locustus avec Juvenal, c'est à dire des gens qui nous serient plus canus aujourd'hui sans la mention quils, ont trouve à propos d'en faire dans leurs satires. La cinquième différence parait encore dans la manière de laquelle les uns, et les auteurs traitent leurs sujets et dans le but principal quils, si proposent celui de la poésie satirique, des Grecs edoit de tourner en ridicule des actions, Siriuses comme l'enseigne le mime Horace Verter Syria Ludo de travester pour si sujet leurs, dia o leurs heroes, den changer le caractère selon le besoin de faire part. Exemple d'un Achille un ham mal suivant quan, autor poet Latin y fate illusion nec nocit autori qui malum, fecit achillum situate en un molor, but principal de rire et de placenter, et duvint non seulement le mot de rissus, comme il a déjà été remarque quan a applique a ces sorties d'ouvrages mais aussi suen grec de Jew, au mime de Jowitz, et de Josai en latin, comme fait encore Horace au il parle de l'auteur tragique, qui parmi les Grecs fut le premier qui composa de ces pieces, satiriques et suivant quil dit, incolumi gravitate jocum tentavit nons, pouvons, meme comprender de si quil adjut dans la suite, et des épithètes, que d'autres leur donnant de ris obscenes, que set gravite avec laquelle on avoit d'abord temper ces sorties d'ouvrages, en fut bani dans la suite que les règles de la pudeur, en y furent guers observes et quan en fit des spectacles asses, conformes à l'humour, et à la conduite de tels acteurs, que des satires petulans au protovi, comme Horace les appelle sur si mime sujet, et c'est à quoi contribuent de leurs danses, et leurs postures dont il a it parle, de mime que celles des pantomimes parmi les romains, luque les satires romains temuin celles, qui nous restent, et equi de leurs, si nom est demura comme proper et attaché, avoyant moins pour, but de placenter quid exciter o de l'indignation, o de la haine, facit indignatio versum o du mepris quels, satiscient plus, a reprender et a morder qua faire rire o a fallatre duvint aussi le nom de poem medicent, quelles grammarians leur donnant o celui divers mordens, comme en parle Ovid dans un passage, o j'y trouve, quil si defend de n'avoir point écrit de satires. Non ego mordici distrinxi carmen quemquem, nec muse alias crimina versus habit, Gini touche par un fin la différence quan pourrait encore alléguer de la composition, divers des unes et des autres les satires romains, dont il est ici proprement question, et quiantit conserves jusques a nous iantit écrits en vers heroiques, et les poèmes satiriques des Grecs en vers jambiques si qui devrait ninmoins, itre dotant plus remarque, Horace n'y trouve point d'autre difference entre l'inventeur des satires romains, et les auteurs de l'ancienne comédie comme Cratinus, et upelis si non quelles satires du premier et quint ecrites dans, un autre genre diversi, Baron Spanheim's dissertation sur les Césars de Julian, et in general sur les ouvrages satiriques des anciens, prefixed to his translation of Julian's work, Amsterdam 1728-42, and Malone's Dryden vol Roman 4 p. 130. Hinc omnes pendit Lucilius haus secutus, mutatis tantum pedibus numerisque faestus, emunct neris duris compono versus, nam fuit hoc vitiasus in hora spi ducentos, ut magnum versus dictabat stands ped in uno, cum flurit lucilentus erat quad toller vels, garrulus ac piger scribendi fair laborum, scribendi rect nam ut multum non mora. Towards the end of the 10th satire the poet resumes the subject, and vindicates his character of Lucilius against those who had accused him of too much severity towards the ancient satirist, and again accuses him of carelessness, though he acknowledges his superiority to the more ancient models. Furit Lucilius in quam camis et urbanus furit limitir idem, quam rudis et giarsis intacti carminis octa, quamque poetarum seniorum turba sed ille, si fort hoc nostrum fato dilatus in vum, deterrit sibi multa, residerit omni quad ultra, perfectum trahereta, et in versu facendo. Spi caput scabarit vivos, et rodrit unguis. Perseus exclamat per magnos brut dios te. Oro qui regis consuris toller cur non. Hunc regem jugulars operum hoc mihi creed tuorum est. Hor satire 8 lib Roman 140, for this gentleman who was as great a gambler as a punster, regaled with his quibbles the minor class of the frequenters of Will's coffee-house, who having neither wit enough to entitle them to mix with the critics who associated with Dryden, and were called the Witty Club, or gravity enough to discuss politics with those who formed the Grave Club, were content to laugh heartily at the puns and conundrums of Captain Swan. Who dares be witty now and with just rage disturb the vice and follies of the age? With knaves and fools satire's a dangerous fault. They will not let you rub their sores with salt, else Rose Street ambuscades shall break your head, and life in verse shall lay the poet dead. It is only farther known of this gentleman that he was a friend of Shadwell, who gave him the epilogue for his comedy, and that he taught a private school. Shall I be still an auditor and near? Repay that have so often had mine ear. Vexed with hoarse cadrus thesides shall one sweat, while his gowned comic scene he does repeat. Another while his elegies soft strain. The reader, and shall not I vex them again? Shall mighty Telephus be unrequited, that spends a day in being all recite? Or volumes one Orestes that does fill the margin of an ample book, yet still, as if the book were mad too, is extended upon the very back, nor yet is ended. The first satire of Juvenal. The argument. The poet gives us first a kind of humorous reason for his writing, that being provoked by hearing so many ill poets rehearse their works, he does himself justice on them by giving them as bad as they bring. But since no man will rank himself with ill writers, it is easy to conclude that if such wretches could draw an audience, he thought it no hard matter to excel them and gain a greater esteem with the public. Next, he informs us more openly why he rather addicts himself to satire than any other kind of poetry. And here he discovers that it is not so much his indignation to ill poets as to ill men which has prompted him to write. He therefore gives us a summary and general view of the vices and follies reigning in his time, so that this first satire is the natural groundwork of all the rest. Herein he confines himself to no one subject, but strikes indifferently at all men in his way. In every following satire he has chosen some particular moral, which he would inculcate, and lashes some particular vice or folly and art, with which our lampooners are not much acquainted. But our poet, being desirous to reform his own age, and not daring to attempt it by an overtact of naming living persons, inveighs only against those who were infamous in the times immediately preceding his, whereby he not only gives a fair warning to great men that their memory lies at the mercy of future poets and historians, but also with a finer stroke of his pen brands even the living, and personates them under dead men's names. I have avoided as much as I could possibly the borrowed learning of marginal notes and illustrations, and for that reason have translated this satire somewhat largely and freely own, if it be a fault that I have likewise omitted most of the proper names, because I thought they would not much edify the reader to conclude. If in 2 or 3 places I have deserted all the commentators, it is because I thought they first deserted my author, or at least have left him in so much obscurity, that too much room is left for guessing. Still shall I hear and never quit the score. Stunned with hoarse cadres thessayed o'er and o'er, shall this man's elegies and t'other's play, unpunished murder a long summer's day. Huge Telephus, a formidable page, cries vengeance and Orestes' bulky rage, unsatisfied with margins closely writ, foams o'er the covers and not finished yet. No man can take a more familiar note of his own home than I of Vulcan's grot, or Mars his grove, or hollow winds that blow from Taenarus' top, or tortured ghosts below. I know by rote the famed exploits of Greece, the centaur's fury and the golden fleece. Through the thick shades the eternal scribbler bawls, and shakes the statues on their pedestals. The best and worst on the same theme employs his muse, and plagues us with an equal noise. Provoked by these incorrigible fools, I left declaiming in pedantic schools, where with men boys I strove to get renown, advising Sylla to a private gown. But since the world with writing is passest, I'll versify in spite and do my best to make as much waste paper as the rest. But why I lift aloft the satire's rod, and tread the path which famed Lucilius trod, attend the causes which my muse have led, when sapless eunuchs mount the marriage bed, when mannish envier, that two-handed whore, astride on horseback hunts the Tuscan boar, when all our lords are by his wealth outvied, whose razor on my callow beard was tried, when I behold the spawn of conquered Nile, Crispinus both in birth and manners vile, pacing in pomp with cloak of Tyrian dye, changed oft a day for needless luxury, and finding oft occasion to be fanned, ambitious to produce his lady hand, charged with light summerings his fingers sweat, unable to support a gem of weight, such fulsome objects meeting everywhere. 'Tis hard to write but harder to forbear, to view so lewd a town and to refrain. What hoops of iron could my spleen contain, when pleading Matho, born abroad for air, with his fat paunch fills his new-fashioned chair, and after him the wretch in pomp conveyed, whose evidence his lord and friend betrayed, and but the wished occasion does attend, from the poor nobles the last spoils to rend, whom even spies dread as their superior fiend, and bribe with presents, or when presents fail, they send their prostituted wives for bail. When night performance holds the place of merit, and brawn and back the next of kin disherit, for such good parts are in preferment's way, the rich old madam never fails to pay her legacies by nature's standard given. One gains an ounce, another gains 11, a dear-bought bargain, all things duly weighed, for which their thrice concocted blood is paid, with looks as wan as he who in the brake, at unawares has trod upon a snake, or played at Leon a declaiming prize, for which the vanquished rhetorician dies. What indignation boils within my veins, when perjured guardians proud with impious gains choke up the streets too narrow for their trains, whose wards by want betrayed to crimes are led, too foul to name, too fulsome to be read. When he who pilled his province scapes the laws, and keeps his money though he lost his cause, his fine begged off contemns his infamy, can rise at 12 and get him drunk ere 3, enjoys his exile and condemned in vain, leaves the prevailing province to complain. Such villainies roused Horace into wrath, and 'tis more noble to pursue his path, than an old tale of Diomed to repeat, or labouring after Hercules to sweat, or wandering in the winding maze of Crete, or with the winged smith aloft to fly, or fluttering perish with his foolish boy. With what impatience must the muse behold the wife by her procuring husband sold, For though the law makes null the adulterer's deed, of lands to her the cuckold may succeed, who his taut eyes up to the ceiling throws, and sleeps all over but his wakeful knows, when he dares hope a colonel's command, whose coursers kept ran out his father's land, who yet a stripling Nero's chariot drove, whirled o'er the streets while his vain master strove, with boasted art to please his eunuch love, would it not make a modest author dare to draw his table book within the square, and fill with notes when lolling at his ease, mechnus like the happy rogue he sees, borne by 6 wearied slaves in open view, who cancelled an old will and forged a new, made wealthy at the small expense of signing, with a wet seal and a fresh interlining. The lady next requires a lashing line, who squeezed a toad into her husband's wine. So well the fashionable medicine thrives, that now tea's practised even by country wives, poisoning without regard of fame or fear, and spotted corpse are frequent on the bier. Wouldst thou to honours and preferments climb, be bold in mischief, dare some mighty crime, which dungeon's death or banishment deserves, for virtue is but dryly praised and starves. Great men to great crimes owe their plate embossed, fair palaces and furniture of cost, and high commands a sneaking sin is lost. Who can behold that rank old lecher keep his son's corrupted wife and hope to sleep, or that male harlot or that unfledged boy, eager to sin before he can enjoy? If nature could not anger would indite such woeful stuff as I or SHLL write, count from the time since old Deucalion's boat, raised by the flood, did on Parnassus float, and scarcely mooring on the cliff implored an oracle how man might be restored, when softened stones and vital breath ensued, and virgins naked were by lovers viewed. Whatever since that golden age was done, what humankind desires and what they shun, rage, passions, pleasures, impotence of will, shall this satirical collection fill? What age so large a crop of vices bore? Or when was avarice extended more? When were the dice with more profusion thrown? The well-filled fob not emptied now alone, but gamesters for whole patrimony's play. The steward brings the deeds which must convey the lost estate. What more than madness reigns, when one short sitting many hundreds drains, and not enough is left him to supply boardwages or a footman's livery? What age so many summer seats did see? Or which of our forefathers fared so well as on 7 dishes at a private meal? Clients of old were feasted, now a poor divided dole is dealt at the outward door, which by the hungry rout is soon dispatched, the poultry largesse too severely watched, ere given, and every face observed with care, that no intruding guest usurp a share. Known you receive the crier calls aloud, our old nobility of Trojan blood, who gape among the crowd for their precarious food. The praetors and the tribune's voice is heard, the freedman jostles and will be preferred. First come first served he cries, and I in spite of your great lordships will maintain my right. Though born a slave, though my torn ears are bored, 'tis not the birth, 'tis money makes the lord. The rents of 5 fair houses I receive, what greater honours can the purple give? The poor patrician is reduced to keep in melancholy walks a grazier's sheep. Not Pullus nor Licinius had my treasure, then let the sacred tribunes wait my leisure. Once a poor rogue, 'tis true, I trod the street, and trudged to Rome upon my naked feet. Gold is the greatest god, though yet we see no temples raised to money's majesty, no altars fuming to her power divine, such as to valour, peace, and virtue shine, and faith and concord where the stork on high seems to salute her infant progeny, presaging pious love with her auspicious cry. But since our knights and senators account to what their sordid begging veils amount, judge what a wretched share the poor attends, whose whole subsistence on those alms depends. their household fire, their raiment, and their food, prevented by those harpies when a wood of litters thick besiege the donor's gate, and begging lords and teeming ladies wait. The promised dole, nay, some have learned the trick, to beg for absent persons, feign them sick, close mewed in their sedans for fear of air, and for their wives produce an empty chair. This is my spouse, dispatch her with her share. 'Tis gala, let her ladyship but peep. No, sir, 'tis pity to disturb her sleep. Such fine employments our whole days divide. The salutations of the morning tide call up the sun, those ended to the whole. We wait the patron here, the lawyer's bow. Then to the statues where amidst the race of conquering Rome some Arab shows his face, inscribed with titles, and profanes the place, fit to be pissed against, and somewhat more. The great man home conducted shuts his door. Old clients, wearied out with fruitless care, dismiss their hopes of eating and despair, though much against the grain forced to retire, buy roots for supper and provide a fire. Meantime his lordship lolls within at ease, pampering his paunch with foreign rarities. Both sea and land are ransacked for the feast, and his own gut the sole invited guest. Such plate, such tables, dishes dressed so well, that whole estates are swallowed at a meal. Even parasites are banished from his board. At once a sordid and luxurious lord, prodigious throat for which whole boars are dressed, a creature formed to furnish out a feast. But present punishment pursues his maw. When surfeited and swelled the peacock raw, he bears into the bath whence want of breath, repletions, apoplex, intestate death. His fate makes table talk divulged with scorn, and he a jest into his grave is borne. No age can go beyond us, future times can add no farther to the present crimes. Our sons but the same things can wish and do. Vice is at stand and at the highest flow. Then satire, spread thy sails, take all the winds can blow. Some may perhaps demand what muse can yield sufficient strength for such a spacious field, from whence can be derived so large a vein, bold truths to speak and spoken to maintain, when godlike freedom is so far bereft, the noble mind that scarce the name is left, ere scandalum magnotum was begot. No matter if the great forgave or not, but if that honest license now you take, if into rogues omnipotent you rake, death is your doom, impaled upon a stake, smeared o'er with wax and set on fire to light the streets and make a dreadful blaze by night. Shall they who drenched 3 uncles in a draught of poisonous juice be then in triumph brought, make lanes among the people where they go, and mounted high on downy chariots throw disdainful glances on the crowd below? Be silent and beware if such you see. 'Tis defamation but to say that's he. Against bold Turnus the great Trojan arm, amidst their strokes the poet gets no harm. Achilles may in epic verse be slain, and none of all his myrmidons complain. Hylas may drop his pitcher, none will cry, not if he drown himself for company. But when Lucilius brandishes his pen, and flashes in the face of guilty men, a cold sweat stands in drops on every part, and rage succeeds to tears, revenge to smart. Muse be advised, 'tis past considering time, when entered once the dangerous lists of rhyme, since none the living villains dare implead, arraign them in the persons of the dead. The third satire of Juvenal, the argument. The story of this satire speaks itself. Umbricius, the supposed friend of Juvenal and himself, a poet, is leaving Rome, and retiring to come. Our author accompanies him out of town. Before they take leave of each other, Umbricius tells his friend the reasons which oblige him to lead a private life in an obscure place. He complains that an honest man cannot get his bread at Rome, that none but flatterers make their fortunes there, that Grecians and other foreigners raise themselves by those sordid arts which he describes, and against which he bitterly inveighs. He reckons up the several inconveniences which arise from a city life, and the many dangers which attend it. upbraids the nobleman with covetousness for not rewarding good poets, and arraigns the government for starving them. The great art of this satire is particularly shown in commonplaces, and drawing in as many vices as could naturally fall into the compass of it. Grieved though I am an ancient friend to lose, I like the solitary seat he chose. In quiet cum 78 fixing his repose, where far from noisy Rome secure he lives, and one more citizen to Sibyl gives, the road to by 79 and that soft recess, which all the guards with all their bounty bless, though I in Procita with greater ease could live than in a street of palaces. What scene so desert or so full of fright, as towering houses tumbling in the night, and Rome on fire beheld by its own blazing light? But worse than all the clattering tiles and worse than thousand padders is the poet's curse, rogues that in dog days cannot rhyme forbear, but without mercy read and make you hear. Now while my friend just ready to depart was packing all his goods in one poor cart, he stopped a little at the conduit gate, where Numa modelled once the Roman state, in mighty councils with his nymph retired, though now the sacred shades and founts are hired by banished Jews who their whole wealth can lay in a small basket on a wisp of hay. Yet such our avarice is that every tree pays for his head, nor sleep itself is free, nor place nor persons now are sacred held. From their own grove the muses are expelled. Into this lonely vale our steps we bend, I and my sullen discontented friend. The marble caves and aqueducts we view, but how adulterate now and different from the true. How much more beauteous had the fountain been, embellished with her first created grace, where crystal streams through living turf had run, contented with an urn of native stone. Then thus umbricious with an angry frown, and looking back on this degenerate town, since noble arts in Rome have no support, and ragged virtue not a friend at court, no profit rises from the ungrateful stage. My poverty increasing with my age, 'tis time to give my just disdain a vent, and cursing leave so base a government, where Daedalus his borrowed wings laid by. To that obscure retreat I choose to fly, while yet few furrows on my face are seen, while I walk upright and old age is green, and Lachesis has somewhat left to spin. Now 'tis time to quit this cursed place, and hide from villains my too honest face. Here let Archerius live, and such as he, such manners will with such a town agree. Knaves who in full assemblies have the knack of turning truth to lies and white to black, can hire large houses and oppress the poor, by farmed excise can cleanse the common shore, and rent the fishery can bear the dead, and teach their eyes dissembled tears to shed. All this for gain, they sell their very head. These fellows see what fortune's power can do, were once the minstrels of a country show, followed the prizes through each paltry town, by trumpet cheeks and bloated faces known, but now grown rich on drunken holidays, at their own costs exhibit public plays, where influenced by the rabble's bloody, with thumbs bent back they popularly kill, from thence returned their sordid avarice rakes, in excrements again and hires the jakes. Why hire they not the town, not everything, since such as they have fortune in a string, who for her pleasure can her fools advance, and toss them topmost on the wheel of chance? What's Rome to me, what business have I there? I who can neither lie nor falsely swear, nor praise my patron's undeserving rhymes, nor yet comply with him nor with his times, unskilled in schemes by planets to foreshow, like canting rascals how the wars will go. I neither will nor can prognosticate to the young gaping heir his father's fate, nor in the entrails of a toad have pride, nor carried body presents to a bride. For want of these town virtues thus alone, I go conducted on my way by none, like a dead member from the body rent, maimed and unuseful to the government, who now is loved but he who loves the times, conscious of close intrigues and dipped in crimes, labouring with secrets which his bosom burn, yet never must to public light return. They get reward alone who can betray, for keeping honest counsels none will pay. He who converes when he will accuse, the perseveres may at pleasure use, but let not all the gold which Tagus hides, and pays the sea in tributary tides, be bribe sufficient to corrupt thy breast, or violate with dreams thy peaceful rest. Great men with jealous eyes the friend behold, whose secrecy they purchase with their gold. I haste to tell Athena shall shame oppose, what confidence our wealthy Romans chose, and whom I must abhor to speak my mind. I hate in Rome a Grecian town to find, to see the scum of Greece transplanted here, received like gods is what I cannot bear, nor Greeks alone but Syrians here abound. Obscene Orontes diving underground, conveys his wealth to Tiber's hungry shores, and fattens Italy with foreign whores. Hither their crooked harps and customs come, all find receipt in hospitable Rome. The barbarous harlots crowd the public place, go fools and purchase an unclean embrace, the painted mitre court and the more painted face. Old Romulus and Father Mars look down, your herdsman primitive, your homely clown, is turned a beau in a loose tawdry gown. His once unkemdy and horrid locks behold, stilling sweet oil his neck enchained with gold, aping the foreigners in every dress, which bought at greater cost becomes him less. Meantime they wisely leave their native land, from Sicyon Samos and from Alaband, and Amadon to Rome they swarm in shoals. So sweet and easy is the gain from fools. Poor refugees at first they purchase here, and soon as denizened they domineer, grow to the great a flattering servile rout, work themselves inward and their patrons out, quick-witted brazen-faced with fluent tongues, patient of labours and dissembling wrongs. Riddle me this and guess him if you can, who bears a nation in a single man. A cook, a conjurer, a rhetorician, a painter, pedant, a geometrician, a dancer on the ropes and a physician. All things the hungry Greek exactly knows, and bid him go to heaven he goes. In short no Scythian Moor or Thracian boor, but in that town which arms and arts adorn, shall he be placed above me at the board. In purple clothed and lolling like a lord, shall he before me sign whom t'other day a small craft vessel hither did convey, where stowed with prunes and rotten figs he lay. How little is the privilege become of being born a citizen of Rome. The Greeks get all by fulsome flatteries, a most peculiar stroke they have at lies. They make a wit of their insipid friend, his blubber lips and beetle brows commend, his long crane neck and narrow shoulders praise. You'd think they were describing Hercules. A creaking voice for a clear treble goes, though harsher than a cock that treads in crows. We can as grossly praise, but to our grief, no flattery but from Grecians gains belief. Besides these qualities we must agree, they mimic better on the stage than we. The wife, the whore, the shepherdess they play, in such a free and such a graceful way, that we believe a very woman shown, and fancy something underneath the gown. But not Antiochus nor Stratocles, our ears and ravished eyes can only please. The nation is composed of such as these. All Greece is one comedian laugh, and they return it louder than an ass can bray. Grieve and they grieve if you weep silently. There seems a silent echo in their eye. They cannot mourn like you, but they can cry. Call for a fire, their winter clothes they take. Begin but you to shiver and they shake. In frost and snow if you complain of heat, they rub the unsweating brow and swear they sweat. We live not on the square with such as these. Such are our betters who can better please, who day and night are like a looking-glass, still ready to reflect their patron's face. the panegyric hand and lifted eye, prepared for some new piece of flattery. Even nastiness occasions will afford. They praise a belching or whelpissing lord. Besides, there's nothing sacred, nothing free, from bold attempts of their rank lechery. Through the whole family their labours run. The daughter is debauched, the wife is won, nor scapes the bridegroom or the blooming son. If none they find for their lewd purpose fit, they with the walls and very floors commit. They search the secrets of the house and so are worshipped there and feared for what they know. And now we talk of Grecians cast a view on what in schools their men of morals do. A rigid stoic his own pupil slew, a friend against a friend of his own cloth, turned evidence and murdered on his oath. What room is left for Romans in a town where Grecians rule and cloaks control the gown? Some Diphilus or some Protogenes look sharply out our senators to seize, engross them wholly by their native art, and fear no rivals in their bubble's heart. One drop of poison in my patron's ear, one slight suggestion of a senseless fear, infused with cunning serves to ruin me. Disgraced and banished from the family, in vain forgotten services I boast. My long dependence in an hour is lost. Look round the world, what country will appear where friends are left with greater ease than here? At Rome nor think me partial to the poor. All offices of ours are out of door. In vain we rise and to the levees run. My lord himself is up before and gone. The praetor bids his lictors mend their pace, lest his colleague outstrip him in the race. The childless matrons are long since awake, and for affronts the tardy visits take. 'Tis frequent here to see a freeborn son on the left hand of a rich hireling run, because the wealthy rogue can throw away for half a brace of bouts a tribune's pay. But you poor sinner, though you love the vice, and like the whore demur upon the price, and frighted with the wicked some forbear to lend a hand and help her from the chair, produce a witness of unblemished life, holy as Numa or as Numa's wife, or him who bid the unhallowed flames retire, and snatched the trembling goddess from the fire. The question is not put how far extends his piety, but what he yearly spends. Quick to the business, how he lives and eats, how largely gives, how splendidly he treats, how many thousand acres feed his sheep, what are his rents, what servants does he keep. The account is soon cast up the judge's rate, our credit in the court by our estate, swear by our gods or those the Greeks adore. Thou art as sure forsworn as thou art poor. The poor must gain their bread by perjury, and e'en the gods that other means deny, in conscience must absolve them when they lie. Add that the rich have still a gibe in store, and will be monstrous witty on the poor. For the torn surtout and the tattered vest, the wretch and all his wardrobe are a jest. The greasy gown sullied with often turning gives a good hint to say the man's in mourning. Or if the shoe be ripped or patches put, he's wounded, see the plaister on his foot. Want is the scorn of every wealthy foot, and wit in rags is turned to ridicule. Pack hence and from the covered benches rise. The master of the ceremonies cries, this is no place for you whose small estate is not the value of the settled rate. The sons of happy punks the pandar's heir are privileged to sit in triumph there, to clap the first and rule the theatre. Up to the galleries for shame retreat, for by the Rossian law the poor can claim no seat. Whoever brought to his rich daughter's bed the man that polled but 12 pence for his head, whoever named a poor man for his heir, or called him to assist the judging chair. The poor were wise who by the rich oppressed withdrew and sought a secret place of rest. Once they did well to free themselves from scorn, but had done better never to return. Rarely they rise by virtue's aid who lie plunged in the depth of helpless poverty. At Rome 'tis worse where house rent by the year and servants' bellies cost so devilish, and tavern bills run high for hungry cheer. To drink or eat in earthenware we scorn, which cheaply country cupboards does adorn, and coarse blue hoods on holidays are worn. Some distant parts of Italy are known, where none but only dead men wear a gown. On theatres of turf in homely state, old plays they act, old feasts they celebrate. The same rude song returns upon the crowd, and by tradition is for wit allowed. The mimic yearly gives the same delights, and in the mother's arms the clownish infant frights. Their habits undistinguished by degree are plain alike the same simplicity, both on the stage and in the pit you see. In his white cloak the magistrate appears, the country bumpkin the same livery wears, but here attired beyond our purse we go, for useless ornament and flaunting show. We take on trust in purple robes to shine, and poor are yet ambitious to be fine. This is a common vice, though all things here are sold and sold unconscionably dear. What will you give that Casus may but view your face and in the crowd distinguish you? May take your incense like a gracious god, and answer only with a civil nod. To please our patrons in this vicious age, we make our entrance by the favourite page, shave his first down, and when he polls his hair, the consecrated locks to temples bear, pay tributary cracknels which he sells, and with our offerings help to raise his veils, who fears in country towns a house is full, or to be caught betwixt a riven wall. But we inhabit a weak city here, which buttresses and props but scarcely bear, and tease the village masons daily calling, to keep the world's metropolis from falling, to cleanse the gutters and the chinks to close, and for one night secure his lord's repose. At cum we can sleep quite round the year, nor falls nor fires nor nightly dangers fear, while rolling flames from Roman turrets fly, and the pale citizens for buckets cry. Thy neighbour has removed his wretched store, few hands will rid the lumber of the poor. Thy own third story smokes while thou supine art drenched in fumes of undigested wine. For if the lowest floors already burn, carklofts and garrets soon will take the turn, where thy tame pigeons next the tiles were bred, which in their nests unsafe are timely fled. Cardus had but one bed so short to boot, that his short wife's short legs hung dangling out. His cupboard's head 6 earthen pitchers graced, beneath them was his trusty tankard placed, and to support this noble plate there lay a bending chiron cast from honest clay. His few Greek books a rotten chest contained, whose covers much of mouldiness complained, where mice and rats devoured poetic bread, and with heroic verse luxuriously were fed. 'Tis true poor Cardus nothing had to boast, and yet poor Cardus all that nothing lost, begged naked through the streets of wealthy Rome, and found not one to feed or take him home. But if the palace of Archerius burn, the nobles change their clothes, the matrons mourn. The citipater will no pleadings hear, the very name of fire we hate and fear, and look aghast as if the Gauls were here. While yet it burns the officious nation flies, some to condole and some to bring supplies. One sends him marble to rebuild, and one white naked statues of the Parian stone, the work of Polyclete that seem to live, while others images for altars give. One books and screens and palace to the breast, another bags of gold, and he gives best. Childless Archerius vastly rich before, thus by his losses multiplies his store. Suspected for accomplice to the fire that burnt his palace but to build it higher. But could you be content to bid adieu to the dear playhouse and the players too? Sweet countrysats are purchased everywhere, with lands and gardens at less price than here. You hire a darksome dog-hole by the year, a small convenience decently prepared, a shallow well that rises in your yard, that spreads his easy crystal streams around, and waters all the pretty spot of ground. There love the fork thy garden cultivate, and give thy frugal friends a Pythagorean treat. 'Tis somewhat to be lord of some small ground, in which a lizard may at least turn round. 'Tis frequent here for want of sleep to die, which fumes of undigested feasts deny, and with imperfect heat in languid stomachs fry. What house secure from noise the poor can keep, when even the rich can scarce afford to sleep? So dear it costs to purchase rest in Rome, and hence the sources of diseases come. The drover who his fellow drover meets in narrow passages of winding streets, the waggoners that curse their standing teams, would wake even drowsy Drusus from his dreams. And yet the wealthy will not brook delay, but sweep above our heads and make their way, in lofty litters borne and read and write, or sleep at ease the shutters make it night. Yet still he reaches first the public place. The press before him stops the client's pace. The crowd that follows crush his panting sides, and trip his heels. He walks not but he rides. One elbows him, one jostles in the a rafter breaks his head or chairman's pole. Stockinged with loads of fat town dirt he goes, and some rogue soldier with his hobnailed shoes indents his legs behind in bloody rows. See with what smoke our doles we celebrate. 100 guests invited walk in state. 100 hungry slaves with their Dutch kitchens wait. Huge pans the wretches on their heads must bear, which scarce gigantic Corbulo could rear. Yet they must walk upright beneath the load, nay run and running blow the sparkling flames abroad. Their coats from batching newly brought are torn. Unwieldy timber trees in wagons bore, stretched at their length beyond their carriage lie, that nod and threaten ruin from on high. For should their axle break its overthrow, would crush and pound to dust the crowd below. Nor friends their friends, nor sires their sons could know, nor limbs nor bones nor carcase would remain, but a mashed heap, a hotchpotch of the slain. One vast destruction, not the soul alone, but bodies like the soul invisible are flown. Meantime, unknowing of their fellows' fate, the servants wash the platter, scour the plate, then blow the fire with puffing cheeks and lay the rubbers and the bathing sheets display, and oil them first, and each is handy in his way. But he for whom this busy care they take, poor ghost, is wandering by the Stygian lake, affrighted with the ferryman's grim face, new to the horrors of that uncouth place. His passage begs with unregarded prayer, and wants 2 farthings to discharge his fare. Return we to the dangers of the night, and first behold our house's dreadful height, from whence come broken potsherds tumbling down, and leaky ware from garret windows thrown. Well may they break our heads that mark the flinty stone. 'Tis want of sense to sup abroad too late, unless thou first hast settled thy estate. As many fates attend thy steps to meet, as there are waking windows in the street. Bless the good gods and think thy chance is rare, to have a pisspot only for thy share. The scouring drunkard, if he does not fight, before his bedtime takes no rest that night, passing the tedious hours in greater pain than stern Achilles when his friend was slain. 'Tis so ridiculous but so true withal. A bully cannot sleep without a brawl, yet though his youthful blood be fired with wine, he wants not wit the danger to decline, is cautious to avoid the coach and six, and on the laqueys will no quarrel fix. His train of flambeaux and embroidered coat may privilege my lord to walk secure on foot, but me who must by moonlight homeward bend, or lighted only with a candle's end, poor me he fights if that be fighting where he only cudgels and I only bear. He stands and bids me stand, I must abide, for he's the stronger and is drunk beside. Where did you wet your knife tonight, he cries, and shred the leeks that in your stomach rise? Whose windy beans have stuffed your guts, and where have your black thumbs been dipped in vinegar? With what companion cobbler have you fed, on old ox cheeks or hegoat's tougher head? What are you dumb quick with your answer quick? Before my foot salutes you with a kick. Say in what nasty cellar underground, or what church put your rogueship may be found. Answer or answer not, 'tis all the same. He lays me on and makes me bear the blame. Before the bar for beating him you come. This is a poor man's liberty in Rome. You beg his pardon, happy to retreat, with some remaining teeth to chew your meat. Nor is this all, for when retired you think to sleep securely when the candles wink, when every door with iron chains is barred, and roaring taverns are no longer heard, the ruffian robbers by no justice awed, and unpaid cutthroat soldiers are abroad, those venal souls who hardened in each ill, to save complaints and prosecution kill, chased from their woods and bogs the padders come, to this vast city as their native home, to live at ease and safely skulk in Rome. The forge in fetters only is employed, our iron minds exhausted and destroyed. In shackles for these villains scarce allow, goads for the teams and plowshares for the plough. O happy ages of our ancestors, beneath the kings and tribunicial powers, one jail did all their criminals restrain, which now the walls of Rome can scarce contain. More I could say, more causes I could show for my departure, but the sun is low. The wagoner grows weary of my stay, and whips his horses forwards on their way. Farewell, and when like me o'erwhelmed with care, you to your own Aquinum shall repair, to take a mouthful of sweet country air. Be mindful of your friend, and send me word what joys your fountains and cool shades afford. Then to assist your satires I will come, and add new venom when you write of Rome. Caffino effnoc relicto, her goods a basket and old hay her bed. She strolls and telling fortunes gains her bread. Editor. The sixth satire of Juvenal. The argument. This satire, of almost double length to any of the rest, is a bitter invective against the fair sex. It is indeed a commonplace, from whence all the moderns have notoriously stolen their sharpest railleries in his other satires. The poet has only glanced on some particular women, and generally scourged the men, but this he reserved wholly for the ladies. How they had offended him I know not, but upon the whole matter he is not to be excused for imputing to all the vices of some few amongst them. Neither was it generously done of him to attack the weakest, as well as the fairest part of the creation. Neither do I know what moral he could reasonably draw from it. It could not be to avoid the whole sex if all had been true which he alleges against them, for that had been to put an end to humankind, and to bid us beware of their artifices is a kind of silent acknowledgment that they have more wit than men, which turns the satire upon us, and particularly upon the poet, who thereby makes a compliment where he meant a libel if he intended only to exercise his wit. He has forfeited his judgment by making the one half of his readers his mortal enemies, and amongst the men all the happy lovers by their own experience will disprove his accusations. The whole world must allow this to be the wittiest of his satires, and truly he had need of all his parts to maintain with so much violence so unjust a charge. I am satisfied he will bring but few over to his opinion, and on that consideration chiefly I ventured to translate him, though there wanted not another reason, which was that no one else would undertake it, at least Sir Roman 100s, who could have done more right to the author, after a long delay at length absolutely refused so ungrateful an employment. And everyone will grant that the work must have been imperfect and lame if it had appeared without one of the principal members belonging to it. Let the poet therefore bear the blame of his own invention, and let me satisfy the world that I am not of his opinion. Whatever his Roman ladies were, the English are free from all his imputations. They will read with wonder and abhorrence the vices of an age which was the most infamous of any on record. They will bless themselves when they behold those examples related of Domitian's time. They will give back to antiquity those monsters it produced, and believe with reason that the species of those women is extinguished, or at least that they were never here propagated. I may safely therefore proceed to the argument of a satire, which is no way relating to them, and first observe that my author makes their lust the most heroic of their vices. The rest are in a manner but digression. He skims them over, but he dwells on this when he seems to have taken his last leave of it. On the sudden he returns to it. It is one branch of it in Hippia, another in Messalina, but lust is the main body of the tree. He begins with this text in the first line, and takes it up with intermissions to the end of the chapter. Every vice is a loader, but that is a 10. The fillers or intermediate parts, arithere, revenge, their contrivances of secret crimes, their arts, to hide them, their wit to excuse them, and their impudence to own them when they can no longer be kept secret. Then the persons, to whom they are most addicted, and on whom they commonly bestow the last favours, as stage players, fiddlers, singing boys, and fencers, those who pass for chaste amongst them, are not really so, but only for their vast dowries are rather suffered than loved by their own husbands, that they are imperious, domineering, scolding wives, set up for learning and criticism in poetry, but are false judges, love to speak Greek, which was then the fashionable tongue, as French is now with us, that they plead causes at the bar, and play prizes at the bear garden, that they are gossips and newsmongers, wrangle with their neighbours abroad, and beat their servants at home, that they lean for new faces once a month, are sluttish with their husbands in private, and paint, and dress in public for their lovers, that they deal with Jews, diviners, and fortunetellers, learn the arts of miscarrying and barrenness, buy children and produce them for their own murder, their husbands' sons if they stand in their way to his estate, and make their adulterers his heirs from hence. The poet proceeds to show the occasions of all these vices, their original, and how they were introduced in Rome by peace, wealth, and luxury. In conclusion, if we will take the word of our malicious author, bad women are the general standing rule, and the good but some few exceptions to it. In Saturn's reign at nature's early birth, there was that thing called chastity on earth, when in a narrow cave their common shade, the sheep, the shepherds, and their guards were laid, when reeds and leaves and hides of beasts were spread by mountain housewives for their homely bed, and mossy pillows raised for the rude husband's head. Unlike the niceness of our modern dames, affected nymphs with new affected names, the Cynthias and the Lesbias of our years, who for a sparrow's death dissolve in tears, those first unpolished matrons big and bold, gave suck to infants of gigantic mould, rough as their savage lords who ranged the wood, and fat with acorns belched their windy food, for when the world was buxom, fresh, and young, her sons were undebauched and therefore strong, and whether born in kindly beds of earth, or struggling from the teeming oaks to birth, or from what other atoms they begun, no sires they had, or if a sire the son, some thin remains of chastity appeared, even under Jove, but Jove without a beard. Before the servile Greeks had learnt to swear by heads of kings, while yet the bounteous year her common fruits in open plains exposed, ere thieves were feared or gardens were enclosed, at length uneasy justice upwards flew, and both the sisters to the stars withdrew. From that old raw whoring did begin, so venerably ancient is the sin. Adulterers next invade the nuptial state, and marriage beds creaked with a foreign weight. All other ills did iron times adorn, but whores and silver in one age were born. Yet thou, they say, for marriage dost provide. Is this an age to buckle with a bride? They say thy hair the curling art is taught, the wedding ring perhaps already bought. A sober man like thee to change his life, what fury would possess thee with a wife? Art thou of every other death bereft? No knife, no ratsbane, no kind halter left, for every noose compared to hers is cheap. Is there no sitterbridge from whence to leap? Wouldst thou become her drudge who dost enjoy a better sort of bedfellow, thy boy? He keeps thee not awake with nightly brawls, nor with a begged reward thy pleasure pulls, nor with insatiate heavings calls for more, when all thy spirits were drained out before. But still Arcidius courts the marriage bait, longs for a son to settle his estate, and takes no gifts, though every gaping would gladly grease the rich old bachelor. What revolution can appear so strained as such a lecher, such a life to chain? A rank notorious whoremaster to choose, to thrust his neck into the marriage noose, he who so often in a dreadful fright had in a coffer escaped the jealous cuckold's sight, that he to wedlock dotingly betrayed, should hope in this lewd town to find a maid The man's grown mad to ease his frantic pain. Run for the surgeon, breathe the middle vein. But let a heifer with gilt horns be led to Juno, regent of the marriage bed, and let him every deity adore. If his new bride prove not an errant whore, in head and tail and every other poor, on Ceres' feast restrained from their delight, few matrons there but curse the tedious night, few whom their fathers dare salute such lust, their kisses have and come with such a gust, with ivy now adorn thy doors and wed, such is thy bride and such thy genial bed. Think'st thou one man is for one woman meant? She sooner with one eye would be content. And yet 'tis noised a maid did once appear in some small village, though fame says not where. 'Tis possible, but sure no man she found. 'Twas desert all about her father's ground, and yet some lustful god might there make bold. Are Jove and Mars grown impotent and old? Many a fair nymph has in a cave been spread, and much good love without a feather bed. Whither wouldst thou to choose a wife resort? The park, the mole, the playhouse, or the court? Which way soever thy adventures fall, secure alike of chastity in all. One sees a dancing master capering high, and raves and pisses with pure ecstasy. Another does with all his motions move, and gapes and grins as in the feat of love. A third is charmed with the new opera notes, admires the song but on the singer dotes. The country lady in the box appears, softly she warbles over all she hears, and sucks in passion both at eyes and ears. The rest, when now the long vacations come, the noisy hall and theatres grown dumb, their memories to refresh and cheer their hearts, in borrowed breeches act the players' parts. The poor that scarce have wherewithal to eat will pinch to make the singing boy a treat. The rich to buy him will refuse no price, and stretch his quailpipe till they crack his voice. Tragedians acting love for lust are sought, though but the parrots of a poet's thought. The pleading lawyer, though for counsel used, in chamber practice often is refused. Still thou wilt have a wife and father heirs, the product of concurring theatres. Perhaps a fencer did thy brows adorn, and a young swordsman to thy lands is born. Thus Hippia loathed her old patrician lord, and left him for a brother of the sword. To wandering Pharos with her love she fled, to show one monster more than Afric bred. Forgetting house and husband left behind, even children too, she sails before the wind. False to them all but constant to her kind, but stranger yet and harder to conceive. She could the playhouse and the players leave, born of rich parentage and nicely bred. She lodged on down and in a damask bed, yet daring now the dangers of the deep. On a hard mattress is content to sleep. Ere this 'tis true she did her fame expose, but that great ladies with great ease can lose. The tender nymph could the rude ocean bear, so much her lust was stronger than her fear. But had some honest cause her passage pressed, the smallest hardship had disturbed her breast. Each inconvenience makes their virtue cold, but womankind in ills is ever bold. Were she to follow her own lord to sea, what doubts and scruples would she raise to stay? Her stomach sick and her head giddy grows, the tar and pitch are nauseous to her nose. But in love's voyage nothing can offend, women are never seasick with a friend. Amidst the crew she walks upon the board, she eats, she drinks, she handles every chord, and if she spews 'tis thinking of her lord. Now ask for whom her friends and fame she lost. What youth, what beauty could the adulterer boast? What was the face for which she could sustain to be called mistress to so base a man? The gallant of his days had known the best. Deep scars were seen indented on his breast, and all his battered limbs required their needful rest. A promontory when, with grisly grace, stood high upon the handle of his face. His blear eyes ran in gutters to his chin. His beard was stubble and his cheeks were thin. but 'twas his fencing did her fancy move. 'Tis arms and blood and cruelty they love. But should he quit his trade and sheath his sword, her lover would begin to be her lord. This was a private crime, but you shall hear what fruits the sacred brows of monarchs bear. The good old sluggard but began to snore, when from his side up rose the imperial whore, she who preferred the pleasures of the night to pomps that are but impotent delight, strode from the palace with an eager pace, to cope with a more masculine embrace. Muffled she marched like Juno in a cloud, of all her train but one poor wench allowed, one whom in secret service she could trust, the rival and companion of her lust. To the known brothel house she takes her way, and for a nasty room gives double pay, that room in which the rankest harlot lay. Prepared for fight expectingly she lies, with heaving breasts and with desiring eyes. Still as one drops another takes his place, and baffled still succeeds to like disgrace. At length when friendly darkness is expired, and every strumpet from her cell retired, she lags behind and lingering at the gate, with a repining sigh submits to fate. All filth without and all afire within, tired with the toil, unsated with the sin. Old Caesar's bed the modest matron seeks, the steam of lamps still hanging on her cheeks. In ropey smut thus foul and thus bedight, she brings him back the product of the night. Now should I sing what poisons they provide, with all their trumpery of charms beside, and all their arts of death, it would be known. Lust is the smallest sin the sex can own. Cecilia still, they say, is guiltless found of every vice by her own lord renowned, and well she may, she brought 10,000 pound. She brought him wherewithal to be called chaste. His tongue is tied in golden fetters fast. He sighs, adores, and courts her every hour. Who would not do as much for such a dower? She writes love letters to the youth in grace, nay, tips the wink before the cuckold's face, and might do more, her portion makes it good. Wealth has the privilege of widowhood. These truths with his example you disprove. Who with his wife is monstrously in love, but know him better, for I heard him swear 'tis not that she's his wife, but that she's fair. Let her but have 3 wrinkles in her face, let her eyes lessen and her skin unbrace, soon you will hear the saucy steward say, pack up with all your trinkets and away. You grow offensive both at bed and board. Your betters must be had to please my lord. Meantime she's absolute upon the throne, and knowing time is precious loses none. She must have flocks of sheep with wool more fine than silk, and vineyards of the noblest wine. Whole droves of pages for her train she craves, and sweeps the prisons for attending slaves. In short, whatever in her eyes can come, or others have abroad, she wants at home. When winter shuts the seas and fleecy snows make houses white, she to the merchant goes. Rich crystals of the rock she takes up there, huge agate vases and old china ware. Then Berenice's ring her finger proves, more precious made by her incestuous loves, and infamously dear a brother's bribe. Even God's anointed and of Judah's tribe, where barefoot they approach the sacred shrine, and think it only sin to feed on swine, but is none worthy to be made a wife. In all this town suppose her free from strife, rich, fair, and fruitful of unblemished life, chaste as the Sabines whose prevailing charms dismissed their husbands and their brothers' arms. Grant her besides of noble blood that ran in ancient veins ere heraldry began. Suppose all these, and take a poet's word, a black swan is not half so rare a bird. A wife so hung with virtues such a freight, what mortal shoulders could support the weight? Some country girl scarce to a curtsy bred would I much rather than Cornelia wed. If supercilious, haughty, proud, and vain, she brought her father's triumphs in her train. Away with all your Carthaginian state, let vanquished Hannibal without doors wait. too burly and too big to pass my narrow gate. O Pan, cries Amphion, bend thy bow against my wife and let my children go. But sullen Pan shoots at sons and mothers too. His Niobe and all his boys he lost, even her who did her numerous offspring boast, as fair and fruitful as the sow that carried the 30 pigs at one large litter farrowed. What beauty or what chastity can bear so great a price if stately and severe? She still insults and you must still adore. Grant that the honey's much, the gall is more. Upbraided with the virtues she displays, 7 hours in 12 you loathe the wife you praise. Some faults though small intolerable grow, for what so nauseous and affected too, as those that think they do perfection want, who have not learnt to lisp the Grecian cant. In Greece their whole accomplishments they seek, their fashion-breeding language must be Greek, but raw in all that does to Rome belong. They scorn to cultivate their mother tongue. In Greek they flatter, all their fears they speak, tell all their secrets, nay they scold in Greek. Even in the feat of love they use that tongue. Such affectations may become the young. But thou old hag of 80 years and 3, is showing of thy parts in Greek for thee. All those tender words, the momentary trembling bliss affords, the kind soft murmurs of the private sheets, are bawdy while thou speak'st in public streets. Those words have fingers and their force is such, they raise the dead and mount him with a touch. But all provocatives from thee are vain, no blandishment the slackened nerve can strain. If then thy lawful spouse thou canst not love, what reason should thy mind to marriage move? Why all the charges of the nuptial feast, wine and desserts and sweetmeats to digest, the endowing gold that buys the dear delight, given for thy first and only happy night? If thou art thus uxoriously inclined to bear thy bondage with a willing mind, prepare thy neck and put it in the yoke, but for no mercy from thy woman look. For though perhaps she loves with equal fires, to absolute dominion she aspires, joys in the spoils and triumphs o'er thy purse, the better husband makes the wife the worse. Nothing is thine to give or sell or buy, all offices of ancient friendship die, nor hast thou leave to make a legacy. By thy imperious wife thou art bereft, a privilege to pimps and panders left. Thy testaments her will where she prefers, her ruffians, drudges and adulterers, adopting all thy rivals for thy heirs. Go drag that slave to death, your reason why should the poor innocent be doomed to die? What proofs for when man's life is in debate, the judge can ne'er too long deliberate? Call'st thou that slave a man? The wife replies, proved or unproved the crime the villain dies. I have the sovereign power to save or kill, and give no other reason but my will. Thus the shetterant reigns till pleased with change, her wild affections to new empires range. Another subject husband she desires, divorced from him she to the first retires, while the last wedding feast is scarcely o'er, and garlands hang yet green upon the door. So still the reckoning rises and appears, in total some 8 husbands in 5 years. The title for a tombstone might be fit, but that it would too commonly be writ. Her mother living hope no quiet day, she sharpens her, instructs her how to flay her husband bare, and then divides the prey. She takes love letters with a crafty smile, and in her daughter's answer mends the style. In vain the husband sets his watchful spies, she cheats their cunning or she bribes their eyes. The doctors called the daughter taught the trick, pretends to faint and in full health is sick. The panting stallion at the closet door hears the consult and wishes it were o'er. Canst thou in reason hope a bawd so known should teach her other manners than her own? Her interest is in all the advice she gives, tease on the daughters, rents the mother lives. No cause is tried at the litigious bar, but women plaintiffs or defendants are. They form the process, all the briefs they write, the topics furnish and the pleas indite, and teach the toothless lawyer how to bite. They turn viragos to the wrestler's toil. They try and smear the naked limbs with oil. Against the post their wicker shields they crush, flourish the sword and at the flastron push. Of every exercise the mannish crew fulfills the parts and oft excels us too, prepared not only in feigned fights to engage, but rout the gladiators on the stage. What sense of shame in such a breast can lie, inured to arms and her own sex to fly? Yet to be wholly man she would disclaim, to quit her tenfold pleasure at the game, for frothy praises and an empty name. Oh, what a decent sight 'tis to behold, all thy wife's magazine by auction sold, the belt, the crested plume, the several suits of armor and the Spanish leather boots. Yet these are they that cannot bear the heat of figured silks and under sarcenet sweat. Behold the strutting Amazonian whore. She stands in guard with her right foot before, her coat's tucked up and all her motions just. She stamps and then cries ha at every thrust, but laugh to see her tired with many a bout. Call for the part and like a man piss out. The ghosts of ancient Romans, should they rise, would grin to see their daughters play a prize. Besides, what endless brawls by wives are bred. The curtain lecture makes a mournful bed. Then when she has thee sure within the sheets, her cry begins and the whole day repeats. Conscious of crimes herself she teases first. Thy servants are accused, thy whore is cursed. She acts the jealous and at will she cries, for women's tears are but the sweat of eyes. Poor cuckold fool, thou think'st that love sincere, and sucks between her lips the falling tear. But search her cabinet and thou shalt find each tiller there with love epistles lined. Suppose her taken in a close embrace, this you would think so manifest a case. No rhetoric could defend, no impudence outface. And yet even then she cries the marriage a mental reservation must allow, and there's a silent bargain still implied. The parties should be pleased on either side, and both may for their private needs provide. Though men yourselves and women us you call, yet homo is a common name for all. There's nothing bolder than a woman caught. Guilt gives them courage to maintain their fault. You ask from whence proceed these monstrous crimes? Once poor and therefore chaste in former times, our matrons were no luxury found room in low-roofed houses and bare walls of loam. Their hands with labour hardened while 'twas light, and frugal sleep supplied the quiet night, while pinched with want their hunger held them straight, when Hannibal was hovering at the gate. But wanton now and lolling at our ease, we suffer all the inveterate ills of peace, and wasteful riot whose destructive charms revenge the vanquished world of our victorious arms. No crime, no lustful postures are unknown, since poverty our guardian god is gone. Pride, laziness, and all luxurious arts pour like a deluge in from foreign parts, since gold obscene and silver found the way, strange fashions with strange bullion to convey, and our plain simple manners to betray. What care our drunken dames to whom they spread wine no distinction makes of tail or head, who lewdly dancing at a midnight ball, for hot eringos and fat oysters call, full brimmers to their fuddled noses thrust, brimmers the last provocatives of lust, when vapours to their swimming brains advance, and double tapers on the table dance. Now think what bawdy dialogues they have, what Tullia talks to her confiding slave, at Modesty's old statue when by night they make a stand and from their litters light. The good man early to the levee goes, and treads the nasty paddle of his spouse. The secrets of the goddess named the good are even by boys and barbers understood, where the rank matrons dancing to the pipe gig with their bums and are for action ripe. With music raised they spread abroad their hair, and toss their heads like an enamoured mare. Lawfella lays her garland by and proves the mimic lechery of manly loves. Ranked with the lady the cheap sinner lies, for here not blood but virtue gives the prize. Nothing is feigned in this venereal strife, 'tis downright lust and acted to the life. So full, so fierce, so vigorous and so strong, that looking on would make old Nestor young. Impatient of delay, a general sound, an universal groan of lust goes round. For then and only then the sex sincere is found. Now is the time of action, now begin, they cry, and let the lusty lovers in. The whoresons are asleep, then bring the slaves, and watermen, a race of strong-backed knaves. I wish at least our sacred rites were free from those pollutions of obscenity. But 'tis well known what singer how disguised a lewd audacious action enterprised. Into the fair with women mixed he went, armed with a huge two-handed instrument, a grateful present to those holy choirs, where the mouse guilty of his sex retires, and even male pictures modestly are veiled. Yet no profaneness in that age prevailed. No scoffers at religious rites were found, though now at every altar they abound. I hear your cautious counsel, you would say, keep close your women under lock and key. But who shall keep those keepers women nursed? In craft begin with those and bribe them first. The sex is turned all whore, they love the game, and mistresses and maids are both the same. The poor Agulnia on the poet's day will borrow clothes and chair to see the play. She who before had mortgaged her estate, and pawned the last remaining piece of plate. Some are reduced their utmost shifts to try. But women have no shame of poverty. They live beyond their stint as if their store, the more exhausted, would increase the more. Some men instructed by the labouring ant provide against the extremities of want. But womankind that never knows a mean, down to the dregs their sinking fortune drain. Hourly they give and spend and waste and wear, and think no pleasure can be bought too dear. There are who in soft eunuchs place their bliss, to shun the scrubbing of a bearded kiss, and scape abortion, but their solid joy is when the page already past a boy is caponed late and to the gelder shown, with his two ponders to perfection grown. When all the navel string could give appears, all but the beard, and that's the barber's loss, not theirs. Seen from afar and famous for his wear, he struts into the bath among the fair. The admiring crew to their devotions fall, and kneeling on their new Priapus call. Curved for his lady's use with her he lies, and let him drudge for her if thou art wise, rather than trust him with thy favourite boy. He proffers death in proffering to enjoy. If songs they love, the singer's voice they force beyond his compass till his quailpipes hoarse. His lute and lyre with their embrace is worn. With knots they trim it and with gems adorn. Run over all the strings and kiss the case, and make love to it in the master's place. A certain lady once of high degree to Janus vowed and Vesta's deity, that Pollio might in singing win the prize. Pollio the dear, the darling of her eyes. She prayed and bribed, what could she more have done, for a sick husband or an only son? With her face veiled and heaving up her hands, the shameless suppliant at the altar stands. The forms of prayer she solemnly pursues, and pale with fear the offered entrails views. Answer ye powers, for if you heard her vow, your godships sure had little else to do. This is not all, for actors they implore an impudence unknown to heaven before. The arispex, tired with this religious rout, is forced to stand so long he gets the gout. But suffer not thy wife abroad to roam. If she loves singing, let her sing at home, not strut in streets with Amazonian pace, for that's to cuckold thee before thy face. Their endless itch of news comes next in play. They vent their own and hear what others say. Know what in Thrace or what in France is done. The intrigues betwixt the stepdame and the son. Tell who loves who, what favours some partake. And who is jilted for another's sake? What pregnant widow in what month was made? How oft she did, and doing what she said. She first beholds the raging comet rise, knows whom it threatens and what lands destroys. Still for the newest news she lies in wait, and takes reports just entering at the gate. Wrecks, floods and fires, whatever she can meet, she spreads and is the fame of every street. This is a grievance, but the next is worse, a very judgment and her neighbours' curse. For if their barking dog disturb her ease, no prayer can bend her, no excuse appease. The unmannered malefactor is arraigned, but first the master who the cur maintained must feel the scourge. By night she leaves her bed, by night her bathing equipage is led, that marching armies a less noise create. She moves in tumult and she sweats in state. Meanwhile her guests their appetites must keep. Some gape for hunger and some gasp for sleep. At length she comes all flushed, but ere she sup, swallows a swinging preparation cup, and then to clear her stomach spews it up. The deluge of vomit all the floor o'erflows, and the sour savour nauseates every nose. She drinks again she spews a lake. Her wretched husband sees and dares not speak, but mutters many a curse against his wife, and damns himself for choosing such a life. But of all plagues the greatest is untold, the book-learned wife in Greek and Latin bold, the critic dame who at her table sits, Homer and Virgil quotes and weighs their wits, and pities Dido's agonizing fits. She has so far the ascendant of the board, the prating pedant puts not in one word, the man of law is nonplussed in his suit, nay every other female tongue is mute. Hammers and beating anvils you would swear, and Vulcan with his whole militia there. Tabors and trumpets cease, for she alone is able to redeem the labouring moon. Even wit's a burthen when it talks too long, but she who has no continence of tongue should walk in breeches and should wear a beard, and mix among the philosophically herd. Oh, what a midnight curse has he whose side is pestered with a mood and figure bride. Let mine, ye gods, if such must be my fate, no logic learn nor history translate, but rather be a quiet humble fool. I hate a wife to whom I go to school, who climbs the grammar tree distinctly knows where noun and verb and participle grows, corrects her contranigber and abed, for breaking prisons breaks her husband's head. The gaudy gossip when she's set agog, in jewels dressed and at each ear a bar, goes flaunting out and in her trim of pride, thinks all she says or does is justified. When poor she's scarce a tolerable evil, but rich and fine a wife's a very devil. She duly once a month renews her face, meantime it lies in daub and hid in grease. Those are the husband's nights she craves her due. He takes fat kisses and is stuck in glue. But to the loved adulterer when she steers, fresh from the bath in brightness she appears. For him the rich Arabia sweats her gum, and precious oils from distant Indies come. How haggardly soer she looks at home. The eclipse then vanishes and all her face is opened and restored to every grace. The crust removed, her cheeks as smooth as silk are polished with a wash of ass's milk. And should she to the farthest north be sent, a train of these attend her banishment. But hadst thou seen her plaistered up before, 'twas so unlike a face it seemed a sore. 'Tis worth our while to know what all the day they do and how they pass their time away. For if o'ernight the husband has been slack, or counterfeited sleep and turned his back, next day be sure the servants go to rack. The chambermaid and dresser are cold whores, the page is stripped and beaten out of doors. The whole house suffers for the master's crime, and he himself is warned to wake another time. She hires tormentors by the year she treats her visitors and talks, but still she beats while she paints her face, surveys her gown, casts up the day's account and still beats on. tired out at length with an outrageous tone, she bids them in the devil's name be gone. Compared with such a proud, insulting dame, Sicilian tyrants may renounce their name. For if she hastes abroad to take the air, or goes to Isis' church, the bawdy house of prayer, she hurries all her handmaids to the task. Her head alone will 20 dressers ask. Secca's the chief with breast and shoulders bare, trembling considers every sacred hair. If any straggler from his rank be found, a pinch must for the mortal sin compound. Secca's is not in fault but in the glass. The dame's offended at her own ill face. That maid is banished, and another girl, more dexterous, manages the comb and curl. The rest are summoned on a point so nice, and first the grave old woman gives advice. The next is called, and so the turn goes round, as each for age or wisdom is renowned. Such counsel, such deliberate care they take, as if her life and honour lay at stake. With curls on curls they build her head before, and mount it with a formidable tower. A giantess she seems, but look behind, and then she dwindles to the pygmy kind. Duck-legged, short-waisted, such a dwarf she is, that she must rise on tiptoes for a kiss. Meanwhile her husband's whole estate is spent. He may go bare while she receives his rent. She minds him not, she lives not as a wife, but like a bawling neighbour full of strife. Near him in this alone that she extends her hate to all his servants and his friends. Bellona's priests and eunuch at their head, about the streets a mad procession lead. The venerable gelding, large and high, o'erlooks the herd of his inferior fry. His awkward clergymen about him prance, and beat the timbrels to their mystic dance. Guiltless of testicles they tear their throats, and squeak in treble their unmanly notes. Meanwhile his cheeks the mitred prophet swells, and dire presages of the year foretells. Unless with eggs his priestly hire they haste, to expiate and avert the autumnal blast, and add beside a murrey-coloured vest, which in their places may receive the pest, and thrown into the flood their crimes may bear, to purge the unlucky omens of the year. The astonished matrons pay before the rest. That sex is still obnoxious to the priest. Through ye they beat and plunge into the stream, if so the god has warned them in a dream. Weak in their limbs but in devotion strong, on their bare hands and feet they crawl along, a whole field's length the laughter of the throng. Should Io's priest command a pilgrimage to Meroe's burning sand, through deserts they would seek the secret spring, and holy water for lustration bring. How can they pay their priests too much respect, who trade with heaven and earthly gains neglect? With him domestic gods discourse by night, by day attended by his choir in white. The bold pate tribe runs madding through the street, and smile to see with how much ease they cheat. The ghostly sire forgives the wife's delights, who sins through frailty on forbidden nights, and tempts her husband in the holy time, when carnal pleasure is a mortal crime. The sweating image shakes his head, but he, with mumbled prayers, atones the deity. The pious priesthood the fat goose receive, and they once bribed the godhead must forgive. No sooner these remove, but full of fear, a gypsy Jewess whispers in your ear, and begs an alms, an high priest's daughter she, versed in their Talmud and divinity, and prophesies beneath a shady tree. Her goods a basket, and old hay her bed. She strolls and telling fortunes gains her bread. Farthings and some small moneys are her fees, yet she interprets all your dreams for these. Foretells the estate when the rich uncle dies, and sees a sweetheart in the sacrifice. Such toys a pigeon's entrails can disclose, which yet the Armenian augur far outgoes. In dogs a victim more obscene he rakes, and murdered infants for inspection takes. For gain his impious practice he pursues, for gain will his accomplices accuse. More credit yet is to Chaldeans given, What they foretell is deemed the voice of heaven. Their answers as from Hammon's altar come, since now the Delphian oracles are dumb, and mankind, ignorant of future fate, believes what fond astrologers relate. Of these the most in vogue is he who sent beyond seas is returned from banishment, his art who to aspiring Otho sold, and sure succession to the crown foretold, for his esteem is in his exile placed. The more believed the more he was disgraced. No astrologic wizard honor gains, who has not oft been banished or in chains. He gets renown who to the halter, but narrowly escapes and buys it dear. From him your wife inquires the planets will, when the black jaundice shall her mother kill. Her sisters and her uncles' end would know, but first consults his art when you shall go. And what's the greatest gift that heaven can give, if after her the adulterer shall live? She neither knows nor cares to know the rest, if Mars and Saturn shall the world infest, or Jove and Venus with their friendly rays will interpose and bring us better days. Beware the woman too and shun her sight, who in these studies does herself delight, by whom a greasy almanac is born, with often handling like chafed amber worn. Not now consulting but consulted she, of the 12 houses and their lords is free. She if the scheme a fatal journey show, stays safe at home but lets her husband go. If but a mile she travel out of town, the planetary hour must first be known, and lucky moment if her eye but aches, or itches its decumbiture she takes. No nourishment receives in her disease, but what the stars and Ptolemy shall please. The middle sort who have not much to spare, to chiromancers cheaper art repair, who clap the pretty palm to make the lines more fair. But the rich matron who has more to give, her answers from the brackman will receive. Skilled in the globe and sphere he gravely stands, and with his compass measures seas and lands. The poorest of the sex have still an itch to know their fortunes equal to the rich. The dairymaid enquires if she shall take the trusty tailor and the cook forsake. Yet these though poor the pain of childbed bear, and without nurses their own infants rear, you seldom hear of the rich mantle spread for the babe born in the great lady's bed. Such is the power of herbs, such arts they use, to make them barren or their fruit to lose. But thou whatever slops she will have bought, be thankful and supply the deadly draught. Help her to make manslaughter, let her bleed, and never want for savin at her need. For if she holds till her 9 months be run, thou mayst be father to an Ethiop's son, a boy who ready gotten to thy hands, by law is to inherit all thy lands. One of that hue that should he cross the way, his omen would discolour all the day. I passed the foundling by a race unknown, at doors exposed whom matrons make their own, and into noble families advance, a nameless issue the blind work of chance. Indulgent fortune does her care employ, and smiling broods upon the naked boy. Her garment spreads and laps him in the fold, and covers with her wings from nightly cold, gives him her blessing, puts him in a way, sets up the farce and laughs at her own play. Him she promotes, she favours him alone, and makes provision for him as her own. The craving wife the force of magic tries, and filters for the unable husband buys. The potion works not on the part designed, but turns his brains and stupefies his mind. The sotted mooncalf gapes and staring on, sees his own business by another done. A long oblivion, a benumbing frost, constrains his head and yesterday is lost. Some nimbler juice would make him foam and rave, like that Caesonia to her Caius gave, who plucking from the forehead of the foe, his mother's love infused it in the bowl. The boiling blood ran hissing in his veins, till the mad vapour mounted to his brains. The thunderer was not half so much on fire, when Juno's girdle kindled his desire. What woman will not use the poisoning trade? when Caesar's wife the precedent has made. Let Agrippina's mushroom be forgot, given to a slavering old unuseful sot, that only closed the drivelling dotard's eyes, and sent his godhead downward to the skies. But this fierce potion calls for fire and sword, nor spares the commons when it strikes the Lord. So many mischiefs were in one combined, so much one single poisoner cost mankind. If stepdames seek their sons-in-law to kill, 'tis venial trespass, let them have their will. But let the child entrusted to the care of his own mother of her bread beware. Beware the food she reaches with her hand. The morsel is intended for thy land. Thy tutor be thy taster ere thou eat. There's poison in thy drink and in thy meat. You think this feign the satire in a rage, struts in the buskins of the tragic stay, forgets his business is to laugh and bite, and will of deaths and dire revenges write. Would it were all a fable that you read! But Dryman's wife pleads guilty to the deed. Aye, she confesses in the fact was caught, 2 sons dispatching at one deadly draught. What 2 sons, thou viper, in one day? Yes, 7, she cries, if 7 were in my way. Medea's legend is no more a lie. Our age adds credit to antiquity. Great ills we grant in former times did reign, and murders then were done but not for gain. Less admiration to great crimes is due, which they through wrath or through revenge pursue. For weak of reason, impotent of will, the sex is hurried headlong into ill, and like a cliff from its foundations torn, by raging earthquakes into seas is borne. But those are fiends who crimes from thought begin, and cool in mischief meditate the sin. They read the example of a pious wife, redeeming with her own her husband's life. Yet if the laws did that exchange afford, would save their lapdog sooner than their lord. Where'er you walk the belides you meet, and Clytemnestras grow in every street. But here's the difference: Agamemnon's wife was a gross butcher with a bloody knife, but murder now is to perfection grown, and subtle poisons are employed alone, unless some antidote prevents their arts, and lines with balsam all the nobler parts. In such a case reserved for such a need, rather than fail the dagger does the deed. The 10th satire of Juvenal. The argument. The poet's design in this divine satire is to represent the various wishes and desires of mankind, and to set out the folly of them, he runs through all the several heads of riches, honours, eloquence, fame, for martial achievements, long life and beauty, and gives instances in each how frequently they have proved the ruin of those that owned them. He concludes therefore that since we generally choose so ill for ourselves, we should do better to leave it to the gods, to make the choice for us. All we can safely ask of heaven lies within a very small compass. It is but health of body and mind, and if we have these it is not much matter what we want besides, for we have already enough to make us happy. Look round the habitable world, how few know their own good or knowing it pursue. How void of reason are our hopes and fears, what in the conduct of our life appears so well designed, so luckily begun, but when we have our wish we wish undone. Whole houses of their whole desires possessed are often ruined at their own request. In wars and peace things hurtful we require, when made obnoxious to our own desire. With laurels some have fatally been crowned, some who the depths of eloquence have found, in that unnavigable stream were drowned. The brawny fool who did his vigour boast, in that presuming confidence was lost. But more have been by avarice oppressed, and heaps of money crowded in the chest, unwieldy sums of wealth which higher mount than files of marshalled figures can account, to which the stores of Ciarsas in the scale would look like little dolphins when they sail in the vast shadow of the British whale. For this in Nero's arbitrary time, when virtue was a guilt and wealth a crime, a troop of cutthroat guards were sent to seize the rich men's goods and gut their palaces. The mob commissioned by the government are seldom to an empty garret sent. The fearful passenger who travels late, charged with the carriage of a paltry plate, shakes at the moonshine shadow of a rush, and sees a redcoat rise from every bush. The beggar sings even when he sees the place, beset with thieves and never mends his pace. Of all the vows the first and chief request, of each isto be richer than the rest. And yet no doubts the poor man's draught control, he dreads no poison in his homely then fear the deadly drug when gems divine enchase the cup and sparkle in the wine. Will you not now the pair of sages praise, who the same end pursued by several ways? One pitied, one contemned the woeful times, one laughed at follies, one lamented crimes. Laughter is easy, but the wonder lies. What stores of brine supplied the weeper's eyes? Democritus could feed his spleen and shake his sides and shoulders till he felt them ache. Though in his country town no lictors were, nor rods nor axe nor tribune did appear, nor all the foppish gravity of show, which cunning magistrates on crowds bestow. What had he done had he beheld on high our Piator seated in mock majesty, his chariot rolling o'er the dusty place, while with dumb pride and a set formal face, he moves in the dull ceremonial track, with Jove's embroidered coat upon his back. A suit of hangings had not more oppressed his shoulders than that long laborious vest. A heavy gewgaw called a crown that spread about his temples drowned his narrow head, and would have crushed it with the massy freight, but that a sweating slave sustained the weight, a slave in the same chariot seen to ride, to mortify the mighty madman's pride. Add now the imperial eagle raised on high, with golden beak the mark of majesty, trumpets before and on the left and right, a cavalcade of nobles all in white, in their own natures false and flattering tribes, but made his friends by places and by bribes. In his own age Democritus could find sufficient cause to laugh at humankind. Learn from so great a wit a land of bogs, with ditches fenced a heaven fat with fogs, may form a spirit fit to sway the state, and make the neighbouring monarchs fear their fate. He laughs at all the vulgar cares and fears, at their vain triumphs and their vainer tears. An equal temper in his mind he found, when fortune flattered him and when she frowned. 'Tis plain from hence that what our vows request are hurtful things or useless at the best. Some ask for envied power which public hate pursues and hurries headlong to their fate. Down go the titles and the statue crowned is by base hands in the next river drowned. The guiltless horses and the chariot wheel the same effects of vulgar fury feel. The smith prepares his hammer for the stroke, while the lunged bellows hissing fire provoke. Sejanus almost first of Roman names, the great Sejanus crackles in the flames. Formed in the forge the pliant brass is laid, on anvils and of head and limbs are made. Pans, cans and pispots a whole kitchen trade. Adorn your doors with laurels and a bull. Milk white and large lead to the Capitol. Sejanus with a rope is dragged along, the sport and laughter of the giddy throng. Good Lord, they cry, what Ethiop lips he has! How foul a snout and what a hanging face! By heaven I never could endure his sight. But say, how came his monstrous crimes to light? What is the charge and who the evidence? The saviour of the nation and the prince? Nothing of this but our old Caesar sent a noisy letter to his parliament. Nay, sirs, if Caesar writ I ask no more. He's guilty and the question's out of door. How goes the mob, for that's a mighty thing? When the kings trump the mob are for the king. They follow fortune and the common cry is still against the rogue condemned to die. But the same very mob that rascal crowd had cried Sejanus with a shout as loud, had his designs by fortune's favour blessed, succeeded and the prince's age oppressed. But long, long since the times have changed their face, The people grown degenerate and base, not suffered now the freedom of their choice, to make their magistrates and sell their voice. Our wise forefathers, great by sea and land, had once the power and absolute command. All offices of trust themselves disposed, raised whom they pleased and whom they pleased deposed. But we who give our native rights away, and our enslaved posterity betray, are now reduced to beg an alms and go on holidays to see a puppet show. There was a damned design, cries one no doubt, for warrants are already issued out. I met Brutidius in a mortal fright. He's dipped for certain and plays least in sight. I fear the rage of our offended prince, who thinks the Senate slack in his defence. Come, let us haste our loyal zeal to show, and spurn the wretched corpse of Caesar's foe. But let our slaves be present there, lest they accuse their masters and for gain betray. Such were the whispers of those jealous times about Sejanus' punishment and crimes. Now tell me truly, wouldst thou change thy fate, to be like him, first minister of state, to have thy levies crowded with resort of a depending gaping servile court, dispose all honours of the sword and gown, grace with a nod and ruin with a frown, to hold thy prince in pupilage and sway, that monarch whom the mastered world obey, while he intent on secret lusts alone, lives to himself abandoning the throne, cooped in a narrow isle observing dreams, with flattering wizards and erecting schemes. I well believe thou wouldst be great as he, for every man's a fool to that degree. All wish the dire prerogative to kill, even they would have the power who want the will. But wouldst thou have thy wishes understood, to take the bad together with the good? Wouldst thou not rather choose a small renown, to be the mayor of some poor paltry town, bigly to look and barbarously to speak, to pound false weights and scanty measures break? Then grant we that Sejanus went astray in every wish and knew not how to pray. For he who grasped the world's exhausted store, yet never had enough but wished for more, raised a toffivy tower of monstrous height, which mouldering crushed him underneath the weight. What did the mighty Pompey's fall beget, and ruined him who greater than the great? The stubborn pride of Roman nobles broke, and bent their haughty necks beneath his yoke. What else but his immoderate lust of power? Prayers made and granted in a luckless hour. For few usurpers to the shades descend, by a dry death or with a quiet end. The boy who scarce has paid his entrance down to his proud pedant or declined a noun, so small an elf that when the days are foul, he and his satchel must be borne to school, yet prays and hopes and aims at nothing less, to prove a Tully or Demosthenes. But both those orators so much renowned, in their own depths of eloquence were drowned. The hand and head were never lost of those who dealt in doggerel or who punned in prose. Fortune fortuned the dying notes of Rome, till I thy consul soul consoled thy doom. His fate had crept below the lifted swords, had all his malice been to murder words. I rather would be envious thrash for rhymes, like his the scorn and scandal of the times, than that Philippic fatally divine, which is inscribed the second should be mine. Nor he the wonder of the Grecian throng, who drove them with the torrent of his tongue, who shook the theatres and swayed the state of Athens, found a more propitious fate, whom born beneath a boding horoscope, his sire the blearied Vulcan of a shop, from Mars his forge sent to Minerva's schools, to learn the unlucky art of wheedling fools, with itch of honour and opinion vain. All things beyond their native worth we strain, the spoils of war brought to Feretrian Jove, an empty coat of armour hung above, the conqueror's chariot and in triumph bore, a streamer from a boarded galley torn, a chapfallen beaver loosely hanging by, the cloven helm an arch of victory, on whose high convex sits a captive foe, and sighing casts a mournful look below. Of every nation each illustrious name. Such toys as these have cheated into fame, exchanging solid quiet to obtain the windy satisfaction of the brain. So much the thirst of honor fires the blood. So many would be great, so few be good. For who would virtue for herself regard, or wed without the portion of reward? Yet this mad chase of fame by few pursued has drawn destruction on the multitude. This avarice of praise in times to come, those long inscriptions crowded on the tomb, should some wild fig tree take her native bent, and heave below the gaudy monument, would crack the marble titles and disperse the characters of all the lying verse. For sepulchres themselves must crumbling fall, in time's abyss the common grave of all. Great Hannibal within the balance lay, and tell how many pounds his ashes weigh, whom Afric was not able to contain, whose length runs level with the Atlantic main, and wearies fruitful Nilus to convey his sun-beat waters by so long a way, which Ethiopia's double clime divides, and elephants in other mountains hides. Spain first he won the Pyreneans past, and steepy Alps the mounds that nature cast, and with corroding juices as he went, a passage through the living rocks he rent. Then like a torrent rolling from on high, he pours his headlong rage on Italy, in 3 victorious battles overrun, yet still uneasy cries there's nothing done, till level with the ground their gates are laid, and Punic flags on Roman towers displayed. Ask what a face belonged to this high fame, his picture scarcely would deserve a frame, a signpost dauber would disdain to paint the one-eyed hero on his elephant. Now what's his end, O charming glory, say? What rare 5th act to crown this huffing play? In one deciding battle overcome, he flies, is banished from his native home, begs refuge in a foreign court, and there attends his mean petition to prefer, repulsed by surly grooms who wait before the sleeping tyrant's interdicted door. What wondrous sort of death has heaven designed, distinguished from the herd of humankind, for so untamed, so turbulent a mind? Nor swords at hand, nor hissing darts afar, are doomed to avenge the tedious bloody war, but poison drawn through a ring's hollow plate must finish Hema-sucking infant's fate. Go climb the rugged Alps, ambitious fool, to please the boys and be a theme at school. One world sufficed not Alexander's mind, cooped up he seemed in earth and seas confined, and struggling stretched his restless limbs about the narrow globe to find a passage out. Yet entered in the brick-built town he tried the tomb and found the straight dimensions wide. Death only this mysterious truth unfolds, the mighty soul how small a body holds. Old Greece a tale of Athos would make out, cut from the continent and sailed about, seas hid with navies, chariots passing o'er the channel on a bridge from shore to shore, rivers whose depth no sharp beholder sees, drunk at an army's dinner to the lees, with a long legend of romantic things, which in his cups the boasy poet sings. But how did he return this haughty brave, who whipped the winds and made the sea his slave? Though Neptune took unkindly to be bound, and Eurus never such hard usage found, in his Aeolian prison underground. What god so mean, even he who points the way, so merciless a tyrant to obey? But how returned he, let us ask again? In a poor skiff he passed the bloody main, choked with the slaughtered bodies of his train. For fame he prayed, but let the event declare, he had no mighty penworth of his prayer. Jove grant me length of life and years good store, heap on my bending back I ask no more. Both sick and healthful, old and young conspire in this one silly mischievous desire. Mistaken blessing which old age they call, 'tis a long nasty darksome hospital, a ropey chain of rooms, a visage rough, deformed unfeatured and a skin of buff, a stitch-fallen cheek that hangs below the jaw, such wrinkles as a skilful hand would draw, for an old grandame ape when with a grace she sits at squat and scrubs her leathern face. In youth distinctions infinite abound, no shape or feature just alike are found, the fair, the black, the feeble and the strong, but the same foulness does to age belong, the self-same palsy both in limbs and tongue, the skull and forehead one bold barren plain, and gums unarmed to mumble meat in vain, besides the eternal drivel that supplies the dropping beard from nostrils, mouth and eyes. His wife and children lath him, and what's worse, himself does his offensive carrion curse. Flatterers forsake him too, for who would kill himself to be remembered in a will? His taste not only polled to wine and meat, but to the relish of a nobler treat. The limber nerve in vain provoked to rise, inglorious from the field of battle flies. Poor feeble dotard, how could he advance with his blue headpiece and his broken lance? Add that endeavouring still without effect, a lust more sordid justly we suspect. Those senses lost behold a new defeat, the soul dislodging from another seat. What music or enchanting voice can cheer a stupid old impenetrable ear? No matter in what place or what degree of the full theatre he sits to see, cornets and trumpets cannot reach his ear. Under an actor's nose he's never. His boy must bawl to make him understand the hour o'th day or such a lord's at hand. The little blood that creeps within his veins is but just warmed in a hot fever's pains. In fine, he wears no limb about him sound, with sores and sicknesses beleaguered round. Ask me their names, I sooner could relate how many drudges on salt Hippia wait, what crowds of patients the town doctor kills, or how last fall he raised the weekly bills, what provinces by Basilis were spoiled, what herds of heirs by guardians are beguiled, how many bouts a day that bitch has tried, how many boys that pedagogue can ride, what lands and lordships for their owner know. My quondam barber but his worship now, this dotard of his broken back complains, one his legs fail and one his shoulder pains, another is of both his eyes bereft, and envies who has one for aiming left, a fifth with trembling lips expecting stands, as in his childhood crammed by others' hands, one who at sight of supper opened wide his jaws before and whetted grinders tried, now only yawns and waits to be supplied, like a young swallow when with weary wings expected food her fasting mother brings. His loss of members is a heavy curse, but all his faculties decayed a worse. His servants' names he has forgotten quite, knows not his friend who supped with him last night, not even the children he begot and bred, or his will knows them not, for in their stead, in form of law a common hackney jade, sole heir for secret services is made, so lewd in such a battered brothel whore, that she defies all comers at her door. Well, yet suppose his senses are his own, he lives to be chief mourner for his son, before his face his wife and brother burns, he numbers all his kindred in their urns. These are the fines he pays for living long, and dragging tedious age in his own wrong. Griefs always green a household still in tears, sad pomps a threshold thronged with daily biers, and liveries of black for length of years. Next to the raven's age the Pylian king was longest lived of any two-legged thing, blessed to defraud the grave so long to mount his numbered years, and on his right hand count 300 seasons guzzling must of wine, but hold a while and hear himself repine at fate's unequal laws and at the clue which merciless in length the midmost sister drew, when his brave son upon the funeral pyre he saw extended and his beard on fire. He turned and weeping asked his friends what crime had cursed his age to this unhappy time. Thus mourned old Peleus for Achilles slain, and thus Ulysses' father did complain, how fortunate an end had Priam made, among his ancestors a mighty shade, while Troy yet stood when Hector with the race of royal bastards might his funeral grace, amidst the tears of Trojan dames inurned, and by his loyal daughters truly mourned. Had heaven so blessed him he had died before the fatal fleet to Sparta Paris bore. But mark what age produced lived to see his town in flames, his falling monarchy, in fine the feeble sire reduced by fate to change his scepter for a sword too late, his last effort before Jove's altar tries, a soldier half in half a sacrifice, falls like an ox that waits the coming blow, old and unprofitable to the plough. At least he died a man, his queen survived to howl and in a barking body lived. I hasten to our own nor will relate great Mithridates and rich Ciarsas' fate, whom Solon wisely counselled to attend the name of happy till he knew his end. That Marius was an exile that he fled, was teen in ruined Carthage begged his bread. All these were owing to a life too long, for whom had Rome beheld so happy young, high in his chariot and with laurel crowned, when he had led the Cimbrian captives round the Roman streets descending from his state. In that blessed hour he should have begged his fate, then he might have died of all admired, and his triumphant soul with shouts expired. Campania fortune's malice to prevent, to Pompey an indulgent fever sent, but public prayers imposed on heaven to their much-loved leader an unkind reprieve, the city's fate and his conspired to save, the head reserved for an Egyptian slave, Cethegus though a traitor to the state, and tortured scaped this ignominious fate, and Sergius who a bad cause bravely tried, all of a piece and undiminished died. To Venus the fond mother makes a prayer, that all her sons and daughters may be fair. True for the boys a mumbling vow she sends, but for the girls the vaulted temple rends. They must be finished pieces, tease aloud. Diana's beauty made Latona proud, and pleased to see the wondering people pray to the new rising sister of the day. And yet Lucretia's fate would bar that vow, and fair Virginia would her fate bestow on Rutilla and change her faultless make for the foul rumple of her camel back. But for his mother's boy the bow what frights his parents have by day, what anxious nights. Form joined with virtue is a sight too rare, chaste is no epithet to suit with fair. Suppose the same traditionary strain of rigid manners in the house remain, inveterate truth an old plain Sabine's heart. Suppose that nature too has done her part, infused into his soul a sober grace, and blushed a modest blood into his face. For nature is a better guardian far than saucy pedants or dull tutors are. Yet still the youth must near arrive at man, so much almighty bribes and presents can, even with a parent where persuasions fail. Money is impudent and will prevail. We never read of such a tyrant king, who galt a boy deformed to hear him sing, nor Nero in his more luxurious rage e'er made a mistress of an ugly page. Sporus his spouse nor crooked was nor lame, with mountain back and belly from the game, crossbarred but both his sexes well became. Go boast your springle by his beauty cursed, to ills nor think I have declared the worst. His form procures him journey work a strife betwixt town madams and the merchant's wife. Guess when he undertakes this public war, what furious beasts offended cuckolds are. Adulterers are with dangers round beset, born under Mars they cannot scape the net, and from revengeful husbands oft have tried worse handling than severest laws provide. One stabs one, slashes one with cruel art, makes Colon suffer for the peccant part. But your Endymion, your smooth smock-faced boy, unrivalled shall a beauteous dame enjoy. Not so one more salacious, rich and old, outbids and buys her pleasure for her gold. Now he must moil and drudge for one he lathes. She keeps him high in equipage and clothes. She pawns her jewels and her rich attire, and thinks the workman worthy of his hire. In all things else immoral stingy me, but in her lusts a conscionable queen. She may be handsome yet be chaste, you say. Good observator, not so fast away. Did it not cost the modest youth his life, who shunned the embraces of his father's wife, and was not t'other stripling forced to fly, who coldly did his patron's queen deny, and pleaded laws of hospitality? The ladies charged them home and turned the tale. With shame they reddened and with spite grew pale. 'Tis dangerous to deny the longing dame. She loses pity who has lost her shame. Now Silius wants thy counsel, give advice. Wed Caesar's wife or dieth choice is nice. Her cometize she darts on every grace, and takes a fatal liking to his face. Adorned with bridal pomp she sits in state. The public notaries and arispecs wait. The genial bed is in the garden dressed, the portion paid and every right expressed, which in a Roman marriage is professed. 'Tis no stolen wedding this rejecting awe. She scorns to marry but in form of law. In this moot case your judgment to refuse is present death besides the night you lose. If you consent, 'tis hardly worth your pain. A day or two of anxious life you gain, till loud reports through all the town have passed, and reach the prince for cuckolds here the last. Indulge thy pleasure, youth, and take thy swing, for not to take is but the selfsame thing. Inevitable death before thee lies, but looks more kindly through a lady's eyes. What then remains? Are we deprived of will? Must we not wish for fear of wishing ill? Receive my counsel and securely move. Entrust thy fortune to the powers above. Leave them to manage for thee and to grant what their unerring wisdom sees thee want. In goodness as in greatness they excel. Ah, that we loved ourselves but half so well. We blindly by our headstrong passions led, are hot for action and desire to wed, then wish for heirs but to the gods alone. Our future offspring and our wives are known, the audacious strumpet and ungracious son, yet not to rob the priests of pious gain, that altars be not wholly built in vain. Forgive the gods the rest and stand confined to health of body and content of mind, a soul that can securely death defy, and count it nature's privilege to die, serene and manly, hardened to sustain the load of life and exercised in pain, guiltless of hate and proof against desire, that all things weighs and nothing can admire, that dares prefer the toils of Hercules to dalliance, banquet, and ignoble ease. The path to peace is virtue, what I show. Thyself may freely on thyself bestow. Fortune was never worshipped by the wise, but set aloft by fools usurps the skies. The 16th satire of Juvenal. The argument. The poet in this satire proves that the condition of a soldier is much better than that of a countryman. First, because a countryman, however affronted, provoked, and struck himself, dares not strike a soldier, who is only to be judged by a court-martial, and by the law of Camillus, which obliges him not to quarrel without the trenches, he is also assured to have a speedy hearing and quick dispatch, whereas the townsman or peasant is delayed in his suit by frivolous pretences and not sure of justice when he is heard in the court. The soldier is also privileged to make a will, and to give away his estate which he got in war to whom he pleases without consideration of parentage or relations, which is denied to all other Romans. This satire was written by Juvenal when he was a commander in Egypt. It is certainly his, though I think it not finished, and if it be well observed you will find he intended an invective against a standing army. What vast prerogatives, my Gallus, are accruing to the mighty man of war! For if into a lucky camp I light, though raw in arms and yet afraid to fight, befriend me, my good stars, and all goes right. One happy hour is to a soldier better than Mother Juno's recommending letter. Or Venus when to Mars she would prefer my suit and own the kindness done to her. See what our common privileges are. As first no saucy citizen shall dare to strike a soldier, nor when struck resent the wrong for fear of farther punishment, not though his teeth are beaten out his eyes, hang by a string in bumps his forehead rise, shall he presume to mention his disgrace, or beg amends for his demolished face. A booted judge shall sit to try his cause, not by the statute but by martial laws, which old Camillus ordered to confine the brawls of soldiers to the trench and line, a wise provision, and from thence 'tis clear that officers a soldier's cause should hear, and taking cognizance of wrongs received, an honest man may hope to be relieved. So far 'tis well, but with a general cry the regiment will rise in mutiny, the freedom of their fellow rogue demand, and if refused will threaten to disband. Withdraw thy action and depart in peace. The remedy is worse than the disease. This cause is worthy him who in the hall would for his fee and for his client bawl. But wouldst thou, friend, who hast 2 legs alone, which heaven be praised thou yet mayst call thy own, wouldst thou to run the gauntlet these expose to a whole company of hobnailed shoes? Sure the good breeding of wise citizens should teach them more good nature to their shins. Besides, whom canst thou think so much thy friend, who dares appear thy business to defend? Dry up thy tears and pocket up the abuse, nor put thy friend to make a bad excuse. The judge cries out, your evidence produce. Will he who saw the soldier's mutton fist, and saw thee mauled appear within the list, to witness truth when I see one so brave? The dead think I are risen from the grave, and with their long spade beards and matted hair, our honest ancestors are come to take thee against a clown with more security. A witness may be brought to swear a lie, than though his evidence be full and fair. To vouch a truth against a man of war, more benefits remain and claimed as rights, which are a standing army's perquisites. If any rogue vexatious suits advance against me for my known inheritance, enter by violence my fruitful grounds, or take the sacred landmark from my bounds, those bounds which with procession and with prayer and offered cakes have been my annual care, or if my debtors do not keep their day, deny their hands and then refuse to pay, I must with patience all the terms attend, among the common causes that depend, till mine is called and that long looked for day is still encumbered with some new delay. Perhaps the cloth of state is only spread, some of the quorum may be sick abed, that judge is hot and doffs his gown while this o'ernight was bosey and goes out to piss. So many rubs appear the time is gone for hearing, and the tedious suit goes on. But buffed and beltmen never know these cares, no time nor trick of law their action bars. Their cause they to an easier issue put, they will be heard or they lug out and cut. Another branch of their revenue still remains beyond their boundless right to kill their father yet alive, empowered to make a will. For what their prowess gained the law declares is to themselves alone and to their heirs. No share of that goes back to the begetter, but if the son fights well and plunders better, like stout Coronus his old shaking sire, does a remembrance in his will desire, inquisitive of fights and longs in vain to find him in the number of the slain, but still he lives and rising by the war, enjoys his gains and has enough to spare. For 'tis a noble general's prudent part to cherish valor and reward desert. Let him be daubed with lace, live high and whore, sometimes be lousy but be never poor. Translations from Persius, the first satire of Persius. Argument of the prologue to the first satire. The design of the author was to conceal his name and quality. He lived in the dangerous times of the tyrant Nero, and aims particularly at him in most of his satires, for which reason, though he was a Roman knight, and of a plentiful fortune, he would appear in this prologue, but a beggarly poet who writes for bread. After this, he breaks into the business of the first satire, which is chiefly to decry the poetry then in fashion, and the impudence of those who were endeavouring to pass their stuff upon the world. Prologue to the first satire. I never did on cleft Parnassus dream, nor taste the sacred Heliconian stream, nor can remember when my brain inspired was by the muses into madness fired. My share in pale Pyrene I resign, and claim no part in all the mighty nine. Statues with winding ivy crowned belong to nobler poets for a nobler song, heedless of verse and hopeless of the crown, scarce half a wit and more than half a clown. Before the shrine I lay my rugged numbers down, who taught the parrot human notes to try, or with a voice endued the chattering pie. 'Twas witty want fierce hunger to appease, want taught their masters and their masters these. Let gain that gilded bait be hung on high, the hungry witlings have it in their eye. Pies crows and daws poetic presents bring. You say they squeak but they will swear they sing. The first satire. In dialogue betwixt the poet and his friend or monitor. Argument. I need not repeat that the chief aim of the author is against bad poets in this satire, but I must add that he includes also bad orators who began at that time, as Petronius in the beginning of his book tells us, to enervate manly eloquence by tropes and figures, ill-placed and worse applied amongst the poets. Persius covertly strikes at Nero, some of whose verses he recites with scorn and indignation. He also takes notice of the noblemen and their abominable poetry, who in the luxury of their fortunes set up for wits, and judges the satire is in dialogue betwixt the author and his friend or monitor, who dissuades him from this dangerous attempt of exposing great men. But Persius, who is of a free spirit, and has not forgotten that Rome was once a commonwealth, breaks through all those difficulties and boldly arraigns the false judgment of the age in which he lives. The reader may observe that our poet was a Stoic philosopher, and that all his moral sentences, both here and in all the rest of his satires, are drawn from the dogmas of that sect. Persius. How anxious are our cares, and yet how vain the bent of our desires. Friend, thy spleen contain, for none will read thy satires. Persius. This to me. Friend, none, or what's next to none but 2 or 3. 'Tis hard, I grant. Persius. 'Tis nothing I can bear, that paltry scribblers have the public ear, that this vast universal fool the town should cry up Labio's stuff and cry me down. They damn themselves, nor will my muse descend to clap with such who fools and knaves commend. Their smiles and censures are to me the same. I care not what they praise or what they blame. In full assemblies let the crowd prevail. I weigh no merit by the common scale. The conscience is the test of every mind. Seek not thyself without thyself to find. But where's that Roman somewhat, I would say? But fear, let fear for once to truth give way. Truth lends the Stoic courage when I look on human acts and read in nature's book, from the first pastimes of our infant age to elder cares and man's several page. When stern as tutors and as uncles hard, we lash the pupil and defraud the ward. Then I sayer would say if I durst, but thus provoked I must speak out or burst. Friend, once more forbear. Persius. I cannot rule my spleen. My scorn rebels and tickles me within. First to begin at home our authors write, in lonely rooms secured from public sight. Whether in prose or verse, 'tis all the same. The prose is fustian and the numbers lame. All noise and empty pomp, a storm of words, labouring with sound that little sense affords. They comb and then they order every a gown or white or scoured to whiteness wear, a birthday jewel bobbing at their ear. Next gargle well their throats, and thus prepared, they mount a God's name to be seen and heard, from their high scaffold with a trumpet cheek, and ogling all their audience ere they speak. The nauseous nobles, even the chief of Rome, with gaping mouths to these rehearsals come, and pant with pleasure when some lusty line the marrow pierces and invades the chine. At open fulsome bawdry they rejoice, and slimy jests applaud with broken voice. Base prostitute, thus dost thou gain thy bread, thus dost thou feed their ears, and thus art fed. At his own filthy stuff he grins and brays, and gives the sign where he expects their praise. Why have I learned, say'st thou, if thus confined I choke the noble vigour of my mind? Know my wild fig tree which in rocks is bred will split the quarry and shoot out the head. Fine fruits of learning, old ambitious fool, darest thou apply that adage of the school, as if 'tis nothing worth that lies concealed, and science is not science till revealed? Oh, but 'tis brave to be admired to see the crowd with pointing fingers cry, that's he whose wondrous poem is become a lecture for the noble youth of Rome, who by their fathers is at feasts renowned, and often quoted when the bowls go round. Full gorged and flushed they wantonly rehearse, and add to wine the luxury of verse. One clad in purple, not to lose his time, eats and recites some lamentable rhyme, some senseless fillies in a broken note, snuffling at nose and croaking in his throat. Then graciously the mellow audience nod. Is not the immortal author made a god? Are not his Manets blessed such praise to have? Lies not the turf more lightly on his grave? And roses, while his loud applause they sing, stand ready from his sepulchre to spring. All these you cry, but light objections are mere malice, and you drive the jest too far. For does there breathe a man who can reject a general fame and his own lines neglect? In cedar tablets worthy to appear, that need not fish or frankincense to fear. Thou whom I make the adverse part to bear, be answered thus if I by chance succeed in what I write, and that's a chance indeed. No, I am not so stupid or so hard, not to feel praise or fame's deserved reward. But this I cannot grant, that thy applause is my work's ultimate or only cause. Prudence can ne'er propose so mean a prize, for mark what vanity within it lies. Like Labio's Iliads, in whose verse is found nothing but trifling care and empty sound. Such little elegies as nobles write, who would be poets in Apollo's spite. Them and their woeful works the muse defies, products of citron beds and golden canopies. To give thee all thy due thou hast the heart, to make a supper with a fine dessert, and to thy threadbare friend a cast old suit impart. Thus bribed thou thus bespeakst him, tell me friend, for I love truth nor can plain speech offend. What says the world of me and of my muse? The poor dare nothing tell but flattering news. But shall I speak thy verse is wretched rhyme, and all thy labours are but loss of time. Thy strutting belly swells, thy paunch is high. Thou writ'st not, but thou pissest poetry. All authors to their own defects are blind. Hadst thou but Janus like a face behind, to see the people what splamouths they make, to mark their fingers pointed at thy back, their tongues lolled out a foot beyond the pitch, when most athirst of an Apulian bitch. But noble scribblers are with flattery fed, for none dare find their faults who eat their bread. To pass the poets of patrician blood, what is't the common reader takes for good? The verse in fashion is when numbers flow, soft without sense and without spirit slow, so smooth and equal that no sight can find the rivet where the polished piece was joined. So even all with such a steady view, as if he shut one eye to level true, whether the vulgar vice his satire stings, the people's riots or the rage of kings. The gentle poet is alike in all, his reader hopes no rise and fears no fall. Friend, hourly we see some raw pin-feathered thing attempt to mount and fights and heroes sing, who for false quantities was whipped at school, but t'other day and breaking grammar rule, whose trivial art was never tried above the bare description of a native grove, who knows not how to praise the country store, the feasts, the baskets, nor the fatted boar, nor paint the flowery fields that paint themselves before, where Romulus was bred and Quintius born, whose shining ploughshare was in furrows worn, met by his trembling wife returning home, and rustically joyed as chief of Rome, she wiped the sweat from the dictator's brow, and o'er his back his robe did rudely throw. The lictors bore in state their lord's triumphant plough. Some love to hear the fustian poet roar, and some on antiquated authors pore, rummage for sense and think those only good, who labour most and least are understood. When thou shalt see the blearied fathers teach their sons this harsh and mouldy sort of speech, or others new affected ways to try, of wanton smoothness female poetry, one would inquire from whence this motley style did first our Roman purity defile. For our old dotards cannot keep their seat, but leap and catch at all that's obsolete. Others by foolish ostentation led, when called before the bar to save their head, bring trifling tropes instead of solid sense, and mind their figures more than their defence, are pleased to hear their thick-skulled judges cry, well moved, oh, finely said and decently. Theft, says the accuser, to thy charge I lay. O Pedius, what does gentle Pedius say? Studious to please the genius of the times, with periods, points, and tropes he slurs his crimes. He robbed not, but he borrowed from the poor, and took but with intention to restore. He lauds with flourishes his long harangue. 'Tis fine, say'st thou, what to be praised and hang. Effeminate Roman, shall such stuff prevail to tickle thee and make thee wag thy tail? Say, should a shipwrecked sailor sing his woe, wouldst thou be moved to pity or bestow an alms? What's more preposterous than to see a merry beggar mirth in misery? Perseus, he seems a trap for charity to lay, and cons by night his lesson for the day. Friend, but to raw numbers and unfinished verse, sweet sound is added now to make it terse. 'Tis tagged with rhyme like Berecynthian 80s. The midpart chimes with art which never flat is, the dolphin brave that cuts the liquid wave, or he who in his line can chine the long-ribbed Apennine. Perseus, all this is doggerel stuff. Friend, what if I bring a nobler verse arms and the man I sing? Perseus, why name you Virgil with such fops as these? He's truly great and must forever please. Not fierce but awful is his manly page, bold is his strength but sober is his rage. Friend, what poems think you soft and to be read, with languishing regards and bending head? Perseus, their crooked horns the Mimilonian crew, with blasts inspired, and Bassaris who slew the scornful calf with sword advanced on high, made from his neck his haughty head to fly. And Emnas, when with ivy bridles bound, she led the spotted lynx, then Evian rung around. Evian from woods and floods repairing echoes sound. Could such rude lines a Roman mouth become, were any manly greatness left in Rome? Emnas and Aetes in the mouth were bred, and never hatched within the labouring head. No blood from bit and nails those poems drew, but churned like spittle from the lips they flew. Friend, 'tis fustian, all 'tis execrably bad, but if they will be fools must you be mad. Your satires, let me tell you, are too fierce. The great will never bear so blunt a verse. Their doors are barred against a bitter flout. Snarl if you please, but you shall snarl without. Expect such pay as railing rhymes deserve. You ray in a very hopeful way to starve. Perseus, rather than so uncensured let them be. All is admirably well for me. My harmless rhyme shall scape the dire disgrace of common shores and every pissing place. 2 painted serpents shall on high appear. 'Tis holy ground you must not urine. This shall be writ to fright the fry away, who draw their little baubles when they play. Yet old Lucilius never feared the times, but lashed the city and dissected crimes. Mutius and Lupus both by name he brought. He mouthed them and betwixt his grinders caught. Unlike in method with concealed design, did crafty Horace his low numbers join, and with a sly insinuating grace, laughed at his friend and looked him in the face, would raise a blush where secret vice he found, and tickle while he gently probed the wound. With seeming innocence the crowd beguiled, but made the desperate passes when he smiled. Could he do this, and is my muse controlled by servile or born free and not be bold? At least ill dig a hole within the ground, and to the trusty earth commit the sound. The reeds shall tell you what the poet fears. King Midas has a snout and ass's ears. This mean conceit, this darling mystery, which thou think'st nothing, friend, thou shalt not buy. Nor will I change for all the flashy wit, that flattering Labeo in his Iliad's writ. Thou, if there be a thou in this base town, who dares with angry Eupolis to frown, he who with bold Cratinus is inspired, with zeal and equal indignation fired, who at enormous villainy turns pale, and steers against it with a full-blown sail, like Aristophanes let him but smile on this my honest work, though writ in homely style, and if 2 lines or 3 in all the vein appear less drossy, read those lines again. May they perform their author's just intent, glow in thy ears and in thy breast ferment. But from the reading of my book and me, be far, ye foes of virtuous poverty, who fortune's fault upon the poor can throw, point at the tattered coat and ragged shoe, lay nature's failings to their charge and jeer, the dim weak eyesight when the mind is clear, when thou thyself thus insolent in state, art but perhaps some country magistrate, whose power extends no farther than to speak, big on the bench and scanty waits to break. Him also for my censor I disdain, who thinks all science as all virtue vain, who counts geometry and numbers toys, and with his foot the sacred dust destroys, whose pleasure is to see a strumpet tear a cynic's beard and lug him by the hair. Such all the morning to the pleadings run, but when the business of the day is done, on dice and drink and drabs they spend their afternoon. On translations from Persius, satire Roman 1 note Roman 1 should cry up Labio's stuff, and cry me down p. 208. Nothing is remaining of Atticus Labio, so he is called by the learned Casaubon, nor is he mentioned by any other poet besides Persius. Casaubon, from an old commentator on Persius, says that he made a very foolish translation of Homer's Iliads. Note Roman 2 they comb, and then they order every hair, a gown or white or scoured to whiteness wear, a birthday jewel bobbing at their ear. p. 209. He describes a poet preparing himself to rehearse his works in public, which was commonly performed in August. A room was hired or lent by some friend, a scaffold was raised, and a pulpit placed for him who was to hold forth, who borrowed a new gown or scoured his old one, and adorned his ears with jewels. Roman 100 note Roman 3, no, my wild fig tree which in rocks is bred, will split the quarry and shoot out the head. p. 209. Trees of that kind grow wild in many parts of Italy, and make their way through rocks, sometimes splitting the tombstones. Note Roman 4 in cedar tablets worthy to appear. p. 210. The Romans wrote on cedar and cypress tables, in regard of the duration of the wood. Ill verses might justly be afraid of frankincense, for the papers in which they were written were fit for nothing but to wrap it up. Note Roman 5 products of citron beds. p. 210. Writings of noblemen whose bedsteads were of the wood of citron. Note Roman 6 hadst thou, but Janus like a face behind. p. 211. Janus was the first king of Italy who refuged Saturn when he was expelled by his son Jupiter from Crete, or as we now call it Candia from his name. The first month of the year is called January, he was pictured with two faces, one before and one behind, as regarding the past time and the future. Some of the mythologists think he was Noah for the reason given above. Note Romans 7, where Romulus was bred and Quintius born p. 212. He speaks of the country in the foregoing verses, the praises of which are the most easy theme for poets, but which a bad poet cannot naturally describe. Then he makes a digression to Romulus, the first king of Rome, who had a rustical education, and enlarges upon Quintius Cincinnatus, a Roman senator who was called from the plough to be dictator of Rome. Note Roman 8, with periods, points, and tropes. He slurs his crimes p. 213. Persius here names antitheses, or seeming contradictions, which in this place are meant for rhetorical flourishes, as I think with Casaubon. Note Roman 9 t's tagged with rhyme like Berecynthian 80s. The midpart chimes with art, which never flat, is p. 213. Foolish verses of Nero which the poet repeats, and which cannot be translated properly into English. Note Roman 10, their crooked horns, the Mimilonian with blasts inspired p. 214. Other verses of Nero that were mere bombast. I only note that the repetition of these, and the former verses of Nero, might justly give the poet a caution to conceal his name. Note Roman 11 Mnas and 80s p. 214. Poems on the Emnades, who were priestesses of Bacchus and of Aedes, who made himself an eunuch to attend on the sacrifices of Cybele, called Berecynthia. By the poets she was mother of the gods. Note Roman 12:2, painted serpents shall on high appear p. 215. Two snakes twined with each other were painted on the walls by the ancients to show the place was holy. Note Roman 13, old Lucilius p. 215. Lucilius wrote long before Horace, who imitates his manner of satire, but far excels him in the design. Note Roman 14, King Midas has a snout, and ass's ears p. 215. The story is vulgar that Midas, king of Phrygia, was made judge betwixt Apollo and Pan, who was the best musician. He gave the prize to Pan, and Apollo in revenge gave him ass's ears. He wore his hair long to hide them, but his barber, discovering them, and not daring to divulge the secret, dug a hole in the ground, and whispered into it. The place was marshy, and when the reeds grew up, they repeated the words which were spoken by the barber. By Midas the poet meant Nero. Note Roman 15, who dares with angry Eupolis to frown. He who with bold Cratinus is inspired with zeal p. 215. Eupolis and Cratinus, as also Aristophanes mentioned afterwards, were all Athenian poets who wrote that sort of comedy which was called the Old Comedy, where the people were named who were satirized by those authors. Note Roman 16, who fortune's fault upon the poor can throw p. 216. The people of Rome in the time of Persius were apt to scorn the Grecian philosophers, particularly the Cynics and Stoics, who were the poorest of them. Note Roman 17, who counts geometry and numbers toys, and with his foot the sacred dust destroys p. 216. Arithmetic and geometry were taught on floors which were strewed with dust or sand, in which the numbers and diagrams were made and drawn, which they might strike out at pleasure. The second satire of Persius, dedicated to his friend Plodius Macrinus on his birthday. The argument. This satire contains a most grave and philosophical argument concerning prayers and wishes. Undoubtedly, it gave occasion to Juvenal's 10th satire, and both of them had their original from one of Plato's dialogues called the Second Alcibiades. Our author has induced it with great mystery of art, by taking his rise from the birthday of his friend, on which occasions prayers were made, and sacrifices offered by the native Perseus, commending, first, the purity of his friend's vows, descends to the impious and immoral requests of others. The satire is divided into 3 parts. The first is the exordium to Macrinus, which the poet confines within the compass of 4 verses. The second relates to the matter of the prayers and vows, and an enumeration of those things wherein men commonly sinned against right reason, and offended in their requests. The third part consists in showing the repugnances of those prayers, and wishes to those of other men, and inconsistencies with themselves. He shows the original of these vows, and sharply inveighs against them, and lastly not only corrects the false opinion of mankind concerning them, but gives the true doctrine of all addresses made to heaven, and how they may be made acceptable to the powers above in excellent precepts, and more worthy of a Christian than a heathen. Let this auspicious morning be expressed with a white stone distinguished from the rest. White is thy fame and as thy honour clear, and let new joys attend on thy new added year. Indulge thy genius and o'erflow thy soul, till thy wit sparkle like the cheerful bowl. Pray for thy prayers the test of heaven will bear. Nor needst thou take the gods aside to hear, while others, even the mighty men of Rome, big swelled with mischief to the temples come, and in low murmurs and with costly smoke, heaven's help to prosper their black vows invoke. So boldly to the gods mankind reveal what from each other they for shame conceal. Give me good fame, ye powers, and make me just. Thus much the rogue to public ears will trust. In private then when wilt thou, mighty Jove, my wealthy uncle from this world remove? Or, O thou thunderer's son, great Hercules, that once thy bounteous deity would please to guide my rake upon the chinking sound of some vast treasure hidden underground. O were my pupil fairly knocked o' the head, I should possess the estate if he were dead. He's so far gone with rickets and with the evil, that one small dose would send him to the devil. This is my neighbour Nereus, his third spouse, of whom in happy time he rids his house. But my eternal wife grant heaven I may survive to see the fellow of this day, thus that thou mayst the better bring about thy wishes. Thou art wickedly devout, in Tiber ducking thrice by break of day, to wash the obscenities of night away. But prithee tell me, 'tis a small request, with what ill thoughts of Jove art thou passest? Wouldst thou prefer him to some man, suppose I dipped among the worst and stay as chose? Which of the two would thy wise head declare, the trustier tutor to an orphan heir? Or put it thus, unfold to stay as straight what to Jove's ear thou didst impart of late. Hell stare, and O good Jupiter will cry, canst thou indulge him in this villainy? And think'st thou Jove himself with patience then can hear a prayer condemned by wicked men, that void of care he lolls supine in state, and leaves his business to be done by fate, because his thunder splits some burly tree, and is not darted at thy house and thee? Or that his vengeance falls not at the time, just at the perpetration of thy crime, and makes thee a sad object of our eyes, fit for Urgana's prayer and sacrifice? What well-fed offering to appease the god, what powerful present to procure a nod, hast thou in store? What bribe hast thou prepared to pull him thus unpunished by the beard? Our superstitions with our life begin, the obscene old grandam or the next of kin, the newborn infant from the cradle takes, and first of spittle a lustration makes, then in the spall her middle finger dips, anoints the temples, forehead, and the lips, pretending force of magic to prevent, by virtue of her nasty excrement, then dandles him with many a muttered prayer, that heaven would make him some rich miser's lucky to ladies and in time a king, which to ensure she adds a length of navel string. But no fond nurse is fit to make a prayer, and Jove, if Jove be wise, will never hear, not though she prays in white with lifted hands. A body made of brass the crone demands, for her loved nursling strung with nerves of wire, tough to the last and with no toil to tire. Unconscionable vows which when we use, we teach the gods in reason to refuse. Suppose they were indulgent to thy wish, yet the fat entrails in the spacious dish would stop the grant the very over-care, and nauseous pomp would hinder half the prayer. Thou hopst with sacrifice of oxen slain, to compass wealth and bribe the god of gain, to give thee flocks and herds with large increase, fool to expect them from a bullock's grease, and think'st that when the fattened flames aspire, thou seest the accomplishment of thy desire. Now my bearded harvest gilds the plain, the scanty folds can scarce my sheep contain, and showers of gold come pouring in amain. Thus dreams the wretch, and vainly thus dreams on, till his lank purse declares his money gone. Should I present them with rare figured plate, or gold as rich in workmanship as weight. Oh, how thy rising heart would throb and beat, and thy left side with trembling pleasure sweat. Thou measurest by thyself the powers divine. Thy gods are burnished gold, and silver is their shrine. The puny godlings of inferior race, whose humble statues are content with brass, should some of these in visions purged from phlegm foretell events or in a morning dream, even those thou wouldst in veneration hold, and if not faces, give them beards of gold. The priests in temples now no longer care for Saturn's brass or Numa's earthenware, or vestal urns in each religious rite. This wicked gold has put them all to flight. O souls in whom no heavenly fire is found, fat minds and ever grovelling on the ground, we bring our manners to the blessed abodes, and think what pleases us must please the gods. Of oil and cassia one the ingredients takes, and of the mixture a rich ointment makes. Another finds the way to dye in grey, and makes Calabrian wool receive the Tyrian stain, or from the shells their orient treasure takes, or for their golden ore in rivers rakes. Then melts the mass. All these are vanities, yet still some profit from their pains may rise. But tell me, priest, if I may be so bold, what are the gods the better for this gold? The wretch that offers from his wealthy store these presents bribes the powers to give him more, as maids to Venus offer babe toys, to bless the marriage bed with girls and boys. But let us for the gods a gift prepare, which the great man's great charges cannot bear. A soul where laws both human and divine, in practice more than speculation shine. A genuine virtue of a vigorous kind, pure in the last recesses of the mind. When with such offerings to the gods I come, a cake thus given is worth a hecatomb. On translations from Persius. Satire Roman 2 Note Roman 1. Let this auspicious morning be expressed with a white stone p. 222. The Romans were used to mark their fortunate days, or anything that luckily befell them, with a white stone, which they had from the island Creta, and their unfortunate with a coal. Note Roman 2 Great Hercules, that once thy bounteous deity would please to guide my rake upon the chinking sound of some vast treasure hidden underground p. 222. Hercules was thought to have the key and power of bestowing all hidden treasure. Note Roman 3 In Tiber ducking thrice by break of day, to wash the obscenities of night away p. 223. The ancients thought themselves tainted and polluted by night itself, as well as bad dreams in the night, and therefore purified themselves by washing their heads and hands every morning, which custom the Turks observe to this day. Note Roman 4 Fit for Urgina's prayer, and sacrifice b. 223. When anyone was thunderstruck, the soothsayer, who is here called Urgina, immediately repaired to the place to expiate the displeasure of the gods, by sacrificing 2 sheep. Note Roman 5 Our superstitions with our life, begin p. 223. The poet laughs at the superstitious ceremonies, which the old women made use of in their lustration or purification days, when they named their children, which was done on the 8th day to females, and on the 9th to males. Note Roman 6 Should some of these in visions purged from phlegm foretell events, or in a morning dream p. 225. It was the opinion both of Grecians and Romans that the gods in visions and dreams often revealed to their favourites a cure for their diseases, and sometimes those of others. Thus Alexander dreamed of an herb which cured Ptolemy. These gods were principally Apollo and Aesculapius, but in after times the same virtue and goodwill was attributed to Isis and Osiris, which brings to my remembrance an odd passage in Sir Thomas Browne's Religio Medici, or in his Vulgar Errors, the sense whereof is that we are beholden for many of our discoveries in physic to the courteous revelation of spirits. By the expression of visions purged from phlegm our author means such dreams or visions as proceed not from natural causes or humours of the body, but such as are sent from heaven, and are therefore certain remedies. Note Romans 7 The priests in temples now no longer care for Saturn's brass b. 225. Brazen vessels in which the public treasures of the Romans were kept. It may be the poet means only old vessels, which were called from the Greek name of Saturn. Note, also, that the Roman treasury was in the temple of Saturn. Note Roman 8 or Numa's earthenware p. 225. Under Numa the second king of Rome, and for a long time after him, the holy vessels for sacrifice were of earthenware according to the superstitious rites, which were introduced by the same Numa, though afterwards, when Memmius had taken Corinth, and Paulus Emilius had conquered Macedonia, luxury began amongst the Romans, and then their utensils of devotion were of gold and silver. Roman 100. Note Roman 9, and makes Calabrian wool. Roman 100 p. 225. The wool of Calabria was of the finest sort in Italy, as Juvenal also tells us. The Tyrian stain is the purple colour dyed at Tyrus, and I suppose, but dare not positively affirm that the richest of that dye was nearest our crimson, and not scarlet, or that other colour more approaching to the blue. I have not room to justify my conjecture. Note Roman 10, as maids to Venus offer babytoys p. 225. Those babytoys were little babies or puppets, as we call them in Latin pup, which the girls when they came to the age of puberty, or child-bearing, offered to Venus, as the boys at 14 or 15 offered their bull or bosses. Note Roman 11. A cake thus given is worth a hecatomb p. 226. A cake of barley or coarse wheatmeal with the bran in it. The meaning is that God is pleased with the pure and spotless heart of the offerer, and not with the riches of the offering. Laborious in the fragments of his mimes has a verse like this: puras deus non plenas aspicit manus. What I had forgotten before in its due place. I must here tell the reader that the first half of this satire was translated by one of my sons now in Italy, but I thought so well of it that I let it pass without any alteration. The third satire of Perseus, the argument. Our author has made two satires concerning study, the first, and the third. The first related to men, this to young students whom he desired to be educated in the Stoic philosophy. He himself sustains the person of the master or preceptor in this admirable satire, where he upbraids the youth of sloth and negligence in learning, yet he begins with one scholar, reproaching his fellow students with late rising to their books, after which he takes upon him the other part of the teacher, and addressing himself particularly to young noblemen tells them that by reason of their high birth and the great possessions of their fathers they are careless of adorning their minds with precepts of moral philosophy, and withal inculcates to them the miseries which will attend them in the whole course of their life, if they do not apply themselves betimes to the knowledge of virtue and the end of their creation, which he pathetically insinuates to them. The title of this satire in some ancient manuscripts was The Reproach of Idleness, though in others of the scholiasts it is inscribed against the luxury and vices of the rich, in both of which the intention of the poet is pursued, but principally in the former. I remember I translated this satire when I was a king's scholar at Westminster School for a Thursday night's exercise, and believe that it and many other of my exercises of this nature in English verse are still in the hands of my learned master, the Rev. Dr. Busby. Is this thy daily course? The glaring sun breaks in at every chink, the cattle run to shades, and noontide rays of summer shun. Yet plunged in sloth we lie and snore supine, as filled with fumes of undigested wine. This grave advice some sober student bears, and loudly rings it in his fellows' ears. The yawning youth scarce half awake essays his lazy limbs and dozy head to raise, then rubs his gummy eyes and scrubs his pate, and cries, I thought it had not been so late. My clothes make haste to he, then if none be near. He mutters first and then begins to swear, and brays aloud with a more clamorous note than an Arcadian ass can stretch his throat. With much ado his book before him laid, and parchment with the smoother side displayed, he takes the papers, lays them down again, and with unwilling fingers tries the pen. Some peevish quarrel straight he strives to pick. His quill writes double or his ink's too thick. Infuse more water, no tea's grown so thin it sinks, nor can the characters be seen. O wretch, and still more wretched every day, are mortals born to sleep their lives away. Go back to what thy infancy began, thou who wert never meant to be a man. Eat pap and spoon meat for thy gewgaw's cry. Be sullen and refuse the lullaby. No more accuse thy pen, but charge the crime on native sloth and negligence of time. Think'st thou thy master or thy friends to cheat? Fool, tease thyself, and that's a worse deceit. Beware the public laughter of the town. Thou spring'st a leak already in thy crown. A flaw is in thy ill-baked vessel found. Tease hollow and returns a jarring sound. Yet thy moist clay is pliant to command, unwrought and easy to the potter's hand. Now take the mould, now bend thy mind to feel the first sharp motions of the forming wheel. But thou hast land a country seat secure, by a just title costly furniture, a fuming pan thy lares to appease. What need of learning when a man's at ease? If this be not enough to swell thy soul, then please thy pride and search the herald's roll, where thou shalt find thy famous pedigree, drawn from the root of some old Tuscan tree. And thou 1,000 off a fool of long degree, who clad in purple canst thy censor greet, and loudly call him cousin in the street. Such pageantry be to the people shown, there boast thy horse's trappings and thy own. I know thee to thy bottom from within, thy shallow centre to the utmost skin. Dost thou not blush to live so like a beast, so trim, so dissolute, so loosely dressed? But 'tis in vain, the wretch is drenched too deep. His soul is stupid and his heart asleep, fattened in vice so callous and so gross. He sins and sees not, senseless of his loss. Down goes the wretch at once, unskilled to swim, hopeless to bubble up and reach the water's brim. Great Father of the gods, when for our crimes thou send'st some heavy judgment on the times, some tyrant king, the terror of his age, the type and true vicegerent of thy rage, thus punish him, set virtue in his sight, with all her charms adorned, with all her graces bright, but set her distant, make him pale to see, his gains outweighed by lost felicity. Sicilian tortures and the brazen bull are emblems rather than express the full of what he feels, yet what he fears is more. The wretch who, sitting at his plenteous board, looked up and viewed on high the pointed sword hang o'er his head, and hanging by a twine, did with less dread and more securely dine. Even in his sleep he starts and fears the knife, and trembling in his arms takes his accomplice wife. Down, down he goes, and from his darling friend conceals the woes his guilty dreams portend. When I was young, I, like a lazy fool, would blear my eyes with oil to stay from school, averse from pains and loth to learn the part of Cato, dying with a dauntless heart, though much my master that stern virtue praised, which o'er the vanquisher the vanquished raised. And my pleased father came with pride to see his boy defend the Roman liberty. But then my study was to cog the dice, and dexterously to throw the lucky sice, to shun aimsays that swept my stakes away, and watch the box for fear they should convey false bones and put upon me in the play, careful besides the whirling top to whip, and drive her giddy till she fell asleep. Thy years are ripe, nor art thou yet to learn what's good or ill, and both their ends discern. Thou in the Stoic porch severely bred, hast heard the dogmas of great Zeno read, where on the walls by Polignatus' hand the conquered Medians in trunk breeches stand, where the shorn youth to midnight lectures rise, roused from their slumbers to be early wise, where the coarse cake and homely husks of beans from pampering riot the young stomach weans, and where the Samian Y directs thy steps to run to virtue's narrow, steep and Broadway vice to shun. And yet thou snorest, thou draw'st thy drunken breath, sour with debauch, and sleep'st the sleep of death. Thy chaps are fallen and thy frame disjoined, thy body is dissolved as is thy mind. Hast thou not yet proposed some certain end, to which thy life, thy every act may tend? Hast thou no mark at which to bend thy bow, or like a boy pursuest the carrion crow, with pellets and with stones from tree to tree, a fruitless toil and lives extempore? Watch the disease in time, for when within the dropsy rages and extends the skin, in vain for hellebore the patient cries, and fees the doctor, but too late is wise. Too late for cure he proffers half his wealth. Conquest and Gibbons cannot give him health. Learn, wretches, learn the motions of the mind, why you were made, for what you were designed, and the great moral end of humankind. Study thyself what rank or what degree the wise Creator has ordained for thee, and all the offices of that estate perform, and with thy prudence guide thy fate. Pray justly to be heard, nor more desire than what the decencies of life require. Learn what thou owest thy country and thy friend, what's requisite to spare and what to spend. Learn this, and after envy not the store of the greased advocate that grinds the fat fees from the defended Umbrian draws, and only gains the wealthy client's cause, to whom the Marsians more provision send than he and all his family can spend. Gammons that give a relish to the taste, and potted fowl and fish come in so fast, that ere the first is out the second stinks, and mouldy mother gathers on the brinks. But here some captain of the land or fleet, stout of his hands but of a soldier's wit, cries, I have sense to serve my turn in store, and he's a rascal who pretends to more. Damn me, whate'er those book-learned blockheads say, Solon's the veriest fool in all the play. Tough if he drones, and always looking down, as over ballasted within the crown, muttering betwixt their lips some mystic thing, which well examined is flat conjuring. Mere madmen's dreams, for what the schools have taught is only this, that nothing can be brought from nothing, and what is can ne'er be turned to naught. Is it for this they study to grow pale, and miss the pleasures of a glorious meal? For this in rags accoutred are they seen, and made the May-game of the public spleen. Proceed, my friend, and rail, but hear me tell a story which is just thy parallel. A spark like thee of the mankling trade fell sick, and thus to his physician said, Methinks I am not right in every part. I feel a kind of trembling at my heart, my pulse unequal, and my breath is strong, besides a filthy fur upon my tongue. The doctor heard him, exercised his skill, and after bade him for 4 days be still. 3 days he took good counsel, and began to mend and look like a recovering man. The 4th he could not hold from drink, but sends his boy to one of his old trusty friends, adjuring him by all the powers divine to pity his distress, who could not dine without a flagon of his healing wine. He drinks a swilling draught, and lined within will supple in the bath his outward skin. Whom should he find but his physician there, who wisely bade him once again beware. So you look one, you hardly draw your breath. Drinking is dangerous, and the bath is death. Tease nothing, says the fool, but says the friend, this nothing, sir, will bring you to your end. Do I not see your dropsy belly swell? Your yellow skin, no more of that, I am well. I have already buried 2 or 3 that stood betwixt a fair estate and me. And doctor, I may live to bury thee. Thou tell'st me I look ill, and thou look'st worse. I've done, says the physician, take your course. The laughing sot, like all unthinking men, bathes and gets drunk, then bathes and drinks again, his throat half throttled with corrupted phlegm, and breathing through his jaws a belching steam. Amidst his cups with fainting shivering seized, his limbs disjointed and all outward diseased. His hand refuses to sustain the bowl, and his teeth chatter and his eyeballs roll, till with his meat he vomits out his soul. Then trumpets, torches, and a tedious crew of hireling mourners for his funeral do. Our dear departed brother lies in state, his heels stretched out and pointing to the gate, and slaves now manumized on their dead master wait. They hoist him on the bier and deal the dole, and there's an end of a luxurious fool. But what's thy fulsome parable to me? My body is from all diseases free. My temperate pulse does regularly beat. Feel and be satisfied my hands and feet. These are not cold, nor those oppressed with heat. or lay thy hand upon my naked heart, and thou shalt find me hale in every part. I grant this true, but still the deadly wound is in thy soul. Tease there, thou art not sound. Say when thou seest a heap of tempting gold, or a more tempting harlot dost behold, then when she casts on thee a sidelong glance, then try thy heart and tell me if it dance. Some coarse cold salad is before thee set, bread with the bran perhaps and broken meat. Fall on and try thy appetite to eat. These are not dishes for thy dainty tooth. What hast thou got, an ulcer in thy mouth? Why stand'st thou picking, is thy palate sore? That bitter and radishes will make thee roar. Such is the unequal temper of thy mind, thy passions in extremes and unconfined. Thy hair so bristles with unmanly fears, as fields of corn that rise in bearded ears. And when thy cheeks with flushing fury glow, the rage of boiling cauldrons is more slow. When fed with fuel and with flames below, with foam upon thy lips and sparkling eyes, thou say'st and dost in such outrageous wise, that mad Orestes, if he saw the show, would swear thou wert the madder of the two. On translations from Persius, Satire Roman 3 Note Roman 1, and parchment with the smoother side displayed p. 231. The students used to write their notes on parchments. The inside, on which they wrote, was white, the other side was hairy, and commonly yellow. Quintilian reproves this custom, and advises rather table books lined with wax, and a style like that we use in our vellum table books as more easy. Note Roman 2 a fuming pan, thy lares to a piece p. 232. Before eating it was customary to cut off some part of the meat, which was first put into a pan or little dish, then into the fire, as an offering to the household gods. This they called a libation. Note Roman 3 drawn from the root of some old Tuscan tree p. 232. The Tuscans were accounted of most ancient nobility. Horace observes this in most of his compliments to Maecenas, who was derived from the old kings of Tuscany, now the dominion of the great duke. Note Roman 4 who clad in purple, canst thy censor greet p. 232. The Roman knights attired in the robe called trabea were summoned by the censor to appear before him, and to salute him in passing by, as their names were called over they led their horses in their hand. See more of this in Pompey's life written by Plutarch. Note Roman 5 Sicilian tortures, and the brazen bull p. 233. Some of the Sicilian kings were so great tyrants that the name is become proverbial. The brazen bull is a known story of Phalaris, one of those tyrants who, when perilous, a famous artist had presented him with a bull of that metal hollowed within, which when the condemned person was enclosed in it would render the sound of a bull's roaring, caused the workman to make the first experimenticu exuum muger juvencum. Note Roman 6 the wretch who, sitting at his plenteous board, looked up and viewed on high the pointed sword p. 233. He alludes to the story of Damocles, a flatterer of one of those Sicilian tyrants, namely Dionysius. Damocles had infinitely extolled the happiness of King Dionysius. To convince him of the contrary, invited him to a feast, and clothed him in purple, but caused a sword with the point downward to be hung over his head by a silken twine, which when he perceived he could eat nothing of the delicates that were set before him. Note Roman 7 thou in the Stoic porch severely bred p. 233. The Stoics taught their philosophy under a porticus to secure their scholars from the weather. Zeno was the chief of that sect. Note Roman 8 where on the walls by Polignatus' hand the conquered Medians in trunk breeches stand p. 233. Polignatus, a famous painter, who drew the pictures of the Medes and Persians, conquered by Miltiades Themistocles, and other Athenian captains on the walls of the portico in their natural habits. Note Roman 9 and where the Samian Y directs thy steps to run to virtue's narrow, steep and Broadway vice, to shun p. 234. Pythagoras of Samos made the allusion of the Y or Greek upsilon to vice, and virtue one side of the letter being broad characters vice to which the ascent is wide, and easy the other side represents virtue to which the passage is straight and difficult. And perhaps our Saviour might also allude to this in those noted words of the evangelist, the way to heaven. Roman 100 Note Roman 10 fat fees, from the defended Umbrian draws p. 235. Casaubon here notes that among all the Romans who were brought up to learning few besides the orators or lawyers grew rich. Note Roman 11, his heels stretched out, and pointing to the gate p. 237. The Romans were buried without the city, for which reason the poet says that the dead man's heels were stretched out towards the gate. Note Roman 12 Mad Orestes p. 238. Orestes was son to Agamemnon, and Clytemnestra. Agamemnon, at his return from the Trojan Wars, was slain by Gisthus, the adulterer of Clytemnestra. Orestes, to revenge his father's death, slew both Gisthus and his mother, for which he was punished with madness by the Eumenides or Furies who continually haunted him. The fourth satire of Persius, the argument. Our author, living in the time of Nero, was contemporary and friend to the noble poet Lucan. Both of them were sufficiently sensible with all good men. How unskilfully he managed the commonwealth, and perhaps might guess at his future tyranny by some passages during the latter part of his first 5 years, though he broke not out into his great excesses, while he was restrained by the counsels and authority of Seneca. Lucan has not spared him in the poem of his Pharsalia, for his very compliment looked asquint, as well as Nero. Persius has been bolder, but with caution likewise, for here in the person of young Alcibiades he arraigns his ambition of meddling with state affairs without judgment or experience. It is probable that he makes Seneca in this satire sustain the part of Socrates under borrowed name, and withal discovers some secret vices of Nero, concerning his lust, his drunkenness, find his effeminacy, which had not yet arrived to public notice. He also reprehends the flattery of his courtiers, who endeavoured to make all his vices pass for virtue's. Covetousness was undoubtedly none of his faults, but it is here described as a veil cast over the true meaning of the poet, which was to satirize his prodigality and voluptuousness, to which he makes a transition. I find no instance in history of that emperor's being apathic, though Persius seems to brand him with it from the 2 dialogues of Plato, both called Alcibiades. The poet took the arguments of the second and third satires, but he inverted the order of them, for the third satire is taken from the first of those dialogues. The commentators before Casaubon were ignorant of our author's secret meaning, and thought he had only written against young noblemen in general, who were too forward in aspiring to public magistracy. But this excellent scholiast has unravelled the whole mystery, and made it apparent that the sting of the satire was particularly aimed at Nero. Woe thou art whose forward years are bent on state affairs to guide the government. Hear first what Socrates of old has said to the loved youth whom he at Athens bred. Tell me, thou pupil to great Pericles, our second hope, my Alcibiades, what are the grounds from whence thou dost prepare to undertake so young, so vast a care? Perhaps thy wit a chance not often heard, that parts and prudence should prevent the beard. 'Tis seldom seen that senators so young know when to speak and when to hold their tongue. Sure thou art born to some peculiar fate, when the mad people rise against the state, to look them into duty and command, an awful silence with thy lifted hand, then to bespeak them. Thus Athenians know, against right reason all your counsels go. This is not fair nor profitable that, nor t'other question proper for debate. But thou no doubt canst set the business right, and give each argument its proper weight. Know'st with an equal hand to hold the scale, seest where the reasons pinch and where they fail, and where exceptions o'er the general rule prevail, and taught by inspiration in a trice, canst punish crimes and brand offending vice. Leave to fathom such high points as these, nor be ambitious ere thy time to please. Unseasonably wise till age and cares have formed thy soul to manage great affairs. Thy face, thy shape, thy outside are but vain. Thou hast not strength such labours to sustain. Drink hellebore, my boy, drink deep and purge thy brain. What aim'st thou at, and whither tends thy care? In what thy utmost good delicious fare? And then to sun thyself in open air. Hold, are all thy empty wishes such? A good old woman would have said as much. But thou art nobly born, 'tis true, go boast thy pedigree, the thing thou valuest most. Besides, thou art a beau. What's that, my child? A fop, well dressed, extravagant and wild. She that cries herbs has less impertinence, and in her calling more of common sense. None descends into himself to find the secret imperfections of his mind, but every one is eagerly to see another's faults and his deformity. Say, dost thou know Vectidius 224, who the wretch, whose lands beyond the Sabines largely stretch, cover the country that a sailing kite can scarce o'erfly them in a day and night? Him dost thou mean who, spite of all his store, is ever craving and will still be poor, who cheats for halfpence and who doffs his coat to save a farthing in a ferry boat, ever a glutton at another's cost, but in whose kitchen dwells perpetual frost, who eats and drinks with his domestic slaves, a wearier hind than any of his knaves, born with the curse and anger of the gods, and that indulgent genius he defrauds at harvest thome and on the shearing day, when he should thanks to Pan and pails pay, and better Ceres trembling to approach the little barrel which he fears to broach. He says the wimble often draws it back, and deals to thirsty servants but a smack. To a short meal he makes a tedious grace, before the barley pudding comes in place, then bids fall on himself for saving charges. A peeled sliced onion eats and tipples verges. Thus fares the drudge, but thou whose life's a dream of lazy pleasures takest a worse extreme. Tease all thy business how to shun, to bask thy naked body in the sun, suppling thy stiffened joints with fragrant oil, then in thy spacious garden walk a while, to suck the moisture up and soak it in. And this thou think'st, but vainly think'st unseen. But know thou art observed, and there are those who, if they durst, would all thy secret sins expose. The depilation of thy modest part, thy catamite the darling of thy heart, his engineer hand and every lewder art, when prone to bear and patient to receive, thou tax the pleasure which thou canst not give. With odorous oil thy head and hair are sleek, and then thou kemp'st the tuzzes on thy cheek. Of these thy barbers take a costly care, while thy salt tail is overgrown with. Not all thy pincers nor unmanly arts can smooth the roughness of thy shameful parts. Not 5 the strongest that the circus breeds from the rank soil can root those wicked weeds. Though suppled first with soap to ease thy pain, the stubborn fern springs up and sprouts again. Thus others we with defamations wound, while they stab us, and so the jest goes round. Vain are thy hopes to scape censorious eyes. Truth will appear through all the thin disguise. Thou hast an ulcer which no leech can heal, though thy broad shoulder belt the wound conceal. Say thou art sound and hale in every part. We know thee rotten at thy heart. We know thee sullen, impotent, and proud. Nor canst thou cheat thy nerve who cheats the crowd. But when they praise me in the neighbourhood, when the pleased people take me for a god, shall I refuse their incense, not receive the loud applauses which the vulgar? If thou dost wealth with longing eyes behold, and greedily art gaping after gold, if some alluring girl in gliding by shall tip the wink with a lascivious eye, and thou with a consenting glance reply, if thou thy own solicitor become, and bidst arise the lumpish pendulum, if thy lewd lust provokes an empty storm, and prompts to more than nature can perform, if with thy guards thou scorest the streets by night, and dost in murders, rapes, and spoils delight, please not thyself the flattering crowd to hear, tease fulsome stuff to feed thy itching ear, reject the nauseous praises of the times, give thy base poets back their cobbled rhymes, survey thy soul not what thou dost appear, but what thou art, and find the beggar there. Celera ipsa nefasc, hac merced placent. On. Translations from Persius. Satire Roman 4 Note Roman 1 Socrates p. 243. Socrates, whom the oracle of Delphos praised as the wisest man of his age, lived in the time of the Peloponnesian War. he, finding the uncertainty of natural philosophy, applied himself wholly to the moral. He was master to Xenophon and Plato, and to many of the Athenian young noblemen, amongst the rest to Alcibiades, the most lovely youth, then living afterwards a famous captain whose life is written by Plutarch. Note Roman 2 Tell me thou pupil to great Pericles. Our second hope my Alcibiades p. 243. Pericles was tutor or rather overseer of the will of Clinia's father to Alcibiades, while Pericles lived, who was a wise man, and an excellent orator as well as a great general. The Athenians had the better of the war. Note Roman 3 Canst punish crimes p. 244. That is by death. When the judges would condemn a malefactor, they cast their votes into an urn, as according to the modern custom, a balloting box. If the suffrages were marked with, they signified the sentence of death to the offender, as being the first letter of which in English is death. Note Roman 4 Drink hellebore p. 244. The poet would say that such an ignorant young man as he here describes is fitter to be governed himself than to govern others. He therefore advises him to drink hellebore, which purges the brain. Note Roman 5 Say dost thou know Vectidius p. 245. The name of Vectidius is here used appellatively to signify any rich covetous man, though perhaps there might be a man of that name. Then living I have translated this passage paraphrastically and loosely, and leave it for those to look on who are not unlike the picture. Note Roman 6 When he should thanks to Pan and Pales pay. And better Ceres p. 245. Pan the god of shepherds and Pales the goddess presiding over rural affairs, whom Virgil invocates in the beginning of his second Georgic. I give the epithet of better to Ceres, because she first taught the use of corn for bread, as the poets tell us men in the first rude ages, feeding only on acorns or mast, instead of bread. Note Roman 7 Not 5 The strongest that the circus breeds p. 246. The learned Holiday, who has made us amends for his bad poetry in this, and the rest of these satires with his excellent illustrations here, tells us from good authority that the number 5 does not allude to the 5 fingers of one man, but to 5 strong men such as were skillful in the 5 robust exercises, then in practice at Rome, and were performed in the circus or public place, ordained for them. These 5 he reckons up in this manner: 1. The sea stews or whirlbats described by Virgil in his 5th Need, and this was the most dangerous of all the rest. The 2D was the foot race, the 3D the discus, like the throwing a weighty ball, a sport now used in Cornwall and other parts of England. We may see it daily practiced in Red Lion fields. The 4th was the saltus or leaping, and the 5th wrestling naked and besmeared with oil. They who practiced in these 5 manly exercises were called. Note Roman 8 If with thy guards thou scorest the streets by night, and dost in murders, rapes, and spoils delight p. 247. Perseus durst not have been so bold with Nero as I dare now, and therefore there is only an intimation of that in him, which I publicly speak. I mean of Nero's walking the streets by night in disguise, and committing all sorts of outrages, for which he was sometimes well beaten. Note Roman 9 Not what thou dost appear, but what thou art, and find the beggar there p. 247. Look into thyself and examine thy own conscience, there thou shalt find that how wealthy soever thou appearest to the world, yet thou art but a beggar, because thou art destitute of all virtues, which are the riches of the soul. This also was a paradox of the Stoic school. The 5th satire of Perseus, inscribed to the Rev. Dr. Busby. The speakers Perseus and Cornutus. The argument. The judicious Casaubon in his proem to this satire tells us that Aristophanes the grammarian, being asked what poem of Archilochus Iambics he preferred before the rest, answered the longest. His answer may justly be applied to this 5th satire, which being of a greater length than any of the rest, is also by far the most instructive. For this reason I have selected it from all the others, and inscribed it to my learned Master Dr. Busby, to whom I am not only obliged myself for the best part of my own education, and that of my 2 sons, but have also received from him the first and truest taste of Perseus. May he be pleased to find in this translation the gratitude, or at least some small acknowledgment of his unworthy scholar at the distance of 42 years from the time when I departed from under his tuition. This satire consists of 2 distinct parts. The first contains the praises of the Stoic philosopher Cornutus, master and tutor to our Perseus. It also declares the love and piety of Perseus to his well-deserving master, And the mutual friendship which continued betwixt them after Perseus was now grown a man, as also his exhortation to young noblemen that they would enter themselves into his institution. From hence he makes an artful transition into the second part of his subject, wherein he first complains of the sloth of scholars and afterwards persuades them to the pursuit of their true liberty. Here our author excellently treats that paradox of the Stoics, which affirms that the wise or virtuous man is only free, and that all vicious men are naturally slaves. And in the illustration of this dogma, he takes up the remaining part of this inimitable satire. Perseus, of ancient use to poets it belongs, to wish themselves 100 mouths and tongues, whether to the well-unged tragedian's rage they recommend their labours of the stage, or sing the Parthian when transfixed he lies, wrenching the Roman javelin from his thighs. Cornutus, and why wouldst thou these mighty morsels chew? Of words unchewed and fit to choke the muse. Let fustian poets with their stuff begone, and suck the mists that hang o'er Helicon, when Progny or Thyestes feast they write, and for the mouthing actor verse indite. Thou neither like a bellows swell'st thy face, as if thou wert to blow the burning mass of melting ore, nor canst thou strain thy throat, or murmur in an undistinguished note, like rolling thunder till it breaks the cloud, and rattling nonsense is discharged aloud. Soft elocution does thy style renown, and the sweet accents of the peaceful gown, gentle or sharp according to thy choice, to laugh at follies or to lash at vice. Hence draw thy theme and to the stage permit rawhead and bloody bones and hands and feet, ragouts for Tereus or Thyestes dressed. 'Tis task enough for thee to expose a Roman feast. Perseus, 'tis not indeed my talent to engage in lofty trifles or to swell my page with wind and noise, but freely to impart, as to a friend, the secrets of my heart, and in familiar speech to let thee know how much I love thee and how much I knock on my heart, for thou hast skill to find if it sound solid or be filled with wind, and through the veil of words thou view'st the naked mind. For this 100 voices I desire, to tell thee what 100 tongues would tire, yet never could be worthily expressed, how deeply thou art seated in my breast, when first my childish robe resigned the charge, and left me unconfined to live at large, when now my golden bulla hung on high, to household guards declared me past a boy, and my white shield proclaimed my liberty, when with my wild companions I could roll from street to street and sin without control. Just at that age when manhood set me free, I then deposed myself and left the reins to thee. On thy wise bosom I reposed my head, and by my better Socrates was bred. Then thy straight rule set virtue in my sight, the crooked line reforming by the right. My reason took the bent of thy command, was formed and polished by thy skilful hand. Long summer days thy precepts I rehearse, and winter nights were short in our converse. One was our labour, one was our repose, one frugal supper did our studies close. Sure on our birth some friendly planet shone, and as our souls our horoscope was one, whether the mounting twins did heaven adore, or with the rising balance we were born. Both have the same impressions from above, and both have Saturn's rage repelled by Jove. What star I know not, but some star I find has given thee an ascendant o'er my mind. Cornutus, nature is ever various in her frame, each has a different will and few the same. The greedy merchants led by lucre run to the parched Indies and the rising sun, from thence hot pepper and rich drugs they bear, bartering for spices their Italian ware. The lazy glutton safe at home will keep, indulge his sloth and batten with his sleep. One bribes for high preferments in the state, a second shakes the box and sits up late, another shakes the bed dissolving there, till knots upon his gouty joints appear, and chalk is in his crippled fingers found, rots like a doddered oak and piecemeal falls to ground. Then his lewd follies he would late repent, and his past years that in a mist were spent. Perseus, but thou art pale in nightly studies grown, to make the Stoic institutes thy own. Thou long with studious care hast tilled our youth, and sown our well-purged ears with wholesome truth. From thee both old and young with profit learn the bounds of good and evil to discern. Cornutus, unhappy he who does this work adjourn, and to tomorrow would the search delay. His lazy morrow will be like today. Perseus, but is one day of ease too much to borrow? Cornutus, yes, sure, for yesterday was once tomorrow. That yesterday is gone and nothing gained, and all thy fruitless days will thus be drained. For thou hast more tomorrows yet to ask, and wilt be ever to begin thy task. Who like the hindmost chariot wheels art cursed, still to be near but near to reach the first. O freedom, first delight of humankind, not that which bondmen from their masters find, the privilege of doles nor yet to inscribe their names in this or t'other Roman tribe. That false enfranchisement with ease is found, slaves are made citizens by turning round. How, replies one, can any be more free? Here's Dharma, once a groom of low degree, not worth a farthing and a sot beside, so true a rogue for lying's sake he lied, but with a turn a freeman he became. Now Marcus Dharma is his worship's name. Good gods, who would refuse to lend a sum, if wealthy Marcus surety will become? Marcus is made a judge, and for a proof of certain truth he said it is enough. A will is to be proved put in your claim. 'Tis clear if Marcus has subscribed his name. This is true liberty as I believe. What farther can we from our caps receive, than as we please without control to live? Not more to noble Brutus could belong. Hold, says the Stoic, your assumption's wrong. I grant true freedom you have well defined, but living as you list and to your mind are loosely tacked and must be left behind. What since the Piator did my fetters loose, and left me freely at my own dispose? May I not live without control or awe, accepting still the letter of the law? Hear me with patience while thy mind I free from those fond notions of false liberty. 'Tis not the Piator's province to bestow true freedom, nor to teach mankind to know what to ourselves or to our friends we owe. He could not set thee free from cares and strife, nor give the reins to a lewd vicious life. As well he for an ass a hop might string, which is against the reason of the thing. For reason still is whispering in your ear, where you are sure to fail the attempt forbear. No need of public sanctions this to bind, which nature has implanted in the mind, not to pursue the work to which we're not designed. Unskilled in hellebore if thou shouldst try to mix it and mistake the quantity, the rules of physic would against thee cry. The high-shoed ploughman, should he quit the land to take the pilot's rudder in his hand, artless of stars and of the moving sand, the gods would leave him to the waves and wind, and think all shame was lost in humankind. Tell me, my friend, from whence hadst thou the skill so nicely to distinguish good from ill, or by the sound to judge of gold and brass? What piece is tinker's metal, what will pass, and what thou art to follow, what to fly? This to condemn and that to ratify, when to be bountiful and when to spare, but never craving or oppressed with care, the baits of gifts and money to despise, and look on wealth with undesiring eyes. When thou canst truly call these virtues thine, be wise and free by heaven's consent and mine. But thou who lately of the common strain wert one of us, if still thou dost retain the same ill habits, the same follies too, glossed over only with a saint-like show, then I resume the freedom which I gave. Still thou art bound to vice and still a slave. Thou canst not wag thy finger or begin the least light motion, but it tends to sin. How's this not wag my finger, he replies. No friend nor fuming gums nor sacrifice can ever make a madman free or wise. Virtue and vice are never in one soul. A man is wholly wise or wholly is a fool. A heavy bumpkin taught with daily care can never dance 3 steps with a becoming air. Perseus. In spite of this my freedom still remains. Cornutus. Free what and fettered with so many chains? Canst thou no other master understand than him that freed thee by the Piator's wand? Should he who was thy lord command thee now, with a harsh voice and supercilious brow, to servile duties thou wouldst fear no more. The gallows and the whip are out of door. But if thy passions lord it in thy breast, art thou not still a slave and still oppressed? Whether alone or in thy harlot's lap, when thou wouldst take a lazy morning's nap, up says avarice, thou snorest again, stretchest thy limbs and yawn'st, but all in vain. The tyrant lucre no denial takes. At his command the unwilling sluggard wakes. What must I do, he cries, what says his lord? Why, rise, make ready, and go straight aboard. With fish from Euxine seize thy vessel freight. Flax castor cone winds the precious weight. Of pepper and sab and incense take, with thy own hands from the tired camel's back, and with post haste thy running markets make. Be sure to turn the penny, lie and swear. 'Tis wholesome sin, but Jove thou say'st will hear. Swear, fool, or starve for the dilemmas even. A tradesman thou, and hope to go to heaven. Resolved for see the slaves thy baggage pack, each saddled with his burden on his back. Nothing retards thy voyage now unless thy other lord forbids voluptuousness. And he may ask this civil question, friend, what dost thou make a shipboard, to what end? Art thou of Bethlehem's noble carriage free, stark staring mad that thou wouldst tempt the sea? Cubbed in a cabin on a mattress laid, on a brown George with lousy swabbers fed, dead wine that stinks of the borachio sup, from a foul jack or greasy maple cup. Say, wouldst thou bear all this to raise thy store, from 600 to 600 more? Indulge and to thy genius freely. For not to live at ease is not to live. Death stalks behind thee, and each flying hour does some loose remnant of thy life devour. Live while thou liv'st, for death will make us all a name and nothing but an old wife's tale. Speak, wilt thou avarice or pleasure choose? To be thy lord take one and one refuse, but both by turns the rule of thee will have, and thou betwixt them both wilt be a slave. Nor think, when once thou hast resisted one, that all thy marks of servitude are gone. The struggling greyhound gnaws his leash in vain, if when 'tis broken still he drags the chain. Says Ph. to his man, believe me, friend, to this uneasy love ill put an end. Shall I run out of all my friends' disgrace, and be the first lewd unthrift of my race? Shall I the neighbour's nightly rest invade, at her deaf doors with some vile serenade? Well hast thou freed thyself, his man replies. Go thank the gods and offer sacrifice. Ah, says the youth, if we unkindly part, will not the poor fond creature break her heart? Weak soul and blindly to destruction led, she break her heart shall sooner break your head. She knows her man, and when you rant and swear, can draw you to her with a single hair. But shall I not return now when she sues? Shall I my own and her desires refuse? So take your course, but my advice is plain. Once freed, 'tis madness to resume your chain. Aye, there's the man who loosed from lust and pelf, less to the Piator owes than to himself. But write him down a slave who humbly proud, with presents begs preferments from the crowd. That early suppliant who salutes the tribes, and sets the mob to scramble for his bribes. That some old dotard sitting in the sun on holidays may tell that such a feat was done. In future times this will be counted rare. Thy superstition too may claim a share. When flowers are strewed and lamps in order placed, and windows with illuminations graced. On Herod's day when sparkling bowls go round, and tunnies' tails in savoury sauce are drowned, thou mutterst prayers obscene nor dost refuse the fasts and Sabbaths of the curtailed Jews. Then a cracked eggshell thy sick fancy frights, besides the childish fear of walking sprites. Of o'ergrown gelding priests thou art afraid, the timbrel and the squintifgo maid. Of Isis or thee lest the gods for sin should with a swelling dropsy stuff thy skin, unless 3 garlic heads the curse avert, eaten each morn devoutly next thy heart. Preach this among the brawny guards say'st thou, and see if they thy doctrine will allow. The dull fat captain with a hound's deep throat would bellow out a laugh in a bass note, and prize 100 zenos just as much as a clipped sixpence or a shilling Dutch. On translations from Persius. Satire Roman 5 Note Roman 1 Progny p. 252. Progny was wife to Tereus king of Thracia. Tereus fell in love with Philomela sister to Progny, ravished her, and cut out her tongue in revenge, of which Progny killed Ites her own son by Tereus, and served him up at a feast to be eaten by his father. Note Roman 2 Thyestes p. 252. Thyestes and Atreus were brothers. Both kings. Atreus, to revenge himself of his unnatural brother, killed the sons of Thyestes, and invited him to eat them. Note Roman 3, when first my childish robe resigned the charge p. 253. By the childish robe is meant the PR texta or first gowns, which the Roman children of quality wore. These were welted with purple, and on those welts were fastened the bull or little bells, which when they came to the age of puberty were hung up, and consecrated to the leries or household gods. Note Roman 4 and my white shield proclaimed my liberty p. 253. The first shields which the Roman youths wore were white, and without any impress or device on them, to show they had yet achieved nothing in the wars. Note Roman 5, and by my better Socrates was bred p. 253. Socrates by the oracle was declared to be the wisest of mankind. He instructed many of the Athenian young noblemen in morality, and amongst the rest Alcibiades. Note Roman 6, sure on our birth some friendly planet shone, and as our souls our horoscope was 1 p. 254. Astrologers divide the heaven into 12 parts, according to the number of the 12 signs of the zodiac. The sign or constellation, which rises in the east at the birth of any man, is called the ascendant Perseus. Therefore judges that Cornutus and he had the same or a like nativity. Note Roman 7, and both have Saturn's rage repelled by Jove p. 254. Astrologers have an axiom that whatsoever Saturn ties is loosed by Jupiter. They account Saturn to be a planet of a malevolent nature and Jupiter of a propitious influence. Note Roman 8, the Stoic Institutes b. 255. Zeno was the great master of the Stoic philosophy, and Cleanthes was second to him in reputation. Cornutus, who was master or tutor to Perseus, was of the same school. Note Roman 9, not that which bondmen from their masters find. The privilege of doles p. 255. When a slave was made free, he had the privilege of a Roman born, which was to have a share in the donatives or doles of bread. Roman 100, which were distributed by the magistrates among the people. Note Roman 10, nor yet to inscribe their names in this or t'other Roman tribe p. 255. The Roman people was distributed into several tribes. He who was made free was enrolled into some one of them, and thereupon enjoyed the common privileges of a Roman citizen. Note Roman 11, slaves are made citizens by turning round p. 255. The master who intended to enfranchise a slave carried him before the city praetor, and turned him round using these words, I will that this man be free. Note Roman 12, now Marcus Dama is his worship's name p. 256. Slaves had only one name before their freedom. After it, they were admitted to a PR nomen like our christened names, so Dama is now called Marcus Dama. Note Roman 13a, will is to be proved put in your claim. 'Tis clear if Marcus has subscribed his name p. 256. At the proof of a testament, the magistrates were to subscribe their names, as allowing the legality of the will. Note Roman 14, what farther can we from our caps receive than as we please without control, to live p. 256. Slaves, when they were set free, had a cap given them in sign of their liberty. Note Roman 15 Noble Brutus p. 256. Brutus freed the Roman people from the tyranny of the Tarquins, and changed the form of the government into a glorious commonwealth. Note Roman 16, accepting still the letter of the law p. 256. The text of the Roman laws was written in red letters, which was called the rubric, translated here in more general words, the letter of the law. Note Roman 17, virtue and vice are never in one so. A man is wholly wise or wholly, is a fool p. 257. The Stoics held this paradox, that any one vice or notorious folly, which they called madness, hindered a man from being virtuous, that a man was of a piece without a mixture, either wholly vicious or good, one virtue or vice, according to them including all the rest. Note Roman 18 hymn, that freed thee by the Piator's wand p. 258. The Piator held a wand in his hand with which he softly struck the slave on the head when he declared him free. Note Roman 19, says Ph. Drea to his man p. 259. This alludes to the play of Terence called The Eunuch, which was excellently imitated of late in English by Sir Charles Sedley. In the first scene of that comedy, Ph. Drea was introduced with his man, Pamphilus, discoursing whether he should leave his mistress' ties, or return to her now that she had invited him. Note Roman 20, but write him down a slave who humbly proud, with presents begs preferments from the crowd p. 260. He who sued for any office amongst the Romans was called a candidate, because he wore a white gown, and sometimes chalked it to make it appear whiter. He rose early, and went to the levees of those who headed the people, saluted also the tribes severally, when they were gathered together to choose their magistrates, and distributed a largesse amongst them, to engage them for their voices, much resembling our elections of parliamentmen. Note Roman 21, on Herod's day p. 260. The commentators are divided what Herod this was whom our author mentions, whether Herod the Great, whose birthday might possibly be celebrated after his death by the Herodians, a sect amongst the Jews who thought him their Messiah, or Herod Agrippa living in the author's time, and after it the latter seems the more probable opinion. Note Roman 22, then a cracked eggshell thy sick fancy frights b. 260. The ancients had a superstition contrary to ours concerning eggshells. They thought that if an eggshell were cracked or a hole bored in the bottom of it, they were subject to the power of sorcery. We as vainly break the bottom of an eggshell, and cross it when we have eaten the egg, lest some hag should make use of it in bewitching us, or sailing over the sea in it, if it were whole. The rest of the priests of Isis, and her one-eyed or squinting priestess, is more largely treated in the 6th satire of Juvenal, where the superstitions of women are related. The 6th satire of Perseus to Theseus Bashews, a lyric poet. The argument. This 6th satire treats an admirable commonplace of moral philosophy of the true use of riches. They are certainly intended by the power who bestows them as instruments and helps of living commodiously ourselves, and of administering to the wants of others who are oppressed by fortune. There are two extremes in the opinions of men concerning them, one error, though on the right hand yet a great one, is that they are no helps to a virtuous life. The other places all our happiness in the acquisition and possession of them, and this is undoubtedly the worse extreme. The mean betwixt these is the opinion of the Stoics, which is that riches may be useful to the leading a virtuous life, in case we rightly understand how to give according to right reason, and how to receive what is given us by others. The virtue of giving well is called liberality, and it is of this virtue that Perseus writes in this satire, wherein he not only shows the lawful use of riches, but also sharply inveighs against the vices which are opposed to it, and especially of those which consist in the defects of giving or spending, or in the abuse of riches. He writes to Theseus Bashews, his friend and a poet, also enquires first of his health and studies, and afterwards informs him of his own, and where he is now resident he gives an account of himself that he is endeavouring by little and little to wear off his vices, and particularly that he is combating ambition and the desire of wealth. He dwells upon the latter vice, and being sensible that few men either desire or use riches as they ought, he endeavours to convince them of their folly, which is the main design of the whole satire. Has winter caused thee, friend, to change thy seat, and seek in Sabine air a warm retreat? Say, dost thou yet the Roman harp command? Do the strings answer to thy noble hand? Great master of the muse, inspired to sing, the beauties of the first created spring, the pedigree of nature to rehearse, and sound the Maker's work in equal verse, now sporting on thy lyre the loves of youth, now virtuous age and venerable truth, expressing justly Sappho's wanton art, of odes and Pindar's more majestic part. For me my warmer constitution wants, more cold than our Ligurian winter grants, and therefore to my native shores retired, I view the coast old Aeneas once admired, where cliffs on either side their points display, and after opening in an ampler way, afford the pleasing prospect of the bay. 'Tis worth your while, O Romans, to regard the port of Luna, says our learned bard, who in a drunken dream beheld his soul, the fifth within the transmigrating roll, which first a peacock, then Euphorbus was, then Homer next, and next Pythagoras, and last of all the line did into Aeneas pass, secure and free from business of the state, and more secure of what the vulgar prate. Here I enjoy my private thoughts nor care what rots for sheep the southern winds prepare, survey the neighbouring fields and not repine, when I behold a larger crop than mine. To see a beggar's brat in riches flow adds not a wrinkle to my even brow, nor envious at the sight will I forbear my plenteous bowl, nor bate my bounteous cheer, nor yet unseal the dregs of wine that stink of cask, nor in a nasty flagon drink. Let others stuff their guts with homely fare, for men of different inclinations are, though born perhaps beneath one common star, in minds and manners twins opposed we see, in the same sign almost the same degree. One frugal on his birthday fears to dine, does at a penny's cost in herbs repine, and hardly dares to dip his fingers in the brine. Prepared as priest of his own rights to stand, he sprinkles pepper with a sparing hand. His jolly brother opposite in sense laughs at his thrift and lavish of expense, quaffs crams and guttles in his own defence. For me ill use my own and take my share, yet will not turbots for my slaves prepare, nor be so nice in taste myself to know if what I swallow be a thrush or no. Live on thy annual income, spend thy store, and freely grind from thy full thrashing floor. Next harvest promises as much or more. Thus I would live, but friendship's holy band and offices of kindness hold my hand. My friend is shipwrecked on the Brutian strand, his riches in the Ionian main are lost, and he himself stands shivering on the coast, where destitute of help forlorn and bare, he wearies the deaf gods with fruitless prayer. Their images the relics of the wreck, torn from the naked poop are tided back by the wild waves and rudely thrown ashore, lie impotent nor can themselves restore. The vessel sticks and shows her opened side, and on her shattered mast the muse in triumph ride. From thy new hope and from thy growing store, now lend assistance and relieve the poor. Come do a noble act of charity, a pittance of thy land will set him free. Let him not bear the badges of a wreck, nor beg with a blue table on his back, nor tell me that thy frowning heir will say, 'Tis mine that wealth thou squanderst thus away. What is't to thee if he neglect thy urn, or without spices lets thy body burn? If odours to thy ashes he refuse, or buys corrupted cassia from the Jews, all these the wiser Bestius will reply are empty pomp and dead men's luxury. We never knew this vain expense before. The effeminated Grecians brought it o'er. Now toys and trifles from their Athens come, and dates and pepper have unsinewed Rome. Our sweating hinds their salads now defile, infecting homely herbs with fragrant oil. But to thy fortune be not thou a slave, for what hast thou to fear beyond the grave? And thou who gapst for my estate, draw near, for I would whisper somewhat in thy ear. Hearst thou the news, my friend, the express is come, with laurelled letters from the camp to Rome. Caesar salutes the Queen and Senate thus: my arms are on the Rhine victorious, From morning altars sweep the dust away. Cease fasting and proclaim a fat thanksgiving. The goodly empress jollily inclined is to the welcome bearer wondrous kind, and setting her good housewifery aside, prepares for all the pageantry of pride. The captive Germans of gigantic size are ranked in order and are clad in frieze. The spoils of kings and conquered camps we boast, their arms in trophies hang on the triumphal post. Now for so many glorious actions done, in foreign parts and mighty battles won, for peace at home and for the public wealth, I mean to crown a bowl to Caesar's health. Besides ingratitude for such high matters, no, I have vowed 200 gladiators. Say, wouldst thou hinder me from this expense? I disinherit thee if thou dost take offence. Yet more a public largesse I design, of oil and pies to make the people dine. Control me not for fear I change my will, and yet methinks I hear thee grumbling You give as if you were the Persian king. Your land does not so large revenues bring. Well, on my terms thou wilt not be my. If thou cost little, less shall be my care. Were none of all my father's sisters left, nay, were I of my mother's kin bereft, none by an uncle's or a grandame's side, yet I could some adopted heir provide. I need but take my journey half a day, from haughty Rome and at Aricia stay, where fortune throws poor Manius in my way. Him will I choose, what him of humble birth, obscure a foundling and a son of earth. Obscure, why prithee what am I know, my father grandsire and great-grandsire too. If farther I derive my pedigree, I can but guess beyond the 4th degree. The rest of my forgotten ancestors were sons of earth like him or sons of whores. Yet why shouldst thou, old covetous wretch, aspire to be my heir who mightst have been my sire? In nature's race shouldst thou demand of me my torch when I in course run after thee? Think I approach thee like the god of gain, with wings on head and heels as poets feign? Thy moderate fortune from my gift receive, now fairly take it or as fairly leave. But take it as it is and ask no more. What when thou hast embezzled all thy store? Where's all thy father left? 'Tis true I grant, some I have mortgaged to supply my want. The legacies of Tadius too are flown, all spent and on the selfsame errand gone. How little then to my poor share will fall? Little indeed, but yet that little's. Nor tell me in a dying father's tone, be careful still of the main chance, my son. Put out thy principal in trusty hands, live on the use and never dip thy lands. But yet what's left for me, what's left my friend? Ask that again, and all the rest I spend. Is not my fortune at my own command? Pour oil and pour it with a plenteous hand. Upon my salads, boy, shall I be fed with sodden nettles and a singed sow's head. 'Tis holiday, provide me better cheer. 'Tis holiday, and shall be round the year. Shall I my household gods and genius cheat, to make him rich who grudges me my meat, that he may loll at ease and pampered high, when I am laid may feed on giblet pie, and when his throbbing lust extends the vein, have wherewithal his whores to entertain? Shall I in homespun cloth be clad, that he his paunch in triumph may before him see? Go, miser, go, for lucre sell thy soul, truck wares for wares and trudge from pole to pole, that men may say when thou art dead and gone, see what a vast estate he left his son, how large a family of brawny knaves, well fed and fat as Cappadocian slaves. Increase thy wealth and double all thy store. 'Tis done now, double that and swell the score. To every 1,000 add 10,000 more. Then say, Chrysippus, thou who wouldst confine thy heap where I shall put an end to mine. On translations from Persius. Satire Roman 6 note Roman 1. Has winter caused thee, friend, to change thy seat, and seek in Sabine air a warm retreat? P. 268. All the studious, and particularly the poets, about the end of August, began to set themselves on work, refraining from writing during the heats of the summer. They wrote by night, and sat up the greatest part of it, for which reason the product of their studies was called their elucubrations, or nightly labours. They who had countrysats retired to them, while they studied as Perseus did to his, which was near the port of the moon in Etruria, and Bacchus to his, which was in the country of the Sabines nearer Rome. Note Roman 2, now sporting on thy lyre the loves of youth p. 268. This proves Ctesias Bacchus to have been a lyric poet. It is said of him that by an eruption of the flaming mountain Vesuvius, near which the greatest part of his fortune lay, he was burnt himself together with all his writings. Note Roman 3, who in a drunken dream beheld his soul. The fifth within the transmigrating roll p. 269. I call it a drunken dream of Aeneas, not that my author in this place gives me any encouragement for the epithet, but because Horace and all who mention Aeneas say he was an excessive drinker of wine in a dream or vision. Call you it which you please, he thought it was revealed to him that the soul of Pythagoras was transmigrated into him, as Pythagoras before him believed that himself had been. Euphorbus in the Wars of Troy commentators differ in placing the order of this soul, and who had it first I have here given it to the peacock, because it looks more according to the order of nature that it should lodge in a creature of an inferior species, and so by gradation rise to the informing of a man, and Perseus favours me by saying that Aeneas was the fifth from the Pythagorean peacock. Note Roman 4, my friend is shipwrecked on the Brutian strand p. 270. Perhaps this is only a fine transition of the poet to introduce the business of the satire, and not that any such accident had happened to one of the friends of Perseus, but however this is the most poetical description of any in our author, and since he and Lucan were so great friends I know not, but Lucan might help him in 2 or 3 of these verses which seem to be written in his style. Certain it is that besides this description of a shipwreck, and 2 lines more which are at the end of the second satire, our poet has written nothing elegantly. I will therefore transcribe both the passages to justify my opinion. The following are the last verses saving one of the second satire. Compositum jus fasc animi sanctasque recessus, mentis et incoctum generoso pectus arnisto. The others are those in this present satire, which are subjoined. Trabe rupta brutia saxa, prendit amicus in ops rimc omnem surdac vota, condidit ionio jacit ips in liter et una, ingens de pup de jamc obvia mergis, costa ratis lacer. Note Roman 5, from thy new hope, and from thy growing store, now lend assistance and relieve the poor p. 270. The Latin is nunc et de cespite vivo frange aliquid casoben only opposes the cesps vivus, which word for word is the living turf to the harvest or annual income. I suppose the poet rather means sell a piece of land already sown, and give the money of it to my friend, who has lost all by shipwreck, that is, do not stay till thou hast reaped, but help him immediately as his wants require. Note Roman 6, nor beg, with a blue table on his back p. 270. Holiday translates it a green table. The sense is the same, for the table was painted of the sea colour, which the shipwrecked person carried on his back, expressing his losses thereby, to excite the charity of the spectators. Note Roman 7, or without spices, let's thy body burn p. 270. The bodies of the rich before they were burnt were embalmed with spices, or rather spices were put into the urn with the relics of the ashes. Our author here names cinnamon and cassia, which cassia was sophisticated with cherigum, and probably enough by the Jews who adulterate all things which they sell. But whether the ancients were acquainted with the spices of the Molucca Islands, Ceylon, and other parts of the Indies, or whether their pepper and cinnamon Roman 100 were the same with ours, is another question. As for nutmegs and mace, it is plain that the Latin names for them are modern. Note Roman 8, Caesar salutes the Queen and Senate thus: my arms are on the Rhine victorious b. 271. The Caesar here mentioned is Caius Caligula, who affected to triumph over the Germans whom he never conquered, as he did over the Britons, and accordingly sent letters wrapped about with laurels to the Senate, and the Empress Caesonia, whom I here call Queen, though I know that name was not used amongst the Romans, but the word Empress would not stand in that verse, for which reason I adjourned it to another. The dust which was to be swept away from the altars was either the ashes which were left there after the last sacrifice for victory, or might perhaps mean the dust or ashes which were left on the altars, since some former defeat of the Romans by the Germans, after which overthrow the altars had been neglected. Note Roman 9, the goodly Empress b. 271. Caesonia, wife to Caius Caligula, who afterwards in the reign of Claudius was proposed, but ineffectually, to be married to him, after he had executed Messalina for adultery. Note Roman 10, the captive Germans of gigantic size are ranked in order and are clad in frieze p. 271. He means only such as were to pass for Germans in the triumph, larger-bodied men, as they are still whom the empress clothed new, with coarse garments for the greater ostentation of the victory. Note Roman 11 No, I have vowed 200 gladiators p. 271. 100 pair of gladiators were beyond the purse of a private man to give therefore. This is only a threatening to his heir, that he could do what he pleased with his estate. Note Roman 12 Shouldst thou demand of me my torch when I in course run after thee p. 272. Why shouldst thou who art an old fellow hope to outlive me, and be my heir who am much younger? He who was first in the course or race, delivered the torch which he carried to him who was second. Note Roman 13 Well fed, and fat as Cappadocian slaves p. 273. Who were famous for their lustiness, and being as we call it in good liking, they were set on a stall when they were exposed to sale to show the good habit of their body, and made to play tricks before the buyers to show their activity and strength. Note Roman 14, then say Chrysippus p. 273. Chrysippus the Stoic invented a kind of argument, consisting of more than 3 propositions which is called sorites, or a heap. But as Chrysippus could never bring his propositions to a certain stint, so neither can a covetous man bring his craving desires to any certain measure of riches, beyond which he could not wish for any more. The Works of Virgil, translated into English verse. Works of Virgil. This great work was undertaken by Dryden in 1694, and published by subscription in 1697 100, and 1 subscribers gave 5 guineas each to furnish the engravings for the work, if indeed this was anything more than a genteel pretext for increasing the profit of the author. For Spence has informed us that the old plates used for Ogilby's Virgil were retouched for that of his great successor. Another class of subscribers, 252 in number, contributed 2 guineas each, as the names of those who encouraged this great national labour have some claim to distinction. The reader will find prefixed to this edition an accurate copy of both lists as they stand in the first folio edition. On 28 June 1697, the following advertisement appeared in the London Gazette. The works of Virgil containing his pastorals, Georgics and Ennays, translated into English verse by Mr. Dryden, and adorned with 100 cuts, will be finished this week, and be ready next week, to be delivered as subscribed for inquirers upon bringing the receipt for the first payment, and paying the second printed for Jacob Tonson Roman 100. In 1709, Tonson published a second edition of Dryden's Virgil, with the plates reduced in 3 volumes 8 vo, and various others have since appeared. In 1803, a new edition was given to the public, revised and corrected by Henry Carey Roman 100 Roman 500. This is so correct that although it has been uniformly compared with the original edition of Tonson, I have thought it advisable to follow the modern editor in some corrections of the punctuation and reading. In other cases, where I have adhered to the folio, I have placed Dr. Carey's alteration at the bottom of the page. It is hardly worthwhile to notice that there is a slight alteration of the arrangement of Dryden's Prolegomena, the dedication to the pastorals being placed immediately before that class of poems, instead of preceding the life, as in the original folio. Dryden's notes and observations, which in the original are printed together at the end of the work, are in this edition dispersed and subjoined to the different books containing the passages to which they refer. The names of the subscribers to the cuts of Virgil in the folio edition 1697, each subscription being 5 guineas. Pastorals, Lord Chancellor, Lord Privy Seal, Earl of Dorset, Lord Buckhurst, Earl of Abingdon, Lord Viscount Cholmondeley, Lord Herbert of Cherbury, Lord Clifford, Mark of Hartington, the Hun Mr. C.H. Mountague, Georgic Roman 1 Sir Tho Trevor, Sir John Halls, Joseph Jekyll-esque, Tho Vernon-esque, Will Dobbins-esque, Georgic Roman 2 Sir Will Bower, Gilbert Dalbin-esque, Geo London-esque, John Loving-esque, Will Walsh-esque. Georgic Roman III Duke of Richmond. Sir J. Isham Bart. Sir Tho Mompesson. John Dormer-esque. Frederick Tilney-esque. Georgic Roman IV Richard Norton-esque. Sir Will Trumbull. Sir Barth Shower. Simon Harcourt-esque. John Granville-esque. Need Roman I Prince George of Denmark. Princess Anne of Denmark. Duchess of Ormond. Countess of Exeter. Countess Dowager of Winchelsea. Marchioness of Normanby. Need Roman II Duke of Somerset. Earl of Salisbury. Earl of Inchiquin. Earl of Orrery. Lord Viscount Dunbar. Countess Dowager of Northampton. Need Roman III Earl of Derby. Bishop of Durham. Bishop of Ossory. Dr. John Mountague. Dr. Brown. Dr. Gibbons. Need Roman IV Earl of Exeter. Lady Gifford. Lord Clifford. John Walkerdon-esque. Henry Tasburg-esque. Mrs. Anne Brownlow. Need Roman V Duke of St. Albans. Earl of Torrington. Anth Hammond-esque. Henry St. John's-esque. Steph Waller Roman 100 Roman 500 Duke of Gloucester. Edmund Waller-esque. Need Roman VI Earl of Denbigh. Sir Tho Dyke Bart. Mrs. Anne Boehner. John Leuchner-esque. Sir Fleetwood Shepherd. John Pulteney-esque. John Knight-esque. Robert Harley-esque. Need Roman VII Earl of Rumney. Anthony Henley-esque. George Stepney-esque. Cole Tho Farringdon. Lady Mary Sackville. Charles Fox-esque. Need Roman VIII Earl of Aylesbury. The Hun Mr. Robert Bruce. Christopher Rich-esque. Sir Godfrey Kneller. Need Roman IX Earl of Sunderland. Thomas Foley-esque. Carl Geo Comendly. Sir John Percival Bart. Carl Christopher Codrington. Mr. John Closterman. Need Roman X Lord Visk Fitzharding. Sir Robert Howard. Sir John Lucen Gore Bart. Sir Charles Orby. Tho Hopkins-esque. Need Roman XI Duke of Shrewsbury. Sir W. Kirkham Blount Bart. John Noel-esque. Marquis of Normanby. Lord Berkeley. Arthur Manwaring-esque. Need Roman XII Earl of Chesterfield. Brigadier Fitzpatrick. Dr. Tho Hobbs. Lord Guilford. Duke of Ormond. The names of the second subscribers. 8. Lord Ashley. Sir James Ash Bart. Sir Francis Andrew Bart. Charles Adderley-esque. Mrs. Anne Ash. Edward Ash-esque. Mr. Francis Utterbury. Sam Atkins-esque. Tho Austin-esque. Roe Austin-esque. B. Earl of Bolingbroke. Sir Ed Bettenson Bart. Sir Tho Pope Blount Bart. Sir John Bowles. Sir Will Bowes. Will Blathwaite-esque. Secretary of War. Will Barlow-esque. Peregrine Burdeye-esque. Will Bridgeman-esque. Orlando Bridgeman-esque. Will Bridges-esque. Char Bloodworth-esque. The Hun Henry Boyle-esque. Rich Boyle-esque. Chidley Brooke-esque. Will Bromley-esque of Warwickshire. Mitch Bruno-esque. Tho Bulkley-esque. Theof Butler-esque. Capt. John Berkeley. Mr. Joe Bowes Prebend of Durham. Mr. Jeremiah Bole. Mr. John Bole. Mr. Richard Banks. Mrs. Elizabeth Barry. Mr. Beckford. Mr. Tho Betterton. Mrs. Catherine Blount. Mr. Bond. Mrs. Anne Bracegirdle, Mr. Samuel Brockenborough, Mrs. Elizabeth Brown, Mr. Moses Brutch, Mr. Lancelot Burton, Roman 100 Earl of Clarendon, Lord Henry Cavendish, Lord Clifford, Lord Coningsby, Lord Cutts, Lady Chudley of the West, the Hunchar Cornwallis son to the Lord Cornwallis, Sir Walt Clarges Bart, Sir Roe Cartony, Sir Will Cooper, the Hun Will Cheney, James Calthorpe-esque, Charles Chamberlain-esque, Edmund Clifford-esque, Charles Cox-esque, Though Seal-esque, Though Coke-esque, Hugh Colville-esque, Joe Crawley-esque, Courtney Crocker-esque, Henry Curwen-esque, Capt. James Conaway, Mr. Will Claret, Mr. John Claney, Mr. Will Congreve, Mr. Henry Cook, Mr. Will Cooper, Mrs. Elizabeth Creed, Roman 500 Duchess of Devonshire, Paul Darkmanique-esque, Mountague Drake-esque, Will Draper-esque, Mr. Mitch Dahl, Mr. Davenport, Mr. Will Delon, Mrs. Dorothy Draycott, Mr. Edward Dryden, 8. Earl of Essex, Sir Edward Ernell, Will Elson-esque, Though Eliot-esque, Thomas Earl Major General, F. Sir Edom Fettiplace Bart, Sir Will Forrester, Sir James Forbes, Lady Mary Fenwick, the Hun Carl Finch, the Hun Dr. Finch, the Hun Will Fielding, Rich Franklin Postmaster-esque, Charles Ferguson-esque Calm of the Navy, Dr. Fuller Roman 500 of Lincoln, Henry Farmer-esque, Though Finch-esque, Though Fruin-esque, Mr. George Finch, G. Sir Bevil Granville Bart, Oliver St. George-esque, Though Gifford-esque, Rich Galston-esque, Richard Graham-esque, Fergus Graham-esque, Will Grove-esque, Dr. Gath Roman 1000 Roman 500 Mr. George Gooding, Mr. Grinlin Gibbons, H. Lord Archibald Hamilton, Lord Hyde, Sir Richard Haddock, Sir Christophe Hales Bart, Sir Though Hussey, Rob Harley-esque, Rob Henley-esque Roman 1000 p, Will Hewer-esque, Roger Hewitt-esque, He Heveningham-esque, John Holdworthy-esque, Matt Holdworthy-esque, Nath Hornby-esque, the Hun Burn Howard, Craven Howard-esque, Mansell Howe-esque, Sam Hunter-esque, Mr. Edward Hastewell, Mr. Nish Hawksmoor, Mr. Whitfield Hayter, Mr. Peter Henriques, Mr. Roe Huckwell, J. John James-esque, William Jenkins-esque, Sam Jones-esque, Mr. Edward Jeffreys, K. Joss Keeley-esque, Call James Kendall, Dr. Knipe, Mr. Mitch Kincaid, Roman 50 Sir Berkeley Lucy Bart, Lady Jane Leveson Gower, Though Langley-esque, Patrick Lamb-esque, Will Latin-esque, James Long of Draycott-esque, Will Lones-esque, Dennis Liddell-esque, Mr. Char Longville, Roman 1000 Charles Manners-esque, Though Mansell-esque, Bussy Mansell-esque, Will Martin-esque, Henry Maxwell-esque, Charles Maine-esque, Rich Minshall-esque, Roe Molesworth-esque, the Hun Henry Mordaunt, George Moult-esque, Christophe Mountague-esque, Walter Moyle-esque, Mr. Charles Marbury, Mr. Christophe Metcalfe, Mrs. Mono, and Lord Norris, Henry Neville-esque, Will Norris-esque, Mr. Will Nicol, O. Roe Orme-esque, Dr. Oliver Roman 1000 Roman 500, Mr. Mitch Owen, P. The Right Hun Charles Earl of Peterborough, Sir Henry Petchy Bart, Sir John Phillips Bart, Sir John Pickering Bart, Sir John Parsons, Roe Palmer-esque, Guy Palms-esque, Ben Perry-esque, Sam Pepys-esque, James Petter-esque, Will Pezzoli-esque, Craven Peyton-esque, John Pitts-esque, Will Plowden of Plowden-esque, Mr. Theof Pickering Prebend of Durham, Cole Will Parsons, Capt Phillips, Capt Pitts, Mr. Daniel Peck, R. Duchess of Richmond, Earl of Radnor, Lord Ranelagh, Though Rawlings-esque, Will Ryder-esque, Francis Roberts-esque, Mr. Rose, Est, Lord Spencer, Sir Though Skipwith Bart, Sir John Seymour, Sir Charles Scrimshire, J. Scroop of Danby-esque, Ralph Sheldon Comwarwa-esque, Edward Sheldon-esque, John Smith-esque, James Southern-esque, the Hun James Stanley-esque, Roe Stopford-esque, the Hun Major Gen Edward Sackville, Carl J. Stanhope, Carl Strangways, Mr. James Seymour, Mr. William Seekser, Mr. Joseph Sherwood, Mr. Lawrence Smith, Mr. Though Southern, Mr. Paris Slaughter, Mr. Lancelot Stepney, T. Sir John Trevelyan Bart, Sir Edom Turner, Henry Temple-esque, Ashburnham Toll-esque, Sam Travers-esque, John Tucker-esque, Major Gen Charles Trelawney, Major Gen Trelawney, Carl John Tidcombe, Carl Trelawney, Mr. George Townsend, Mr. Though Tildesley, Mr. Tyndall, Roman 5 John Verney-esque, Henry Vernon-esque, James Vernon-esque, W. Lord Marquis of Winchester, Earl of Weymouth, Lady Windham, Sir John Walter Bart, Sir John Woodhouse Bart, Sir Francis Wyndham, James Ward-esque, Will Warder John-esque, Will Welby-esque, Will Weld-esque, T.H. Brome Horwood-esque, Salwa Winnington-esque, Carl Cornelius Wood, Mrs. Mary Walter, Mr. Leonard Wessel, Recommendatory Poems, to Mr. Dryden, on his excellent translation of Virgil. Whene'er great Virgil's lofty verse I see, the pompous scene charms my admiring eye. Their different beauties in perfection meet, the thoughts as proper as the numbers sweet, and when wild fancy mounts a daring height, judgment steps in and moderates her flight. Wisely he manages his wealthy store, still says enough and yet implies still more. For though the weighty sense be closely wrought, the reader's left to improve the pleasing thought. Hence we despaired to see an English dress, should ere his nervous energy express. For who could that in fettered rhyme enclose, which without loss can scarce be told in prose? But you, great sir, his manly genius raise, and make your copy share an equal praise. Oh, how I see thee in soft scenes of love, renew those passions he alone could move. Here Cupid's charms are with new art expressed, and pale Eliza leaves her peaceful rest, leaves her Elysium as if glad to live, to love and wish, to sigh despair and grieve, and die again for him that would again deceive. Nor does the mighty Trojan less appear than Mars himself amidst the storms of war. Now his fierce eyes with double fury glow, and a new dread attends the impending blow. The Daunian chiefs their eager rage abate, and though unwounded seem to feel their fate, long the rude fury of an ignorant age, with barbarous spite profaned his sacred page. The heavy Dutchman with laborious toil rested his sense and cramped his vigorous style. No time no pains the drudging pedants spare, but still his shoulders must the burden bear. While through the mazes of their comments led, we learn not what he writes but what they read. Yet through these shades of undistinguished night appeared some glimmering intervals of light, till mangled by a vile translating sect, like babes by witches in effigy racked, till Ogleby mature in dullness rose, and Holborn doggerel and low-chiming prose his strength and beauty did at once depose. But now the magic spell is at an end, since even the dead in you have found a friend. You free the bard from rude oppressor's power, and grace his verse with charms unknown before. He doubly thus obliged must doubting stand, which chiefly should his gratitude command, whether should claim the tribute of his heart, the patron's bounty or the poet's art. Alike with wonder and delight we viewed the Roman genius in thy verse renewed. We saw thee raise soft Ovid's amorous fire, and fit the tuneful Horace to thy lyre. We saw new gall embitter Juvenal's pen, and crabbed Perseus made politely plain. Virgil alone was thought too great a task, what you could scarce perform or we durst ask, a task which Waller's muse could ne'er engage, a task too hard for Denham's stronger rage. Sure of success they some slight sallies tried, but the fenced coast their bold attempts defied. With fear their o'ermatched forces back they drew, quitting the province fate reserved for you. In vain thus Philip did the Persians storm, a work his son was destined to perform. Oh, had Roscommon lived to hail the day, and sing loud pans through the crowded way, when you in Roman majesty appear, which none know better and none come so near. The happy author would with wonder see his rules were only prophecies of thee, and were he now to give translators light, he'd bid them only read thy work and write. For this great task our loud applause is due. We own old favours but must press for new. Expecting world demands one labour more, and thy loved Homer does thy aid implore, to write his injured works and set them free from the lewd rhymes of grovelling Ogleby. Then shall his verse in graceful pomp appear, nor will his birth renew the ancient jar. On those Greek cities we shall look with scorn, and in our Britain think the poet born. To Mr. Dryden, on his translation of Virgil, Roman 1, we read how dreams and visions heretofore the prophet and the poet could inspire, and make them in unusual rapture soar, with rage divine and with poetic fire. Roman 2, oh, could I find it now would Virgil's shade but for a while vouchsafe to bear the light, to grace my numbers and that muse to aid, who sings the poet that has done him right. Roman 3, it long has been this sacred author's fate, to lie at every dull translator's will. Long, long his muse has groaned beneath the weight of mangling Ogilby's presumptuous quill. Roman 4, Dryden at last in his defence arose. The father now is righted by the son, and while his muse endeavours to disclose that poet's beauties she declares her own. Roman 5, in your smooth pompous numbers dressed each line, each thought betrays such a majestic touch, he could not, had he finished his design, have wished it better or have done so much. Roman 6, you like his hero though yourself were free, and disentangled from the war of wit, you who secure might others' danger see, and safe from all malicious censure sit. Roman 7, yet because sacred Virgil's noble muse, o'erlaid by fools, was ready to expire, to risk your fame again you boldly choose, or to redeem or perish with your sire. Roman 8, even first and last we owe him half to you, for that his needs missed their threatened fate, was that his friends by some prediction knew, hereafter who correcting should translate. Roman 9. But hold, my muse, thy needless flight restrain, unless like him thou couldst a verse indite. To think his fancy to describe is vain, since nothing can discover light but light. Roman 10. 'Tis want of genius that does more deny. 'Tis fear my praise should make your glory less, and therefore like the modest painter I must draw the veil where I cannot express. Henry Grams. To Mr. Dryden. No undisputed monarch governed yet with universal sway the realms of wit. Nature could never such expense afford. Each several province owned a several lord. A poet then had his poetic wife, one muse embraced and married for his life. By the stale thing his appetite was cloyed, his fancy lessened and his fire destroyed. But nature grown extravagantly kind, with all her treasures did adorn your mind. The different powers were then united found, and you wit's universal monarch crowned. Your mighty sway your great desert secures, and every muse and every grace is yours. To none confined by turns you all enjoy, sated with this you to another fly. So sultan-like in your seraglio stand, while wishing muses wait for your command. Thus no decay no want of vigour find. Sublime your fancy, boundless is your mind. Not all the blasts of time can do you wrong. Young spite of age in spite of weakness strong. Time like Alcid strikes you to the ground. You like Antus from each fall rebound. H. St. John. To Mr. Dryden. On his Virgil. 'Tis said that Phidias gave such living grace to the carved image of a beauteous face, that the cold marble might even seem to be the life and the true life the imagery. You pass that artist, sir, and all his powers, making the best of Roman poets' hours. With such effect we know not which to call, the imitation which the original. What Virgil lent you pay in equal weight, the charming beauty of the coin no less, and such the majesty of your impress. You seem the very author you translate. 'Tis certain were he now alive with us, and did revolving destiny constrain, to dress his thoughts in English o'er again, himself could write no otherwise than thus. His old encomium never did appear so true as now Romans and Greeks submit. Something of late is in our language writ, more nobly great than the famed Iliads were. Ya right. To Mr. Dryden. On his translations, as flowers transplanted from a southern sky, but hardly bear or in the raising die, missing their native sun at best retain, but a faint odour and but live with pain. So Roman poetry by moderns taught, wanting the warmth with which its author wrote, is a dead image and a worthless draught. While we transfuse the nimble spirit flies, escapes unseen, evaporates and dies. Who then attempts to show the ancients' wit, must copy with the genius that they writ. Whence we conclude from thy translated song, so just, so warm, so smooth, and yet so strong, thou heavenly charmer, soul of harmony, that all their geniuses revived in thee. Thy trumpet sounds, the dead are raised to light, newborn they rise and take to heaven their flight. Decked in thy verse as clad with rays they shine, all glorified, immortal and divine, as Britain in rich soil abounding wide, furnished for use for luxury and pride, yet spreads her wanton sails on every shore, for foreign wealth insatiate still of more. To her own wool the silks of Asia joins, and to her plenteous harvests Indian mines. So Dryden, not contented with the fame of his own works though an immortal name, to lands remote he sends his learned muse, the noblest seeds of foreign wit to choose, feasting our sense so many various ways. Say, is thy bounty or thy thirst of praise that by comparing others all might see, who most excelled are yet excelled by thee. George Granville. The Life of Publius Virgilius Maro. By Knightley Chetwood Roman 500 Roman 500,270. Virgil was born at Mantua, which city was built no less than 300 years before Rome, and was the capital of the new Etruria, as himself, no less antiquary than poet, assures us. His birth is said to have happened in the first consulship of Pompey the Great and Licinius Crassus, but since the relator of this presently after contradicts himself and Virgil's manner of addressing to Octavius implies a greater difference of age than that of 7 years as appears by his first pastoral and other places, it is reasonable to set the date of it something backward, and the writer of his life, having no certain memorials to work upon, seems to have pitched upon the two most illustrious consuls he could find about that time to signalize the birth of so eminent a man. But it is beyond all question that he was born on or near the 15th of October, which day was kept festival in honor of his memory, by the Latin, as the birthday of Homer was by the Greek poets, and so near a resemblance there is betwixt the lives of these two famous epic writers that Virgil seems to have followed the fortune of the other, as well as the subject and manner of his writing, for Homer is said to have been of very mean parents, such as got their bread by day labour. So is Virgil. Homer is said to be baseborn, so is Virgil the former to have been born in the open air in a ditch or by the bank of a river, so is the latter. There was a poplar planted near the place of Virgil's birth, which suddenly grew up to an unusual height and bulk, and to which the superstitious neighbourhood attributed marvellous virtue. Homer had his poplar too, as Herodotus relates, which was visited with great veneration. Homer is described by one of the ancients to have been of a slovenly and neglected mien and habit, so was Virgil. Both were of a very delicate and sickly constitution, both addicted to travel and the study of astrology. Both had their compositions usurped by others, both envied and traduced during their lives. We know not so much as the true names of either of them with any exactness, for the critics are not yet agreed how the word Virgil should be written, and of Homer's name there is no certainty at all. Whosoever shall consider this parallel in so many particulars, and more might be added, would be inclined to think that either the same stars ruled strongly at the nativities of them both, or, what is a great deal more probable, that the Latin grammarians, wanting materials for the former part of Virgil's life, after the legendary fashion supplied it out of Herodotus, and like ill face painters, not being able to hit the true features, endeavoured to make amends by a great deal of impertinent landscape and drapery. Without troubling the reader with needless quotations now or afterwards, the most probable opinion is that Virgil was the son of a servant or assistant to a wandering astrologer, who practised physic for medicus magus, as Juvenal observes usually went together, and this course of life was followed by a great many Greeks and Syrians, of one of which nations it seems not improbable that Virgil's father was, nor could a man of that profession have chosen a fitter place to settle in than that most superstitious tract of Italy, which, by her ridiculous rites and ceremonies, as much enslaved the Romans as the Romans did the Etrurians by their arms. This man, therefore, having got together some money, which stock he improved by his skill in planting and husbandry, had the good fortune at last to marry his master's daughter, by whom he had Virgil, and this woman seems by her mother's side to have been of good extraction, for she was nearly related to Quintilius Verus, whom Paterculus assures us to have been of an illustrious though not patrician family, and there is honourable mention made of it in the history of the Second Carthaginian War. It is certain that they gave him very good education, to which they were inclined, not so much by the dreams of his mother, and those presages, which Donatus relates, as by the early indications which he gave of a sweet disposition and excellent wit. He passed the first 7 years of his life at Mantua, not 17, as Scaliger miscorrects his author, for the Initiatates can hardly be supposed to extend so far from thence. He removed to Cremona, a noble Roman colony, and afterwards to Milan, in all which places he prosecuted his studies with great application. He read over all the best Latin and Greek authors, for which he had convenience by the no remote distance of Marseille, that famous Greek colony which maintained its politeness and purity of language in the midst of all those barbarous nations amongst which it was seated, and some tincture of the latter seems to have descended from them down to the modern French. He frequented the most eminent professors of the Epicurean philosophy, which was then much in vogue, and will be always in declining and sickly states, but finding no satisfactory account from his master Ciron, he passed over to the academic school to which he adhered the rest of his life, and deserved from a great emperor the title of the Plato of poets, he composed at leisure hours a great number of verses on various subjects, and desirous rather of a great than early fame, he permitted his kinsman and fellow-student Verus to derive the honour of one of his tragedies to himself. Glory neglected in proper time and place returns often with large increase, and so he found it for Verus afterwards, proved a great instrument of his rise. In short, it was here that he formed the plan, and collected the materials of all those excellent pieces which he afterwards finished, or was forced to leave less perfect by his death. But whether it were the unwholesomeness of his native air of which he somewhere complains, or his too great abstinence and night-watchings at his study, to which he was always addicted as Augustus observes, or possibly, the hopes of improving himself by travel, resolved to remove to the more southern tract of Italy, and it was hardly possible for him not to take Rome in his way, as is evident to anyone who shall cast an eye on the map of Italy, and therefore the late French editor of his works is mistaken when he asserts that he never saw Rome. Till he came to petition for his estate, he gained the acquaintance of the master of the horse to Octavius, and cured a great many diseases of horses, by methods they had never heard of. It fell out at the same time that a very fine colt which promised great strength and speed was presented to Octavius. Virgil assured them that he came of a faulty mare, and would prove a jade upon trial. It was found, as he had said, his judgment proved right in several other instances, which was the more surprising because the Romans knew least of natural causes of any civilized nation in the world, and those meteors and prodigies which cost them incredible sums to expiate might easily have been accounted for by no very profound naturalist. It is no wonder, therefore, that Virgil was in so great reputation as to be at last introduced to Octavius himself. That prince was then at variance with Mark Antony, who vexed him with a great many libelling letters, in which he reproaches him with the baseness of his parentage, that he came of a scrivener, a rope-maker, and a baker, as Suetonius tells us. Octavius, finding that Virgil had passed so exact a judgment upon the breed of dogs and horses, thought that he possibly might be able to give him some light concerning his own. He took him into his closet, where they continued in private a considerable time. Virgil was a great mathematician, which in the sense of those times took in astrology, and if there be anything in that art, which I can hardly believe if that be true which the ingenious de la Chamber asserts confidently, that from the marks on the body, the configuration of the planets at a nativity may be gathered, and the marks might be told by knowing the nativity. Never had one of those artists a fairer opportunity to show his skill than Virgil now had, for Octavius had moles upon his body, exactly resembling the constellation called Ursa Major. But Virgil had other helps, the predictions of Cicero and Catullus, and that vote of the Senate had gone abroad that no child born at Rome in the year of his nativity should be bred up, because the seers assured them that an emperor was born that year. Besides this, Virgil had heard of the Assyrian and Egyptian prophecies, which in truth were no other but the Jewish, that about that time a great king was to come into the world. Himself takes notice of them in Romans 6, where he uses a very significant word, now in all liturgies hugis in adventu, so in another place adventu propior Dei. At his foreseen approach already quake Assyrian kingdoms and Modes lake. Nile hears him knocking at his sevenfold gate. Every one knows whence this was taken. It was rather a mistake than impiety in Virgil to apply these prophecies, which belonged to the Saviour of the world, to the person of Octavius, it being a usual piece of flattery for near 100 years together, to attribute them to their emperors and other great men. Upon the whole matter, it is very probable that Virgil predicted to him the empire at this time, and it will appear yet the more if we consider that he assures him of his being received into the number of the gods, in his first pastoral, long before the thing came to pass, which prediction seems grounded upon his former mistake. This was a secret not to be divulged at that time, and therefore it is no wonder that the slight story in Donatus was given abroad to palliate the matter, but certain it is that Octavius dismissed him with great marks of esteem, and earnestly recommended the protection of Virgil's affairs to Pollio, then lieutenant of the Cisalpine Gaul, where Virgil's patrimony lay. This Pollio, from a mean original, became one of the most considerable persons of his time, a good general, orator, statesman, historian, poet, and favourer of learned men above all. He was a man of honour in those critical times. He had joined with Octavius and Antony in revenging the barbarous assassination of Julius Caesar. When they two were at variance, he would neither follow Antony, whose courses he detested, nor join with Octavius against him, out of a grateful sense of some former obligations. Augustus, who thought it his interest to oblige men of principles, notwithstanding this, received him afterwards into favour, and promoted him to the highest honours, and thus much I thought fit to say of Pollio, because he was one of Virgil's greatest friends, being therefore eased of domestic cares, he pursues his journey to Naples, the charming situation of that place, and view of the beautiful villas of the Roman nobility, equalling the magnificence of the greatest kings, the neighbourhood of by whither the sick resorted for recovery, and the statesman when he was politically sick whither the wanton went for pleasure, and witty men for good company, the wholesomeness of the air and improving conversation, the best air of all contributed, not only to the re-establishing his health, but to the forming of his style, and rendering him master of that happy turn of verse in which he much surpasses all the Latins, and in a less advantageous language, equals even Homer himself. He proposed to use his talent in poetry only for scaffolding, to build a convenient fortune, that he might prosecute with less interruption those nobler studies to which his elevated genius led him, and which he describes in these admirable lines. Mi vero primum dulces ante omnia muse, quarum sacra fero ingenti percussus amore, accipient clique vias et sidera monstrant, defectus solis verios lunc labors, under tremor terris Roman 100, but the current of that martial age by some strange antiperistases drove so violently towards poetry that he was at last carried down with the stream for not only the young nobility, but Octavius and Pollio Cicero, in his old age Julius Caesar, and the stoical Brutus a little before would needs be tampering with the Muses. The two latter had taken great care to have their poems curiously bound and lodged in the most famous libraries, but neither the sacredness of those places nor the greatness of their names could preserve ill poetry, quitting therefore the study of the law after having pleaded but one cause with indifferent success. He resolved to push his fortune this way, which he seems to have discontinued for some time, and that may be the reason why the Culex, his first pastoral now extant, has little besides the novelty of the subject, and the moral of the fable, which contains an exhortation to gratitude to recommend. It had it been as correct as his other pieces, nothing more proper and pertinent could have at that time been addressed to the young Octavius, for the year in which he presented it, probably at By, seems to be the very same in which that prince consented, though with seeming reluctance, to the death of Cicero, under whose consulship he was born the preserver of his life and chief instrument of his advancement. There is no reason to question its being genuine, as the late French editor does its meanness, in comparison of Virgil's other works, which is that writer's only objection confutes himself for Martial, who certainly saw the true copy, speaks of it with contempt, and yet that pastoral equals at least the address to the Dauphin, which is prefixed to the late edition. Octavius, to unbend his mind from application to public business, took frequent turns to By and Sicily, where he composed his poem called Cyclides, which Virgil seems to allude to in the pastoral beginning Cyclides Muse. This gave him opportunity of refreshing that prince's memory of him, and about that time he wrote his TNA soon after he seems to have made a voyage to Athens, and at his return presented his Ceres, a more elaborate piece, to the noble and eloquent Messala. The forementioned author groundlessly taxes this as supposititious, for besides other critical marks, there are no less than 50 or 60 verses altered indeed, and polished, which he inserted in the pastorals, according to his fashion, and from thence they were called eclogues or select bucolics. We thought fit to use a title more intelligible, the reason of the other being ceased, and we are supported by Virgil's own authority, who expressly calls them Carmina Pastorum. The French editor is again mistaken in asserting that the Ceres is borrowed from the 9th of Ovid's Metamorphoses. He might have more reasonably conjectured it to be taken from Parthenius, the Greek poet from whom Ovid borrowed a great part of his work, but it is indeed taken from neither, but from that learned unfortunate poet Apollonius Rhodius, to whom Virgil is more indebted than to any other Greek writer. Excepting Homer, the reader will be satisfied of this, if he consults that author in his own language, for the translation is a great deal more obscure than the original. Whilst Virgil thus enjoyed the sweets of a learned privacy, the troubles of Italy cut off his little subsistence, but by a strange turn of human affairs, which ought to keep good men from ever despairing the loss of his estate, proved the effectual way of making his fortune. The occasion of it was this: Octavius, as himself relates, when he was but 19 years of age, by a masterly stroke of policy, had gained the veteran legions into his service, and by that step outwitted all the Republican Senate. They grew now very clamorous for their pay. The treasury being exhausted, he was forced to make assignments upon land, and none but in Italy itself would content them. He pitched upon Cremona as the most distant from Rome, but that not sufficing, he afterwards threw in part of the state of Mantua. Cremona was a rich and noble colony, settled a little before the invasion of Hannibal. During that tedious and bloody war, they had done several important services to the Commonwealth, and when 18 other colonies pleading poverty and depopulation refused to contribute money or to raise recruits, they of Cremona voluntarily paid a double quota of both. But past services are a fruitless plea. Civil wars are one continued act of ingratitude in vain. Did the miserable mothers with their famishing infants in their arms fill the streets with their numbers, and the air with lamentations, the craving legions were to be satisfied. At any rate, Virgil, involved in the common calamity, had recourse to his old patron Pollio, but he was at this time under a cloud, however compassionating so worthy a man, not of a make to struggle through the world. He did what he could, and recommended him to Maecenas, with whom he still kept a private correspondence. The name of this great man being much better known than one part of his character, the reader, I presume, will not be displeased if I supply it in this place. Though he was of as deep reach and easy dispatch of business as any in his time, yet he designedly lived beneath his true character. Men had oftentimes meddled in public affairs, that they might have more ability to furnish for their pleasures Maecenas, by the honestest hypocrisy that ever was pretended to a life of pleasure, that he might render more effectual service to his master. He seemed wholly to amuse himself with the diversions of the town, but under that mask was the greatest minister of his age. He would be carried in a careless, effeminate posture through the streets in his chair, even to the degree of a proverb, and yet there was not a cabal of ill-disposed persons which he had not early notice of, and that too in a city as large as London and Paris, and perhaps 2 or 3 more of the most populous put together. No man better understood that art so necessary to the great art of declining envy, being but of a gentleman's family, not patrician. He would not provoke the nobility by accepting invidious honours, but wisely satisfied himself that he had the ear of Augustus, and the secret of the empire. He seems to have committed but one great fault, which was the trusting a secret of high consequence to his wife, but his master, enough uxorious himself, made his own frailty more excusable by generously forgiving that of his favourite. He kept in all his greatness exact measures with his friends, and choosing them wisely found by experience that good sense and gratitude are almost inseparable. This appears in Virgil and Horace. The former, besides the honour he did him to all posterity, retoured his liberalities at his death. The other, whom Maecenas recommended with his last breath, was too generous to stay behind and enjoy the favour of Augustus. He only desired a place in his tomb, and to mingle his ashes with those of his deceased benefactor. But this was 1700 years ago. Virgil, thus powerfully supported, thought it mean to petition for himself alone, but resolutely solicits the cause of his whole country, and seems at first to have met with some encouragement, but the matter cooling, he was forced to sit down contented with the grant of his own estate. He goes therefore to Mantua, produces his warrant to a captain of foot, whom he found in his house, Arius, who had 11 points of the law, and fierce of the services he had rendered to Octavius, was so far from yielding possession that, words growing betwixt them, he wounded him dangerously, forced him to fly, and at last to swim the river Mincius to save his life. Virgil, who used to say that no virtue was so necessary as patience, was forced to drag a sick body half the length of Italy back again to Rome, and by the way probably composed his 9th pastoral, which may seem to have been made up in haste out of the fragments of some other pieces, and naturally enough represents the disorder of the poet's mind by its disjointed fashion. Though there be another reason to be given elsewhere of its want of connection, he handsomely states his case in that poem, and with the pardonable resentments of injured innocence not only claims Octavius' promise, but hints to him the uncertainty of human greatness and glory. All was taken in good part by that wise prince. At last effectual orders were given. About this time he composed that admirable poem which is set first out of respect to Caesar, for he does not seem either to have had leisure or to have been in the humour of making so solemn an acknowledgment till he was possessed of the benefit, and now he was in so great reputation and interest that he resolved to give up his land to his parents and himself to the court. His pastorals were in such esteem that Pollio, now again in high favour with Caesar, desired him to reduce them into a volume. Some modern writer that has a constant flux of verse would stand amazed how Virgil could employ 3 whole years in revising 500 or 600 verses, most of which probably were made some time before, but there is more reason to wonder how he could do it so soon in such perfection. A coarse stone is presently fashioned, but a diamond of not many carats is many weeks in sawing, and in polishing many more. He who put Virgil upon this had a politic good end in it. The continued civil wars had laid Italy almost waste. The ground was uncultivated, and unstocked, upon which ensued such a famine and insurrection that Caesar hardly escaped being stoned at Rome, his ambition being looked upon by all parties as the principal occasion of it. He set himself therefore with great industry to promote country improvements, and Virgil was serviceable to his design, as the good keeper of the bees jorg Roman for tinitusc si et matris quate cymbala circum. Ips concident. That emperor afterwards thought it matter worthy a public inscription, Redeat cultus agris, which seems to be the motive that induced Maecenas to put him upon writing his Georgics or books of husbandry, a design as new in Latin verse as pastorals before Virgil, were in Italy, which work took up 7 of the most vigorous years of his life, for he was now at least 34 years of age, and here Virgil shines in his meridian. A great part of this work seems to have been rough-drawn before he left Mantua, for an ancient writer has observed that the rules of husbandry laid down in it are better calculated for the soil of Mantua than for the more sunny climate of Naples, near which place, and in Sicily, he finished it, but lest his genius should be depressed by apprehensions of want, he had a good estate settled upon him, and a house in the pleasantest part of Rome, the principal furniture of which was a well-chosen library, which stood open to all comers of learning and merit. And what recommended the situation of it most was the neighbourhood of his Maecenas, and thus he could either visit Rome or return to his privacy at Naples through a pleasant road, adorned on each side with pieces of antiquity of which he was so great a lover, and in the intervals of them seemed almost one continued street of 3 days' journey. Caesar having now vanquished Sextus Pompeius, a springtide of prosperities breaking in upon him, before he was ready to receive them, as he ought fell sick of the imperial evil, the desire of being thought something more than man ambition, is an infinite folly. When it has attained to the utmost pitch of human greatness, it soon falls to making pretensions upon heaven. The crafty Livia would needs be drawn in the habit of a priestess by the shrine of the new god, and this became a fashion not to be dispensed with amongst the ladies. The devotion was wondrous great amongst the Romans, for it was their interest, and which sometimes avails more. It was the mode. Virgil, though he despised the heathen superstitions, and is so bold as to call Saturn and Janus by no better a name than that of old men, and might deserve the title of subverter of superstitions, as well as Varro thought fit to follow the maxim of Plato his master, that every one should serve the gods after the usage of his own country, and therefore was not the last to present his incense, which was of too rich a composition for such an altar, and by his address to Caesar on this occasion made an unhappy precedent to Lucan and other poets which came after him, Jorg Roman I and Roman III. And this poem being now in great forwardness, Caesar, who in imitation of his predecessor Julius never intermitted his studies in the camp, and much less in other places, refreshing himself by a short stay in a pleasant village of Campania, would needs be entertained with the rehearsal of some part of it. Virgil recited with a marvellous grace and sweet accent of voice, but his lungs failing him, Maecenas himself supplied his place. For what remained, such a piece of condescension would now be very surprising, but it was no more than customary amongst friends, when learning passed for quality. Laius, the second man of Rome in his time, had done as much for that poet, out of whose dross Virgil would sometimes pick gold, as himself said, when one found him reading Aeneas the like he did by some verses of Varro and Pacuvius Lucretius and Cicero, which he inserted into his works. But learned men, then lived easy and familiarly with the great Augustus himself, would sometimes sit down betwixt Virgil and Horace, and say jestingly that he sat betwixt sighing and tears, alluding to the asthma of one and rheumatic eyes of the other. He would frequently correspond with them, and never leave a letter of theirs unanswered, nor were they under the constraint of formal superscriptions in the beginning, nor of violent superlatives at the close of their letter. The invention of these is a modern refinement, in which this may be remarked, in passing, that humble servant is respect, but friend an affront, which notwithstanding implies the former and a great deal more, nor does true greatness lose by such familiarity, and those who have it not, as Maecenas and Pollio had, are not to be accounted proud, but rather very discreet in their reserves. Some playhouse beauties do wisely to be seen at a distance, and to have the lamps twinkle betwixt them and the spectators. But now Caesar, who though he were none of the greatest soldiers, was certainly the greatest traveller of a prince that had ever been, for which Virgil so dexterously compliments him, need Roman 6 takes a voyage to Egypt, and having happily finished the war, reduces that mighty kingdom into the form of a province, over which he appointed Gallus his lieutenant. This is the same person to whom Virgil addresses his 10th pastoral, changing, in compliance to his request, his purpose of limiting them to the number of the Muses, The praises of this Gallus took up a considerable part of the fourth book of the Georgics, according to the general consent of antiquity, but Caesar would have it put out, and yet the seam in the poem is still to be discerned, and the matter of Aristus recovering his bees might have been dispatched in less compass, without fetching the causes so far or interesting so many guards and goddesses in that affair. Perhaps some readers may be inclined to think this, though very much laboured, not the most entertaining part of that work, so hard it is for the greatest masters to paint against their inclination, but Caesar was contented that he should be mentioned in the last pastoral, because it might be taken for a satirical sort of commendation, and the character he there stands under might help to excuse his cruelty in putting an old servant to death for no very great crime. And now, having ended, as he begins his Georgics with solemn mention of Caesar, an argument of his devotion to him, he begins his knees according to the common account being now turned of 40, but that work had been in truth the subject of much earlier meditation, whilst he was working upon the first book of it. This passage so very remarkable in history fell out, in which Virgil had a great share. Caesar about this time either cloyed with glory or terrified by the example of his predecessor, or to gain the credit of moderation with the people, or possibly to feel the pulse of his friends deliberated whether he should retain the sovereign power, or restore the commonwealth. Agrippa, who was a very honest man, but whose view was of no great extent, advised him to the latter, but Maecenas, who had thoroughly studied his master's temper in an eloquent oration, gave contrary advice that emperor was too politic to commit the oversight of Cromwell. In a deliberation, something resembling this, Cromwell had never been more desirous of the power than he was afterwards of the title of king, and there was nothing in which the heads of the parties who were all his creatures would not comply with him, but by too vehement allegation of arguments against it, he who had outwitted every body besides at last outwitted himself by too deep dissimulation for his counsel, thinking to make their court by assenting to his judgment, voted unanimously for him against his inclination, which surprised and troubled him to such a degree that as soon as he had got into his coach, he fell into a swoon. But Caesar knew his people better, and his counsel being thus divided, he asked Virgil's advice. Thus a poet had the honour of determining the greatest point that ever was in debate, betwixt the son-in-law and favourite of Caesar. Virgil delivered his opinion in words to this effect: the change of a popular into an absolute government has generally been of very ill consequence, for betwixt the hatred of the people and injustice of the prince, it of necessity comes to pass that they live in distrust and mutual apprehensions. But if the commons knew a just person whom they entirely confided in, it would be for the advantage of all parties that such a one should be their sovereign. Wherefore, if you shall continue to administer justice impartially, as hitherto you have done, your power will prove safe to yourself and beneficial to mankind. This excellent sentence, which seems taken out of Plato, with whose writings the grammarians were not much acquainted, and therefore cannot reasonably be suspected of forgery in this matter, contains the true state of affairs at that time, for the Commonwealth maxims were now no longer practicable. The Romans had only the haughtiness of the old Commonwealth left without one of its virtues, and this sentence we find almost in the same words in the first book of the Knees, which at this time he was writing, and one might wonder that none of his commentators have taken notice of it. He compares a tempest to a popular insurrection, as Cicero had compared a sedition to a storm a little before. Ac veludi magno in populo cum spe cautor est, seditio esvit animis ignoble vulgus, jamque faces et saxa volunt furor arma ministrat, tum piedate gravum ac meritis si forte verum quem, conspexer silent erectisque oribus idstant, ille regit dictis animos et pectora mulsit. Piety and merit were the two great virtues which Virgil everywhere attributes to Augustus, and in which that prince at least politically, if not so truly, fixed his character, as appears by the Marmor Ancia and several of his medals. Franchemius, the learned supplementer of Livy, has inserted this relation into his history, nor is there any good reason why Roos should account it fabulous. The title of a poet in those days did not abate but heighten the character of the gravest senator. Virgil was one of the best and wisest men of his time, and in so popular esteem that 100,000 Romans rose when he came into the theatre, and paid him the same respect they used to Caesar himself, as Tacitus assures us. And if Augustus invited Horace to assist him in writing his letters, and everybody knows that the Rescripta Imperatorum were the laws of the empire, Virgil might well deserve a place in the cabinet counts. And now he prosecutes his Knees, which had anciently the title of the imperial poem or Roman history. and deservedly, for though he were too artful a writer to set down events in exact historical order, for which Lucan is justly blamed, yet are all the most considerable affairs and persons of Rome comprised in this poem. He deduces the history of Italy from before Saturn to the reign of King Latinus, and reckons up the successors of Cnes who reigned at Alba for the space of 300 years down to the birth of Romulus, describes the persons and principal exploits of all the kings to their expulsion, and the settling of the Commonwealth after this. He touches promiscuously the most remarkable occurrences at home and abroad, but insists more particularly upon the exploits of Augustus, insomuch that though this assertion may appear at first a little surprising, he has in his works deduced the history of a considerable part of the world, from its original, through the fabulous and heroic ages, through the monarchy and commonwealth of Rome for the space of 4,000 years down to within less than 40 of our Saviour's time, of whom he has preserved a most illustrious prophecy. Besides this, he points at many remarkable passages of history, under feigned names the destruction of Alba and Veii, under that of Troy the star Venus, which Varro says guided Cnes in his voyage to Italy in that verse. Mater demonstrante viam, Romulus' lance taking root and budding, is described in that passage concerning Polydorus need Roman 3, confixum feria texit. Telorum sieges et jaculis increvit acutes. The stratagem of the Trojans boring holes in their ships, and sinking them lest the Latins should burn them under that fable of their being transformed into sea-nymphs. And therefore the ancients had no such reason to condemn that fable as groundless and absurd. Cockles, swimming the river Tiber, after the bridge was broken down behind him, is exactly painted in the 4 last verses of the 9th book, under the character of Turnus Marius, hiding himself in the morass of Minturn under the person of Sinon. Limisoque lacu per noctem obscuris in ulv. Delitui. Those verses in the 2nd book concerning Priam, jacet in gens liter truncus Roman 100, seem originally made upon Pompey the Great. He seems to touch the imperious and intriguing humour of the Empress Livia, under the character of Juno. The irresolute and weak Lepidus is well represented under the person of King Latinus Augustus, with the character of Pont Max under that of Cnes, and the rash courage always unfortunate in Virgil of Mark Antony. In Turnus, the railing eloquence of Cicero in his Philippics is well imitated in the oration of Drances, the dull faithful Agrippa, under the person of Achates. Accordingly, this character is flat. Achates kills, but one man and himself receives one slight wound, but neither says nor does anything very considerable in the whole poem. Curio, who sold his country for about £200,000, is stigmatized in that verse. Vendidit hic oro patrium dominumque potentum. Imparsut. Livy relates that presently after the death of the 2 Scipios in Spain, when Martius took upon him the command, a blazing meteor shone around his head. To the astonishment of his soldiers, Virgil transfers this to Cnes. El tasque voment duo tempora flammes. It is strange that the commentators have not taken notice of this. Thus the ill omen, which happened a little before the battle of Thrasymene, when some of the centurions' lances took fire miraculously, is hinted in the like accident which befell Acestes before the burning of the Trojan fleet in Sicily. The reader will easily find many more such instances in other writers. There is often well-covered ignorance in Virgil, concealed learning. His silence of some illustrious persons is no less worth observation. He says nothing of Scaevola, because he attempted to assassinate a king, though a declared enemy, nor of the younger Brutus, for he effected what the other endeavoured, nor of the younger Cato, because he was an implacable enemy of Julius Caesar, nor could the mention of him be pleasing to Augustus, and that passage, his dantem jura catonum, may relate to his office, as he was a very severe censor, nor would he name Cicero when the occasion of mentioning him came full in his way, when he speaks of Catiline, because he afterwards approved the murder of Caesar, though the plotters were too wary to trust the orator with their design. Some other poets knew the art of speaking well, but Virgil beyond this knew the admirable secret of being eloquently silent. Whatsoever was most curious in Fabius Pictor, Cato the elder, Varro, in the Egyptian antiquities in the form of sacrifice, in the solemnities of making peace and war, is preserved in this poem. Rome is still above ground and flourishing in Virgil, and all this he performs with admirable brevity. The Cnes was once near 20 times bigger than he left it, so that he spent as much time in blotting out as some moderns have done in writing whole volumes, but not one book has his finishing strokes. The 6th seems one of the most perfect, the which, after long entreaty and sometimes threats of Augustus, he was at last prevailed upon to recite, This fell out about 4 years before his own death. That of Marcellus, whom Caesar designed for his successor, happened a little before this recital. Virgil, therefore, with his usual dexterity, inserted his funeral panegyric in those admirable lines beginning, Onate ingentem luctum ni cura tuorum Roman 100. His mother, the excellent Octavia, the best wife of the worst husband that ever was to divert her grief, would be of the auditory. The poet artificially deferred the naming Marcellus, till their passions were raised to the highest, but the mention of it put both her and Augustus into such a passion of weeping that they commanded him to proceed no further. Virgil answered that he had already ended that passage. Some relate that Octavia fainted away, but afterwards she presented the poet with £2,100 odd money, a round sum for 27 verses, but they were Virgil's. Another writer says that with a royal magnificence she ordered him massy plate unweighed to a great value. And now he took up a resolution of travelling into Greece there to set the last hand to this work, proposing to devote the rest of his life to philosophy, which had been always his principal passion. He justly thought it a foolish figure for a grave man to be overtaken by death, whilst he was weighing the cadence of words and measuring verses, unless necessity should constrain it, from which he was well secured by the liberality of that learned age. But he was not aware that whilst he allotted 3 years for the revising of his poem, he drew bills upon a failing bank for unhappily meeting Augustus at Athens. He thought himself obliged to wait upon him into Italy, but being desirous to see all he could of the Greek antiquities, he fell into a languishing distemper at Megara. This neglected at first proved mortal. The agitation of the vessel, for it was now autumn near the time of his birth, brought him so low that he could hardly reach Brindisi. In his sickness he frequently, and with great importunity, called for his scrutoire that he might burn his knees, but Augustus interposing by his royal authority, he made his last will, of which something shall be said afterwards, and considering probably how much Homer had been disfigured by the arbitrary compilers of his works, obliged Tucker and Varius to add nothing, nor so much as fill up the breaks he left in his poem. He ordered that his bones should be carried to Naples, in which place he had passed the most agreeable part of his life. Augustus, not only as executor and friend, but according to the duty of the Pontifex Maximus, when a funeral happened in his family, took care himself to see the will punctually executed. He went out of the world with all that calmness of mind with which the ancient writer of his life says he came into it, making the inscription of his monument himself, for he began and ended his poetical compositions with an epitaph, and this he made exactly according to the law of his master Plato, on such occasions, without the least ostentation. I sung flocks tillage heroes Mantua gave, me life Brundusium death Naples a grave. A short account of his person, manners, and fortune. He was of a very swarthy complexion, which might proceed from the southern extraction of his father, tall and wide-shouldered, so that he may be thought to have described himself under the character of Musus, whom he calls the best of poets. Medium nam plurim aturba, hunc habit ac humoris extantum suspicit altis. His sickliness studies, and the troubles he met with turned his hair grey before the usual time. He had a hesitation in his speech as many other great men, it being rarely found that a very fluent elocution and depth of judgment meet in the same person. His aspect and behaviour rustic and ungraceful, and this defect was not likely to be rectified in the place where he first lived, nor afterwards, because the weakness of his stomach would not permit him to use his exercises. He was frequently troubled with the headache and spitting of blood, spare of diet, and hardly drank any wine, bashful to a fault, and when people crowded to see him, he would slip into the next shop or by-passage to avoid them, as this character could not recommend him to the fair sex. He seems to have as little consideration for them as Euripides himself. There is hardly the character of one good woman to be found in his poems. He uses the word mulia, but once in the whole knees, then two by way of contempt, rendering literally a piece of a verse out of Homer in his pastorals. He is full of invectives against love in the Georgics. He appropriates all the rage of it to the females. He makes Dido, who never deserved that character, lustful and revengeful to the utmost degree, so as to die devoting her lover to destruction, so changeable that the destinies themselves could not fix the time of her death. But Iris, the emblem of inconstancy, must determine it. Her sister is something worse. He is so far from passing such a compliment upon Helen as the grave old counsellor in Homer does after 9 years' war, when upon the sight of her he breaks out into this rapture in the presence of King Priam. None can the cause of these long wars despise. The cost bears no proportion to the prize. Majestic charms in every feature shine. Her air, her port, her accent is divine. However, let the fatal beauty go. Roman 100. Virgil is so far from this complacent humour that his hero falls into an unmanly and ill-timed deliberation whether he should not kill her in a church, which directly contradicts what Deiphobus says of her need. Romans 6. In that place where everybody tells the truth, he transfers the dogged silence of Ajax's ghost to that of Dido, though that be no very natural character, to an injured lover, or a woman he brings in the Trojan matrons, setting their own fleet on fire, and running afterwards like witches on their sabbat into the woods. He bestows indeed some ornaments on the character of Camilla, but soon abates his favour by calling her a Spura and horrenda Virgo. He places her in the front of the line for an ill omen of the battle. As one of the ancients has observed, we may observe on this occasion it is an art peculiar to Virgil to intimate the event by some preceding accident. He hardly ever describes the rising of the sun, but with some circumstance which signifies the fortune of the day. For instance, when Nice leaves Africa and Queen Dido, he thus describes the fatal morning: Tithone crosium linquens aurora cubal. And for the remark we stand indebted to the curious pencil of Pollio. The morning fields need. Romans 6 are crowded with ladies of a lost reputation. Hardly one man gets admittance, and that is Sinus for a very good reason. Latinus queen is turbulent and ungovernable, and at last hangs herself, and the fair Lavinia is disobedient to the oracle, and to the king, and looks a little flickering after Turnus. I wonder at this the more because Livy represents her as an excellent person, and who behaved herself with great wisdom in her regency during the minority of her son, so that the poet has done her wrong, and it reflects on her posterity. His goddesses make as ill a figure. Juno is always in a rage, and the fury of heaven Venus grows so unreasonably confident as to ask her husband to forge arms for her bastard son, which were enough to provoke one of a more phlegmatic temper than Vulcan was. Notwithstanding all this raillery of Virgil's, he was certainly of a very amorous disposition, and has described all that is most delicate in the passion of love. But he conquered his natural inclination by the help of philosophy, and refined it into friendship, to which he was extremely sensible. The reader will admit of or reject the following conjecture with the free leave of the writer, who will be equally pleased either way. Virgil had too great an opinion of the influence of the heavenly bodies, and as an ancient writer says, he was born under the sign of Virgo, with which nativity he much pleased himself, and would exemplify her virtues in his life. Perhaps it was thence that he took his name of Virgil and Parthenias, which does not necessarily signify base-born. Donatus and Servius, very good grammarians, give a quite contrary sense of it. He seems to make allusion to this original of his name in that passage: Illo Virgilium me tempor dulcis allebat Parthenope. And this may serve to illustrate his compliment to Caesar, in which he invites him into his own constellation, where in the void of heaven a place is free, betwixt the scorpion and the maid for thee, thus placing him betwixt justice and power, and in a neighbour mansion to his own. For Virgil supposed souls to ascend again to their proper and congenial stars. Being therefore of this humour, it is no wonder that he refused the embraces of the beautiful Plotia, when his indiscreet friend almost threw her into his arms. But however he stood affected to the ladies, there is a dreadful accusation brought against him for the most unnatural of all vices, which by the malignity of human nature has found more credit in latter times than it did near his own. This took not its rise so much from the Alexis, which pastoral there is not one immodest word, as from a sort of ill nature that will not let any one be without the imputation of some vice, and principally because he was so strict a follower of Socrates and Plato. In order therefore to his vindication, I shall take the matter a little higher. The Cretans were anciently much addicted to navigation, insomuch that it became a Greek proverb, though omitted I think by the industrious Erasmus, a Cretan that does not know the sea. Their neighbourhood gave them occasion of frequent commerce with the Phoenicians, that accursed people who infected the Western world with endless superstitions and gross immoralities from them. It is probable that the Cretans learned this infamous passion, to which they were so much addicted that Cicero remarks in his book De Rep that it was a disgrace for a young gentleman to be without lovers. Socrates, who was a great admirer of the Cretan constitutions, set his excellent wit to find out some good cause and use of this evil inclination, and therefore gives an account wherefore beauty is to be loved in the following passage. For I will not trouble the reader, weary perhaps already with a long Greek quotation. There is but one eternal, immutable, uniform beauty, in contemplation of which our sovereign happiness does consist, and therefore a true lover considers beauty and proportion as so many steps and degrees by which he may ascend from the particular to the general, from all that is lovely of feature or regular, in proportion or charming in sound to the general fountain of all perfection. And if you are so much transported with the sight of beautiful persons as to wish neither to eat nor drink, but pass your whole life in their conversation, to what ecstasy would it raise you to behold the original beauty, not filled up with flesh and blood, or varnished with a fading mixture of colours, and the rest of mortal trifles and fooleries, but separate unmixed uniform, and divine Roman 100. Thus far Socrates in a strain much beyond the Socrate Cretion of Mr. Balzac, and thus that admirable man loved his Phedon, his Charmides and the Thetis, and thus Virgil loved his Alexander and Cebes. Under the feigned name of Alexis he received them illiterate, but returned them to their masters, the one a good poet, and the other an excellent grammarian, and to prevent all possible misinterpretations, he warily inserted into the liveliest episode in the whole Nese these words, Nissus amore pio puri, and in the sixth quique privates, he seems fond of the words castus pius virgo and the compounds of it, and sometimes stretches the use of that word further than one would think he reasonably should have done, as when he attributes it to Pasiphae herself. Another vice he is taxed with is avarice, because he died rich, and so indeed he did in comparison of modern wealth. His estate amounts to near 75,000 pounds of our money. But Donatus does not take notice of this as a thing extraordinary, nor was it esteemed so great a matter when the cash of a great part of the world lay at Rome. Antony himself bestowed at once 2,000 acres of land in one of the best provinces of Italy upon a ridiculous scribbler, who is named by Cicero and Virgil. A late cardinal used to purchase ill flattery at the expense of 100,000 crowns a year. But besides Virgil's other benefactors, he was much in favour with Augustus, whose bounty to him had no limits, but such as the modesty of Virgil prescribed to it. Before he had made his own fortune, he settled his estate upon his parents, and brothers sent them yearly large sums, so that they lived in great plenty and respect. And at his death, divided his estate betwixt duty and gratitude, leaving one half to his relations, and the other to Maecenas, to Tucker, and Varius, and a considerable legacy to Augustus, who had introduced a politic fashion of being in every body's will, which alone was a fair revenue for a prince. Virgil shows his detestation of this vice by placing in the front of the damned those who did not relieve their relations and friends, for the Romans hardly ever extended their liberality further. And therefore I do not remember to have met in all the Latin poets one character so noble as that short one in Homer. On the other hand, he gives a very advanced place in Elysium to good patriots. Roman 100, observing in all his poem that rule so sacred among the Romans, that there should be no art allowed, which did not tend to the improvement of the people in virtue. And this was the principle too of our excellent Mr. Waller, who used to say that he would raise any line out of his poems, which did not imply some motive to virtue, but he was unhappy in the choice of the subject of his admirable vein in poetry. The Countess of Carlisle was the Helen of her country. There is nothing in pagan philosophy more true, more just and regular than Virgil's ethics, and it is hardly possible to sit down to the serious perusal of his works, but a man shall rise more disposed to virtue and goodness, as well as most agreeably entertain the contrary, to which disposition may happen sometimes, upon the reading of Ovid, of Martial, and several other second-rate poets. But of the craft and tricking part of life with which Homer abounds there, is nothing to be found in Virgil, and therefore Plato, who gives the former so many good words, perfumes crowns, but at last complimentally banishes him. His commonwealth would have entreated Virgil to stay with him if they had lived in the same age, and entrusted him with some important charge in his government. Thus was his life as chaste as his style, and those who can critic his poetry can never find a blemish in his manners, and one would rather wish to have that purity of mind which the satirist himself attributes to him, that friendly disposition and evenness of temper and patience, which he was master of in so eminent a degree, than to have the honour of being author of the Nese, or even of the Georgics themselves. Having therefore so little relish for the usual amusements of the world, he prosecuted his studies without any considerable interruption during the whole course of his life, which one may reasonably conjecture to have been something longer than 52 years, and therefore it is no wonder that he became the most general scholar that Rome ever bred. Unless someone should except Varro, besides the exact knowledge of rural affairs, he understood medicine, to which profession he was designed by his parents, a curious florist, on which subject one would wish he had writ, as he once intended, so profound a naturalist, that he has solved more phenomena of nature upon sound principles than Aristotle in his physics. He studied geometry, the most opposite of all sciences, to a poetic genius and beauties of a lively imagination. But this promoted the order of his narrations, his propriety of language and clearness of expression, for which he was justly called the pillar of the Latin tongue. This geometrical spirit was the cause that to fill up a verse he would not insert one superfluous word, and therefore deserves that character which a noble and judicious writer has given him, that he never says too little nor too much, nor could anyone ever fill up the verses he left imperfect. There is one supplied near the beginning of the first book. Virgil left the verse thus: Hic Elias arma, hic currus fuit. The rest is none of his. He was so good a geographer that he has not only left us the finest description of Italy that ever was, but besides, was one of the few ancients who knew the true system of the earth, its being inhabited round about under the torrid zone, and near the poles. Metrodorus in his 5 books of the zones justifies him from some exceptions made against him by astronomers. His rhetoric was in such general esteem that lectures were read upon it in the reign of Tiberius, and the subject of declamations taken out of him. Pollio himself and many other ancients commented him. His esteem degenerated into a kind of superstition. The known story of Mr. Cowley is an instance of it, but the sorties Virgilian were condemned by St. Austin, and other casuists Abianus by an odd design put all Virgil and Livy into iambic verse, and the pictures of those two were hung in the most honourable place of public libraries, and the design of taking them down and destroying Virgil's works was looked upon as one of the most extravagant amongst the many brutish frenzies of Caligula. The life of Virgil has usually been ascribed to William Walsh, whose merits as a minor poet are now forgotten, but who still lives in the grateful strains of Pope, whose juvenile essays he encouraged, as well as in the encomium of Dryden, whom he patronized in age and adversity. I have left his name in possession of the essay on the pastorals, although it also was probably written by Dr. Chetwood C. Malone vol. Roman 3 p. 549. Tavius chap 94. Tell good Barzillai thou canst sing no more, and tell thy soul she should have fled before. But neither Horace nor Dryden expected to die a day the sooner for these ardent expressions, and in extolling the gratitude of the ancients at the expense of the moderns, Walsh only gives another instance of the cant which distinguishes his compositions. Jacet in gens liter truncus, avulsumc humoris caput et sine nomen truncus. Lord Falkland drew an answer equally prophetic of his fate. These follies seem to have been founded upon the vulgar idea, still current at Naples, that Virgil was a magician. Gervase of Tilbury was an early propagator of this scandal, which was current during the Middle Ages, so that Nordus thinks it necessary to apologize for Virgil among other great men accused of necromancy. These legends formed the contents of a popular romance. Pastorals to the Right Honourables Hugh, Lord Clifford, Baron of Chudley. My lord, I have found it not more difficult to translate Virgil than to find such patrons as I desire for my translation, for though England is not wanting in a learned nobility, yet such are my unhappy circumstances that they have confined me to a narrow choice. To the greater part, one, have not the honour to be known, and two, some of them I cannot show at present by any public act that grateful respect which I shall ever bear them in my heart. Yet I have no reason to complain of fortune, since, in the midst of that abundance, I could not possibly have chosen better than the worthy son of so illustrious a father. He was the patron of my manhood when I flourished in the opinion of the world, though with small advantage to my fortune, till he awakened the remembrance of my royal master. He was that Pollio or that Verus who introduced me to Augustus, and though he soon dismissed himself from state affairs, yet in the short time of his administration he shone so powerfully upon me that, like the heat of a Russian summer, he ripened the fruits of poetry in a cold climate, and gave me wherewithal to subsist at least in the long winter, which succeeded. What I now offer to your lordship is the wretched remainder of a sickly age, worn out with study, and oppressed by fortune, without other support than the constancy and patience of a Christian. You, my lord, are yet in the flower of your youth, and may live to enjoy the benefits of the peace which is promised Europe. I can only hear of that blessing for years, and above all things want of health have shut me out from sharing in the happiness. The poets who condemn their Tantalus to hell had added to his torments if they had placed him in Elysium, which is the proper emblem of my condition. The fruit and the water may reach my lips, but cannot enter, and if they could, yet I want a palate as well as a digestion. But it is some kind of pleasure to me to please those whom I respect, and I am not altogether out of hope that these pastorals of Virgil may give your lordship some delight, though made English by one who scarce remembers that passion which inspired my author when he wrote them. These were his first essay in poetry if the Ceres was not his, and it was more excusable in him to describe love when he was young than for me to translate him. When I am old he died at the age of 52, and I began this work in my great climacteric, but having perhaps a better constitution than my author, I have wronged him less considering my circumstances than those who have attempted him before either in our own or any modern language, and though this version is not void of errors, yet it comforts me that the faults of others are not worth finding mine, are neither gross nor frequent in those eclogues, wherein my master has raised himself above that humble style in which pastoral delights, and which, I must confess, is proper to the education and converse of shepherds, for he found the strength of his genius betimes, and was even in his youth preluding to his Georgics, and his knees, he could not forbear to try his wings though his pinions were not hardened to maintain a long laborious flight, yet sometimes they bore him to a pitch as lofty as ever he was able to reach afterwards, but when he was admonished by his subject to descend, he came down gently circling in the air, and singing to the ground like a lark melodious in her mounting, and continuing her song, till she alights still preparing for a higher flight at her next sally and tuning her voice to better music. The fourth, the sixth, and the eighth pastorals are clear evidences of this truth. In the three first, he contains himself within his bounds, but addressing to Pollio his great patron and himself no vulgar poet, he no longer could restrain the freedom of his spirit, but began to assert his native character, which is sublimity, himself under the conduct of the same Cuman Sibyl, whom afterwards he gave for a guide to his knees. It is true he was sensible of his own boldness, and we know it by the Polo Majora, which begins his fourth eclogue. He remembered, like young Manlius, that he was forbidden to engage, but what avails an express command to a youthful courage, which presages victory in the attempt? Encouraged with success, he proceeds farther in the sixth, and invades the province of philosophy, and notwithstanding that Bus had forewarned him of singing wars, as he there confesses, yet he presumed that the search of nature was as free to him as to Lucretius, who, at his age, explained it, according to the principles of Epicurus in his eighth eclogue. He has innovated nothing, the former part of it being the complaint and despair of a forsaken lover, the latter a charm of an enchantress to renew a lost affection. But the complaint perhaps contains some topics which are above the condition of his persons, and our author seems to have made his herdsmen somewhat too learned for their profession. The charms are also of the same nature, but both were copied from Theocritus, and had received the applause of former ages in their original. There is a kind of rusticity in all those pompous verses, somewhat of a holiday shepherd strutting in his country buskins. The like may be observed both in the Pollio and the Silenus, where the similitudes are drawn from the woods and meadows. They seem to me to represent our poet betwixt a farmer and a courtier when he left Mantua for Rome, and dressed himself in his best habit to appear before his patron, somewhat too fine for the place from whence he came, and yet retaining part of its simplicity. In the ninth pastoral, he collects some beautiful passages which were scattered in Theocritus, which he could not insert into any of his former eclogues, and yet was unwilling they should be lost in all the rest. He is equal to his Sicilian master, and observes like him a just decorum both of the subject and the persons, as particularly in the third pastoral, where one of his shepherds describes a bowl or mazer curiously in medio duo signa canon et quis fuit alter, descripsit radio tatum qui gentibus orbum. He remembers only the name of Canon, and forgets the other on set purpose. Whether he means Anaximander or Eudoxus I dispute not, but he was certainly forgotten to show his country swain was no great scholar. After all, I must confess that the boorish dialect of Theocritus has a secret charm in it, which the Roman language cannot imitate, though Virgil has drawn it down as low as possibly he could, as in the Cujum Pecus, and some other words for which he was so unjustly blamed by the bad critics of his age, who could not see the beauties of that merum ruse which the poet described in those expressions. But Theocritus may justly be preferred as the original without injury to Virgil, who modestly contents himself with the second place, and glories only in being the first who transplanted pastoral into his own country, and brought it there to bear as happily as the cherry trees which Lucullus brought from Pontus. Our own nation has produced a third poet in this kind not inferior to the two former, for the shepherd's Calendar of Spenser is not to be matched in any modern language, not even by Tasso's Aminta, which infinitely transcends Guarini's Pastor Fido as having more of nature in it, and being almost wholly clear from the wretched affectation of learning. I will say nothing of the piscatory eclogues, because no modern Latin can bear criticism. It is no wonder that rolling down through so many barbarous ages from the spring of Virgil, it bears along with it the filth and ordures of the Goths and Vandals. Neither will I mention Monsieur Fontenelle, the living glory of the French. It is enough for him to have excelled his master Lucian, without attempting to compare our miserable age with that of Virgil or Theocritus. Let me only add for his reputation. Si pergama dextra defendi passant etiam hac defensa fuissent. But Spenser, being master of our northern dialect, and skilled in Chaucer's English, has so exactly imitated the Doric of Theocritus, that his love is a perfect image of that passion, which God infused into both sexes before it was corrupted with the knowledge of arts, and the ceremonies of what we call good manners. My lord, I know to whom I dedicate, and could not have been induced by any motive to put this part of Virgil, or any other, into unlearned hands. You have read him with pleasure, and I dare say with admiration. In the Latin of which you are a master you have added to your natural endowments, which without flattery are eminent, the superstructures of study, and the knowledge of good authors, courage, probity, and humanity, are inherent in you. These virtues have ever been habitual to the ancient house of Cumberland, from whence you are descended, and of which our chronicles make so honourable mention in the long wars betwixt the rival families of York and Lancaster. Your forefathers have asserted the party which they chose, till death, and died for its defence in the fields of battle. You have besides the fresh remembrance of your noble father, from whom you never can degenerate. Nec imbellum feroces progenerint aquil columbem. It being almost morally impossible for you to be other than you are by kind, I need neither praise nor incite your virtue. You are acquainted with the Roman history, and know without my information that patronage and clientship always descended from the fathers to the sons, and that the same plebeian houses had recourse to the same patrician line which had formerly protected them, and followed their principles and fortunes to the last, so that I am your lordships by descent and part of your inheritance, and the natural inclination which I have to serve you adds to your paternal right, for I was wholly yours from the first moment, when I had the happiness and honour of being known to you. Be pleased, therefore, to accept the rudiments of Virgil's poetry, coarsely translated, I confess, but which yet retain some beauties of the author, which neither the barbarity of our language nor my unskilfulness could so much sully, but that they appear sometimes in the dim mirror which I hold before you. The subject is not unsuitable to your youth, which allows you yet to love, and is proper to your present scene of life. Rural recreations abroad, and books at home, are the innocent pleasures of a man who is early wise, and gives fortune no more hold of him than of necessity. He must, it is good on some occasions, to think beforehand as little as we can, to enjoy as much of the present as will not endanger our futurity, and to provide ourselves of the virtuoso's saddle, which will be sure to amble when the world is upon the hardest trot. What I humbly offer to your lordship is of this nature. I wish it pleasant, and am sure it is innocent. May you ever continue your esteem for Virgil, and not lessen it for the faults of his translator, who is with all manner of respect and sense of gratitude, my lord, your lordship's most humble and most obedient servant, John Dryden. Preface to the Pastorals, with a short defence of Virgil, against some of the reflections of Monsieur Fontenelle, by William Walsh Esk. As the writings of greatest antiquity are in verse, so of all sorts of poetry pastorals seem the most ancient, being formed upon the model of the first innocence and simplicity, which the moderns, better to dispense themselves from imitating, have wisely thought fit to treat as fabulous and impracticable, and yet they, by obeying the unsophisticated dictates of nature, enjoyed the most valuable blessings of life, a vigorous health of body, with a constant serenity and freedom of mind, whilst we with all our fanciful refinements can scarcely pass an autumn without some access of a fever, or a whole day not ruffled by some unquiet passion. He was not then looked upon as a very old man, who reached to a greater number of years than in these times an ancient family can reasonably pretend to, and we know the names of several who saw and practised the world for a longer space of time than we can read the account of in any one entire body of history. In short, they invented the most useful arts: pasturage, tillage, geometry, writing, music, astronomy, Roman 100, whilst the moderns, like extravagant heirs made rich by their industry, ungratefully deride the good old gentleman who left them, The estate it is not therefore to be wondered at that pastorals are fallen into disesteem together with that fashion of life upon which they were grounded, and methinks I see the reader already uneasy at this part of Virgil, counting the pages, and posting to the knees so delightful an entertainment, is the very relation of public mischief and slaughter now become to mankind, and yet Virgil passed a much different judgment on his own works. He valued most this part and his Georgics, and depended upon them for his reputation with posterity, but censures himself in one of his letters to Augustus for meddling with heroics, the invention of a degenerating age. This is the reason that the rules of pastoral are so little known or studied. Aristotle, Horace, and the essay of poetry take no notice of it, and Monsieur Boileau, one of the most accurate of the moderns, because he never loses the ancients out of his sight, bestows scarce half a page on it. It is the design therefore of the few following pages to clear this sort of writing from vulgar prejudices, to vindicate our author from some unjust imputations, to look into some of the rules of this sort of poetry, and enquire what sort of versification is most proper for it, in which point we are so much inferior to the ancients that this consideration alone were enough to make some writers think, as they ought, that is meanly of their own performances. As all sorts of poetry consist in imitation, pastoral is the imitation of a shepherd, considered under that character. It is requisite therefore to be a little informed of the condition and qualification of these shepherds. One of the ancients has observed truly but satirically enough that mankind is the measure of everything, and thus by a gradual improvement of this mistake, we come to make our own age and country the rule and standard of others, and ourselves, at last, the measure of them. All we figure the ancient countrymen like our own leading a painful life in poverty, and contempt without wit or courage or education, but men had quite different notions of these things. For the first 4,000 years of the world, health and strength were then in more esteem than the refinements of pleasure, and it was accounted a great deal more honourable to till the ground or keep a flock of sheep, than to dissolve in wantonness and effeminating sloth. Hunting has now an idea of quality joined to it, and is become the most important business in the life of a gentleman. Anciently it was quite otherways. Mr. Fleury has severely remarked that this extravagant passion for hunting is a strong proof of our Gothic extraction, and shows an affinity of humour with the savage Americans, the barbarous Franks, and other Germans, having neither corn nor wine of their own growth when they passed the Rhine, and possessed themselves of countries better cultivated, left the tillage of the land to the old proprietors, and afterwards continued to hazard their lives as freely for their diversion as they had done before for their necessary subsistence. The English gave this usage the sacred stamp of fashion, and from hence it is that most of our terms of hunting are French. The reader will, I hope, give me his pardon for my freedom on this subject, since an ill accident occasioned by hunting has kept England in pain these several months together for one of the best and greatest peers, which she has bred for some ages, no less illustrious for civil virtues and learning than his ancestors were for all their victories in France. But there are some prints still left of the ancient esteem for husbandry, and their plain fashion of life in many of our surnames, and in the escutcheons of the most ancient families, even those of the greatest kings, the roses, the lilies, the thistle. Roman 100. It is generally known that one of the principal causes of the deposing of Mahomet IV was that he would not allot part of the day to some manual labour, according to the law of Mahomet and ancient practice of his predecessors. He that reflects on this will be the less surprised to find that Charlemagne 800 years ago ordered his children to be instructed in some profession, and 800 years yet higher that Augustus wore no clothes, but such as were made by the hands of the Empress, and her daughters and Olympias did the same for Alexander the Great. Nor will he wonder that the Romans in great exigency sent for their dictator from the plough, whose whole estate was but of 4 acres too little a spot now for the orchard or kitchen garden of a private gentleman. It is commonly known that the founders of 3 the most renowned monarchies in the world were shepherds, and the subject of husbandry has been adorned by the writings and labour of more than 20 kings. It ought not therefore to be matter of surprise to a modern writer that kings, the shepherds of the people in Homer, laid down their first rudiments, intending their mute subjects, nor that the wealth of Ulysses consisted in flocks and herds, the intendants over which were then in equal esteem with officers of state in latter times. And therefore Eumus is called in Homer not so much because Homer was a lover of a country life to which he rather seems averse, but by reason of the dignity and greatness of his trust, and because he was the son of a king stolen away, and sold by the Phoenician pirates, which the ingenious Mr. Cowley seems not to have taken notice of, nor will it seem strange that the master of the horse to King Latinus in the 9th need was found in the homely employment of cleaving blocks, when news of the first skirmish betwixt the Trojans and Latins was brought to him. Being therefore of such quality, they cannot be supposed so very ignorant and unpolished. The learning and good breeding of the world was then in the hands of such people. He who was chosen by the consent of all parties to arbitrate so delicate an affair, as which was the fairest of the 3 celebrated beauties of heaven, who had the address to debauch away Helen from her husband her native country, and from a crown understood what the French call by the too soft name of gallantry. He had accomplishments enough, how ill use soever he made of them. It seems therefore that Roman 1000 Fontenelle had not duly considered the matter, when he reflected so severely upon Virgil, as if he had not observed the laws of decency in his pastorals in making shepherds speak to things beside their character, and above their capacity. He stands amazed that shepherds should thunder out, as he expresses himself, the formation of the world, and that too according to the system of Epicurus. In truth, says he, page 176, I cannot tell what to make of this whole piece, the 6th pastoral. I can neither comprehend the design of the author, nor the connection of the parts. First come the ideas of philosophy, and presently after those incoherent fables. Roman 100. To expose him yet more he subjoins it is Silenus himself, who makes all this absurd discourse. Virgil says indeed that he had drank too much the day before, perhaps the debauch hung in his head, when he composed this poem. Roman 100. Thus far Roman 1000 Fontenelle, who to the disgrace of reason, as himself ingenuously owns, first built his house, and then studied architecture, first composed his eclogues, and then studied the rules in answer to this. We may observe first that this very pastoral, which he singles out to triumph over, was recited by a famous player on the Roman theatre, with marvellous applause, insomuch that Cicero, who had heard part of it, only ordered the whole to be rehearsed, and, struck with admiration of it, conferred then upon Virgil the glorious title of Man spes altera Rome. Nor is it old Donatus only who relates this. We have the same account from another very credible and ancient author, so that here we have the judgment of Cicero and the people of Rome to confront the single opinion of this adventurous critic. A man ought to be well assured of his own abilities before he attacks an author of established reputation. If Mr. Fontenelle had perused the fragments of the Phoenician antiquity, traced the progress of learning through the ancient Greek writers, or so much as consulted his learned countryman Hutius, he would have found, which falls out unluckily for him, that a Chaldean shepherd discovered to the Egyptians and Greeks the creation of the world. And what subject more fit for such a pastoral than that great affair, which was first notified to the world by one of that profession? Nor does it appear what he takes for granted that Virgil describes the original of the world. According to the hypothesis of Epicurus, he was too well seen in antiquity to commit such gross mistake. There is not the least mention of chance in that whole passage, nor of the clinamen principium, so peculiar to Epicurus' hypothesis. Virgil had not only more piety, but was of too nice a judgment to introduce a god, denying the power and providence of the deity, and singing a hymn to the atoms and blind chance. On the contrary, his description agrees very well with that of Moses, and the eloquent commentator Dacier, who is so confident that Horace had perused the sacred history, might, with greater reason, have affirmed the same thing of Virgil. For besides that famous passage in the 6th need, by which this may be illustrated, where the word principio is used in the front of both by Moses and Virgil, and the seas are first mentioned, and the spiritus in tussa lit, which might not improbably, as Roman 1000 Dacier would suggest, allude to the spirit moving upon the face of the waters, but omitting this parallel place, the successive formation of the world is evidently described in these words. Rerum polatim sumia formas. And it is hardly possible to render more literally that verse of Moses, let the waters be gathered into one place, and let the dry land appear, than in this of Virgil. Jam dure salium et discludia nerea ponto. After this the formation of the sun is described exactly in the Mosaical order, and next the production of the first living creatures, and that too in a small number, still in the same method. Rara per ignotos errant animalia montes. And here the foresaid author would probably remark that Virgil keeps more exactly to the Mosaic system than an ingenious writer, who will by no means allow mountains to be coeval with the world. Thus much will make it probable at least that Virgil had Moses in his thoughts rather than Epicurus when he composed this poem. But it is further remarkable that this passage was taken from a song attributed to Apollo, who himself too unluckily had been a shepherd, and he took it from another, yet more ancient composed by the first inventor of music, and at that time, a shepherd too, and this is one of the noblest fragments of Greek antiquity. And because I cannot suppose the ingenious Roman 1000 Fontenelle one of their number who pretend to censure the Greeks, without being able to distinguish Greek from Ephesian characters, I shall here set down the lines from which Virgil took this passage, though none of the commentators have observed it. Roman 100 Thus Linus too began his poem as appears by a fragment of it preserved by Diogenes Laertius, and the like may be instanced in Musus himself, so that our poet here with great judgment, as always follows the ancient custom of beginning their more solemn songs with the creation, and does it too most properly under the person of a shepherd. And thus the first and best employment of poetry was to compose hymns in honor of the great creator of the universe. Few words will suffice to answer his other objections. He demands why those several transformations are mentioned in that poem and is not fable. Then the life and soul of poetry can himself assign a more proper subject of pastoral than the Saturnia Regnae, the age and scene of this kind of poetry. What theme more fit for the song of a god, or to imprint religious awe, than the omnipotent power of transforming the species of creatures at their pleasure? Their families lived in groves near the clear springs, and what better warning could be given to the hopeful young shepherds than that they should not gaze too much into the liquid dangerous looking-glass, for fear of being stolen by the water-nymphs that is falling, and being drowned as Hylas was Pasiphae's monstrous passion for a bull, is certainly a subject enough fitted for bucolics. Can Roman 1000 Fontenelle tax Silenus for fetching too far the transformation of the sisters of Phaeton into trees, when perhaps they sat at that very time under the hospitable shade of those alders, and poplars the metamorphosis of Philomela into that ravishing bird, which makes the sweetest music of the groves? If he had looked into the ancient Greek writers, or so much as consulted honest Servius, he would have discovered that, under the allegory of this drunkenness of Silenus, the refinement and exaltation of men's minds by philosophy was intended. But if the author of these reflections can take such flights in his wine, it is almost pity that drunkenness should be a sin, or that he should ever want good store of Burgundy and champagne. But indeed he seems not to have ever drank out of Silenus' tankard, when he composed either his critique or pastorals. His censure on the fourth seems worse grounded than the other. It is entitled, in some ancient manuscripts, The History of the Renovation of the World. He complains that he cannot understand what is meant by those many figurative expressions, but if he had consulted the younger Vossius' dissertation on this pastoral, or read the excellent oration of the Emperor Constantine, made French by a good pen of their own, he would have found there the plain interpretation of all those figurative expressions, and withal very strong proofs of the truth of the Christian religion, such as converted heathens as Valerianus and others. And upon account of this piece, the most learned of all the Latin fathers calls Virgil a Christian, even before Christianity. Cicero takes notice of it in his books of divination, and Virgil probably had put it in verse a considerable time before the addition of his pastorals, nor does he appropriate it to Pollio or his son, but complimentally dates it from his consulship, and therefore someone who had not so kind thoughts of Roman 1000 Fontenelle, as I would be inclined to think him as bad a Catholic as critic in this place. But in respect to some books he has wrote, since I pass by a great part of this, and shall only touch briefly some of the rules of this sort of poem. The first is that an air of piety upon all occasions should be maintained in the whole poem. This appears in all the ancient Greek writers as Homer Hesiod Aratus Roman 100, and Virgil is so exact in the observation of it, not only in this work, but in his Knees too, that a celebrated French writer taxes him for permitting Knees to do nothing without the assistance of some god. But by this, it appears at least that Roman 1000 Evremont is no Jansenist. Roman 1000 Fontenelle seems a little defective in this point. He brings in a pair of shepherdesses disputing very warmly whether Victoria be a goddess or a woman, her great condescension and compassion, her affability and goodness. None of the meanest attributes of the divinity pass for convincing arguments that she could not possibly be a goddess. Les diésses taugers fiers et mepressantes, ni resurroyant point les bergers tremblantes, par dobligians discowers des sauris gracia, mais tu las vu cet auguste person, qui vint de pariter nces lu, prend soin de rassurer au moment quel eton, sa bont descendant sans pain jusqu'à nous. In short, she has too many divine perfections to be a deity, and therefore she is immortal, which was the thing to be proved. It is directly contrary to the practice of all ancient poets, as well as to the rules of decency and religion, to make such odious preferences. I am much surprised, therefore, that he should use such an argument as this. Chloris ostuvu des diesses, avoir un air si facile et si doux. Was not Aurora and Venus and Luna, and I know not how many more of the heathen deities too easy of access to Tithonus to Anchises, and to Endymion is there anything more sparkish and better-humoured than Venus accosting her son in the deserts of Libya, or than the behaviour of Pallas to Diomedes, one of the most perfect and admirable pieces of all the Iliads, where she condescends to rail him so agreeably, and notwithstanding her severe virtue, and all the ensigns of majesty with which she so terribly adorns herself, condescends to ride with him in his chariot, but the Odysseys are full of greater instances of condescension than this. This brings to mind that famous passage of Lucan, in which he prefers Cato to all the gods at once. Victrix causa deas placuit, sed victor Catoni, which Brebeuf has rendered so flatly, and which may be thus paraphrased. Heaven meanly with the conqueror did comply, but Cato rather than submit would die. It is an unpardonable presumption in any sort of religion to compliment their princes at the expense of their deities. But letting that pass, this whole eclogue is but a long paraphrase of a trite verse in Virgil and Homer. Nec vox hominum sonnet odicert. So true is that remark of the admirable Earl of Roscommon, if applied to the Romans, rather I fear than to the English since his own death. One sterling line, drawn to French wire, would through whole pages shine. Another rule is that the characters should represent that ancient innocence and unpractised plainness, which was then in the world. P. Rapin has gathered many instances of this out of Theocritus and Virgil, and the reader can do it as well as himself, but Roman 1000 Fontenelle transgressed this rule when he hid himself in the thicket to listen to the private discourse of the two shepherdesses. This is not only ill breeding at Versailles, the Arcadian shepherdesses themselves would have set their dogs upon one for such an unpardonable piece of rudeness. A third rule is that there should be some ordinance, some design or little plot, which may deserve the title of a pastoral scene. This is everywhere observed by Virgil and particularly remarkable in the first eclogue, the standard of all pastorals. A beautiful landscape presents itself to your view, a shepherd, with his flock around him, resting securely under a spreading beech, which furnished the first food to our ancestors, another, in a quite different situation of mind and circumstances, the sun setting the hospitality of the more fortunate shepherd. Roman 100, and here Roman 1000 Fontenelle, seems not a little wanting. A fourth rule, and of great importance in this delicate sort of writing, is that there be choice diversity of subjects, that the eclogue, like a beautiful prospect, should charm by its variety. Virgil is admirable in this point, and far surpasses Theocritus, as he does everywhere when judgment and contrivance have the principal part. The subject of the first pastoral is hinted above. The second contains the love of Corydon for Alexis, and the seasonable reproach. He gives himself that he left his vines half pruned, which according to the Roman rituals derived a curse upon the fruit that grew upon it, whilst he pursued an object undeserving his passion. The third, a sharp contention of two shepherds for the prize of poetry. The fourth contains the discourse of a shepherd, comforting himself in a declining age that a better was ensuing. The fifth, a lamentation for a dead friend, the first draft of which is probably more ancient than any of the pastorals now extant, his brother being at first intended, but he afterwards makes his court to Augustus by turning it into an apotheosis of Julius Caesar. The sixth is the Silenus. The seventh, another poetical dispute, first composed at Mantua. The eighth is the description of a despairing lover and a magical charm. He sets the ninth after all these very modestly, because it was particular to himself, and here he would have ended that work if Gallus had not prevailed upon him to add one more in his favour. Thus curious was Virgil in diversifying his subjects, but Roman 1000 Fontenelle is a great deal too uniform. Begin, where you please, the subject is still the same, we find it true what he says of himself. Taugers dilemma. He seems to take pastorals and love verses for the same thing as human nature. No other passion does not fear ambition, avarice, pride, a capriccio of honour and laziness itself, often triumph over love. But this passion does all not only in pastorals, but in modern tragedies too. A hero can no more fight or be sick or die than he can be born without a woman, but dramatics have been composed in compliance to the humour of the age, and the prevailing inclination of the great, whose example has a more powerful influence not only in the little court behind the scenes, But on the great theatre of the world, however, this inundation of love verses is not so much an effect of their amorousness as of immoderate self-love, this being the only sort of poetry in which the writer can not only without censure, but even with commendation talk of himself. There is generally more of the passion of Narcissus than concern for Chloris and Corinna in this whole affair. Be pleased to look into almost any of those writers, and you shall meet everywhere that eternal moi which the admirable Pascal so judiciously condemns. Homer can never be enough admired for this one so particular quality, that he never speaks of himself either in the Iliad or the Odysseys. And if Horace had never told us his genealogy, but left it to the writer of his life, perhaps he had not been a loser by it. This consideration might induce those great critics Varius and Tucker to raise out the 4 first verses of the Knees in great measure for the sake of that unlucky alter ego, but extraordinary geniuses have a sort of prerogative which may dispense them from laws binding, to subject wits. However, the ladies have the less reason to be pleased with those addresses of which the poet takes the greater share to himself. Thus the beau presses into their dressing-room, but it is not so much to adore their fair eyes as to adjust his own steenkirk and peruke, and set his countenance in their glass. A 5th rule, which one may hope will not be contested, is that the writer should show in his compositions some competent skill of the subject matter, that which makes the character of persons introduced in this, as in all other points of learning, decency, and economy, of a poem Virgil much excels his master Theocritus. The poet is better skilled in husbandry than those that get their bread by it. He describes the nature, the diseases, the remedies, the proper places, and seasons of feeding, of watering their flocks, the furniture, diet, the lodging, and pastimes of his shepherds. But the persons brought in by Roman 1000 Fontenelle are shepherds in masquerade, and handle their sheephook as awkwardly as they do their oaten reed. They saunter about with their chairs moutons, but they relate as little to the business in hand as the painter's dog or a Dutch ship does to the history designed. One would suspect some of them that instead of leading out their sheep into the plains of Montbrison and Marcilly, to the flowery banks of Lignon or the Charente, they are driving directly à la Boucherie to make money of them. I hope hereafter Roman 1000 Fontenelle will choose his servants better. A 6th rule is that as the style ought to be natural, clear, and elegant, it should have some peculiar relish of the ancient fashion of writing. Parables in those times were frequently used, as they are still, by the Eastern nations, philosophical questions, enigmas, Roman 100, and of this we find instances in the sacred writings in Homer contemporary with King David, in Herodotus, in the Greek tragedians. This piece of antiquity is imitated by Virgil with great judgment and discretion. He has proposed one riddle which has never yet been solved by any of his commentators, though he knew the rules of rhetoric as well as Cicero himself. He conceals that skill in his pastorals, and keeps close to the character of antiquity, nor ought the connections and transitions to be very strict and regular. This would give the pastorals an air of novelty, and of this neglect of exact connections we have instances in the writings of the ancient Chineses, of the Jews and Greeks in Pindar, and other writers of dithyrambics, in the choruses of Schiller's Sophocles and Euripides. If Roman 1000 Fontenelle and Rouse had considered this, the one would have spared his critique of the 6th, and the other his reflections upon the 9th pastoral. The over-scrupulous care of connections makes the modern compositions oftentimes tedious and flat, and by the omission of them, it comes to pass that the pensies of the incomparable Roman 1000 Pascal, and perhaps of Roman 1000 Brier, are 2 of the most entertaining books which the modern French can boast. Of Virgil in this point was not only faithful to the character of antiquity, but copies after nature herself. Thus a meadow where the beauties of the spring are profusely blended together makes a more delightful prospect than a curious parterre of sorted flowers in our gardens, and we are much more transported with the beauty of the heavens and admiration of their Creator in a clear night, when we behold stars of all magnitudes promiscuously moving together, than if those glorious lights were ranked in their several orders, or reduced into the finest geometrical figures. Another rule omitted by P. Rapin, as some of his are by me, for I do not design an entire treatise in this preface, is that not only the sentences should be short and smart, upon which account he justly blames the Italian and French as too talkative, but that the whole piece should be so too. Virgil transgressed this rule in his first pastorals, I mean those which he composed at Mantua, but rectified the fault in his riper years. This appears by the Culex, which is as long as 5 of his pastorals put together. The greater part of those he finished have less than 100 verses, and but 2 of them exceed that number. But the Silenus, which he seems to have designed for his masterpiece, in which he introduces a god singing, and he too full of inspiration, which is intended by that ebriety which Roman 1000 Fontenelle so unreasonably ridicules, though it go through so vast a field of matter, and comprises the mythology of near 2000 years consists, but of 50 lines, so that its brevity is no less admirable than the subject matter, the noble fashion of handling it, and the deity-speaking Virgil keeps up his characters in this respect, too, with the strictest decency, for poetry and pastime was not the business of men's lives in those days, but only their seasonable recreation after necessary labours, and therefore the length of some of the modern Italian and English compositions is against the rules of this kind of poesy. I shall add something very briefly touching the versification of pastorals, though it be a mortifying consideration to the modern's heroic verse, as it is commonly called, was used by the Greeks in this sort of poem, as very ancient and natural lyrics, iambics, Roman 100 being invented afterwards, but there is so great a difference in the numbers of which it may be compounded, that it may pass rather for a genus than species of verse. Whosoever shall compare the numbers of the 3 following verses will quickly be sensible of the truth of this observation. Tit are 2 patel recubans sub tegmine fagi. The first of the Georgics, quid facit eltas segits quo sideur terram, and of the knees, arma verumt cano trage qui primus ab oris. The sound of the verses is almost as different as the subjects, but the Greek writers of pastoral usually limited themselves to the example of the first, which Virgil found so exceedingly difficult that he quitted it, and left the honour of that part to Theocritus. It is indeed probable that what we improperly call rhyme is the most ancient sort of poetry, and learned men have given good arguments for it, and therefore a French historian commits a gross mistake when he attributes that invention to a king of Gaul, as an English gentleman does when he makes a Roman emperor the inventor of it. But the Greeks, who understood fully the force and power of numbers, soon grew weary of this childish sort of verse, as the younger Vossius justly calls it, and therefore those rhyming hexameters which Plutarch observes in Homer himself seem to be the remains of a barbarous age. Virgil had them in such abhorrence that he would rather make a false syntax than what we call a rhyme such a verse as this. Ver precor uxori frater succor sorori was passable in Ovid, but the nicer ears in Augustus' court could not pardon Virgil for at Regina Pyrrha, so that the principal ornament of modern poetry was accounted deformity by the Latins and Greeks. It was they who invented the different terminations of words, those happy compositions, those short monosyllables, those transpositions for the elegance of the sound and sense, which are wanting so much in modern languages. The French sometimes crowd together 10 or 12 monosyllables into one disjointed verse they may understand the nature of, but cannot imitate those wonderful spondees of Pythagoras, by which he could suddenly pacify a man that was in a violent transport of anger, nor those swift numbers of the priests of Cybele, which had the force to enrage the most sedate and phlegmatic tempers, nor can any modern put into his own language the energy of that single poem of Catullus. Super alta vectis 80s Roman 100 Latin is but a corrupt dialect of Greek, and the French, Spanish, and Italian a corruption of Latin, and therefore a man might as well go about to persuade me that vinegar is a nobler liquor than wine, as that the modern compositions can be as graceful and harmonious as the Latin itself. The Greek tongue very naturally falls into iambics, and therefore the diligent reader may find 6 or 7 and 20 of them in those accurate orations of Isocrates. The Latin as naturally falls into heroic, and therefore the beginning of Livy's history is half a hexameter, and that of Tacitus an entire one. The Roman historian, describing the glorious effort of a colonel to break through a brigade of the enemies just after the defeat at Cannae, falls unknowingly into a verse not unworthy Virgil himself. Hcu by dicta dedit stringit gladium cunioque. Facto pomedios Roman 100 hours, and the French can at best but fall into blank verse, which is a fault in prose. The misfortune indeed is common to us both, but we deserve more compassion, because we are not vain of our barbarities, as age brings men back into the state and infirmities of childhood. Upon the fall of their empire, the Romans doted into rhyme, as appears sufficiently by the hymns of the Latin Church, and yet a great deal of the French poetry does hardly deserve that poor title. I shall give an instance out of a poem which had the good luck to gain the prize in 1685, for the subject deserved a nobler pen. Tous les jours, si grand roi des auteurs rois el exemple. Souvre un nouveau chemin au fait de ton temple Roman 100. The judicious Malherbe exploded this sort of verse near 80 years ago, nor can I forbear wondering at that passage of a famous academician, in which he most compassionately excuses the ancients for their not being so exact in their compositions as the modern French, because they wanted a dictionary of which the French are at last happily provided, if Demosthenes and Cicero had been so lucky as to have had a dictionary, and such a patron as Cardinal Richelieu perhaps, they might have aspired to the honour of Balzac's legacy of £10 le prix de l'éloquence. On the contrary, I dare assert that there are hardly 10 lines in either of those great orators, or even in the catalogue of Homer's ships, which are not more harmonious, more truly rhythmical, than most of the French or English sonnets, and therefore they lose at least one half of their native beauty by translation. I cannot but add one remark on this occasion that the French verse is oftentimes not so much as rhyme in the lowest sense, for the childish repetition of the same note cannot be called music. Such instances are infinite, as in the forecited poem, Epris trophy cash, Mepris orphi church. Roman 1000 Boileau himself has a great deal of this, not by his own neglect, but purely by the faultiness and poverty of the French tongue. Roman 1000 Fontenelle, at last, goes into the excessive paradoxes of Roman 1000 Perrault, and boasts of the vast number of their excellent songs, preferring them to the Greek and Latin, but an ancient writer of as good credit has assured us that 7 lives would hardly suffice to read over the Greek odes, but a few weeks would be sufficient. If a man was so very idle as to read over all the French in the meantime, I should be very glad to see a catalogue of but 50 of theirs with exact propriety of word and thought, notwithstanding all the high encomiums and mutual gratulations which they give one another, for I am far from censuring the whole of that illustrious society, to which the learned world is much obliged, after all those golden dreams at the Louvre, that their pieces will be as much valued 10 or 12 ages hence, as the ancient Greek or Roman. I can no more get it into my head, that they will last so long, than I could believe the learned Dr. H.K. of the Royal Society, if he should pretend to show me a butterfly that had lived 1,000 winters. When Roman 1000 Fontenelle wrote his eclogues, he was so far from equalling Virgil or Theocritus, that he had some pains to take before he could understand in what the principal beauty and graces of their writings do consist. Cum mortuis non nisi larve luctenter. The victor was the care of partial heaven, but to the conquered cause was Cato's suffrage given. Pastoral Roman 1 or Tityrus and Melibus. Argument. The occasion of the first pastoral was this: when Augustus had settled himself in the Roman Empire, that he might reward his veteran troops for their past service, he distributed among them all the lands that lay about Cremona and Mantua, turning out the right owners for having sided with his enemies. Virgil was a sufferer among the rest, who afterwards recovered his estate by Maecenas' intercession, and as an instance of his gratitude, composed the following pastoral, where he sets out his own good fortune in the person of Tityrus, and the calamities of his Mantuan neighbours in the character of Melibus. Melibus, beneath the shade which beechen boughs diffuse, you Tityrus entertain your sylvan muse. Round the wide world in banishment we roam, forced from our pleasing fields and native home, while stretched at ease you sing your happy loves, and Amaryllis fills the shady groves. Tityrus, these blessings friend a deity bestowed, for never can I deem him less than God. The tender firstlings of my woolly breed shall on his holy altar often bleed. He gave my kine to graze the flowery plain, and to my pipe renewed the rural strain. Melibus, I envy not your fortune but admire, that while the raging sword and wasteful fire destroy the wretched neighbourhood around, no hostile arms approach your happy ground. Far different is my fate, my feeble goats, with pains I drive from their forsaken cotes, and this you see I scarcely drag along, who yeaning on the rocks has left her young, the hope and promise of my failing fold. My loss by dire portents the gods foretold, for had I not been blind I might have seen yon riven oak the fairest of the green, and the hoarse raven on the blasted bough, by croaking from the left presaged the coming blow. But tell me, Tityrus, what heavenly power preserved your fortunes in that fatal hour? Tityrus, fool that I was, I thought imperial Rome, like Mantua, where on market days we come, and thither drive our tender lambs from home, So kids and whelps their sires and dams express, and so the great I measured by the less. But country towns compared with her appear, like shrubs when lofty cypresses are near. Melibus, what great occasion called you hence to Rome? Theorist, freedom which came at length though slow to come. Nor did my search of liberty begin, till my black hairs were changed upon my chin. Nor Amaryllis would vouchsafe a look, till Galatea's meaner bonds I broke. Till then a helpless, hopeless, homely swain, I sought not freedom nor aspired to gain, though many a victim from my folds was bought, and many a cheese to country markets brought. Yet all the little that I got I spent, and still returned as empty as I went. Melibus, we stood amazed to see your mistress mourn, unknowing that she pined for your return. We wondered why she kept her fruit so long, for whom so late the ungathered apples hung. But now the wonder ceases since I see she kept them only titirous for thee. For thee the bubbling springs appeared to mourn, and whispering pines made vows for thy return. Tidurus, what should I do while here I was enchained? No glimpse of godlike liberty remained, nor could I hope in any place but there to find a God so present to my prayer. There first the youth of heavenly birth I viewed, for whom our monthly victims are renewed. He heard my vows and graciously decreed my grounds to be restored, my former flocks to feed. Melibus, O fortunate old man whose farm remains for you sufficient and requites your pains, though rushes overspread the neighbouring plains, though here the marshy grounds approach your fields, and there the soil a stony harvest yields. Your teeming ewes shall no strange meadows try, nor fear a rot from tainted company. Behold yon bordering fence of sallow trees is fraught with flowers, the flowers are fraught with bees. The busy bees with a soft murmuring strain invite to gentle sleep the labouring swain, while from the neighbouring rock with rural songs the pruner's voice the pleasing dream prolongs. Stark doves and turtles tell their amorous pain, and from the lofty elms of love complain. Tidurus, the inhabitants of seas and skies shall chain, and fish on shore and stags in air shall range. The banished Parthian dwell on Arar's brink, and the blue German shall the Tigris drink. Ere I, forsaking gratitude and truth, forget the figure of that godlike use. Melibus, but we must beg our bread in climes unknown, beneath the scorching or the freezing zone, and some to far Oxus shall be sold, or try the Libyan heat or Scythian cold. The rest among the Britons be confined, a race of men from all the world disjoined. O must the wretched exiles ever mourn, nor after length of rolling years return? Are we condemned by fate's unjust decree, no more our houses and our homes to see? Or shall we mount again the rural throne, and rule the country kingdoms once our own? Did we for these barbarians plant and sow, on these our happy fields bestow? Good heaven, what dire effects from civil discord flow! Now let me graft my pears and prune the vine, the fruit is theirs, the labour only mine. Farewell my pastures, my paternal stock, my fruitful fields and my more fruitful flock. No more my goats shall I behold you climb the steepy cliffs or crop the flowery thyme. No more extended in the grot below shall see you browsing on the mountain's brow, the prickly shrubs and after on the bare lean down the deep abyss and hang in air. No more my sheep shall sip the morning dew, no more my song shall please the rural crew. Adieu my tuneful pipe, and all the world adieu. Tidurus, this night at least with me forget your care. Chestnuts and curds and cream shall be your fare. The carpet ground shall be with leaves o'erspread, and boughs shall weave a covering for your head. For see yon sunny hill the shade extends, and curling smoke from cottages ascends. Pastoral Roman too, or Alexis, argument The commentators can by no means agree on the person of Alexis, but are all of opinion that some beautiful youth is meant by him to whom Virgil here makes love in Corydon's language and simplicity. His way of courtship is wholly pastoral. He complains of the boy's coyness, recommends himself for his beauty and skill in piping, invites the youth into the country where he promises him the diversions of the place, with a suitable present of nuts and apples. But when he finds nothing will prevail, he resolves to quit his troublesome amour, and betake himself again to his former business. Young Corydon the unhappy shepherd sway. The fair Alexis loved, but loved in vain. And underneath the beechen shade alone, thus to the woods and mountains made his moan. Is this unkind Alexis my reward? And must I die unpitied and unheard? Now the green lizard in the grove is laid. The sheep enjoy the coolness of the shade, and the stilly's wild thyme and garlic beats. For harvest hinds o'erspent with toil and heats, while in the scorching sun I trace in vain thy flying footsteps o'er the burning plain. The creaking locusts with my voice conspire, they fried with heat and I with fierce desire. How much more easy was it to sustain proud Amaryllis and her haughty reign, the scorns of young Menalcas once my care. Though he was black and thou art heavenly fair, trust not too much to that enchanting face. Beauty's a charm, but soon the charm will pass. White lilies lie neglected on the plain, while dusky hyacinths for use remain. My passion is thy scorn, nor wilt thou know what wealth I have, what gifts I can bestow, what stores my dairies and my folds contain. 1,000 lambs that wander on the plain, new milk that all the winter never fails, and all the summer overflows the pails. Amphion sung not sweeter to his herd, when summoned stones the Theban turrets reared. Nor am I so deformed, for late I stood upon the margin of the briny flood. The winds were still, and if the glass be true, with Daphnis I may vie though judged by you. O leave the noisy town, O come and see our country cots and live content with me, to wound the flying deer and from their coats, with me to drive afield the browsing goats, to pipe and sing and in our country strain, to copy or perhaps contend with Pan. Pan taught to join with wax unequal reeds. Pan loves the shepherds and their flocks he feeds, nor scorn the pipe Amintas to be taught. With all his kisses would my skill have bought. Of 7 smooth joints a mellow pipe I have, which with his dying breath Damtas gave, and said, this Corydon I leave to thee, for only thou deservest it after me. His eyes Amintas durst not upward lift, for much he grudged the praise but more the gift. Besides 2 kids that in the valley strayed, I found by chance and to my fold conveyed. They drain 2 bagging udders every day, and these shall be companions of thy play, both flecked with white the true Arcadian strain, which the Styles had often begged in vain. And she shall have them if again she sues, since you the giver and the gift refuse. Come to my longing arms, my lovely care, and take the presents which the nymphs prepare. White lilies in full canisters they bring, with all the glories of the purple spring. The daughters of the flood have searched the mead, for violets pale and cropped the poppy's head, the short narcissus and fair daffodil, pansies to please the sight and cassia sweet to smell, and set soft hyacinths with iron blue, to shade marsh marigolds of shining hue. Some bound in order, others loosely strode, to dress thy bower and trim thy new abode. Myself will search our planted grounds at home, for downy peaches and the glossy plum, and thrash the chestnuts in the neighbouring grove, such as my Amaryllis used to love. The laurel and the myrtle sweets agree, and both in nosegays shall be bound for thee. Our Corydon, our poor unhappy swain, Alexis will thy homely gifts disdain, nor shouldst thou offer all thy little store. Will rich Aeolus yield but offer more? What have I done to name that wealthy swain? So powerful are his presents, mine so mean. The boar amidst my crystal streams I bring, and southern winds to blast my flowery spring. Ah, cruel creature, whom dost thou despise? The gods to live in woods have left the skies, and godlike Paris in the Iden grove. To Priam's wealth preferred None's love. In cities which she built let palace reign. Towers are for gods but forests for the swain. The greedy lioness the wolf pursues. The wolf the kid, the wanton kid the browse. Alexis, thou art chased by Corydon. All follow several games and each his own. See from afar the fields no longer smoke. The sweating steers unharnessed from the yoke. Bring as in triumph back the crooked plough. The shadows lengthen as the sun goes low. Cool breezes now the raging heats remove. Ah, cruel heaven that made no cure for love. I wish for balmy sleep but wish in vain. Love has no bounds in pleasure or in pain. What frenzy, shepherd, has thy soul possessed? Thy vineyard lies half pruned and half undressed. Quench, Corydon, thy long unanswered fire. Mind what the common wants of life require. On willow twigs employ thy weaving care, and find an easier love though not so fair. Pastoral Roman 3 or Parmen. Menalcas Damtas Parmen. Argument. Damtas and Menalcas, after some smart strokes of country raillery, resolve to try who has the most skill at song, and accordingly make their neighbour Parmen judge of their performances, who after a full hearing of both parties declares himself unfit for the decision of so weighty a controversy, and leaves the victory undetermined. Menalcas. Ho swain, what shepherd owns those ragged sheep? Damtas. Gons they are, he gave them me to keep. Menalcas. Unhappy sheep of an unhappy swain. While he nearer courts but courts in vain, and fears that I the damsel shall obtain. Thou varlet dost thy master's gains devour. Thou milk'st his ewes and often twice an hour. Of grass and fodder thou defraud'st the dams, and of their mothers dugst the starving lambs. Damters. Good words, young catamite, at least to men. We know who did your business, how and when, and in what chapel too you played your prize, and what the goats observed with leering eyes. The nymphs were kind and laughed, and there your safety lies. Menalcas. Yes, when I cropped the hedges of the lays, cut Mickens' tender vines and stole the stays. Damters. Or rather when beneath yon ancient oak, the bow of Daphnis and the shafts you broke, when the fair boy received the gift of right, and but for mischief you had died for spite. Menalcas. What nonsense would the fool thy master prate, when thou his knave canst talk at such a rate? Did I not see you, rascal, did I not, when you lay snug to snap young Damon's goat? His mongrel barked, I ran to his relief, and cried, there he goes, stop the thief. Discovered and defeated of your prey, you skulked behind the fence and sneaked away. Damters. An honest man may freely take his own. The goat was mine, by singing fairly won. A solemn match was made, he lost the prize. Ask Damon, ask if he the debt denies. I think he dares not, if he does he lies. Menalcas. Thou sing with him, thou booby, never pipe. Was so profane to touch that blubbered lip. Dunce at the best in streets but scarce allowed to tickle on thy straw the stupid crowd. Damters. To bring it to the trial will you dare? Our pipes, our skill, our voices to compare. My brinded heifer to the stake I lay. 2 thriving calves she suckles twice a day, and twice besides her beastings never fail to store the dairy with a brimming pail. Now back your singing with an equal stake. Menalcas. That should be seen if I had one to make. You know too well I feed my father's flock. What can I wager from the common stock? A stepdame too I have, accursed she, who rules my henpecked sire and orders me. Both number twice a day the milky dams, and once she takes the tail of all the lambs. But since you will be mad, and since you may suspect my courage if I should not lay, the pawn I proffer shall be full as good. 2 bowls I have well turned of beechen wood, both by divine Alcimedon were made. To neither of them yet the lip is laid. The lids are ivy grapes in clusters lurk, beneath the carving of the curious work. 2 figures on the sides embossed, Canaan and what's his name who made the sphere, and showed the seasons of the sliding year, instructed in his trade the labouring swain, and when to reap and when to sow the grain. Damters, and I have 2 to match your pair at home. The wood the same, from the same hand they come. The kimbo handles seem with bear's foot carved, and never yet to table have been served, where Orpheus on his lyre laments his love, with beasts encompassed and a dancing grove. But these nor all the proffers you can make are worth the heifer which I set to stake. Men Alcazes, no more delays, vain boaster, but begin. I prophesy beforehand I shall win. Parmen shall be judge how ill you rhyme. Ill teach you how to brag another time. Damters, rhymer, come on and do the worst you can. I fear not you nor yet a better man. With silence neighbour and attention wait, for 'tis a business of a high debate. Parmen, sing then, the shade affords a proper place. The trees are clothed with leaves, the fields with grass. The blossoms blow, the birds on bushes sing, and nature has accomplished all the spring. The challenge to Damters shall belong. Menalcas shall sustain his undersong. Each in his turn your tuneful numbers bring. By turns the tuneful muses love to sing. Damters, from the great Father of the gods above, my muse begins, for all is full of Jove. To Jove the care of heaven and earth belongs. My flocks he blesses and he loves my songs. Menalcas, me ph bus loves, for he my muse inspires, and in her songs the warmth he gave requires. For him the god of shepherds and their sheep, my blushing hyacinths and my bays I keep. Damters, my fillies me with pelted apples plies, then tripping to the woods the wanton hies, and wishes to be seen before she flies. Menalcas, but fair Amintas comes unasked to me, and offers love and sits upon my knee. Not Delia to my dogs is known so well as he. Damters, to the dear mistress of my lovesick mind, her swain a pretty present has designed. I saw 2 stark doves billing, and ere long will take the nest, and hers shall be the young. Menalcas, 10 ruddy wildings in the wood I found, and stood on tiptoes reaching from the ground. I sent Amintas all my present store, and will tomorrow send as many more. Damters, the lovely maid lay panting in my arms, and all she said and did was full of charms. Winds on your wings to heaven her accents bear, such words as heaven alone is fit to hear. Menalcas, ah, what avails it me, my love's delight, to call you mine when absent from my sight? I hold the nets while you pursue the prey, and must not share the dangers of the day. Damters, I keep my birthday, send my fillies home. At shearing time, Iolas, you may come. Menalcas, with fillies I am more in grace than you. Her sorrow did my parting steps pursue. Adieu, my dear, she said, a long adieu. Damters, the nightly wolf is baneful to the fold, storms to the wheat, to buds the bitter cold. But from my frowning fair more ills I find than from the wolves and storms and winter wind. Menalcas, the kids with pleasure browse the bushy plain. The showers are grateful to the swelling grain. To teeming use the sallow's tender tree. But more than all the world my love to me. Damters, Palio my rural verse vouchsafes to read. A heifer muses for your patron breed. Menalcas, my Palio writes himself a bull be bred, with spurning heels and with a butting head. Damters, who Palio loves and who his muse admires, let Palio's fortune crown his full desires. Let myrrh instead of thorn his fences fill. and showers of honey from his oaks distill. Men allusions, who hates not living Bavius let him be, dead envious damned to love thy works and thee. The same ill taste of sense would serve to join dog foxes in the yoke and shear the swine. Damters, ye boys who pluck the flowers and spoil the spring, beware the secret snake that shoots a sting. Men allusions, graze not too near the banks, my jolly sheep. The ground is false, the running streams are deep. See, they have caught the father of the flock, who dries his fleece upon the neighboring rock. Damters, from rivers drive the kids and sling your hook. Anon ill wash them in the shallow brook. Men allusions, to fold my flock when milk is dried with heat. In vain the milkmaid tugs an empty teat. Damters, how lank my bulls from plenteous pasture come, but love that drains the herd destroys the groom. Men allusions, my flocks are free from love yet look so thin, their bones are barely covered with their skin. What magic has bewitched the woolly dams, and what ill eyes beheld the tender lambs? Damters, say where the round of heaven which all contains, to 3 short ells on earth our sight restrains. Tell that and rise a bus for thy pains. Men allusions, nay tell me first in what new region springs a flower that bears inscribed the names of kings, and thou shalt gain a present as divine as bus self for fillies shall be thine. Parmond, so nice a difference in your singing lies, that both have won or both deserved the prize. Rest equal happy both and all who prove the bitter sweets and pleasing pains of love. Now dam the ditches and the floods restrain, their moisture has already drenched the plain. Pastoral Roman for or palio argument. The poet celebrates the birthday of Saturninus, the son of Palio, born in the consulship of his father, after the taking of Salon, a city in Dalmatia. Many of the verses are translated from one of the Sibyls who prophesied of our Saviour's birth. Sicilian muse begin a loftier strain, though lowly shrubs and trees that shade the plain, delight not all Sicilian muse prepare, to make the vocal woods deserve a consul's care. The last great age foretold by sacred rhymes renews its finished course. Saturnian times roll round again, and mighty years begun from their first orb in radiant circles run. The base degenerate iron offspring ends, a golden progeny from heaven descends. O chaste Lucina, speed the mother's pains, and haste the glorious birth thy own Apollo reigns. The lovely boy with his auspicious face shall Palio's consulship and triumph grace. Majestic months set out with him to their appointed race. The father banished virtue shall restore, and crimes shall threat the guilty world no more. The son shall lead the life of gods and be by gods and heroes seen and gods and heroes see. The jarring nations he in peace shall bind, and with paternal virtues rule mankind. Unbidden earth shall wreathing ivy bring, and fragrant herbs the promises of spring, as her first offerings to her infant king. The goats with strutting dugs shall homeward speed, and lowing herds secure from lions feed. His cradle shall with rising flowers be crowned, the serpent's brood shall dye the sacred ground. Shall weeds and poisonous plants refuse to bear, each common bush shall Syrian roses wear. But when heroic verse his youth shall raise, and form it to hereditary praise, unlaboured harvest shall the fields adorn, and clustered grapes shall blush on every thorn. The knotted oaks shall showers of honey weep, and through the matted grass the liquid gold shall creep. Yet of old fraud some footsteps shall remain, the merchant still shall plough the deep for gain. Great cities shall with walls be compassed round, and sharpened shares shall vex the fruitful ground. Another Tiphys shall new seas explore, another Argo land the chiefs upon the Iberian shore. Another Helen other wars create, and great Achilles urge the Trojan fate. But when to ripened manhood he shall grow, The greedy sailor shall the seas forgo. No keel shall cut the waves for foreign ware. For every soil shall every product bear. The labouring hind his oxen shall disjoin. No plough shall hurt the glebe, no pruning hook the vine. Nor wool shall in dissembled colours shine. But the luxurious father of the fold, with native purple and unborrowed gold, beneath his pompous fleece shall proudly sweat, and under Tyrian robes the lamb shall bleat. The fates, when they this happy web have spun, shall bless the sacred clue and bid it smoothly run. Mature in years to ready honours move. O of celestial seed, O foster son of Jove! See labouring nature calls thee to sustain the nodding frame of heaven and earth and main. See to their base restored earth, seas and air, and joyful ages from behind in crowding ranks appear. To sing thy praise would heaven my breath prolong, infusing spirits worthy such a song. Not Thracian Orpheus should transcend my lays, nor Linus crowned with never-fading bays. Though each his heavenly parent should inspire, the muse instruct the voice and bus tune the lyre. Should Pan contend in verse and thou my theme, Arcadian judges should their god condemn. Begin, auspicious boy, to cast about thy infant eyes, and with a smile thy mother single out. Thy mother well deserves that short delight, the nauseous qualms of 10 long months, and travail to requite. Then smile, the frowning infant's doom is read. No god shall crown the board, nor goddess bless the bed. Incite parva pure rissucognoscere matrum Roman 100. I have translated the passage to this sense that the infant smiling on his mother singles her out from the rest of the company about him. Erythrus Bembus and Joseph Scaliger are of this opinion, yet they and I may be mistaken, for immediately after we find these words qui non riser parents, which imply another sense, as if the parents smiled on the newborn infant, and that the babe on whom they vouchsafed not to smile was born to ill fortune. For they tell a story that when Vulcan, the only son of Jupiter and Juno, came into the world, he was so hard-favoured that both his parents frowned on him, and Jupiter threw him out of heaven. He fell on the island Lemnos, and was lame ever afterwards. The last line of the pastoral seems to justify this sense. Nec Deus hunc mensa de nec dignata cubili est. For though he married Venus, yet his mother Juno was not present at the nuptials to bless them, as appears by his wife's incontinence. They say also that he was banished from the banquets of the gods. If so, that punishment could be of no long continuance, for Homer makes him present at their feasts, and composing a quarrel betwixt his parents with a bowl of nectar. The matter is of no great consequence, and therefore I adhere to my translation for these 2 reasons. First, Virgil has his following line: Matri longa decem celurunt fastidia menses, as if the infant's smiling on his mother was a reward to her for bearing him 10 months in her body, 4 weeks longer than the usual time. Secondly, Catullus is cited by Joseph Scaliger as favouring this opinion in his epithalamium of Manlius Torquatus. Torquatus volo parvalis, matris e gremio su, porigens tenoras manus, dulce ridet ad patrum Roman 100. What if I should steer betwixt the 2 extremes, and conclude that the infant who was to be happy must not only smile on his parents, but also they on him? For Scaliger notes that the infants who smiled not at their birth were observed to be or sullen, as I have translated it, during all their life and servius, and almost all the modern commentators affirm that no child was thought fortunate on whom his parents smiled not at his birth. I observe farther that the ancients thought the infant who came into the world at the end of the 10th month was born to some extraordinary fortune, good or bad. Such was the birth of the late Prince of Cannes' father, of whom his mother was not brought to bed till almost 11 months were expired after his father's death. Yet the College of Physicians at Paris concluded he was lawfully begotten. My ingenious friend Anthony Henley Esque desired me to make a note on this passage of Virgil, adding what I had not read, that the Jews have been so superstitious as to observe not only the first look or action of an infant, but also the first word which the parent or any of the assistants spoke after the birth, and from thence they gave a name to the child alluding to it. Pastoral Roman 5, or Daphnis. Argument. Mopsus and Menalcas, 2 very expert shepherds at a song, begin one by consent to the memory of Daphnis, who is supposed by the best critics to represent Julius Caesar Mopsus, laments his death. Menalcas proclaims his divinity, the whole eclogue, consisting of an elegy and an apotheosis. Menalcas, since on the downs our flocks together feed, and since my voice can match your tuneful reed, why sit we not beneath the grateful shade, which hazels intermixed with elms have made? Mopses, whether you please that sylvan scene to take, where whistling winds uncertain shadows make, or will you to the cooler cave succeed, whose mouth the curling vines have overspread? Menalcas, your merit and your years command the choice. Amintas only rivals you in voice. Mopses, what will not that presuming shepherd dare, who thinks his voice with Phbus may compare? Menalcas, begin you first if either Alcon's praise, or dying Phillies have inspired your lays. If her you mourn or Codrus you commend, begin and Tityrus your flock shall tend. Mopses, or shall I rather the sad verse repeat, which on the beech's bark I lately writ? I writ and sung betwixt now bring the swain, whose voice you boast and let him try the strain. Menalcas, such as the shrub to the tall olive shows, or the pale swallow to the blushing rose, such is his voice if I can judge aright, compared to thine in sweetness and in height. Mopses, no more but sit and hear the promised lay. The gloomy grotto makes a doubtful day. The nymphs about the breathless body wait of Daphnis and lament his cruel fate. The trees and floods were witness to their tears. At length the rumour reached his mother's ears. The wretched parent with a pious haste came running and his lifeless limbs embraced. She sighed, she sobbed, and furious with despair, she rent her garments and she tore her hair, accusing all the gods and every star. The swains forgot their sheep nor near the brink of running waters brought their herds to drink. The thirsty cattle of themselves abstained from water and their grassy fare disdained. The death of Daphnis woods and hills deplore. They cast the sound to Libya's desert shore. The Libyan lions hear and hearing roar. Fierce tigers Daphnis taught the yoke to bear, and first with curling ivy dressed the spear. Daphnis did rites to Bacchus first ordain, and holy revels for his reeling train. As vines the trees, as grapes the vines adore, as bulls the herds and fields the yellow corn, so bright a splendour, so divine a grace, the glorious Daphnis cast on his illustrious race. When envious fate the godlike Daphnis took, our guardian gods the fields and plains forsook. Pails no longer swelled the teeming grain, nor Phbus fed his oxen on the plain. No fruitful crop the sickly fields return, but oats and darnel choke the rising corn. And where the vales with violets once were crowned, now knotty burrs and thorns disgrace the ground. Come shepherds, come and strow with leaves the plain. Such funeral rites your Daphnis did ordain. With cypress boughs the crystal fountains hide, and softly let the running waters glide. A lasting monument to Daphnis raise, with this inscription to record his praise. Daphnis the fields delight, the shepherds love, renowned on earth and deified above, whose flock excelled the fairest on the plains, but less than he himself surpassed the swains. Menalcas, O heavenly poet, such thy verse appears, so sweet, so charming to my ravished ears, as to the weary swain with cares oppressed, beneath the sylvan shade refreshing rest. As to the feverish traveller when first he finds a crystal stream to quench his thirst. In singing as in piping you excel, and scarce your master could perform so well. O fortunate young man, at least your lays are next to his and claim the second praise. Such as they are my rural songs I join, to raise our Daphnis to the powers divine. For Daphnis was so good to love whate'er was mine. Mopses, how is my soul with such a promise raised? For both the boy was worthy to be praised, and Stymachon has often made me long to hear like him so soft, so sweet a song. Men allusions. Daphnis, the guest of heaven, with wondering eyes, views in the Milky Way the starry skies, and far beneath him from the shining sphere, beholds the moving clouds and rolling year. For this with cheerful cries the woods resound, the purple spring arrays the various ground, the nymphs and shepherds dance, and Pan himself is crowned. The wolf no longer prowls for nightly spoils, nor birds the springes fear, nor stags the toils. For Daphnis reigns above and deals from thence his mother's milder beams and peaceful influence. The mountain tops unshorn, the rocks rejoice, the lowly shrubs partake of human voice. Assenting nature with a gracious nod proclaims him and salutes the new admitted God. Be still propitious, ever good to thine. Behold, 4 hallowed altars we design, and 2 to thee and 2 to Phbus rise. On both is offered annual sacrifice, the holy priests at each returning year 2 bowls of milk and 2 of oil shall bear, and I myself the guests with friendly bowls will cheer. 2 goblets will I crown with sparkling wine, the generous vintage of the Chian vine. These will I pour to thee and make the nectar thine. In winter shall the genial feast be made, before the fire by summer in the shade. Damters shall perform the rites divine, and Liction Garn in the song shall join. Alphysibus tripping shall advance, and mimic satyrs in his antic dance. When to the nymphs our annual rites we pay, and when our fields with victims we survey, while savage boars delight in shady woods, and finny fish inhabit in the floods, while bees on thyme and locusts feed on dew, thy grateful swains these honours shall renew. Such honours as we pay to powers divine, to Bacchus and to Ceres shall be thine. Such annual honours shall be given, and thou shalt hear and shalt condemn thy suppliants to their vow. Mopsus. What present worth thy verse can Mopsus find? Not the soft whispers of the southern wind, that play through trembling trees delight me more, nor murmuring billows on the sounding shore, nor winding streams that through the valley glide, and the scarce-covered pebbles gently chide. Men allusions. Receive you first this tuneful pipe, the same that played my Corydon's unhappy flame, the same that sung Nerea's conquering eyes, and had the judge been just had won the prize. Mopsus. Accept from me this sheafhook in exchange, the handle brass, the knobs in equal range. Antigens with kisses often tried to beg this present in his beauty's pride, when youth and love are hard to be denied. But what I could refuse to his request is yours unasked, for you deserve it best. Pastoral Roman 6 or Silenus. Argument. 2 young shepherds, Chromes and Mnasylus, having been often promised a song by Silenus, chance to catch him asleep in this pastoral, where they bind him hand and foot, and then claim his promise. Silenus, finding they would be put off no longer, begins his song, in which he describes the formation of the universe and the original of animals according to the Epicurean philosophy, and then runs through the most surprising transformations which have happened in nature. Since her birth, this pastoral was designed as a compliment to Cyrano the Epicurean, who instructed Virgil and Verus in the principles of that philosophy. Silenus acts as tutor Chromes, and Mnasylus as the 2 pupils. I first transferred to Rome Sicilian strains, nor blushed the Doric muse to dwell on Mantuan plains. But when I tried her tender voice too young, and fighting kings and bloody battles sung, Apollo checked my pride and bade me feed my fattening flocks, nor dare beyond the reed. Admonished thus while every pen prepares to write thy praises, Verus, and thy wars, my pastoral muse her humble tribute brings, and yet not wholly uninspired she sings. For all who read and reading not disdain these rural poems and their lowly strain, the name of Verus oft inscribed shall see in every grove and every vocal tree, and all the sylvan rain shall sing of thee. Thy name to Phbus and the Muses known, shall in the front of every page be shown. For he who sings thy praise secures his own. Proceed my muse to satyrs on the ground. Stretched at his ease their sire Silenus found. Dozed with his fumes and heavy with his load. They found him snoring in his dark abode, and seized with youthful arms the drunken guard. His rosy wreath was dropped not long before, borne by the tide of wine and floating on the floor. His empty can with ears half worn away, was hung on high to boast the triumph of the day. Invaded thus for want of better bands, his garland they unstring and bind his hands. For by the fraudful guard deluded long, they now resolve to have their promised song. Glee came in to make their party good, the fairest nighes of the neighbouring flood. And while he stares around with stupid eyes, his brows with berries and his temples dyes, he finds the fraud and with a smile demands, on what design the boys had bound his hands. Loose me, he cried, 'twas impudence to find a sleeping god 'tis sacrilege to bind. To you the promised poem I will pay, the nymph shall be rewarded in her way. He raised his voice, and soon a numerous throng of tripping satyrs crowded to the song, and sylvan fauns and savage beasts advanced, and nodding forests to the numbers danced. Not by Achaemonian hills the Thracian bard, nor awful Phbus was on Pindus heard. With deeper silence or with more regard, he sung the secret seeds of nature's frame, how seas and earth and air and active flame fell through the mighty void, and in their were blindly gathered in this goodly bowl. The tender soil then stiffening by degrees, shut from the bounded earth the bounding seas. Then earth and ocean various forms disclose, and a new sun to the new world arose. And mists condensed to clouds obscure the sky, and clouds dissolved the thirsty ground supply. The rising trees the lofty mountains grace, the lofty mountains feed the savage race. Yet few and strangers in the unpeopled place, from thence the birth of man the song pursued, and how the world was lost and how renewed. The reign of Saturn and the golden age, Prometheus' theft and Jove's avenging rage. The cries of Argonauts for Hylas drowned, with whose repeated name the shores resound. Then mourns the madness of the Cretan queen, happy for her if herds had never been. What fury, wretched woman, seized thy breast? The maids of Argus, though with rage possessed, their imitated lowings filled the grove, yet shunned the guilt of thy preposterous love, nor sought the youthful husband of the herd, though labouring yokes on their own necks they feared, and felt for budding horns on their smooth foreheads reared. Ah, wretched queen, you range the pathless wood, while on a flowery bank he chews the cud, or sleeps in shades, or through the forest roves, and roars with anguish for his absent loves. Ye nymphs with toils his forest walk surround, and trace his wandering footsteps on the ground. But perhaps my passion he disdains, and courts the milky mothers of the plains. We search the ungrateful fugitive abroad, while they at home sustain his happy load. He sung the lover's fraud, the longing maid, with golden fruit like all the sex betrayed. The sisters mourning for their brother's loss, their bodies hid in barks and furred with moss. How each a rising older now appears, and o'er the Po distills her gummy tears. Then sung how Gallus by a muse's hand was led and welcomed to the sacred strand, the senate rising to salute their guest, and Linus thus their gratitude expressed. Receive this present by the muses made, the pipe on which the Ascran pastor played, with which of old he charmed the savage train, and called the mountain ashes to the plain. Sing thou on this thy Phbus and the wood, where once his fane of Parian marble stood. On this his ancient oracles rehearse, and with new numbers grace the god of verse. Why should I sing the double Scylla's fate? The first by love transformed, the last by hate. A beauteous maid above but magic arts, with barking dogs deformed her nether parts. What vengeance on the passing fleet she poured! The master frighted and the mates devoured. Then ravished Philomel the song expressed. The crime revealed the sisters' cruel feast, and how in fields the lapwing Tereus reigns. The warbling nightingale in woods complains, while Procne makes on chimney-tops her moan, and hovers o'er the palace once her own. Whatever songs besides the Delphian god had taught the laurels and the Spartan flood, Silenus sung the vales his voice rebound, and carry to the skies the sacred sound. And now the setting sun had warned the swain to call his counted cattle from the plain, yet still the unwearied sire pursues the tuneful strain, till unperceived the heavens with stars were hung, and sudden night surprised the yet unfinished song. The 8th and 10th pastorals are already translated to all manner of advantage by my excellent friend Mr. Stafford, so is the episode of Camilla in the 11th need. Pastoral Romans 7 or Melibus. Argument. Melibus here gives us the relation of a sharp poetical contest between Theosis and Corydon, at which he himself and Daphnis were present, who both declared for Corydon. Beneath a home repaired 2 jolly swains. Their sheep and goats together grazed the plains. Both young Arcadians, both alike inspired to sing in answer as the song required. Daphnis as umpire took the middle seat, and fortune thither led my weary feet. For while I fenced my myrtles from the cold, the father of my flock had wandered from the fold. Of Daphnis I inquired, he smiling said, "Dismiss your fear," and pointed where he fed. "And if no greater cares disturb your mind, sit here with us in covert of the wind. Your lowing heifers of their own accord at watering time will seek the neighbouring ford. Here wanton Mincius winds along the meads, and shades his happy banks with bending reeds. And see from yon old oak that mates the skies, how black the clouds of swarming bees arise. What should I do? Nor was Alsip nigh, nor absent fillies could my care supply, to house and feed by hand my weaning lambs, and drain the strutting udders of their dams. Great was the strife betwixt the singing swains, and I preferred my pleasure to my gains. Alternate rhyme the ready champions chose, these Corydon rehearsed and Theosis those. Corydon, ye muses ever fair and ever young, assist my numbers and inspire my song. With all my Codrus, oh, inspire my breast, for Codrus after PH bus sings the best. Or if my wishes have presumed too high, and stretched their bounds beyond mortality, the praise of artful numbers I resign, and hang my pipe upon the sacred pine. Theosis, Arcadian swains your youthful poet crown with ivories, though surly Codrus frown. Or if he blast my muse with envious praise, then fence my brows with amulets of bays, lest his ill arts or his malicious tongue should poison or bewitch my growing song. Corydon, these branches of a stag this tusky bore, the first essay of arms untried before. Young Micon offers Delia to thy shrine, but speed his hunting with thy power divine. Thy statue then of Parian stone shall stand, thy legs in buskins with a purple band. Theosis, this bowl of milk, these cakes our country fare, for the Priapus yearly we prepare, because a little garden is thy care. But if the falling lambs increase my fold, thy marble statue shall be turned to gold. Corydon, fair Galatea with thy silver feet, O whiter than the swan and more than Hybla sweet, tall as a poplar, taper as the bowl, come charm thy shepherd and restore my soul. Come when my lated sheep at night return, and crown the silent hours and stop the rosy morn. Theosis, may I become as abject in thy sight as seaweed on the shore and black as night, rough as a bird deformed like him who chaws Sardinian herbage to contract his jaws. Such and so monstrous let thy swain appear, if one day's absence looks not like a year. Hence from the field for shame the flock deserves, no better feeding while the shepherd starves. Corydon, ye mossy springs inviting easy sleep, ye trees whose leafy shades those mossy fountains keep, defend my flock, the summer heats are near, and blossoms on the swelling vines appear. Theorizes, with heapy fires our cheerful hearth is crowned, and furs for torches in the woods abound. We fear not more the winds and wintry cold, than streams the banks or wolves the bleating fold. Corydon, our woods with juniper and chestnuts crowned, with falling fruits and berries paint the ground, and lavish nature laughs and strews her stores around. But if Alexis from our mountains fly, even running rivers leave their channels dry. Theorizes, parched are the plains and frying is the field, nor withering vines their juicy vintage yield. But if returning fillies bless the plain, the grass revives, the woods are green again, and Jove descends in showers of kindly rain. Corydon, the poplar is by great Alcides worn, the brows of Phbus his own bays adorn. The branching vine the jolly Bacchus loves, the Cyprian queen delights in myrtle groves, with hazel fillies crowns her flowing hair, and while she loves that common wreath to wear, nor bays nor myrtle boughs with hazel shall compare. Theorizes, the towering ash is fairest in the woods, in gardens pines and poplars by the floods. But if my Lycidas will ease my pains, and often visit our forsaken plains, to him the towering ash shall yield in woods, in gardens pines and poplars by the floods. Melibus, these rhymes I did to memory commend, when vanquished Theosis did in vain contend. Since when tease Corydon among the swains, young Corydon without a rival reigns. Pastoral Roman 80-300. Lord, Pharmaceutria. Argument. This pastoral contains the songs of Damon and Alphysibus. The first of them bewails the loss of his mistress, and repines at the success of his rival Mopsus. The other repeats the charms of some enchantress who endeavoured by her spells and magic to make Daphnis in love with her. The mournful muse of two despairing swains, the love rejected and the lover's pains, to which the savage lynxes listening stood. The rivers stood on heaps and stopped the running flood. The hungry heard the needful food refuse. Of two despairing swains I sing the mournful muse. Great Pollio, thou for whom thy Rome prepares the ready triumph of thy finished wars, whether Timavus or the Illyrian coast, whatever land or sea thy presence boast, is there an hour in fate reserved for me, to sing thy deeds in numbers worthy thee? In numbers like to thine could I rehearse thy lofty tragic scenes, thy laboured verse. The world another Sophocles in thee, another Homer should behold in me. Amidst thy laurels let this ivy twine. Thine was my earliest muse, my latest shall be thine. Scarce from the world the shades of night withdrew, scarce were the flocks refreshed with morning dew, when Damon stretched beneath an olive shade, and wildly staring upwards thus inveighed against the conscious gods and cursed the cruel maid. Star of the morning, why dost thou delay? Come, Lucifer, drive on the lagging day, while I my niece's perjured faith deplore. Witness ye powers by whom she falsely swore. The gods, alas, are witnesses in vain, yet shall my dying breath to heaven complain. Begin with me, my flute, the sweet Emnalian strain. The pines of Emnalus, the vocal grove, are ever full of verse and full of love. They hear the hinds, they hear their God complain, who suffered not the reeds to rise in vain. Begin with me, my flute, the sweet Emnalian strain. Mopsus triumphs, he weds the willing fair. When such is Nisa's choice, what lover can despair? Now griffins join with mares, another age shall see the hound and hind their thirst assuage. Promiscuous at the spring prepare the lights, O Mopsus, and perform the bridal rites. Scatter thy nuts among the scrambling boys. Thine is the night, and thine the nuptial joys. For thee the sun declines, O happy swain. Begin with me, my flute, the sweet Mnalian strain. O Nysa, justly to thy choice condemned. Whom hast thou taken, whom hast thou contemned? For him thou hast refused my browsing herd, scorned my thick eyebrows and my shaggy beard. Unhappy Damon sighs and sings in vain, while Nysa thinks no god regards a lover's pain. Begin with me, my flute, the sweet Mnalian strain. I viewed thee first, how fatal was the view, and led thee where the ruddy wildings grew, high on the planted hedge and wet with morning dew. Then scarce the bending branches I could win, the callow down began to clothe my chin. I saw I perished, yet indulged my pain. Begin with me, my flute, the sweet Mnalian strain. I know thee, love, in deserts thou wert bred, and at the dugs of savage tigers fed. Alien of birth, usurper of the plains. Begin with me, my flute, the sweet Mnalian strains. Relentless love the cruel mother led, the blood of her unhappy babes to shed. Love lent the sword, the mother struck the blow. Inhuman she, but more inhuman thou. Alien of birth, usurper of the plains. Begin with me, my flute, the sweet Mnalian strains. Old doting nature, change thy course anew, and let the trembling lamb the wolf pursue. Let oaks now glitter with Hesperian fruit, and purple daffodils from alder shoot. Fat amber let the tamarisk distill, and hooting owls contend with swans in skill. Hoarse Tityrus strive with Orpheus in the woods, and challenge famed Arion on the floods. Or oh, let nature cease and chaos reign. Begin with me, my flute, the sweet Mnalian strain. Let earth be sea, and let the whelming tide the lifeless limbs of luckless Damon hide. Farewell, ye secret woods and shady groves, haunts of my youth and conscious of my loves. From yon high cliff I plunge into the main. Take the last present of thy dying swain, and cease my silent flute, the sweet Mnalian strain. Now take your turns, ye muses, to rehearse his friends' complaints and mighty magic verse. Bring running water, bind those altars round, with falace and with vervain strow the ground. Make fat with frankincense the sacred fires, to re-inflame my Daphnis with desires. Tease done we want, but verse restore my charms, my lingering Daphnis to my longing arms. Pale Phbe drawn by verse from heaven descends, and Circe changed with charmed Ulysses' friends. Verse breaks the ground and penetrates the break, and in the winding cavern splits the snake. Verse fires the frozen veins, restore my charms, my lingering Daphnis to my longing arms. Around his waxen image first I wind 3 woolen falace of 3 colours joined, thrice bind about his thrice devoted head, which round the sacred altar thrice is led. Unequal numbers please the gods my charms, restore my Daphnis to my longing arms. Knit with 3 knots the falace, knit them straight, then say these knots to love I consecrate. Haste Amaryllis, haste, restore my charms, my lovely Daphnis to my longing arms. As fire this figure hardens made of clay, and this of wax with fire consumes away, such let the soul of cruel Daphnis be, hard to the rest of women, soft to me. Crumble the sacred mole of salt and corn, next in the fire the bays with brimstone burn, and while it crackles in the sulphur say, this I for Daphnis burn, thus Daphnis burn away. This laurel is his fate, restore my charms, my lovely Daphnis to my longing arms. As when the raging heifer through the grove, stung with desire, pursues her wandering love, faint at the last she seeks the weedy pools, to quench her thirst and on the rushes rolls, careless of night, unmindful to return. Such fruitless fires perfidious Daphnis burn, while I so scorn his love, restore my charms, my lingering Daphnis to my longing arms. These garments once were his and left to me, the pledges of his promised loyalty, which underneath my threshold I bestow. These pawns owe sacred earth to me, my Daphnis. As these were his, so mine is he my charms. Restore their lingering lord to my deluded arms. these poisonous plants for magic use designed, the noblest and the best of all the baneful kind. Old Emrys brought me from the politic strand, and culled the mischief of a bounteous land. Smeared with these powerful juices on the plain, he howls a wolf among the hungry train, and oft the mighty necromancer boasts, with these to call from tombs the stalking ghosts, and from the roots to tear the standing corn, which whirled aloft to distant fields is borne. Such is the strength of spells restore my charms, my lingering daftness to my longing arms. Bear out these ashes, cast them in the brook, cast backwards o'er your head nor turn your look, since neither gods nor godlike verse can move. Break out ye smothered fires and kindle smothered love, exert your utmost power my lingering charms, and force my daftness to my longing arms. See while my last endeavours I delay, the walking ashes rise and round our altars play. Run to the threshold Amarilishak, our hylax opens and begins to bark. Good heaven, may lovers what they wish believe, or dream their wishes and those dreams deceive. No more my daftness comes, no more my charms. He comes, he runs, he leaps to my desiring arms. Pastoral Roman 93:01. Lord, Lycidas and Emrys. Argument. When Virgil by the favour of Augustus had recovered his patrimony near Mantua, and went in hope to take possession, he was in danger to be slain by Arius the centurion to whom those lands were assigned by the emperor in reward of his service against Brutus and Cassius. This pastoral therefore is filled with complaints of his hard usage, and the persons introduced are the bailiff of Virgil Emrys and his friend Lycidas. Lycidas, ho Emrys, whither on thy way so fast? This leads to town. Emrys, O Lycidas, at last. The time is come I never thought to see. Strange revolution for my farm and me, when the grim captain in a surly tone cries out, pack up ye rascals and be gone. Kicked out we set the best face on't we could, and these two kids tappies his angry mood. I bear off which the furies give him good. Lycidas, your country friends were told another tale, that from the sloping mountain to the vale, and doddered oak and all the banks along, Menalcas saved his fortune with a song. Emrys, such was the news indeed, but songs and rhymes prevail as much in these hard iron times, as would a plump of trembling fowl that rise against an eagle sousing from the skies. And had not P.H. Bus warned me by the croak of an old raven from a hollow oak, to shun debate Menalcas had been slain, and Emrys not survived him to complain. Lycidas, now heaven defend, could barbarous rage induce the brutal son of Mars tinsult the sacred muse, who then should sing the nymphs or who rehearse the waters gliding in a smoother verse, or Amaryllis praise that heavenly lay, that shortened as we went our tedious way. O Tityrus, tend my herd and see them fed, to morning pastures evening waters led, and where the Libyan Rigil's butting head. Emrys, or what unfinished he to Verus read? Thy name, O Verus, if the kinder powers preserve our plains and shield the Mantuan towers, obnoxious by Cremona's neighbouring cry. The wings of swans and stronger pinioned rhyme shall raise aloft and soaring bear above the immortal gift of gratitude to Jove. Lycidas, sing on, for I can ne'er be cloyed. So may thy swarms the baleful you avoid, so may thy cows their burdened bags distend, and trees to goats their willing branches bend. Mean as I am, yet have the muses made me free, a member of the tuneful trade. At least the shepherds seem to like my lays, but I discern their flattery from their praise. I nor to sinners' ears nor Verus dare aspire, but gabble like a goose amidst the swan-like choir. Emrys, tease what I have been conning in my mind, nor are they verses of a vulgar kind. Come Galatea, come the seas forsake, what pleasures can the tides with their hoarse murmurs make? See on the shore inhabits purple spring, where nightingales their lovesick ditty sing. See meads with purling streams with flowers the ground, the grottos cool with shady poplars crowned, and creeping vines on arbors weaved around. Come then and leave the waves' tumultuous roar. Let the wild surges vainly beat the shore. Lycidas, or that sweet song I heard with such delight, the same you sung alone one starry night. The tune I still retain but not the words. Emrys, why Daphnis dost thou search in old records, to know the seasons when the stars arise? See Caesar's lamp is lighted in the skies, the star whose rays the blushing grapes adore, and swell the kindly ripening ears of corn. Under this influence graft the tender shoot, thy children's children shall enjoy the fruit. The rest I have forgot for cares and time, change all things and untune my soul to rhyme. I could have once sung down a summer's sun, but now the chime of poetry is done. My voice grows hoarse, I feel the notes decay, as if the wolves had seen me first today. But these and more than I to mind can bring, Menalcas has not yet forgot to sing. Lycidas, thy faint excuses but inflame me more, and now the waves roll silent to the shore. Hushed winds the topmost branches scarcely bend, as if thy tuneful song they did attend. Already we have half our way o'ercome, far off I can discern Bioner's tomb, here where the labourers' hands have formed a bower, of wreathing trees in singing waste an hour. Rest here thy weary limbs, thy kids lay down, we've day before us yet to reach the town. Or if ere night the gathering clouds we fear, a song will help the beating storm to bear, and that thou mayst not be too late abroad, sing and ill ease thy shoulders of thy load. Emrys, cease to request me, let us mind our way, another song requires another day. When good Menalcas comes if he rejoice, and find a friend at court ill find a voice. Pastoral Roman 10 or Gallus. Argument. Gallus, a great patron of Virgil and an excellent poet, was very deeply in love with one Cytheris, whom he calls Lycoris, and who had forsaken him for the company of a soldier. The poet therefore supposes his friend Gallus retired in his height of melancholy into the solitudes of Arcadia, the celebrated scene of pastorals, where he represents him in a very languishing condition, with all the rural deities about him pitying his hard usage, and condoling his misfortune. Thy sacred succour, Arethusa, bring, to crown my labour 'tis the last I sing, which proud Lycoris may with pity view. The muse is mournful though the numbers few, refuse me not a verse to grief and Gallus do. So may thy silver streams beneath the tide, unmixed with briny seas, securely glide. Sing then my Gallus and his hopeless vows, sing while my cattle crop the tender browse. The vocal grove shall answer to the sound, and echo from the vales the tuneful voice rebound. What lawns or woods withheld you from his aid, ye nymphs, when Gallus was to love betrayed, to love unpitied by the cruel maid? Not steepy Pindus could retard your course, nor cleft Parnassus nor the Ionian source. Nothing that owns the Muses could suspend your aid to Gallus. Gallus is their friend, for him the lofty laurel stands in tears, and hung with humid pearls the lowly shrub appears. Emnalian pines the godlike swain bemoan, when spread beneath a rock he sighed alone, and cold Lycus wept from every dropping stone. The sheep surround their shepherd as he lies, blush not, sweet poet, nor the name despise. Along the streams his flock Adonis fed, and yet the Queen of Beauty blessed his bed. The swains and tardy neithards came, and last Menalcas wet with beating winter mast. Wondering they asked from whence arose thy flame, yet more amazed thy own Apollo came. Flushed were his cheeks and glowing were his eyes. Is she thy care, is she thy care, he cries. Thy false Lycoris flies thy love and thee, and for thy rival tempts the raging sea, the forms of horrid war and heaven's inclemency. Sylvanus came his brows a country crown, of fennel and of nodding lilies drown. Great Pan arrived, and we beheld him too, his cheeks and temples of vermilion hue. Why, Gallus, this immoderate grief, he cried. Think'st thou that love with tears is satisfied? The meads are sooner drunk with morning dews, the bees with flowery shrubs, the goats with brows. Unmoved and with dejected eyes he mourned. He paused, and then these broken words returned. 'Tis past, and pity gives me no relief, but you Arcadian swains shall sing my grief, and on your hills my last complaints renew. So sad a song is only worthy you. How light would lie the turf upon my breast, if you my sufferings in your songs expressed. Ah, that your birth and business had been mine, to pen the sheep and press the swelling vine. Had Phillies or Amintas caused my pain, or any nymph or shepherd on the plain. Though Phillies brown, though black Amintas were, are violets not sweet because not fair? Beneath the sallows and the shady vine, my loves had mixed their pliant limbs with mine. Phillies with myrtle wreaths had crowned my hair, and soft Amintas sung away my care. Come see what pleasures in our plains abound, the woods, the fountains, and the flowery ground. As you are beauteous, were you half so true, here could I live and love and die with only you. Now I to fighting fields am sent afar, and strive in winter camps with toils of war, while you, alas, that I should find it so, to shun my sight your native soil forgo, and climb the frozen Alps and tread the eternal snow. Ye frosts and snows her tender body spare, those are not limbs for icicles to tear. For me the wilds and deserts are my choice, the muses once my care, my once harmonious voice. There will I sing forsaken and alone, the rocks and hollow caves shall echo to my moan. The rind of every plant her name shall know, and as the rind extends the love shall grow. Then on Arcadian mountains will I chase, mixed with the woodland nymphs the savage race. Nor cold shall hinder me with horns and hounds, to thrid the thickets or to leap the mounds. And now methinks o'er steepy rocks I go, and rush through sounding woods and bend the Parthian bow, as if with sports my sufferings I could ease, or by my pains the god of love appease. My frenzy changes, I delight no more, on mountain tops to chase the tusky boar. No game but hopeless love my thoughts pursue. Once more, ye nymphs and songs and sounding woods, adieu. Love alters not for us his hard decrees, not though beneath the Thracian clime we freeze, or Italy's indulgent heaven forgo, and in midwinter tread Sithonian snow, or when the barks of elms are scorched we keep on Meroe's burning plains the Libyan sheep. In hell and earth and seas and heaven above, love conquers all, and we must yield to love. My muses, hear your sacred raptures end. The verse was what I owed my suffering friend. This while I sung my sorrows I deceived, and bending osiers into baskets weaved. The song because inspired by you shall shine, and Gallus will approve because 'tis mine. Gallus, for whom my holy flames renew, each hour and every moment rise in view, as alders in the spring their boles extend, and heave so fiercely that the bark they rend. Now let us rise, for hoarseness oft invades the singer's voice who sings beneath the shades. From juniper unwholesome dews distill, that blast the sooty corn, the withering herbage kill. Away, my goats, away, for you have browsed your fill.